In a world of martial prowess, where formidable beasts roam freely, every individual, upon reaching the age of 16, is granted the opportunity to embark on the path of chi cultivation, acquiring extraordinary powers to combat these creatures. Upon his arrival in this realm, Liu Bei discovers that the original inhabitant of his body was notorious throughout the school as a hopeless underachiever, having spent 3 years in chi cultivation, yet achieving less than others who trained for merely a month. Consequently, friendships faded and family bonds deteriorated. Fortunately, just before the crucial examination, Liu Bei's transcendent golden finger finally activated, loading the game Dark Sea Classic. By nurturing a personal dark magical beast, he could harness its power to enhance himself. However, cultivating such a beast requires the commission of acts recognized as heinous by the system, thus earning him points for malevolence. These malevolence points can be utilized to cultivate his fated magical beast, thereby augmenting his skills and cultivation. Thus, Liu Bei resolutely embarked on the path of trampling the gifted and striking down the beasts. Ding! The power of words can also inflict harm. The player has initially grasped the allure of language, causing emotional distress to the opponent with eloquent expressions, earning 400 malevolence points. Ding! The player has publicly crushed and defeated an opponent of equal rank, earning 400 malevolence points. Ding! The player has forcefully suppressed and shattered the invincible belief of the gifted, earning 1,000 malevolence points. Observing the ever-increasing malevolence points, Liu Bei grinned and declared, "Let it all ride." Within 6 months, he surpassed the unparalleled prodigies, and within a year, he evolved into a deity. Years later, Liu Bei's infamous reputation became known throughout the universe. Chapter 1. Dark Sea Classic. Let the funding commence. In a dilapidated rental apartment, the telephone rang. Liu Bei answered, and a familiar yet indifferent voice emerged from the receiver. "Brother, the living expenses have been sent. Grandfather says you must rely on yourself once you reach adulthood." Liu Bei replied quietly. "We will not come for your major examination in half a month. First tier, second level, haha. Grandfather says we cannot afford to lose face. Is there anything else?" Liu Bei responded calmly. The other end fell silent for a moment, and the voice grew increasingly cold. "One last thing. I'm about to break through to the 4th tier. We're destined to belong to different worlds. Regardless of your examination results, do not disturb me in the future. Understood?" Before he could finish, the other party merely uttered a sound before abruptly disconnecting the call. Liu Bei, sitting on the bed, couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. The mask had finally been torn away. This was for the best, as the last shred of the original's concern had vanished. A month prior, Liu Bei had traversed into this world where the extraordinary thrived and beasts rampaged. In this world, everyone, having survived a cataclysm wrought by beasts a century ago, could embark on a path of martial cultivation upon turning 16. The original inhabitant was no exception. Orphaned at a young age, he aspired to become a powerful chi master. Alas, while the aspiration was noble, reality proved to be harsh. At 16, having practiced in the first year of high school, he found his cultivation stagnated at the 1st tier, 2nd level for 3 long years. It is worth noting that, aside from him, even the weakest in his class had already reached the 4th level of the 1st tier. Thus, the original became a laughingstock throughout the entire grade, regarded as a talentless failure. In stark contrast, his younger brother, Liu Nan, had successfully harnessed chi shortly after starting high school last year and had rapidly ascended in cultivation, showcasing remarkable talent. Soon, an elder from the Liu family in the neighboring Jinghai Bay City arrived. The elder claimed to be their grandfather, intending to take Liu Nan away for proper cultivation. Once the elder's identity was verified, the original began living a solitary life. From that point onward, the relationship between the two brothers gradually soured, as the powerful Liu Nan began to look down upon his elder brother, the perceived waste. Over time, this led to the recent phone call. Although it was a harsh reality, Liu Bei remained indifferent. Having crossed over, he held no emotional ties to this younger brother. Severing their relationship was, in fact, advantageous. Currently, he had far more pressing matters to attend to, concerning his future. At this rate, I should be able to catch up before the major exam. A gray-black progress bar flickered continuously in Liu Bei's mind. At that moment, the progress bar displayed, loading 66.8 completed. As time passed, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. In Jianghai Bay City, at Yunchang District 6th Middle School. Today marks the day when all senior high school students partake in their preliminary examinations. The process consists of 2 rounds. The first round is an internal competition among students to identify those with genuine prowess. This is followed by the second round, which involves real-world combat outside the city, where they must hunt ferocious beasts. The outcomes will determine the students' future paths, whether they will pursue higher education at a vocational institute or a prestigious university. Alternatively, they may seize the opportunity to soar to great heights and gain admission to elite institutions, shaping their destinies. Therefore, early in the morning, Liu Bei hurried to the martial arts square at school. Look, the most notorious waste in the entire school, still stuck at the first level of the second stage. Ha! Do you think a first-level second stage cultivator can kill a bear? Get a rest. I reckon they would struggle to take down a wild boar, haha. My younger brother, who is in his first year, has already reached the third level of the first stage. How does this guy even dare to show up? Liu Bei shook his head. What a flavor. How rich and authentic. A classic line of ridicule from a bystander directed at the protagonist. However, Liu Bei remained unfazed. Lacking strength renders any words meaningless. Rather than engage in idle chatter, he preferred to await the arrival of his hidden potential. When that moment comes, those who dare to challenge him shall find themselves swiftly dispatched with a single blow. Liu Bei, I have been calling you for ages. What does your silence mean? Liu Bei snapped back to reality and recognized the young girl standing before him. Tang Yao, the original owner's girlfriend, as perceived through Liu Bei's perspective of the original's memories. He felt that their relationship could not be termed as romantic. It was more akin to that of a master and servant. Liu Bei, in today's examination, you drew the lot for my male best friend, Yang Wei. I have already arranged it with him. When the time comes, simply concede on stage, and he won't lay a hand on you. This way, he conserves his energy, and you spare yourself some physical torment, which is beneficial for you. Beneficial for me? Liu Bei nearly burst out laughing. From what he understood, although this preliminary examination was merely a precursor, it bore significant implications for one's future, with the entire process documented in their personal records. If a student lacks talent and strength, it is acceptable to lose without a fight. Not everyone possesses the innate gift for cultivation, which is understandable. However, to concede without even attempting to fight is a grave taboo. The Shan nation has survived against the predatory gaze of ferocious beasts, not through surrender, but through the blood and flesh that have fortified its walls. If Liu Bei concedes, finding employment thereafter would be challenging. Which employer would dare to hire an employee with a blemished record? It seems Tang Yao truly considers the original owner to be a fool. What are you laughing at? Do you wish to be beaten? Let me remind you. Yang Wei is currently at the 6th level of the first stage. Facing him, you are bound to lose. Tang Yao frowned slightly, sensing something peculiar about Liu Bei today. And don't forget, I am your girlfriend. Are you disregarding my advice? If your actions negatively impact Yang Wei's ranking, don't blame me if I decide to break up with you. Tang Yao wore a proud expression, exuding confidence. Based on past experiences, she believed that by using this as leverage, Liu Bei would undoubtedly yield, regardless of how unreasonable her demands were. However, get lost, you fool. Liu Bei inhaled deeply and retorted without a hint of politeness. Goodness. Previously subjected to manipulation by his superiors, now he found himself being coerced by the original owner's girlfriend in this new world. Did she truly consider him to be a great fool? Whether the original owner was normal or not, Liu Bei was certainly a rational individual who would not tolerate such indignities. He unleashed a torrent of invective, almost wishing to unleash a devastating blast directly in her face to make her aware of the world's harsh realities. Just then he felt a jolt in his mind. Loading complete, progress 100. Subsequently, an inkwash-style screen materialized before him. Ding. Game loading complete. Welcome to the Dark Sea and Mountain Classic. Player character, binding successful. Your dark beast has been unlocked. We eagerly await your path of evolution. Skill 1, Rebirth. Cultivate your dark beast, and its skills and realms will directly enhance your own. Skill 2, Devour. Your dark beast can forcibly consume other dark beasts, disregarding their quality, with a chance to acquire some of their power and skills. Players are encouraged to utilize their violence points for card draws. Devour more beasts, for spending is the true path. Skill 3, Violent Spending. In the savage realm of darkness, only brutality can subdue all. Players who commit acts recognized as violent by the game will earn violence points. The points of transgression can be utilized for in-game purchases. A message. In the dark realm of the Shan Jing, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. Hasten to earn your points of transgression to enhance your strength and revel in the domination of the weak. Game review. Your conscience still lingers within. This will serve as a stumbling block on your path to power, so cast it aside without delay. Liu Bei's expression momentarily froze, only to be followed by an overwhelming surge of joy within. At last, it has finally arrived. After a painstaking wait of a month and a half, the coveted golden finger has at long last materialized. My timid patience has culminated in this very day. From this day forth, even the stray dogs by the roadside that irk me shall receive a kick or two. At this moment, Tang Yao gazed at the young man before her in disbelief. You dare tell me to scram? Are you insane? How dare you utter such words to me? Liu Bei, who usually catered to her every whim, has the audacity to call her a fool? This is absurd. Has this fellow lost his mind? Liu Bei averted his gaze, looking at Tang Yao with unbridled disdain, and remarked, What gives you the audacity to say such things to me? Do you truly believe that I would covet someone as worthless as you? Is your mind merely filled with rebuttals? Ding! The power of words can indeed inflict harm. The player has begun to grasp the allure of language. As he spoke with eloquence, his words pierced the heart of his opponent, earning him an additional 400 points of transgression. Liu Bei's eyes sparkled anew. Is this what the game recognizes as transgression? No. Liu Bei, you were never like this. What has come over you today to dare speak to me in such a manner? Are you not afraid of me ending our relationship? I am indeed berating you, you foolish imbecile. As for breaking up, perfect, for I have something to inform you. From this moment on, you are no longer my girlfriend. We have no further ties. Ding. The player is gradually acclimating to the charm of language. Once again, he soothes his opponent with words, earning an additional 700 points of transgression. The increasing count indicates that greater emotional upheaval yields more rewards. Liu Bei pondered this silently. Meanwhile, Tang Yao's face turned a deep shade of anger, her lips quivering. How dare Liu Bei call her worthless? And in public, he had the audacity to end their relationship. This is nothing short of a monumental humiliation. Were it not for the fact that she had heard Liu Bei's brother was a genius, she would never have acquiesced to Liu Bei's confession. With this thought, Tang Yao's expression darkened, nearly dripping with disdain. All right, Liu Bei, just wait. If you dare step onto the stage, Yang Wei will not let you off lightly. A mere second-tier novice. I hope you do not live to regret this. With that, she turned and departed. Fool! Liu Bei observed her retreating figure with a scoff, laughter escaping his lips. Submission is not an option, regardless of the adversary. After enduring so much for days on end, Liu Bei's mind now harbored but a singular thought: to face life and death with indifference, and to fight back against any challenge. He shall carve out a resplendent destiny for himself. With this in mind, Liu Bei glanced at the 1,100 points of transgression displayed on the luminous screen and waved his hand decisively. There are no dead ends beneath the feet of a hero. Before a coward lies only precipices. Damn it, I shall invest. Chapter 2. A single punch to suppress a bunch of wretches. At the center of the luminous screen, a creature resembling a small black snake was darting about. Below it lay the detailed information. My dark beast, little black. Realm, first level, second stage. Skills, none. Overall evaluation. Your strength might be able to defeat a stray one on the roadside. This was Liu Bei's dark beast, with a rather unimpressive name and an equally lackluster realm. Damn it, what a heartless game. Liu Bei sighed, then opened the card-drawing interface. Cultivating his dark beast was the cornerstone of his strength. Hence, to grow stronger, he needed to draw cards and devour more dark beasts. Beep. Would you like to spend 100 violent points to draw? Draw beep. As this is your first draw, you are guaranteed to receive a rare dark beast. Beep. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a rare dark beast, dark white tiger. A reward for the first draw? Excellent. This game truly is from a conscientious developer. Liu Bei's spirits soared as he glanced at the remaining 1,000 violent points, gritting his teeth and going all in. Beep. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a common dark beast, white-haired ape x10. Damn, it really is a heartless game. What kind of probability is this? 10 consecutive draws and not a single gold one. It seems a miracle can only happen with single draws. Forget it. I should focus on enhancing my strength first. Liu Bei, helpless, began to convert his current gains into power. Beep. Skill Devour activated. Moments later, the 11 dark beasts in the card pool vanished. And Liu Bei noticed a change in the information before him. My dark beast, little black. Realm, first level, 8th stage. Skills, body enhancement, passive, gung metal blade, active. Upon seeing the last line of information, Liu Bei couldn't help but smile uncontrollably. As expected of the rare dark beast, dark white tiger, it contributed 2 skills at once. Coupled with the 10 ordinary white-haired apes, his realm shot straight up to the 6th stage. Realizing this, Liu Bei knew it was his turn. Skill feedback activate. Instantly, Liu Bei felt his body warming, waves of heat surging forth as his chi and blood rose continuously. He felt as if he were enveloped by some kind of energy. Undergoing a bizarre transformation. First level, 3rd stage, 4th stage, 7th stage, 8th stage. In mere seconds, he broke through to the 1st level, 8th stage through the feedback from the beasts, and simultaneously felt his body reinforce invisibly, with an additional active skill, gung metal blade, now residing in his mind. This sudden surge of power felt utterly natural, and the skill felt instinctive, ready for use at any moment. It was as though he had painstakingly cultivated it himself. This was the power of spending money. All hard work and sweat. Incredible. Meanwhile, the broadcast in the martial arts hall announced the match information. Liu Bei from Class 7 of the Senior Year 3 would face Yang Wei from Class 5 of Senior Year 3. Both parties are requested to promptly arrive at examination hall number 28. Liu Bei stood up nonchalantly, his body cracking with the sound of popping joints. A splendid show was about to commence. Examination Hall number 28. While referred to as an examination hall, it was essentially a combat arena. Yang Wei stood confidently at the center of the stage, hands behind his back, his demeanor calm and assured. The reason was simple. He had drawn the infamous waist of the entire grade. Upon hearing this news, his friends expressed their envy. This was a guaranteed victory. Whoever faced Liu Bei was akin to acquiring a freebie. At least he would reach the second round. Winning just one more match would grant him a chance for a university admission test. With this thought, he could barely suppress a smile. The only downside was that just moments ago, Yao Yao had called, stating that Liu Bei was unwilling to concede. This irked him slightly, although first level. Second stage was weak, it would still consume some energy. What if he faced a strong opponent later? That little bit of chi could make all the difference. Thus, he decided on a swift resolution, intending to teach the boy a stern lesson for daring to provoke him. Before long, his gaze fell upon the opposite side. A youth clad in a black combat suit approached slowly, black hair and cold eyes, somewhat intimidating. Liu Bei. Yang Wei frowned slightly. He was quite familiar with Liu Bei, having even taken the opportunity to teach him a few lessons in the past. Yet today, Liu Bei exuded a different aura. Below the arena, the crowd murmured with derision. It was Liu Bei, the waste Liu Bei. Would he not simply kneel and concede? First level, second stage against first level. Sixth stage, wasn't he that akin to a father beating his son? How fortunate. If only I had drawn Liu Bei, I would be guaranteed a spot in the second round. 1 minute. I wager this match will conclude in under a minute. I bet 30 seconds. Exceed that, and I'll eat my words. Look at you. Once again trying to cheat and mooch. Liu Bei, just hold on for 31 seconds. The crowd buzzed with their unfiltered opinions. On the opposite side of the crowd stood Tang Yao, her gaze icy, staring daggers at Liu Bei as if ready to grind her teeth to dust. Let us see what you bring to the table against a Wei. Waste is waste. I'm waiting to see you kneeling and begging for mercy. On the arena, Yang Wei fixed his eyes on his opponent, a smile playing on his lips. Liu Bei, it's been a while since I've had the chance to guide you. Why not take this opportunity to enlighten you? Who knows, it might come in handy when you're working as a security guard later. In truth, Yao Yao's advice was for your own good. I've never held back when I strike. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken 2 of your ribs last time. Would I? Upon hearing this, Liu Bei raised his gaze, a smirk tugging at his lips. Your verbal skills are impressive. No wonder that wretched Tang Yao is so fond of you. You must have done plenty of flattery, haven't you? Is the seafood delightful? Beep. Player has utilized metaphor to taunt the opponent, earning 200 violent points. Yang Wei's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly feigned indifference. Liu Bei, why must you block your own path for the sake of pride? I hope you can still manage a smile later. Whether I can smile or not. I hope your strength is as tough as your tongue. Just as Liu Bei finished speaking, the sharp whistle denoting the start of the battle echoed. The battle commenced. In an instant, Liu Bei lowered his stance, his chi and blood surging within, explosively erupting towards his feet. Whoosh. Liu Bei's body shot forth like a spring under immense pressure, appearing before Yang Wei in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch. Buzz. Yang Wei's face turned pale. From his perspective, Liu Bei seemed to vanish in an instant, only to reappear right before him. Before he could react, Liu Bei's fist, imbued with formidable force, bore down upon him. The compressing air generated a terrifying wind pressure, distorting his face. He felt as if he were being beckoned by death itself, experiencing the threat of mortality for the first time. Almost instinctively, he raised his right hand, attempting to block Liu Bei's incoming fist. In the next moment, the impact occurred. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly. Liu Bei's fist showed no sign of slowing, its immense power crushing Yang Wei's arm bones into a V shape before crashing into his chest. Fly. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted as Yang Wei found himself with no means of resistance, sent sprawling backward. 3 seconds later, he crashed heavily against the edge of the arena. Inside the venue, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Before the gaze of hundreds, the school's most notorious underachiever, in a display of utmost ferocity, utterly obliterated a 6th-tier chi master. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Is this truly the school's premier failure? Is this the same Liu Bei who once walked with his head bowed and cowered in the face of adversity? How could this be possible? Just as the spectators believed the battle had concluded, Liu Bei did not relent. With one foot planted firmly on the ground, the arena's stone surface shattered, propelling him forward with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several meters, landing a decisive kick to Yang Wei's chest. Blood gushed from Yang Wei's mouth and nose as he, in sheer terror, exclaimed, "Wait. Hold on." Liu Bei, undeterred, leaned down and unleashed 2 punishing punches, expertly shattering Yang Wei's legs to prevent any chance of escape. "No, Liu Bei, I've made a mistake. Listen to me. Do you even deserve my attention?" Liu Bei retorted, delivering another crushing blow to Yang Wei's nose, the agony from the fractured bones causing tears to stream down Yang Wei's face. Words caught in his throat. He found no opportunity to concede defeat. Meanwhile, Liu Bei noticed the referee still in a state of shock and seized the moment to deliver several more punches. Under the overwhelming force and pain, Yang Wei finally succumbed, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Stop. Cease this at once. Contestant 28, I command you to halt. The referee was flabbergasted. In mere seconds, the victor had been determined. His concern grew as he realized that had he delayed even slightly longer, a student might have been seriously harmed. He understood that being responsible for a student's demise would fall squarely on his shoulders. These students were merely young lads, and any undue force could lead to dire consequences. If he failed to intervene, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. Upon hearing the referee's command, Liu Bei reluctantly withdrew his assault. Still not fast enough. It would have been better to finish him off entirely. Notification. Player publicly brutalizes an opponent of the same tier, gaining 400 violent points. Notification. Under the impact of a heavy strike, the opponent's morale collapses, yielding 1,000 violent points. Elated, Liu Bei turned to the crowd beneath the arena. Among them were many familiar faces, many of whom had previously looked down upon him. A smirk crept across his lips, tinged with a hint of arrogance. A bunch of worthless fools. Chapter 3. Points Allocation Breakthrough. First tier, Great Perfection. The venue fell into a hushed silence, all present awed by Liu Bei's formidable presence. Even as he stood atop the platform, spouting bravado, no one dared to seek the spotlight. However, on the second floor stands, two individuals exchanged concerned glances. Qing Feng, this guy is rather arrogant, isn't he? Remarked a somewhat frivolous youth, while his companion, known as Qing Feng, appeared more composed. Wang Zhou, what do you make of his strength? There's something there, but not much. Likely around the 8th tier of the first level, certainly not a great perfection, and not a match for either of us. Qing Feng nodded slowly in agreement. I remember this individual. He is Lu Nan's elder brother. It was rumored he remained at the 2nd tier of the first level, yet it seems he has concealed his true prowess. At the mention of Lu Nan, both youths stiffened, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Haha, if I were the opponent facing him, I would be utterly bewildered. Who would expect that in this day and age, someone would feign weakness while hiding their strength? Wang Zhou remarked, resting his hands behind his head. But he does possess some ability, albeit limited. Against us, he would face inevitable defeat. Should we inform Sister Wanwan about this? Better not. He isn't at the 2nd tier, so it's not worth alarming her. Heeding Wang Zhou's words, Qing Feng withdrew his gaze, refraining from further observation. Wang Zhou was right. Their focus should be on the impending second round of practical combat outside the city. These classmates were merely engaging in trivial skirmishes. Even the youth on the stage was only worthy of gazing at his own shadow. Meanwhile, Tang Yao felt as if all her strength had been drained. Upon witnessing her male friend, who had just been struck into unconsciousness, she felt as though the sky had fallen. The school's #1 underachiever, after 3 years of cultivation at the 2nd tier of the first level, had somehow steamrolled over the 6th tier Yang Wei. No, this individual must have cheated. He must have employed some underhanded means. Liu Bei, you are truly despicable. Yet even if he surpassed the first round, it would matter little. She was certain he would fail the second round of practical combat. Tang Yao, seething with anger and unable to accept this reality, turned and departed the scene. Liu Bei left the arena, returning to his seat to recuperate. Reflecting on the recent battle, he mused that Yang Wei was indeed a good person. In such a brief encounter, he had garnered a staggering 1,600 points. And with the additional scattered points from his taunts on stage, he now possessed a total of 2,000 points. It seemed he could not rely solely on bravado. Only genuine combat could yield such rewards. To think that such a thrashing could yield so much. What would happen if he were to kill someone? Liu Bei's eyes gleamed with a newfound determination. He felt he needed to find a suitable target and a timely opportunity to test this theory. Yet, he reminded himself not to indulge in indiscriminate killing. If he were to slay recklessly for points, he would merely become a tool himself. Only those deserving of death should be met with such finality. What constitutes a deserving target? Liu Bei harbored his own standards. Once the thought of killing emerged clearly, it was deemed justifiable. With this clarity, Liu Bei closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the next match. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. The intercom crackled to announce his name once more. Senior Class 7's Liu Bei versus Senior Class 9's Zhang Yang. Please prepare. As dusk fell, Liu Bei strode confidently out of the martial arts hall. Unlike his previous entrance, this time the onlookers regarded him with awe. Their mocking remarks vanished into thin air. This was the transformation wrought by strength, so starkly evident in just a few hours. As for the results of the first round, they were undoubtedly in his favor, and his next opponent was a 7th-tier cultivator. Once on stage, within mere seconds, his opponent was sent sprawling from the arena, blood erupting from his mouth. His chest visibly caved in. Liu Bei accrued another 800 violent points. I still held back too much. Only 800 points? Blame that astute referee. He grumbled as he made his way back to his rental room. His homeroom teacher had just informed him that the second round of practical combat outside the city would commence the following day. His immediate task was to continue investing in his strength. Once outside the city, he would face otherworldly beasts for the first time. Upon returning to his familiar room, Liu Bei promptly seated himself cross-legged on the floor. A dark gray light screen materialized before him. Innate dark beast, little black. Level, early stage of the first tier, 8th level. Skills, body enhancement, passive, blade of metal, active. Comprehensive evaluation, in the realm of the dark sea and mountains. You may serve as an excellent source of sustenance for other formidable beings. Violent points, 2800. Ah, this feels delightful. Gazing at the 4-digit violent points, Liu Bei felt a sense of security akin to that of a bygone life spent laboring, only to witness savings accumulate at year's end. Yet, he knew these points could not remain idle. They must be promptly converted into strength. Only by growing stronger could he acquire even more. With this thought, Liu Bei once again opened the card drawing interface. Notification. Would you like to draw a card? Let us begin with a 10 draw to test the waters. Notification. Card drawing in progress. Notification. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a common dark beast, white-haired ape X10. Another round. Notification. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a common dark beast, white-haired ape X10. Damn it. Liu Bei, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist against the ground. Nearly breaking through the floor, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming dread, as if governed by some card-drawing game from a past life. Back in the day, in his desperate pursuit of a rare gold card, he had subsisted on instant noodles for half a month, only to end up with a backpack full of refuse. Indeed, no matter where one finds oneself, game developers are the most unscrupulous of organizations. Gazing at the remaining 800 points, Liu Bei gritted his teeth. Damn it. I'll go all in with these last 800 points. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a common dark beast, white-furred ape 7. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a rare dark beast, Shui Mu Wangxiang. It seems I've struck gold. Liu Bei's gaze sharpened, quickly discerning the information displayed. Shui Mu Wangxiang is actually this creature? A flicker of surprise crossed Liu Bei's mind. Although uncertain of the benefits it would confer, it was undoubtedly promising. In his previous life, he had perused various ancient texts and legends, discovering that Shui Mu Wangxiang signifies the concept of nothingness in Taoism. The mental response it suggests is akin to a meditative state of self-forgetfulness. Hence the Taoist texts reference Wangxiang as possessing the Xian Pearl, with Wangxiang being a term for enlightenment. In Liu Bei's interpretation, it embodies the unity of heaven and man. If he could acquire this skill, it would immensely benefit his future martial arts cultivation. With this thought, Liu Bei wasted no time and activated his devouring skill. Ding. Skill Devour activated. Once all the beasts in the card pool vanished, Liu Bei eagerly opened his panel. Innate Dark Beast, Xiaohe, Realm, First Stage Great Perfection. Skills, Body Enhancement, Passive. Unity of Heaven and Man, Passive. Blade of Metal, Active. Comprehensive Evaluation, in the dark, monstrous world akin to the classic of mountains and seas. You may serve as a worthy source of nourishment in the eyes of other formidable beings. Violence points, 0. Liu Bei was momentarily stunned. Are you kidding me? A total of 27 common dark beasts and 1 rare dark beast. Although it may not compare to the scarce bloodline of the dark white tiger, the quantity is impressive. Why has it only reached first stage great perfection after all this time? However, he soon grasped the crux of the matter. As the realm advances, the required quantity likely increases. Moreover, unlike the previous minor realms, this time he was crossing into a major realm, hence the insufficiency. In light of this, it seemed reasonable. Thankfully, he had indeed acquired the skill of unity of heaven and man regrettably. Liu Bei had intended to break through to the second stage before participating in the practical combat outside the city, as it would provide a more solid foundation. After all, he was aware that several so-called geniuses within the school were reportedly above the second stage. Oh well. With first stage great perfection combined with the skills of the dark white tiger, perhaps he could still hold his own. If all else fails, he could always find a couple of unfortunate souls tomorrow to grind a bit. With such thoughts, Liu Bei initiated the skill feedback. Ding. Skill feedback activated. Soon, his vital energy surged, and Liu Bei could distinctly feel the qi within him amplifying. From first stage 8th layer to first stage 9th layer, reaching great perfection. As his eyes opened, he could sense the tumultuous qi surging within him. In a single day, he had traversed 7 minor realms. This is the allure of spending money. Truly, it felt like a cheat. Compared to those geniuses who progressed steadily, the disparity in cultivation speed was glaringly apparent. Liu Bei smiled with satisfaction at this realization. He would wash up and retire for the night early to rejuvenate his spirit for tomorrow's practical combat. The next morning, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the curtains to flutter. Liu Bei briskly drew the curtains open, his steely gaze reflected in the glass. It was time to rendezvous at the city gate. Chapter 4. If you don't recognize me, then roll. At the southern exit of Jianghai Bay City, students clad in their respective school uniforms gathered under the guidance of their school leaders at the city gate. Naturally, Liu Bei was among them. Scanning his surroundings and noting that their 6th school had the fewest students passing the assessment, it was no wonder that their admission rate was the lowest each year. The reasons were clear. After waiting for nearly an hour, a man draped in a cloak emerged from atop the city wall. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I am He Ling, the head of this year's major examination in the Yunchang district of Jianghai Bay City. The second round of the annual major exam will commence shortly, but first, I have 2 points to clarify. Firstly, according to regulations, all examinees need only to slay 4 early-stage abnormal beasts, 2 mid-stage, or 1 late-stage to complete the basic assessment. Students aspiring to attend prestigious universities must attempt to slay beasts of the 2nd stage or higher, with 2 kills meeting the minimum standard. More kills will yield better results. And those who excel may even earn the opportunity to apply to top-tier institutions. Secondly, once you leave the city, you step into the world of Qi masters, where injuries and even death are unavoidable, so do not naively assume that someone will protect you. You alone are responsible for assessing any dangerous actions. Lastly, a reminder, beasts of the same realm possess formidable physiques and inherent advantages, so please act within your limits. If necessary, quickly crush the special communication device to signify withdrawal. It will generate a shield specifically designed to protect against 2nd stage and lower beasts, capable of withstanding attacks for 20 minutes during which help will arrive. With that, the cloaked man waved his hand. That concludes the announcements. The exam formation is now activated. You may proceed to exit the city in an orderly manner. In the next moment, the towering city gates of the base city slowly opened. The schools at the front began to exit, with those behind following suit. As it was not yet their turn, the teachers from 6th school continued to remind their students. Stay together and adhere to the principle of mutual assistance. While being particularly cautious of students from other schools, don't lose your communication devices. They can be essential for seeking help. Your life is paramount. There are many types of abnormal beasts, some swift, some powerful. Learn to observe their weaknesses. You 3 or 4 can form a group for added safety. Listening to the chatter, Liu Bei felt little impact. Exiting the city could simply be understood as entering the realm of abnormal beasts, where laws would be non-existent. The dangers faced would not only stem from the beasts, but potentially from fellow humans as well. Thus, Liu Bei had long resolved to adopt the role of a lone wolf. It's our turn, everyone. Let us move, the principal commanded. And soon the students began their march toward the city gate. A few minutes later, having traversed the thick city walls, Liu Bei found himself outside the city. Even though he had anticipated it, he was still struck with a sense of awe at the scene before him. Rows of laser cannons and various unfamiliar weapons were mounted atop the city walls, while beyond them lay a desolate landscape, overgrown with wild grass, and littered with the remnants of ancient automobiles on the cracked cement roads. In the distance, he could see collapsed buildings, overrun with greenery, as if humanity had been obliterated. It was hard to imagine that just a century ago, this place had been bustling with human activity. Such was the devastation wrought by the abnormal beasts. As if civilization itself had been devoured, Liu Bei lingered momentarily, reflecting on the scene, before turning to venture outward. The examination range was set between 15 to 20 kilometers from the walls. With the examination formation in place, beasts of the 3rd stage and above could not enter, allowing him to venture further outwards. As he sprinted across the terrain, his thoughts racing, Liu Bei moved at a speed comparable to household vehicles. This formidable physique, benefiting not only from the advantages of his realm, but also from the body enhancement passive skill, allowed him to feel a force honing his internal organs with each elevation in realm. It was no exaggeration to say that in battles of the same level, he possessed a distinct advantage purely from his physical prowess. Roar! Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, compelling Liu Bei to halt in his tracks. Soon, a creature resembling a cross between a tiger and a mastiff, its fur as dark as night, approached slowly from the distance, a pungent odor wafting towards Liu Bei. His eyes glimmered with excitement as he observed the beast, a mid-level 1st-tier entity known as the Tiger Mastiff Beast, presenting an excellent opportunity for practice. The Tiger Mastiff Beast, noticing the unmoving human before it, let out a fierce roar and charged, enveloped in a gust of foul wind. Liu Bei deftly sidestepped the onslaught, instinctively delivering a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen. As if a dam within him had burst, an overwhelming surge of energy poured forth, accompanied by a cacophony of metallic vibrations, causing the Tiger Mastiff Beast to disintegrate mid-air into shredded flesh. Moments later, a crystal core, roughly the size of a fist, plummeted to the ground. What? It's gone already? Ding. Player showcases prowess, ruthlessly slaying an adorable beast, earning 100 brutality points. Adorable? Indeed. Compared to the dark, malevolent creatures from the Dark Mountain and Sea Chronicles, it appeared somewhat endearing. Liu Bei, astonished and somewhat sarcastic, had anticipated a fierce battle but instead had felled the beast with a single blow. It could only be said that the ferocious energy imbued by the divine power of the dark white tiger was overwhelmingly lethal, reducing the beast to mere scraps. He picked up the crystal core and pocketed it. Such items could aid in cultivation and could be sold for tens of thousands, more valuable than gold. However, for him, it was somewhat superfluous, as the energy within the crystal was far less effective than the resources he had personally invested in. Nonetheless, the brutality points provided by the beast were a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, low-level creatures lacked the intelligence to offer substantial rewards. Liu Bei's gaze shifted towards the distant forest. Even lesser prey could be useful. It seemed prudent to seize the opportunity to slay a few more. He could utilize his passive skill of harmonization to gain more practical combat experience. With this thought, he moved swiftly toward the forest. Meanwhile, at another location outside the examination grounds, a boy swiftly severed the head of the last beast and extracted its crystal core, grinning as he spoke. We are a team of 4, with a minimum target of slaying 16 first-tier early-stage beasts. We've already completed half, thanks to Qian Ji's assistance. The boy referred to as Qian Go, whose real name was Qian Yu, nodded nonchalantly in response to the accolades. Lu Gang, you flatter me. We are all friends here. And cooperation is the true path to success. Tang Yao chimed in with a sycophantic smile. Qian Gu is among the top 10 in our school, just 2 months ago. He reached the pinnacle of the first tier. Slaying these early-stage beasts is as easy as cutting through vegetables. Indeed, with this support, they would all smoothly enter university. And they would undoubtedly rely on Qian Gu in the future. The last member, Sun Wu, finished collecting the crystal cores and began to flatter Qian Yu as well. There was no denying that Qian Yu was formidable. Out of the 8 beasts they had slain, 5 were at his hands. Alas, it was unfortunate. At that moment, Tang Yao shifted the topic, instantly capturing the group's attention. What's wrong? Qian Yu turned to see Tang Yao frowning slightly and promptly inquired. Seeing his concern, Tang Yao feigned regret. I just feel a bit sorry for Yang Wei. If he hadn't been undermined by Liu Bei, he would likely be in the second round now. Qian Yu frowned at her words, prompting Tang Yao to quickly clarify. But don't get me wrong, Qian Gu, Yang Wei and I are merely friends. Unlike you and me, I'm just lamenting for a friend. Only then did Qian Yu's expression soften, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Particularly, Tang Yao's earlier remark about their differing relationships made him feel a sense of importance and a flicker of romantic interest. At that moment, Lu Gang, who had been silent, could no longer restrain himself. Isn't Liu Bei your boyfriend? Tang Yao's expression shifted dramatically, nearly cursing aloud. This fool, can't he keep his mouth shut? It's just a baseless rumor. In truth, he has been pestering me, even claiming publicly that I'm his girlfriend, and those from other classes took him seriously. As a result, Liu Bei harbors resentment, which is why he targeted my friend Yang Wei so viciously. The others are manageable, but I'm truly worried that Liu Bei will continue to harass me. Qian Yu's disposition darkened at this revelation. Tang Yao was someone he was keen on. If such trivial matters couldn't be resolved, how could he hope to win her affection? With this thought, Qian Yu spoke up. It's certainly not your fault. Liu Bei has acted excessively, right? I think so too. Here's what we'll do. Qian Yu gently took Tang Yao's hand. You contact Liu Bei, and I will handle this matter for you. Really? Qian Yu waved his hand confidently. Of course, it's true. Tang Yao's face brightened. The reason she quickly aligned herself with Qian Yu was to deal with Liu Bei. On one hand, she couldn't swallow the humiliation Liu Bei had caused her, and on the other, she felt a vague fear that he might retaliate. Thus, it was wise to seek a stronger ally to confront Liu Bei, striking first. I'll contact him now. Qian Gu, don't be too angry. Just break a few of his bones. I understand. You can rest assured. The two beside them shuddered at her words. This woman truly had a dark heart, suggesting the breaking of bones so casually. Unfazed, Tang Yao swiftly produced her communicator and dialed Liu Bei's number. However, as soon as she dialed, the line returned a busy tone. Her expression changed, and she chuckled awkwardly. He didn't pick up. He's probably doing it on purpose. Qian Yu, seeing this, fetched his own communicator. Give me the number. I'll call. After dialing, a youthful voice answered on the other end. Who is this? Liu Bei? I'm Qian Yu from Class 2, Senior 3. You should have seen my name on the school ranking list. You can call me Qian Gu. However, before Qian Yu could finish, Liu Bei's cold reply cut through the line. I don't know you. Get lost. Following that, the call ended abruptly. Chapter 5. Don't leave. Wait for me right there. Qian Yu felt his blood pressure spike, nearly bursting into a tirade. He had been exceedingly confident, being among the top 10 in Senior 3. His notoriety meant that no student from the school should be unaware of him. He had envisioned that upon recognizing his name, Liu Bei would respond with deference, if not trepidation, allowing him to command Liu Bei to come meet him, thus enhancing his image in front of the girl. Yet, the outcome was utterly unexpected. After he activated the speakerphone, Liu Bei had audaciously told him to get lost, and claimed not to recognize him. Qian Yu's face turned a shade darker, his grip on the communicator trembling with frustration. Was this guy seeking death? Tang Yao, noticing Qian Yu's expression, instantly comprehended the fury within him. Reminiscent of her own experience of being insulted, she quickly interjected, ready to stoke the flames. Look at him. Qian Gu. He doesn't even respect your name. He would never have dared this before. Sun Wu and Lu Gang joined in, fanning the flames further. Damn, how arrogant. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was Qi Qingfeng. Qian Gu. If it were me, I couldn't stand it either. He is too damn cocky. We must teach him a lesson and send him to the hospital with Yang Wei. Qian Yu, already feeling humiliated and seething with anger, was now even more incensed by their words. He longed to rush over and give Liu Bei a proper thrashing. I'll call him again and give him one more chance. If he still doesn't know his place, humph. With that, He redialed the number. A few seconds later, Liu Bei actually answered. Liu Bei, listen carefully. I'm Qianyu from Senior 3, and I need to discuss something with you. I shall not concern myself with the matters between you and Yang Wei. However, Tang Yao is my friend, and your series of actions have inflicted harm upon her. I now present you with an opportunity to apologize to her in person and assure her that you will cease all further entanglements. Following these words from Qianyu, there was a moment of silence within the communicator. It was only a few seconds later that the calm voice of Liu Bei emerged. Qianyu, is it? Please inform me of your location, and I shall come to find you. Upon hearing this, a smirk of triumph crept onto Qianyu's lips. See, this so-called Liu Bei, upon realizing his standing, has indeed grown timid. This lad likely has no understanding of his own rank. After hanging up the call, he must have inquired, and, upon learning Qianyu's name, has been quick to back down. Very well, consider it luck for him that he has yielded so swiftly. Soon, I shall break 2 of his ribs to teach him a lesson. We are at South District, Grid 12. I grant you half an hour, otherwise. Fear not. I shall arrive in 5 minutes, Liu Bei replied calmly. By the way, do not leave. Ensure you wait for my arrival. Well, you are somewhat sensible, Qianyu remarked. After which he heard the call disconnect. He then turned to face Tang Yao. This fellow likely knows who I am now. He inquired about our location and is hastily making his way here to apologize. Tang Yao paused momentarily, recalling Liu Bei's proud gaze from yesterday, and a wave of satisfaction washed over her. A dog that had obeyed for 2 years suddenly rebelling was something she could hardly accept, unless Liu Bei was thoroughly crushed. A knot would always remain in her heart. Fortunately, Liu Bei's ferocity was but fleeting. With a first-tier consummate like Qianyu present, Liu Bei was destined to lose. At this moment, Liu Gang, who had been silent for a considerable time, finally spoke up. But I have heard that Liu Bei's brother is quite formidable. Should we be concerned about dealing with his elder brother? You need not worry on that front. I assure you there will be no issues. Tang Yao replied confidently. Liu Bei is such a useless fool that even his own brother does not wish to associate with him. Otherwise, he would not be left alone in the Zhanghai-based city. Upon hearing this, the last vestiges of Qianyu's concern vanished, replaced by a tranquil smile. What I am worried about now is whether this fellow might simply run away. That is indeed a possibility. After all, at most, he is at the 7th or 8th level of the first tier, while Brother Qian is a consummate first tier. The monk may run, but the temple cannot be escaped. After the exams, we can wait for him at his rented apartment. Liu Gang laughed, agreeing with the sentiment. The 4 of them were now in a relaxed and carefree state of mind. There was no need to worry about the examination tasks. Following Qianyu guaranteed them a place in university. They could even witness Qianyu teach Liu Bei a lesson. It felt as if this outing was akin to a leisurely vacation, complete with an additional show to enjoy. How delightful. However, just as they were engaged in laughter and conversation, a distant rumble resonated, and a thick cloud of dust began to billow from the ground, as though a vehicle were racing at breakneck speed. Before anyone could react, Sun Wu was suddenly struck by something, propelling him into the air, where he spun several times before crashing down with a thud. As the dust settled, the 3 beheld Sun Wu, who lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his complexion pale, chest sunken, and arms contorted in an irregular manner. I apologize, I couldn't stop in time. As the voice materialized, Liu Bei emerged slowly from the dust, an excited smile gracing his lips. Who could fathom how exhilarated he felt upon receiving the second call? Initially, he had been disinterested, as he did not know Qianyu. However, upon hearing it was related to Yang Wei and Tang Yao, he was intrigued. How could he resist? Before departing, he had contemplated finding a suitable target in an appropriate location to test how many points could be gained from committing murder. And now, here was someone delivering themselves right to his doorstep. As for Tang Yao, he felt no remorse for killing her. Given her years of exploitation of the original owner, she had more than earned her sentence. Moreover, she now sought to use others to deal with him in this lawless place outside the city. Even a fool would understand her intentions. Since that was the case, being courteous would only seem pretentious, would it not? As for the other accomplices, they could be disregarded. Suspicion was sufficient to deal with them all. After all, should his strength prove inadequate, these individuals would not hesitate to take him down. Qianyu forcibly regained his composure, gazing at the fallen Sun Wu with a dark expression. Liu Bei, are you seeking death? Tang Yao and Liu Gang, upon witnessing this, stood firmly beside Qianyu, glaring at him fiercely. How cruel you are, Liu Bei! We merely called you over to discuss matters, and you have the audacity to injure your fellow student upon arrival. Liu Gang's mouth opened, but he quickly realized he could not articulate as well as Tang Yao, so he resorted to nodding vehemently, declaring, indeed. Qianyu took a deep breath, his internal energy beginning to circulate, swirling around him in powerful vortices. I initially intended to grant you an opportunity. Breaking 2 of your ribs would suffice. However, I have now decided to render you incapacitated. He continued. I will take you back to the city and inform the teachers that you have assaulted a fellow student without provocation, causing grievous harm. At that point, not only will you be unable to attend university, but you will also face the school's repercussions. Liu Bei, upon hearing this, seldom smiled. And then, Tang Yao continued menacingly. Then the two of us will serve as witnesses. Prepare yourself for punishment. Indeed, we can testify. Liu Bei rubbed his wrist, appearing somewhat bored. You all had the chance to intimidate me, and this is the extent of your threats? If that is the case, allow me to teach you what genuine fear feels like. The moment his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted in the air. With 2 swift steps, Liu Bei shattered the ground beneath him like a spider's web, the cracks spreading outward. In the next instant, he appeared before Qianyu, arms outstretched as though to embrace someone. Then, with a sudden force, his palms came crashing together. Crack! Liu Bei's hands met with a resounding clap. Indeed, they came together. In that moment, Qianyu had transformed into a headless corpse, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 6. Breakthrough to the second tier. At this moment, Tang Yao and Lu Gang stood frozen in shock, while the gravely injured Sun Wu on the ground dared not even groan. The three began to question their own wakefulness. As the scene before them appeared surreal, how could such a powerful Qianyu be slain so effortlessly? They had not even witnessed him attempt to resist. All they saw was a fleeting shadow before it was over. What manner of creature was Liu Bei? They were all students. Yet how could he manage to kill with a smile upon his face? The critical question remained. What was Liu Bei's true strength? Had he not been at the 7th or 8th level of the first tier? Lu Gang's legs had begun to tremble, and casting a glance at Tang Yao, he was consumed by resentment. It was all due to this damned harlot. Had it not been for her, they would have had no ties to Liu Bei whatsoever. Now that Qianyu lay dead, failure in the upcoming exams was inevitable, and the critical concern was whether they could even survive. With this thought, Lu Gang instinctively clasped his hands in supplication. Brother Liu, we were merely passing through. This has nothing to do with us. Beside him, Sun Wu, who lay like a dog on the ground, echoed, Yes, yes. It's all this wretched woman's fault. We had no knowledge of it. Liu Bei regarded the three with keen interest, particularly the pale-faced Tang Yao before him. Truth be told, he had not wished to kill indiscriminately. However, Tang Yao's reckless behavior strongly suggested that if he did not resolve this matter swiftly, it would lead to greater troubles in the future. In novels, there often exists such a character. Each time you strike her, not only does she remain unafraid, but her resentment towards you intensifies, prompting her to seek out more formidable allies to confront you. In the past, whenever Liu Bei encountered such scenarios, he couldn't help but voice his disdain. Why not just end it with a single punch? Why offer her a chance to scheme? Thus, upon hearing that Qianyu sought him out because of Tang Yao, he swiftly decreed her fate. He was not one of those overly righteous protagonists. At heart, he was merely a self-serving modern individual, possessing a clear self-awareness. Killing was something one could grow accustomed to after a few attempts. Liu Bei, I mean no harm. I merely wish to meet you. Tang Yao's gaze met that of the youth, who seemed devoid of any emotion, sending tremors through her heart. Liu Bei, would you consider me your girlfriend? Shall we retreat to a room together? I will do anything you ask. Anything. Liu Bei stepped closer to assess her. Tang Yao's eyes sparkled at the prospect. If she could win Liu Bei's favor, she could ensure her survival and navigate the upcoming examination smoothly. She nodded eagerly. I truly mean it. I'll do anything. I can accompany you in all your pursuits. Liu Bei, I am exceedingly obedient. Tang Yao gazed at the young man with anticipation, hoping for a nod or even the faintest hint of a smile. Alas, apologies, but you are simply too unattractive. I feel nothing. In an instant, a slender hand grasped Tang Yao's head, and with a surge of energy, Liu Bei slammed her down with a single hand. Bang! With a sickening crunch, Tang Yao's skull fractured, crimson and white splattering the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief as life slipped away. Liu Bei squatted beside her lifeless form, wiping his hands on her resilient chest, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. What audacity to attempt seduction! What a preposterous jest! Women merely hinder the speed of his punches. Unless he had completely lost his mind. Lu Gang, witnessing the scene, was utterly horrified. At such a tender age, he had never encountered such brutality. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Oh, dare you escape? Liu Bei's figure flickered, catching up to Lu Gang in mere seconds, and with a burst of energy, he unleashed a powerful punch. Lu Gang froze, glancing down to see a bloodied fist embedded in his chest. In the blink of an eye, 3 lives had been extinguished. And the last one, Sun Wu, lay on the ground in utter despair. Even in his stupor, he understood he was doomed. Liu Bei's merciless slaughter of the trio indicated his intention to leave no witnesses. Returning was tantamount to ensuring his silence. All because of Tang Yao's provocation. 3 lives had been drawn to their demise. Approaching Sun Wu, who lay numb on the ground, Liu Bei opted not to mock him further. With a single foot, he crushed the youth's chest, bringing this conflict to a close. Beep. The feast begins. Congratulations, player, for slaying a first-tier, 9th-level Chi Master, earning 1,900 points of infamy. Beep. Congratulations, player, for slaying a first-tier 6th-level Chi Master, earning 1,600 points of infamy. Beep. Congratulations, player, for slaying a first-tier 8th-level Chi Master, earning 1,800 points of infamy. Beep. Congratulations, player, for slaying a first-tier 7th-level Chi Master, earning 1,700 points of infamy. Liu Bei gazed at the flood of notifications, nearly grinning from ear to ear. The transformed crimson text stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Indeed, killing and arson did yield golden rewards. The influx of infamy points was exhilarating. Opening the interface, he noted, infamy points, 7,400. The four had collectively provided a substantial 7,000 points of infamy, with the remainder stemming from a few beasts he had dispatched. Not one to dawdle, he resolved to spend his hard-earned points. He meticulously scavenged the crystal cores from the fallen, then sought a relatively secure spot to allocate his points. Beep. Would you like to draw cards? 20 consecutive draws initiated. Beep. Card drawing in progress. Beep. Congratulations, player, for acquiring a common dark beast, white-haired ape X20. Again. Beep. Congratulations, player, for acquiring a common dark beast, white-haired ape X20. Come on. Beep. Congratulations, player, for acquiring a common dark beast, white-haired ape X20. Liu Bei was exasperated, speechless. So, it seemed that the earlier draws of the dark white tiger and the waterwood phantom had been the pinnacle of luck. After expending 6,000 points of infamy, all he received were ordinary dark beasts. Gazing at the remaining 1,400 points, he deemed it unwise to gamble further. With 60 white-haired apes in the card pool, he consoled himself that they could at least be utilized for devouring and enhancing his rank. Surely, 60 would suffice to cultivate to the second tier, right? Beep. Skill Devour activated. As the light shimmered, Liu Bei soon found relief upon reviewing the information displayed. Inherent Dark Beast, Little Black. Rank, second tier, first level, late stage. Skills, Physical Enhancement, passive, Unity of Man and Nature, passive, Blade of Metal, active. Comprehensive Evaluation, cultivation is yielding initial results. You are now qualified to emerge from your nest. Infamy points, 1,400. Beep. Skill feedback activated. Liu Bei sat cross-legged, the familiar sensation returning. Moments later, he rose and flicked his fingers. With a sharp whoosh, a black energy blade surged forth, cleaving into the rock wall dozens of meters away, leaving a half-meter deep scar. The energy had initially separated, the metal essence transforming into a blade. He had reached the second tier. At this moment, Liu Bei felt emboldened, ready to roam unabashedly in the upcoming examination. In the entirety of Jianghai Bay City, within the Yunchang District's 9 high schools, every institution boasted prodigious students of the second tier and above. And now, he too had officially stepped into this realm. Chapter 7. Come here to meet your end. Outside the examination grounds of Jianghai Bay City, 2 figures darted through the thicket, pursued closely by another. Stop running. Can't you see you can't shake me off? Why struggle in vain? Upon hearing this, the 2 figures ceased their flight, turning to confront their pursuer. Lu Zhong, do not overstep your bounds. We have already handed over the crystal cores. What more do you want? The youth known as Lu Zhong let out a derisive laugh. Zhou Min, Zhao Peng, what do you think I desire? Have you handed over everything in your possession? Zhou Min's countenance darkened as he bellowed. We have already given you the crystal cores of the second-tier beasts. Lu Zhong, do not push your luck. Zhao Peng added. Both of us possess second-tier, first-level strength. Hailing from the elite class of Yunchang District No. 9, we entered this examination to collaborate and hunt more second-tier beasts, ensuring our eligibility for prestigious universities. Yet, who could have anticipated encountering this genius student from No. 3, Lu Zhong? Lu Zhong's strength was formidable, at least at the third level of the second tier. What was more, he practiced combat techniques, an uncommon skill not easily acquired. Even united, the 2 could not gain the upper hand against him. Lu Zhong burst into laughter. Oh, you 2 are quite amusing. Our early education teaches us that strength reigns supreme. I seize your second-tier crystal cores because your abilities are simply too lacking. I am not unreasonable. In fact, I had been trailing behind you ever since I entered. I am aware that you still possess a second-tier crystal core. Hand it over, and I shall take my leave. You still have 2 days to hunt. It's not as if opportunities are scarce. Upon hearing these words, the 2 were incensed. Their teeth clenched in frustration. The audacity of someone who had been lurking behind them all along, waiting for them to slay beasts in order to seize their hard-earned spoils. After they had painstakingly defeated 2 second-tier beasts, this individual had the gall to come and snatch the 2 crystal cores, which would ensure their eligibility for admission into prestigious universities. It was as if they had been unwittingly working for someone else's premeditated scheme. Lu Zhong, do not go too far. If you possess such strength, why do you not dare to slay the beasts yourself? Of course I would slay them. Just not at this moment. Lu Zhong, growing impatient, retorted, enough with the idle chatter. Hand it over quickly, lest I be forced to act. Zhou Min and Zhao Peng exchanged dark glances, contemplating their next move. We can give it to you, but the matter will be reported truthfully. You are aware that the crystal cores you acquire are obtained through theft. Aren't you concerned about how this will affect your evaluation? Oh, you need not worry about that. I shall be candid with you. The top students from our 3rd middle school, as well as from the 2nd and 1st middle schools, have conspired to hunt down a second-tier beast at the pinnacle of its kind. At that moment, a single crystal core will significantly enhance the scores of those participating in the assault. Lu Zhong asserted with unwavering confidence. completely unconcerned about the possibility of being reported. The transition of a beast into the third tier is a watershed moment, as they begin to develop intelligence and can wield their racial skills, posing a considerable threat in the wild. Thus, the merit of jointly hunting a beast on the verge of advancing to the third tier far exceeds that of dispatching a few early-stage second-tier beasts. Even if the accolades are shared among many, it would be more than sufficient. There is even a chance to participate in the assessments of the nation's top universities. As a formidable member of the third middle school, Lu Zhong naturally had the right to partake. Moreover, this information was known only to the top 3 schools in the Yunchang district. The other institutions were entirely dismissed and not considered for inclusion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min and Zhao Peng were left in shock. Was this truly the disparity between individuals? While they were still toiling away at slaying early-stage second-tier beasts, these others had already set their sights on the apex of the second tier. In light of this, even if they were to report them, it would likely have little impact. As this realization dawned upon them, they felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Escape was impossible, and they were no match for their assailants. I shall give you 10 seconds to consider. Otherwise, I will act, and you may not appreciate the consequences for your future endeavors, Lu Zhong warned menacingly. Instinctively, the two glanced at each other, only to see anger reflected in their eyes. It was indeed difficult to swallow the prospect of relinquishing the crystal cores they had worked so hard to obtain. But did they really want to engage in a fight? Just as they hesitated, the sound of rapid footsteps approached from afar. They instinctively turned to look, only to see a boy in 6th middle school attire sprinting towards the nearby forest with incredible speed. Zhou Ming instinctively moved his head, hoping to utilize this unfortunate passerby to break the deadlock. However, before he could formulate his plan, Zhao Peng had already taken action. Without hesitation, Zhao Peng hurled the second-tier crystal core towards Liu Bei's direction, exclaiming, "Friend, you have arrived just in time. Please take this." Liu Bei, equally bewildered, had been contemplating the lack of excitement near the city walls and was preparing to venture further out. He figured he could always flee if he encountered a formidable beast. Yet, just as he was about to proceed, a second-tier crystal core was suddenly thrown at him, accompanied by an enthusiastic greeting. Though confused, the exemplary values instilled in him through 9 years of compulsory education prevented him from allowing such a resource to go to waste. Thus, he leaped and deftly caught the crystal core midair. At that moment, Lu Zhong, who had previously believed his success was assured, was incensed. How could this opportunity slip away? Prestigious universities required at least 2 crystal cores, and he had no desire to waste time searching for beasts. This crystal core was his insurance. Just in case the plan to ambush the second-tier beast failed, he would still have a fallback to aim for the esteemed institutions. As Lu Zhong pondered, his gaze shifted to the figure now holding the crystal core. The aura was unmistakable. This boy had just entered the second tier, a mere novice in the second tier. When paired with 2 seasoned second-tier individuals, should not be beyond his capability to defeat. After all, he had mastered combat techniques, which set him apart from the trio. With this thought, he felt a surge of confidence. The newcomer from the 6th middle school was not to be underestimated. Liu Bei, however, remained unfazed. Despite the suddenness of the acquisition, he understood one immutable principle. Once something was in his possession, there was no reason to relinquish it. Ignoring Lu Zhong's demands, he tucked the crystal core into his pocket. At this moment, Zhou Min and Zhao Peng hurriedly approached, deliberately positioning themselves near Liu Bei. This friend over here, the individual from 3rd middle school, Lu Zhong, has a strength rating of second tier 3. Perhaps the 3 of us can force him to retreat. Huh? Force me to retreat? Have you ever heard of the combat technique, Earth Fiend Step? Do not forget that we are outside the city, where no laws bind us. And no one will care if lives are lost. Lu Zhong replied with a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min's expression shifted. As the Earth Fiend Step was a renowned technique exclusive to the top 10 students of 3rd middle school, requiring a substantial fee to learn. This technique was said to possess tremendous power, nearing the threshold of A-class techniques. When released, it enveloped the area in a dark mist, obscuring vision and enhancing physical strength, while simultaneously diminishing the opponent's energy. If struck by the fiend, recovering from its effects could take days. If Lu Zhong indeed possessed this technique, he could potentially defeat 3 opponents. Lu Zhong was well aware of the technique's potency and spoke with increasing arrogance. You, a mere student from 6th middle school, I advise you to hand over the crystal core immediately. Otherwise, before Lu Zhong could finish his threat, he noticed the handsome young man opposite him revealing cold, piercing eyes, accompanied by a hint of a chilling smile. You need not threaten me. Just come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 8. Instantaneous and unscathed. Zhou Min's eyes widened in disbelief, and Zhao Peng was equally astonished. They initially thought they had misheard. No, friend, do not provoke him. We only need to drive him back. They were acutely aware that such bold words would ignite even the calmest individual. Lu Zhong was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that a few threats would suffice to intimidate his opponents. After all, the Earth Fiend Step was somewhat famous, especially in the Yunchang district. Who was unaware of its reputation? If a confrontation ensued, the three of them would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Yet reality often diverges from expectations. And this newcomer had the audacity to challenge him directly. This had transcended the mere question of the crystal core. Did Lu Zhong have no pride? Very well. You have chosen your path to destruction. Should anyone lose their life in this confrontation, you shall have no one to blame but yourselves. I intended to grant you an opportunity, but since you are unwilling to be reasonable, do not expect me to show mercy. I will ensure your demise. As Lu Zhong began to elaborate further, he was suddenly gripped by terror as the figure of the youth before him transformed into a phantom, tracing an almost imperceptible trajectory through the air. When his vision refocused, the young man was already less than a meter away from him. I shall teach you to silence your tongue. As the tempest surged, Liu Bei extended his arms, resembling a grand bow drawn taut under the full moon. Before him stood Lu Zhong, his expression one of sheer astonishment. With a singular, unembellished punch, Liu Bei unleashed a devastating force, the explosive energy resonating through the air like a sonic boom. What audacity! If you seek death, then let it be granted. Lu Zhong's pupils dilated, his breath creating ripples in the air as he prepared to retaliate. With a sudden flourish, he invoked the earthly fiend's step, enveloping himself in a shroud of dark energy. His foot lifted to strike at Liu Bei. The sheer power of his kick, fueled by his mastery of energy manipulation, was intended to instill fear in the two bystanders. With his prowess at the pinnacle of the second tier, coupled with years of rigorous training, he was confident in his invincibility among peers, particularly against a youth whose cultivation was evidently inferior. To him, the opponent was already akin to a corpse. The clash of fists and feet reverberated through the air, compressing it into a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Zhong's right leg, mid-attack, grotesquely contorted before his very eyes, sending waves of terror coursing through him as the specter of death loomed. A searing pain followed, and to his horror, he beheld his own shin bone piercing through his knee. Boom. Crack. My leg. Lu Zhong was propelled backward by the sheer might, soaring several meters before tumbling to the ground, clutching his injured leg in agony. What had happened to his earlier bravado? Liu Bei approached with menacing intent, his hand morphing into a claw as dozens of energy blades materialized between his fingers. I was wrong, brother. Spare me. I do not wish to die. You do not wish to die? Then must I perish instead? Liu Bei retorted coldly, showing no hesitation. The energy blades sliced through the air with ferocity, and within mere seconds, Lu Zhong's screams faded into silence. Only the remnants of his body, steaming and lifeless, remained, with a pool of his internal organs staining the ground. Ding. Player has executed a flawless kill on the third-tier genius Lu Zhong, earning 2,300 points of brutality. Zhou Min and his companion, witnesses to the brutal confrontation, instinctively swallowed hard. In a mere span of seconds, Lu Zhong had been reduced to a grotesque spectacle. Good heavens! Is this still human? Despite their upbringing, which emphasized the inevitability of bloodshed, and their teachers' admonitions to be prepared for death beyond the city walls, they had never anticipated that taking a life could be so effortlessly achieved, especially that of Lu Zhong, a third-tier genius, who had been obliterated in the midst of unleashing his martial prowess. The two exchanged glances at Liu Bei's school uniform, their minds racing with a singular question. When had such a formidable figure emerged from their institution? Was it the notorious Xiao Wanwan? No, the gender didn't team-match. Qi Qingfeng, Wang Zhou, Li Qiu, none of them possessed such overwhelming strength. If any of them did, their school would not be in its current state. Ignoring the expressions of shock on their faces, Liu Bei adhered to his established habit of looting the fallen. To expedite the process, he simply yanked Lu Zhong's satchel and slung it over his shoulder. Wait, inside is a second-tier crystal core, Zhao Peng blurted out, only to be abruptly silenced by Zhou Min, who sensed the impending danger. The next moment, realization dawned upon Zhao Peng, his body drenched in cold sweat. He had nearly crossed a fatal line. This individual had dispatched Lu Zhong without a second thought. Surely, eliminating the two of them would be even easier. Zhou Min, equally startled, nearly leaped to chastise Zhao Peng for his folly. Are you out of your mind? Here we are, and you're worried about some crystal cores? The youth before them was truly capable of murder. After exchanging a cautionary glance with Zhao Peng, Zhou Min clasped his fists together, stating, "My friend, your strength is formidable." And Lu Zhong brought this upon himself. Now that the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave. Please take care. With that, he turned to depart. But Liu Bei's voice halted them. Stay right there. I was simply minding my own business when you two conspired against me, dragging me into your conflict. Were it not for my means of self-preservation, I might very well have perished. How do you propose to rectify this situation? As Liu Bei rose, his icy gaze bore into them. Zhou Min felt a chill run down his spine, rendering him immobile. After several agonizing seconds, he finally mustered the courage to speak. You are correct, my friend. We do not dispute your claims, but allow us to clarify. We never intended to harm you. We only sought to ensnare you in our conflict, believing that together we could all escape unscathed. Lu Zhong might have a chance of victory, but he could never kill all three of us. Zhao Peng, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, quickly chimed in, "Indeed. We harbored no intentions to endanger your life. In the heat of the moment, it was a desperate measure, and I take full responsibility for my actions. You can blame me. Blame me as well. I should have intervened sooner." Swoosh, swoosh. Before their words could settle, a flurry of energy blades sliced through the air, sending both men hurtling away. As they fell, they found themselves bleeding profusely from gaping wounds to their chests, their faces drained of color. Ding. Player has grievously injured a second-tier chi master, earning 1,000 points of brutality. Ding. Player has grievously injured a second-tier chi master, earning 800 points of brutality. Very well, if you insist on blaming yourselves, then so be it. Liu Bei approached calmly, stating, "Given that I believe you did not intend to endanger my life, I shall only unleash this one attack. Your fates thereafter are in your own hands." Zhao Peng's face turned ashen, his grievous injuries rendering him mute. Zhou Min, too, dared not utter another word. It became clear to him that this individual operated outside the bounds of conventional reasoning. Typically, a person of goodwill might have accepted their apologies. However, this one merely replied with an ominous, "I'll leave it to you," before launching his attack. "Produce all the crystal cores you possess. I am leaving." Zhou Min stammered, his expression a mix of resignation and despair. In that moment, he realized there was no room for negotiation. He complied, producing every crystal core he had on hand. His life was at stake. Initially, he had hoped to drag someone down with him to face this foe, but instead, he found himself in a perilous predicament. Liu Bei, undeterred by any moral qualms, collected the crystal cores without a hint of remorse. After all, one must face the consequences of their actions. There is no such thing as making mistakes without accountability. Having been wronged by the two, he deemed that sparing their lives was already a sign of mercy. Expecting compensation on top of that was utterly unreasonable. If everyone thought this way, how could he possibly continue in the future? Liu Bei was no naive saint. He understood that one must always remain true to oneself. After gathering his belongings, he cast one last glance at the two before departing without further ado. As for whether his actions would be exposed, he bore no concern. They were the instigators of this incident, all in the same boat. And even if the truth came to light, what of it? Combat is combat. Can it truly be called combat if no one dies? As long as he maintained his strength and value, allies would surely rally to his side. This truth was clear to him. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, a fallen genius ceases to be a genius. Meanwhile, in a valley 20 kilometers away, the air was pierced by the resonant roars of a tiger, sending flocks of birds scattering in fright. Surrounding the valley, figures clad in various uniforms gathered, their expressions grave. Indeed, it is a second-tier consummate. Chapter 9. Who established these rules? The thunderous roars of the tiger reverberated, causing the talents from the first, second, and third tiers to feel a disquieting shift within their own energies. At this moment, all the brilliant students aware of the hunting plan had gathered here, 3 representatives from each of the 3 high schools. However, one individual from School 3 was conspicuously absent. As time ticked away, Lin Kong, the leader from School 1, furrowed his brow and spoke up. "Su Heng, what is the situation on your end? We are already an hour past the agreed time." Su Heng glanced at his communicator, which displayed several missed calls. "Lin, I've reached out multiple times and sent messages, but there's been no response. I have no idea what that rascal Lu Zhong is up to." Lu Zhong was Su Heng's cousin, and only a handful of gifted students were privy to this information, as the two families were not on good terms. However, the younger generation had managed to maintain a relationship free from excessive familial conflicts. Upon hearing this, Yang Hu, the leader from School 2, chuckled. "Su Heng, let me say something you might not appreciate. Could it be that Lu Zhong has gotten himself into trouble?" "Impossible," Su Heng retorted immediately. The thought of Lu Zhong being in danger was utterly inconceivable to him. Among those present, only a few possessed the capability to harm him, and most of them were right here. As for the top students from the other schools, while they might have the ability to kill him, they were unlikely to have the audacity to do so. Unless a life-and-death feud arose, no one would wish to provoke him. This was not arrogance, but rather an undeniable truth. Lu Zhong might be able to kill others, but not the other way around. Lu Zhong recently broke through to the pinnacle of the second tier, 3rd level, just a step away from the 4th level. Given that we are all here, the likelihood of something going wrong is indeed minimal. Yang Hu added with a smirk. Li Qin from School 4, Xiao Xiaofeng from School 5, Xiao Wanwan from School 6, Ji Qibua from School 8, and Huang Wei from School 9. These 5, while not as formidable as us, could certainly handle Lu Zhong. Besides, who among us hasn't killed before? Yang Hu's assertion was grounded in reality. In this era, it was all too common for cultivators to take lives, as long as they were not in legally restricted areas. Death had become an ordinary occurrence. They wouldn't dare. Su Heng maintained his confidence. As long as Lu Zhong did not foolishly provoke anyone, they would not resort to lethal measures. After all, Lu Zhong had him, the leader of School 3, backing him, even if their families were at odds. Outsiders were largely unaware of the underlying reasons and would still afford Su Heng a measure of respect. Lin Kong raised his hand to interrupt their banter. "Let us set that aside for now. We have only half an hour until we commence, and Lu Zhong's absence leaves us short-handed. An ambush on a second tier Great Perfection Beast is no trivial matter, and losing one of our combatants unexpectedly increases the pressure on the rest of us. Shall we call Ichin over? Him? No way. He is a chatterbox and too familiar with everyone. If he finds out, everyone will know, and with too many people involved, how will we divide the spoils? Lin Kong nodded in agreement. You have a point. Let us summon Xiao Xiaofeng instead. He's at the pinnacle of the second tier, 5th level. So he should be more reliable. Su Heng frowned. That 1T do. He is too soft, and 1T handle the pressure well. It's better to directly contact Xiao Wanwan, who is also at the second tier, 5th level. Yang Hu raised his hand. I have no objections. And we all know Lin Kong is eager to include Xiao Wanwan. But let us make it clear that only she should be informed. If another high school student gets involved, we might as well forget about sharing the rewards or any hopes of opportunities from prestigious institutions. I am impartial. Don't try to pin anything on me, Lin Kong asserted, briefly defending his reputation before continuing. I will reach out to her. She shouldn't be far. With that, he took out his communicator and clicked on the pin contact. Hello, Wanwan. Is that you? When the call connected, Lin Kong's tone softened. A cold voice came through the communicator. You better have a valid reason. I have a plan and wish to invite you to join. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan let out a cold laugh. Calling me out of the blue means your plan has likely changed. Lin Kong felt a bit awkward, for personal reasons. He wished to bring Xiao Wanwan along to share in the success, but for professional reasons, he had to consider everyone's interests. No one wanted another person diluting the rewards. Despite his fondness for Xiao Wanwan, he could not defy the collective interests. Now, with her exposing his intentions in a single sentence, he felt flustered. Speak. If there's something beneficial, I will consider it. All right, Wanwan. I actually intended to approach you from the start, but as you know, I have a crowd behind me. Can we discuss the matter at hand? And please, put away those thoughts. I don't want to repeat my refusals. Her tone turned harsh, leaving Lin Kong no room for further discussion. Xiao Wanwan was renowned for her dedication to martial arts, with an unwavering focus on becoming stronger. Although she was from School 6, her diligence earned even Lin Kong's respect. Thus, she had made her disinterest in his personal intentions abundantly clear from the outset, warning and rejecting him no less than 10 times. Over time, her patience wore thin, and she treated him with disdain whenever they met. Yet, the more she behaved this way, the more Lin Kong felt himself drawn to her. A classic case of addiction to unrequited affection. Oh, we are preparing to ambush a second-tier, Great Perfection Beast. Lin Kong briefly outlined the situation, concluding with a serious reminder. This is just between us. I haven't mentioned it to Li Qin and the others. Please, don't let anyone else know. Too many people will undermine the purpose of the hunt. There was a brief silence on the other end before Xiao Wanwan replied, understood. Thank you for this opportunity. I will report to my family once the exam is over and ensure the appropriate compensation is made. Lin Kong felt helpless. She truly seemed unwilling to owe him anything. After hanging up, he nodded to his companions, signaling that the arrangements were finalized. Meanwhile, Liu Bei found a quiet spot to examine his spoils. A number of first-tier crystal cores lay before him, which he hardly regarded, as they were merely trifles. However, 2 second-tier crystal cores were of paramount importance. This was akin to the college entrance examination of his previous life. Slaying 4 ordinary first-tier initial beasts would only earn you a place in a vocational college. Defeating 2 first-tier mid-level beasts would grant admission to an undergraduate program, while killing a first-tier late beast would secure entry into a prestigious institution. Second-tier beasts represented the pinnacle of academia, and the more second-tier crystal cores one possessed, the greater the chance of gaining entry into elite schools akin to Tsinghua or Peking University. Furthermore, this merely qualified one for the assessment. Admission would still depend on subsequent evaluations. After all, this gathering represented some of the most talented students from across the entire Xia nation. And it was no exaggeration to say they were the future pillars of the country. Liu Bei's goal was naturally a spot at a top-tier institution. And now that he had the advantage, his standards needed to be raised. At that moment, Liu Bei rummaged through Lu Zhong's belongings and unearthed the communicator that vibrated incessantly with missed notifications. A glint of interest sparked in Liu Bei's eyes as he glanced at the device. Well, it appears there's a location for a second-tier Great Perfection Beast. I refuse to believe these fellows didn't take any shortcuts. As he perused the messages on the communicator and glanced at the second-tier crystal cores in his possession, Liu Bei instantaneously felt a sense of dissatisfaction. This one do. Such an excellent opportunity must not be squandered. I must join the fray. Beasts are meant to be hunted by all. Why should they be considered the spoils of these individuals? With determination, Liu Bei set off toward the indicated location. Simultaneously, in another part of the forest, Xiao Wanwan, touted as the strongest student from School 6, also embarked toward her destination. Within 10 minutes, 2 streaks of light almost simultaneously soared over the ravine, appearing before Lin Kong and the others. A male and a female slowly emerged from the dust. Upon seeing them, Su Heng's expression darkened. Lin Kong, 2 have arrived at once. This surely violates the rules. Before Lin Kong could respond, A calm voice from the youth interjected, "Rules? Who established these rules?" Liu Bei stepped forward slowly, a hint of coldness gracing his handsome visage. Chapter 10. I beg you to help me heal. The atmosphere fell momentarily silent. Lin Kong furrowed his brow slightly, observing the simultaneous appearance of two figures clad in the uniforms of number 6 high school, feeling a twinge of unease. Unlike Xiao Wanwan, who differed from the other prominent figures of various schools, she was largely indifferent to the affairs below her and devoted herself entirely to her cultivation, often solitary. There had never been any reports of her forming teams for examinations or outings, yet today she astonishingly brought along a dandy. This ignited an inexplicable surge of anger within him. Ignoring Liu Bei's words, Lin Kong directed his gaze toward the graceful girl. Wanwan, what does this mean? At that moment, Xiao Wanwan appeared equally perplexed. Though her expression remained composed, the tightly knitted brows betrayed her inner turmoil. I'm not sure. Let me inquire. With that, she turned to the youth beside her. What is your name? Are you also from number 6? Liu Bei. Is it necessary to ask if I belong to number 6? Liu Bei responded, unfazed by the situation, though he had every intention of resorting to violence if needed. Even if he didn't intend to kill, he could at least beat a few to extract some points from their brutality, right? Given that they were all from number 6. He chose to adopt a courteous approach before resorting to aggression. After all, he was a youth of the new era, having undergone the baptism of the red glow. Xiao Wanwan, however, was even more bewildered. There were only a few second-tier practitioners in number 6, and she had one Shi Qingfeng, one Wang Zhou, and one Li Qiu behind her. She had never heard of any newly promoted second-tier Qi masters recently. The key was that this fellow seemed unaware of his own status. Perhaps he had merely broken through after entering, which would make it understandable for him not to know. With a sigh, Xiao Wanwan finally spoke. You've just advanced to the second tier, following me isn't a wise choice. The matters here are beyond your involvement, so you should leave quickly. Leave? No, no, no. It's impossible to leave, Liu Bei retorted. Setting aside the fact that the second-tier great beasts were beneficial for the upcoming examination, just the few individuals before him, who were clearly hostile, were enough to keep him rooted. Encountering such a prime opportunity to brush up on his skills, how could he let it slip away? You're overthinking it. I'm not following you, and you have no authority to dictate my actions, Liu Bei replied bluntly. We're the only ones who know about this. And the information was only communicated to Xiao Wanwan. You didn't come with her, so are you saying this is a coincidence? Yang Hu from number 2 scoffed. Looking down on the brash youth who had just stepped into the second tier, Su Heng also chimed in, displeased. Xiao Wanwan, I know you're devoted to your cultivation, but you must manage your subordinates. Is it that your leader's words mean nothing? If he doesn't leave, don't blame me for taking action. Xiao Wanwan was at a loss for words, wanting to explain but unsure of how. At that moment, Liu Bei's languid voice broke the tension. Hold on. I truly cannot be bothered to engage in this power simulation game with you all. Do you each consider yourselves the brains of a faction? Your posturing is quite laughable. Moreover, I recall that there are no regulations dictating that this place belongs to anyone in particular for the examination. I stand here, if you're dissatisfied. Feel free to take action. How arrogant. Xiao Wanwan, don't blame us for being disrespectful. Su Heng sneered, his chi beginning to circulate. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan immediately interjected. Wait, let me try to mediate. She felt a headache coming on. By her nature, she preferred to avoid such matters. Yet, this fellow was from the same school. And a newly promoted second-tier practitioner at that. She couldn't just disregard his fate. The three opponents were all resolute individuals. If it came to a conflict over interests, they would not hold back. Realizing this, she turned to Liu Bei and spoke in a low voice. Can we have a word? Liu Bei had no objections. He wouldn't be leaving. If he truly felt displeased, he could simply take them all down. Xiao Wanwan promptly led Liu Bei into a nearby grove, ensuring they were not disturbed before she spoke. Facing Lin Kong, who was at the pinnacle of the second-tier 7th realm, and Yang Hu and Su Heng, both at the peak of the second-tier 6th realm, along with several peers trailing behind at the 3rd or 4th realm of the second tier. Have you considered the consequences of a confrontation? I have not heard your name in number 6. So I assume you have been biding your time until the examination to make a remarkable breakthrough. Your advancement to the second tier does indeed give you a sense of superiority, but there are distinctions among talents. Liu Bei, upon hearing this, did not take it to heart. To others, realm was a measure of strength, but to him, it was not. Xiao Wanwan, is it? I dislike superfluous chatter. Please deliver your conclusions directly. Very well. As the foremost individual of number 6, since you refuse to heed reason, I intend to leverage my status today. For your own safety and the success of my forthcoming endeavors, you must vacate this place. At her words, Liu Bei's expression grew serious. Must I? Are you unable to comprehend? I understand your mindset. After ascending to the second tier, it's common for one's ego to inflate, fostering a spirit of competition and conflict. This is a typical ailment of every newcomer. Thus, if you cannot control yourself, perhaps you should seek my assistance in remedying this disposition. Upon finishing, Xiao Wanwan's gaze turned equally stern and icy as she continued to speak bluntly. Even if I were to prevent you now, what could you do about it? The aura of a second-tier fifth realm practitioner flared briefly, meant to intimidate Liu Bei. The atmosphere fell silent for several seconds as Liu Bei appeared to ponder. Xiao Wanwan, witnessing this, finally exhaled in relief. She had encountered many inflated newcomers who resisted guidance and were overly competitive. Such behavior typically arose from a lack of experience in facing severe setbacks. They fancied themselves geniuses. If the fellow opposite her continued to disregard her counsel, she would have no choice but to take action. The plan to hunt second-tier great beasts was vital to her aspirations of entering a top-tier academy, and it must not be disrupted. Moreover, Liu Bei's aura suggested he had only recently broken through to the second tier. Provoking conflict with Su Heng and the others would only lead to more dire consequences. With these thoughts, Xiao Wanwan prepared to turn back. With her intimidation, Liu Bei should have recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, just as she thought she had succeeded, the young man suddenly lifted his cold gaze towards her. Was there a hint of a smile in his eyes? Before she could inquire, Liu Bei's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, resounded. Ah, but those were your words first. In that instant, Xiao Wanwan felt a tightening in her chest, an inexplicable sense of impending danger enveloping her, as if a monumental crisis was on the verge of descending. Liu Bei fixed his gaze on the girl before him. Known as the foremost of number 6 high school, Xiao Wanwan. Based on the aura she had just displayed, she was around the 5th or possibly 6th realm of the second tier. According to the memories of the original owner, her family belonged to a prestigious clan. It was reasonable to assume she had been well endowed with martial techniques and cultivation resources since childhood. In this light, it was understandable that she would not regard a nameless minor character like Liu Bei with any seriousness. However, it was unfortunate for her that she had crossed paths with Liu Bei, an anomaly. I take great pleasure in fulfilling the wishes of others. Thus I hope you can uphold your end of the bargain and assist me in remedying this competitive disposition. Xiao Wanwan's eyes narrowed, the elongated corners of her eyes exhibiting a certain allure. Are you truly certain you want me to intervene? I advise you to think carefully. I have no intention of suppressing you, but if you remain obstinate, you may very well find yourself facing some hardships today. With that, Xiao Wanwan's aura surged forth, an invisible pressure manifesting. If you turn back now, I may consider your lapse in judgment as a momentary folly. The air grew heavy, and the trees on either side swayed under the pressure unleashed by Xiao Wanwan. The incessant chatter is rather tiresome. Allow me to reciprocate with a phrase of my own. If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise to silence yourself and guide me, for otherwise, given your meager combat prowess, do not blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie when you find yourself sprawled upon the ground. Ding, taunted the illustrious Xiao Wanwan, earning 200 points of infamy. Garbage. A surge of uncontainable fury welled up within Xiao Wanwan. How dare he label himself as such? Very well, Liu Bei. I hereby declare the conclusion of your examination journey. With that, Xiao Wanwan's aura surged, abandoning all restraint as she unleashed her energy and advanced to strike. Chapter 11. Come on, stand up. Xiao Wanwan believed her intentions to be noble, yet she was taken aback by the brazen disrespect of her opponent. In that moment, the trees trembled, and the ground fissured as she unleashed her power. Liu Bei observed with a smile. This was precisely the provocation he had awaited. He adhered to a principle of courtesy before conflict, and since she had initiated the assault, it was only just that he retaliate. With a calm demeanor, Liu Bei launched a punch in response. Xiao Wanwan felt an overwhelming force crash upon her, her knuckles screaming in agony upon impact, nearly fracturing from the intensity. Such terrifying physical prowess. Realizing her disadvantage, Xiao Wanwan swiftly retreated to dissipate the force, simultaneously spinning to summon a vortex of energy around her. B-ranked combat technique. Force spiral. Buzz. Accompanied by a resonant hum, Xiao Wanwan's right leg transformed into an afterimage as she unleashed it. Empowered by her technique, the strike produced a sonic boom. You indeed possess some grounds for pride. While I concede that my physical strength may be inferior, the essence of a chi master lies in one's comprehensive capabilities. Techniques. For instance, in this duel, your defeat is inevitable. Xiao Wanwan declared confidently, believing that even the likes of Su Heng would not dare to underestimate this strike. Liu Bei's gaze turned icy as he transformed his punch into a palm, releasing the full force of his body. His joints crackled like thunder, echoing ominously. He then planted one hand on the ground, gripping Xiao Wanwan's calf and forcefully spinning her around. Her body arched like a compass, and Xiao Wanwan gasped in horror, feeling the force against her leg akin to a whip striking a mass of cotton, followed by a wave of dizziness. Bang, bang, bang. Her slender form was sent soaring through the air, crashing through 5 or 6 trees before finally stabilizing. Xiao Wanwan, feeling the searing pain in her back, was engulfed by confusion. She sensed that she was not battling a mere individual, but rather a powerful beast of raw strength. Her initial punch fell short, while her subsequent strike utilized a combat technique that should have doubled her force. How could it have been so easily countered? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. As the shadow of the young man reappeared before her like a specter, his palm aimed at her face. Get lost. Wan gritted her teeth, unleashing her energy once more to execute another technique. Her long black hair crystallized with frost, spreading rapidly until it resembled a mane of white. A-ranked combat technique, Eternal Frost. Ice spread across the ground, rapidly freezing all nearby flora. Liu Bei, charging forth, found his footing compromised as his shoes became ensnared in the ice. Enough, Liu Bei. It's time for you to witness my true power. With this move, your defeat is assured, and I do not wish to inflict severe harm upon you. Wan proclaimed coldly, convinced that the outcome was already determined with the deployment of her technique. Do you believe you are the only one with techniques? Liu Bei scoffed, raising his hand. With a flick of his fingers, several energy blades erupted forth. The blades, forged from the essence of metal, were razor-sharp and surged toward Wan in an instant. Unprepared for such an assault from Liu Bei, who had just broken through to the second tier, she hastily formed a shield of energy to defend herself. 1 strike. The shield cracked. 2 strikes. The shield shattered. 3 strikes are certain to hit. Boom. Wan felt a sharp pain in her chest as the tremendous impact nearly sent her into unconsciousness. Yet, what filled her with greater despair was what came next. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Liu Bei, having yanked off his shoes, charging barefoot toward her, his black socks steaming from exertion, his target her face. No, not with your feet. I have a cleanliness obsession. You filthy-footed brute. Wan screamed internally, but it was too late. Boom. Liu Bei, unconcerned with her scruples, viewed her solely as an adversary. He had no qualms about whether she could accept the reality of his victory. After all, winning was paramount. Thus, his foot connected forcefully with her delicate visage. Wan felt an irresistible force that sent her head spinning, and darkness enveloped her as she flew backward. Is this all you've got? Come on, stand up. Come and teach me a lesson. Liu Bei felt exhilarated, stomping down to shatter the ice that had lost its sustaining power. Observing Wan lying motionless on the ground, he shrugged in boredom. Ding. The player has humiliated Wan, earning 1,500 points of infamy. Ding. Wan's psyche gradually distorts, earning 1,300 points of infamy. So many points. Previously, a non-lethal beating would only yield a maximum of 1,000 points. Yet this time, it seems the tally reflects the degree of harm inflicted, including psychological impact. Gazing at the disheveled Wan sprawled on the ground, Liu Bei felt no remorse. She had instigated the fight, and the outcome was simply a consequence of her actions. What a reasonable sequence of events. One cannot simply deliver boastful remarks and expect leniency in return. Not killing you is already a testament to my restraint. Liu Bei muttered, turning to face the approaching direction. His dissatisfaction lingered, realizing he had failed to eliminate a peak second-tier opponent despite his own advancement to the second tier. This compelled him to utilize all his points of infamy before proceeding. After all, there were still a few more individuals he sought to confront. Meanwhile, at the valley's edge outside the small grove, Lin Kong and his companions understood that a fierce clash had erupted within the woods upon hearing the explosive sounds. Suhan couldn't help but laugh. This fool is courting disaster. He dares to provoke us so soon after entering the second tier. And now he is engaged in battle with Wan. Some people are simply oblivious to reality, believing themselves to be destined for greatness. It's truly laughable. Yang Hu chimed in with a jest. How long do you think he can last? Wan's aggression signifies that she is genuinely enraged. 1 minute at most. I wager. Think again, 30 seconds tops. Otherwise, all her training would have been in vain. Lin Kong smirked lightly. The duration is irrelevant. What matters is that Wan will undoubtedly prevail. Besides, you've all come to believe her now, haven't you? She didn't summon this fool. The others fell silent, incredulous that this guy was more concerned about the opponent's reputation than the fight. Truly a sycophant. Yes, your Wan has spoken truthfully. We misunderstood her. It is indeed a fact. The only reason this arrogant lad provoked her was that he needed a lesson in humility. We'll remember what he looks like. Once we return to town, we'll ensure he faces the consequences for his insolence. The group remained utterly unfazed, exchanging banter as they stood their ground. Those behind them were equally convinced that Liu Bei was in for a world of hurt. In the early stages of the second tier, he dared to provoke them, and upon returning, he was destined to find no peace. It must be noted that Lin Kong and his companions were the most dazzling geniuses in the entire Yinchang district, guaranteed to be candidates for prestigious universities. Time swiftly passed, and the commotion in the forest gradually subsided. Suhun glanced at the time. It seemed the battle had concluded, lasting a mere 23 seconds. As expected, once Wan returns, we shall prepare to enter the valley. Indeed, a minute later, a figure slowly emerged from the woods. The trio turned their gazes towards it, and upon recognizing the silhouette, their expressions uncontrollably shifted. How could this be? Yang Hu widened his eyes in disbelief. This lad is utterly unharmed? Where is Wan? Lin Kong, the strongest among them, with the farthest sensory reach, focused intently, his face darkening like a pot's bottom. Wan is being dragged by him. During this exchange, Su-hung and Yang, who also discerned the situation. The youth approached with an air of nonchalance, dragging Xiao Wanwan by her leg along the ground. Chapter 12. Pain-free slumber. Would you care to try? The youth brought the girl before the others and, treating her like a mere sack of refuse, tossed her aside. Liu Bei clapped his hands and gradually directed his gaze towards the trio, ultimately fixing it on the leading Lin Kong. Could it be that this fellow harbors feelings for Xiao Wanwan? Liu Bei mused. Given that Lin Kong's expression resembled that of someone who had just been ruthlessly pummeled. As anticipated, before anyone else could speak, Lin Kong was the first to break the silence. Liu Bei, do you not think you are being excessively outrageous? Not at all, Liu Bei replied, feigning innocence. Nearly provoking Lin Kong to act. Xiao Wanwan is the leader of your 6th cohort. How dare you, as a student of the 6th cohort, defy authority? Liu Bei glanced at Lin Kong and began to chuckle. Defy authority? My fists are stronger. I am the authority. And as for my character, I may be uncertain, but you are undoubtedly a sycophant. Damn, Yang, who mentally exclaimed, realizing this lad speaks with astonishing audacity. Indeed, everyone knew Lin Kong was a sycophant. But to voice it outright, was that not an affront to his dignity? Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Lin Kong's countenance darkened even further, a latent eruption brewing within him. Liu Bei, I grant you one more opportunity to atone, but this does not imply you can continue to challenge my limits. Do you genuinely believe that defeating Wanwan allows you to provoke me? Stop. Liu Bei interjected impatiently, having reached his limit. Why are there so many mindless individuals in this world? Do they truly believe the world revolves around them? Or have they read too many novels? Thinking themselves the destined protagonists? Is it necessary to be so hypocritical? What? I said you are exceedingly hypocritical, pretending to be fond of Xiao Wanwan. Yet here she is, battered and bruised, and you still prattle on like a turtle. Shouldn't you confront me directly? Moreover, I am truly astounded. This is unclaimed territory. My presence here is entirely justified, yet you compel Xiao Wanwan to negotiate with me, and now, when the results of that negotiation manifest, you begin to blame me for taking action, unaware that it was Wanwan who initially proposed it. Lin Kong's mouth twitched, irked as if struck at a sensitive point. At this moment, Yang, who could no longer tolerate the situation and stepped forward to issue a warning. Liu Bei, you may be a genius, but who here is not? Arrogance will come at a cost. Seeing this, Liu Bei took a bold step forward, wearing an unparalleled arrogant grin. Genius? Do you lot even qualify to be called geniuses? This statement incited widespread discontent among the group. Aside from Lin Kong and his companions, the expressions of the others darkened. Although they may not match Lin Kong's prowess, they were undoubtedly rapid cultivators of great promise. Who could endure such blatant mockery? Rest assured, I do not target any one individual. My remark applies to every person present. What do you all amount to, you so-called geniuses? Spare me the theatrics. Every single one of you. If you have the courage, come at me. Especially the 3 of you. With that, Liu Bei's aura surged forth, his killing intent locking onto Lin Kong. The trio's faces shifted, and they exclaimed in unison, 2nd tier, 6th level? No wonder he could defeat Xiao Wanwan. This fellow is extraordinarily crafty. It seems he has concealed his true cultivation level, clearly at the 2nd tier, 6th level. Yet he feigned being newly initiated into the 2nd tier. It was inevitable that Xiao Wanwan, underestimating him, would suffer the consequences. With such thoughts, Lin Kong raised his hand to restrain the other 2. I shall avenge Wanwan. Does this 2nd tier, 6th level truly believe he can defy fate? Watch me instill in him the essence of humility. With that, Lin Kong charged at Liu Bei. Liu Bei's eyes sparkled. He had finally succeeded in provoking him. He then abruptly raised his gaze towards Lin Kong. A chilling, pure killing intent erupted forth. Lin Kong felt an overwhelming sense of dread envelop him. As the youth's figure turned into a blur, suddenly, a fierce gust of wind assaulted his face, and his vision was filled with a pair of eyes brimming with murderous intent and a fist. Lin Kong's expression shifted, but he remained composed. His fist transformed into a golden hue, an A-level combat technique, Golden Fist Annihilation. With his peak 2nd tier, 7th level cultivation combined with an A-level combat technique, he was confident he could not be defeated by any opponent of equal rank. Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as Liu Bei's fist struck as if against a steel plate. Lin Kong felt a tingling in his fist, followed by fine cracks appearing between his knuckles. How is this possible? What combat technique have you mastered? However, regardless of your hidden trump cards, defeat is inevitable. The chasm of cultivation cannot be bridged by mere combat techniques. With that, Lin Kong charged once more at Liu Bei. Liu Bei did not relent, unleashing an attack with the force of a speeding truck. Lin Kong had no time for contemplation. He could only react instinctively, raising his hand to meet the assault. Boom. At the moment of impact, a terrifying wave of energy surged outward, flattening the surrounding flora. Lin Kong's expression changed drastically, in the blink of an eye. He felt his energy dissipate like paper, effortlessly torn apart. Before he could react, an immense force descended upon him once more. This time, he was completely unprepared, as a delicate white hand gently landed on his chest. Crack! The The sound of shattering ribs echoed through the air. Once steady as a mountain, Lin Kong was sent soaring through the air like refuse, crashing heavily onto the ground. Bang! The onlookers were momentarily stunned. And when they regained their senses and turned to Lin Kong, he was already coughing up blood, his complexion as pale as wax. Liu Bei appeared like a specter, instantly by Lin Kong's side, looking down at him with disdain. His movements were rife with openings, his reactions sluggish, akin to an elderly lady hastily snatching eggs. And even his combat techniques seemed clumsy. I truly wonder how this so-called champion of the first cohort has managed to achieve such status. Saying this, he seized Lin Kong's head and slammed it into the ground, creating a sizable crater. At this moment, Lin Kong was utterly dazed, having been crushed and controlled from start to finish. He could not comprehend why, at his peak 2nd tier, 7th level, he was unable to best a 6th level opponent. This is akin to cheating. How dare you? Before the words could escape, another punch landed squarely on Lin Kong's nose. Tears and snot erupted uncontrollably, rendering him an abject mess. Observing Lin Kong's chaotic stance, utterly bereft of any defensive capability, Liu Bei showed no mercy, continuing to rain down blows upon his face. After a relentless barrage of over 10 strikes, Lin Kong rolled his eyes back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. When he hazily glimpsed the boy's icy gaze and heard a dispassionate utterance, "Tell me, can you, Lin Kong, truly be considered a genius?" The sentence remained unfinished as Lin Kong, overwhelmed by acute humiliation, tilted his head and succumbed to the abyss of unconsciousness. Yang Hu and Su Heng stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered. The anticipated scenario of their dominance had flipped. It was Lin Kong who had been utterly crushed. In other words, Liu Bei had the capacity to effortlessly overpower any individual present. Good heavens, how much fortitude had this individual displayed during his 3 years of obscurity? What was the advantage of such endurance? Was it merely to deliver a thrashing during this critical examination? Their minds were in turmoil, unable to comprehend. At that moment, they noticed Liu Bei's gaze gradually shifting towards them, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to experience it for yourselves? My strikes are remarkably swift. I assure you a painless slumber." Ding. Player has severely injured the esteemed Lin Kong of Yunchang No. 1 High School, earning 1,000 points of infamy. Ding. Esteemed Lin Kong of Yunchang No. 1 High School's confidence has shattered, earning 1,500 points of infamy. Ding. Player has intimidated Yang Hu of Yunchang No. 2 High School, earning 600 points of infamy. Ding. Player has intimidated Su Heng of Yunchang No. 3 High School, earning 600 points of infamy. Ding. Player has intimidated No. 2 High School. Aside from Xiao Wanwan, 9 alert sounds echoed through the air. Liu Bei, watching the infamy points accumulate, felt an exhilarating rush. Chapter 13, Tier 3 Beasts. Infamy points, 6,700. Liu Bei, feeling quite pleased with the infamy points, reflected on the worthiness of this battle. After a few rounds of combat in the thicket with Xiao Wanwan, he had expended all his earned infamy points to nurture his innate magical beast. This had granted him the current prowess of a Tier 2, 5th level fighter. Remarkably, after the recent bout with Lin Kong, his infamy points had surged to 6,700, with a staggering 2,500 points contributed solely by Lin Kong. Thus, Lin Kong could undoubtedly be regarded as a treasure trove of experience. A grin involuntarily curled at Liu Bei's lips, though it sent a chill down the spines of those observing. He also discerned certain patterns regarding infamy points. Killing was the most direct and quickest method to amass substantial infamy points. However, with strategic planning, a single head could yield more points than death itself. For instance, Lin Kong, despite not being slain, had already accrued 2,500 points. A direct kill would have only netted 2,700. Hence, it could be deduced that infamy points were not merely a reflection of Liu Bei's brutality, but rather the extent of damage and humiliation inflicted upon the opponent. A Tier 2, 7th level genius was being mercilessly beaten by an insignificant Tier 2, 5th level contender, resulting in profound humiliation for Lin Kong, inflicting damage not just physically, but also psychologically and to his very convictions, thus warranting such a high point tally. In contrast, had Lin Kong been subjected to more beatings, or grown accustomed to Liu Bei's dominance, the point total might have dwindled significantly. Liu Bei resolved to prioritize defeating stronger opponents in the future, for only then would the impact on them be substantial. Once his infamy points reached an adequate threshold, he would proceed to eliminate them. With that thought, Liu Bei turned his gaze back to the unconscious Lin Kong, ultimately abandoning the idea of killing him. He adhered to principles of conscience and integrity. Liu Zhong had openly declared his intent to kill him, thus Liu Bei felt justified in retaliating. However, for those who didn't genuinely seek his demise, he advocated against taking their lives. One must uphold their own moral code and not lose their humanity in pursuit of objectives. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere automaton, controlled by infamy points. Of course, if Lin Kong continued to provoke him relentlessly, seeking trouble, then he would bear the consequences. Much like Tang Yao, a quintessential example of seeking one's own demise. Not killing would lead to endless troubles. At that moment, Liu Bei's gaze shifted, and he noticed the previously arrogant Yang Hu regarding him with newfound caution. I seem to have overlooked your presence, Liu Bei remarked. Yang Hu's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly waved his hands. Wait, brother Liu Bei, I have no intention of engaging. I merely wish to point out that Lin Kong and Xiao Wanwan have sustained significant injuries. Now that you've vented, how about we assist them? Is that so? Liu Bei's eyes scanned the others. What about the rest of you? I previously stated that I was targeting all of you. Do you have no objections? Su Heng's face paled as he hastily shook his head. The other followers, witnessing this, nodded vigorously, fearful of giving Liu Bei an opportunity to strike. How dull, Liu Bei muttered, turning his attention to the valley in the distance. Yang Hu exchanged glances with Su Heng, and then approached, producing a yellow pill from his pocket to administer to the two injured individuals. Liu Bei had refrained from killing, indicating his lack of intent to take their lives. Yang Hu had only mustered the courage to speak up after careful consideration. His motive was not born of altruism, but rather the fear of repercussions should the two perish and their families seek retribution. Moments later, Xiao Wanwan was the first to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately spotted Liu Bei's silhouette. There was no hatred, no anger, only a glimmer of admiration. He is formidable. I have never faced such a thorough defeat. Yang Hu, crouched beside her, murmured, so what if you lost? It's nothing to be ashamed of. Just look over there. Xiao Wanwan turned her head, only to be met with a jolt of realization. Even Lin Kong. Indeed, he had been bested by a junior from your own school, in 3 punches. Xiao Wanwan's expression grew increasingly complex as her gaze returned to that figure. There are greater heights beyond the heavens, and individuals beyond mere mortals. However, this incident is largely your fault, Xiao Wanwan. How could you not be aware of such a terrifying entity emerging from your school? A simple warning could have spared us this debacle. Listening to Yang Hu's words, Xiao Wanwan fell momentarily silent. There truly was no such figure in their school, but upon waking, she recalled the name Liu Bei. It felt eerily familiar. Liu Bei. Su Heng interjected, nodding in agreement. Yang Hu and Xiao Wanwan turned to him, only to find Lin Kong, now conscious. His pallid countenance reflecting a myriad of emotions as he spoke. It's Lu Nan, isn't it? At his words, everyone fell silent, their expressions tinged with trepidation. Lu Nan, who displayed extraordinary talent since his first year, was a force to be reckoned with. Last year, he had mercilessly crushed those in higher grades, with only Xiao Wanwan escaping the onslaught due to her affiliation with the 6th school. The other talented individuals from various schools had all tasted defeat at his hands. Were it not for his imminent transfer, Lin Kong would never have had the opportunity to shine. Indeed, Liu Bei and Lu Nan. What an uncanny coincidence. These two must surely be brothers. Xiao Wanwan rubbed her forehead, stating, no need for speculation. Liu Bei is undoubtedly Lu Nan's older brother. Yang Hu's mouth twitched in disbelief as he muttered under his breath, good grief, is this entire family comprised of monsters? Last year, the younger brother annihilated us. And now the elder brother has followed suit? Is there no end to this? It is a grave misconception to equate Liu Bei with his brother, Lu Nan. Otherwise, I would not have momentarily forgotten who he was. Xiao Wanwan continued, if my memory serves me right, Liu Bei was once the laughingstock of our 6th high school, possessing merely a first-level 2nd stage of cultivation after 3 years, and everyone derided him as a waste of potential. It is said that his brother, Lu Nan, has already been taken by the head of the Liu family in Jinghai-based city, spending a year in seclusion to prepare for a direct leap into a prestigious institution, while his elder brother, Liu Bei, is the very antithesis, a veritable waste, left to fend for himself by the Liu family. Who would have known he has been concealing his true strength all along? Upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's revelations, the other 3 were rendered speechless, nearly resorting to banging their heads against the ground in disbelief. Is this some sort of madness? If he possesses such prowess, why masquerade as a useless individual? Is it truly amusing to play the fool and deceive others? Had he disclosed his status as a formidable figure earlier, we would have known better than to provoke him. And now, look where we stand, nearly shattered in spirit. As the group murmured amongst themselves, Liu Bei remained intently focused on the situation within the valley, his brow furrowed tightly, seemingly troubled by some pressing matter. Suddenly, Xiao Wanwan rose, limping her way toward Liu Bei. Liu Bei, I apologize for my earlier arrogance, she said, her gaze imbued with an unusual intensity. Lin Kong and the other 3 exchanged glances before following suit. My apologies, brother Liu. Your formidable strength deserves a place in this hunting expedition. Liu Bei felt a tinge of regret. How he wished they had been more rebellious, less compliant to the prevailing circumstances. Thus, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, what type of 2nd stage perfected beast resides here? It is a frost tiger. Yang Hu approached to elucidate. A tiger-type beast capable of exhaling a chilling breath. Its strength is exceptionally formidable, which is precisely why so many of us are participating. Xiao Wanwan continued, Liu Bei, do you intend to slay this beast? If you do, once we recuperate, coupled with your strength, we should be able to secure it with ease. We require an hour to regain our strength, but we can only recover up to 80% at best. Lin Kong, at this moment, helplessly added, "There's no choice. We've already been subdued." However, upon hearing their words, Liu Bei slowly shook his head. "It is too late. Do you not find it peculiar? What? We just engaged in 2 battles outside, and with such a tremendous surge of energy, this creature has yet to make an appearance." The group was instantly struck dumb, evidently. None had considered this point. "What do you mean? If I am not mistaken, this creature is likely a 3rd-stage beast." Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains, sending all nearby beasts fleeing in terror from the valley. Chapter 14. The Flustered Leaders. Meanwhile, at the center of the examination hall within the city, Ling sat poised at the command center, flanked by the principals of 9 schools from Yunchang District. "Director He, what are your impressions of our district's major examination? Our 3rd high school boasts some exceptional students this year, including a peak 2nd-stage 6th-layer prodigy, which should surely secure us a spot at a top-tier institution, right?" "Haha, Director He, we have a 2nd-stage 6th-layer student in our 2nd high school as well, also at the peak of the 6th layer, and I estimate they will enter the 7th layer in a month or 2. "Oh, come now, old Wang. Old Wu, don't flaunt. Who doesn't have a 2nd-stage 6th-layer student? I even have a promising candidate at peak 2nd-stage 7th layer, poised to reach 2nd-stage 8th layer at any moment." As the 3 exchanged pleasantries, Ling chuckled from his position. "All right, gentlemen. The qualifications for applying to top-tier institutions hinge on strength. Since I am responsible for the major examination in Yunchang District, I naturally hope we secure several spots. However, everything ultimately rests on strength." After saying this, Ling's brow slightly furrowed. Historically, those at 2nd-stage 5th layer and above could generally qualify for top-tier institutions. But this year is somewhat different. "Different?" The principal of 1st high school inquired, puzzled. The others also cast quizzical looks his way. Observing their confusion, Ling ceased to be vague and explained, "According to past years, you would all qualify, but this year is unique. A plethora of prodigious talents has emerged. For instance, Xia Wei from 3rd high school in Qingbu District, boasting a 2nd-stage 9th layer strength. Qi Xian from 1st high school in Huangpu District, a peak 2nd-stage 8th layer. And Wang Xian from 2nd high school in Baosheng District, who is rumored to have comprehended half of the martial arts talent. The critical point is that this information is 6 months old. They have likely surpassed the 3rd stage by now. And this is merely from our neighboring districts. Beneath these prodigies, the number of 2nd-stage 5th and 6th layers has increased by half compared to previous years. What a pity that if Lu Nan from 6th high had not transferred last year." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, the atmosphere growing awkward. Yunchang District ranks among the lower tiers within the 18 districts of Jinghai Base City. Each year, the graduation rates and qualifications for top-tier institutions are of paramount concern to the educational authorities here, meaning every school aspires to secure additional spots in prestigious institutions, which is crucial for their standing. However, according to Ling's assessment, Yunchang District appears to be falling significantly behind this year, not only due to the gap in prodigious talents. As this realization dawned upon them, a sense of disappointment washed over the crowd. Principal Shun Gang of 6th High School felt particularly despondent. He too wished to retain Lu Nan, yet the Lu family from Jinghai Base City had come to claim him. Could he possibly refuse? Otherwise, with Lu Nan's capabilities, he would undoubtedly have qualified for a top-tier institution. Seeing that his admonitions had taken effect, Ling turned to offer reassurance. "However, do not lose heart, gentlemen. I believe those few still have a chance." "Well, that is good to hear. Indeed. We must take it step by step," several principals echoed, finding some comfort in his words. "Returning to the main topic, I have noted what you mentioned earlier. But I suggest that after the examination concludes, if there are students with commendable results, you might consider using medicinal pills to assist in their final push. The resources you typically withhold should now be put to use. Elevate their strength swiftly and strive for more spots. Rest assured, we are more than willing to invest. Indeed, we can apply for more medicinal pills. We must not be careless about the futures of our students." The principals eagerly concurred. Ling nodded and continued, "In addition, there are those around the 2nd-stage 4th layer who could also be pushed. As I mentioned earlier, this past couple of years has seen an abundance of talents emerging. Considering these factors, it is possible that top-tier institutions may contemplate expanding their enrollment this year. So do not blame me for not forewarning you." Upon hearing this, the 9 principals were visibly shaken. Expansion. If top-tier institutions expand their enrollment, it presents an opportunity for all our schools. With this thought in mind, they exchanged determined glances, silently resolving to select a group of qualified students and spare no expense in utilizing medicinal pills to produce more 2nd-stage 5th layers. After all, it was a matter of probability. What if they succeeded? Even one additional student would represent an opportunity. Just as they were deep in contemplation, the supervising staff of the examination hall suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Leaders, we have a situation. A 3rd-stage beast has appeared in the examination hall." "What?" Ling sprang to his feet and hurried to a screen, where he beheld a crimson dot in the upper right corner, indicative of a 3rd-stage beast. "Damn it. I thought all 3rd-stage beasts had been eradicated. How could one still be present? What kind of preliminary work was conducted?" At this moment, the staff was drenched in sweat. After swiftly retrieving the logs, they reported, "Leader, all the Tier 3 beasts have indeed been eliminated." However, during the process, it was reported that a perfected Tier 2 beast was present, and according to protocol, we refrained from engaging it. Are you suggesting that this perfected Tier 2 beast has broken through? The leader inquired. It seems to be the case, came the reply. Ling felt overwhelmed. What did Tier 3 beasts signify? They were comparable to human chi masters at Tier 3, having cultivated martial talents, while beasts would awaken their racial gifts, gaining formidable physical prowess in close combat. Under such circumstances, Tier 3 beasts would effortlessly annihilate Tier 2 chi masters. At this moment, there were at least 10 green dots adjacent to the Tier 3 beast. Knowing that a perfected Tier 2 beast was present, this group of students still dared to approach. Their intentions were glaringly obvious. They sought to encircle and slay it. Those daring enough to do so were undoubtedly among the elite students participating in this major examination. In other words, if the Tier 3 beast were to strike, the finest students from Yunchang District would be utterly slaughtered. Damn it, what do we do now? He cursed inwardly. Who knows? The communicator's shield could withstand a Tier 3 beast's assault for at most 30 seconds before shattering. Enough discussions. Activate the formation to rescue them. Ling interrupted the staff's deliberations with urgency. There is no time. No one is seeking help. We must forcibly activate the formation, which requires 2 minutes. It's several kilometers out of the city, and we still have over 20 kilometers to cover. It would take at least 7 or 8 minutes. By then, everyone would be dead. Ling was in a state of panic. If these students perished during the examination, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. No time to waste. Let us go. Activate the formation. The staff, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly operated the formation's core. The crowd paced anxiously, time dragging painfully slowly. 2 minutes felt interminable, as if a century had passed. Finally, after a series of alert tones, the staff announced, "It's activated." Ling immediately turned to the others. "All of you, follow me to rescue them. Let us go." But just then, the staff spoke again. "Wait. It seems the leader is gone." "What do you mean gone? 10 people disappeared in just 2 minutes? Impossible. Even a Tier 3 beast couldn't kill 10 in such a short span, right?" Ling strode to the screen, and the staff murmured. "It's not that the students are gone. The life signal of the Tier 3 beast has vanished." "What?" A chilling silence fell over the command center, enveloping everyone in an eerie stillness. Chapter 15. Witness the true might of the tiger. The 9 principals exchanged perplexed glances, each reflecting confusion. What could this mean? Was there an error in the information? How could a Tier 3 beast simply cease to exist? Director what do you make of this situation? Ling shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. Could it be a display error? Perhaps there was never a Tier 3 beast at all? A staff member quickly countered. The monitoring formation was established by powerful individuals from our Ministry of Education. It has never malfunctioned. Ling frowned, a sudden thought emerging in his mind. Could it be that the Tier 3 beast was slain? He directed his gaze toward the 10 green dots. Could they have managed to kill it? Unlikely. Well, since the life signals of these 10 students are intact, and the Tier 3 beast's signal has vanished, we can only wait and see. It seemed there was no other choice. Could one of the students have achieved a breakthrough to Tier 3? Old Wong, are you dreaming? Even under the best circumstances, it would likely be Lin Kong. Outside the city, in the examination formation, at a certain valley, time rewound to 2 minutes prior. The roar of a tiger echoed thunderously, causing even Lin Kong and his companions to feel their blood surge. Their internal chi momentarily halted. A terrifying pressure radiated outward. Even though they did not confront the beast directly, they sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Lin Kong's expression darkened. He now recognized the reality that the beast had indeed broken through to Tier 3. He turned to Liu Bei and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke. "The frost tiger has broken through to Tier 3. We cannot contend with it. We must flee." "Indeed," Liu Bei agreed. "A Tier 3 beast awakens its racial talents. Before we reach Tier 3 ourselves, we stand no chance against it. This is a disparity that numbers cannot compensate for," Xiao Wanwan anxiously urged, her gaze fixed on the valley's exit, fearing the beast might emerge at any moment. Only Liu Bei remained composed, stating, "It's too late. The beast has already targeted us." "What do you mean?" Su Hong instinctively asked, but his expression quickly changed. Following his gaze, the others beheld a massive frost tiger perched on a perilous peak to the side. In its upside-down eyes, there seemed to be a hint of mockery, entirely unlike a mere beast. The fact that the creature exhibited disdain and other emotions indicated that the Tier 3 beasts had indeed developed intelligence, just as they had been told. Liu Bei took a couple of steps forward, intrigued as he scrutinized the frost tiger. Since entering the examination area, he had slain numerous beasts, including several Tier 2 ones. Yet, without exception, the points awarded for their slaughter were minimal, often less than what he could earn by berating Xiao Wanwan. But what if it were an intelligent beast? With this thought, Liu Bei felt a surge of excitement. Humans kill. The frost tiger stalked slowly down from the mountain peak, attempting to intimidate them with the human language it had just begun to master. "Humans dare to treat us as prey. You all must die." The Tier 3 beast's learning ability was remarkably powerful. At first, its grasp of human language was clumsy, but in just a few sentences, its speech became increasingly fluent, showcasing its intelligence. Liu Bei remained unfazed. You've learned to speak human quite quickly. I suppose you can be considered a successful beast by now. By the way, that pelt of yours looks quite nice. I happen to need 2 winter coats. Isn't that convenient? After waiting a moment with no response, Liu Bei felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed his attempt had failed, as no points were awarded. The beast did not comprehend human sarcasm. Or perhaps it had yet to grasp its meaning. His plan to exploit the situation had once again fallen through. Meanwhile, Lin Kong was thoroughly impressed by Liu Bei's audacity. The moment the frost tiger appeared, he felt his legs begin to tremble. It was not cowardice, but a primal instinct in the face of overwhelming threat. A tier 3 beast could easily kill him, meaning that if it wished, he could be dead in an instant. This sensation of life being beyond his control rendered him incapable of maintaining composure. The others fared little better. 2 tier 2 level 4 students had already begun to crumble under the pressure. Only Liu Bei seemed unaffected. Was this truly the chasm separating them? The frost tiger inched closer, unhurried and seemingly relishing the moment. As the distance dwindled, Su Hong could no longer contain himself. This is the pressure of a tier 3 beast. We're doomed. Running leads to death, and standing still leads to death. We might as well fight. Yang Hu gritted his teeth, fear evident on his face, but at this juncture, what other opportunity remained but to fight? Liu Bei, why don't you run? You're the only one among us with any chance of escape. Xiao Wanwan's expression was grave as she spoke the truth. If Liu Bei, the strongest among them, were to choose to flee, he might just preserve his life. However, before she could finish her words, Liu Bei, with evident disdain, interrupted her. What is the point of running away at the first sign of trouble? Did I come here just to pummel you two and then make a hasty exit? Ding. The player inadvertently struck at the heart of the matter. Violence points 2009. At his words, Xiao Wanwan composed herself and revealed a resolute expression. Very well, let us confront this beast together. Even if we lose, we shall not let it have an easy victory. Indeed, if we can hold on for a little longer, the teachers outside must have noticed our plight. Perhaps we can endure long enough to be rescued. Liu, I shall trouble you to take the lead in the attack. The rest of us will do our utmost to distract it, allowing you to deal greater damage. If we can inflict serious harm on this beast before we meet our end, we might even gain some notoriety. That wouldn't be too shameful. As the group spoke with increasing excitement, their morale surged, embodying a spirit of gallant sacrifice. Yet, to Liu Bei, their fervor seemed rather perplexing. Why were they so irrationally enthusiastic? Brother Liu, shall we strike first? Yang Hu suggested, I have cultivated the 1,000 Mountain Shield technique, which can mitigate damage. As he prepared to step forward as a frontline fighter, a hand, as white as jade, rested upon his shoulder. Though seemingly casual, Yang Hu felt utterly immobilized. Your 1,000 Mountain Shield would hardly withstand a single blow from me. You all stay back. If things escalate, I might inadvertently harm you. With that, Liu Bei strode confidently towards the frost tiger, leaving the others in stunned silence. What was he doing? Was he truly intending to challenge the 3rd-tier beast, the frost tiger? No way. Are you out of your mind? You're merely at the 2nd tier. Even if you are strong, you cannot face a 3rd-tier beast alone. As the crowd pondered this, they noticed Liu Bei's aura intensifying with each step he took. 2nd tier, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level. By the time his final step landed, Liu Bei had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, 9th level. His figure shot forth before the frost tiger. And within the beast's astonished gaze, his eyes gleamed with a cold, mocking light. Today, let this beast witness what true tiger might is. Liu Bei, nurturing his battle prowess, transformed all the violence points he had just accumulated into formidable strength. A thunderous roar erupted from within him, followed by the manifestation of a gigantic white tiger apparition behind him. From the perspective of the onlookers, as Liu Bei unleashed a punch, the phantom white tiger simultaneously struck down with its paw towards the frost tiger. Chapter 16. A clash with the 3rd-tier beast. Having just broken through to the 3rd tier, the frost tiger, now endowed with intelligence, was no different from an ordinary human. While typical beasts might not feel fear or trepidation, this one was different, having gained wisdom. It understood the arduous journey of ascension, from its initial 1st tier to 2nd tier perfection, all the while in a state of ignorance. Now that it had finally acquired its own intellect, how could it possibly submit without a fight? Yet, the fear it felt was palpable. The human it once regarded as a mere toy now radiated an overwhelming beastly might, a pure, unadulterated aura of tiger dominance. In that instant, it was overwhelmed with an impulse to kneel and await its demise. No, no, no. How can a human possess such a pure aura? The frost tiger shrieked in terror as it struck out with its claws to shield against the colossal tiger apparition. Liu Bei remained silent. What was there to communicate with the beast? Moreover, the creature could not gain violence points. Seeing his punch blocked, he spread his arms wide, as if drawing back a great bow. Then, with a fierce flurry, he unleashed a barrage of punches, hammering away with the ferocity akin to that of a blacksmith. The frost tiger, unwilling to perish so easily, retaliated with its own claws. Thus, a fierce exchange ensued. The sight left the others dumbfounded. The clash of fists and claws generated a powerful wind pressure that swept through the surroundings, forcing them to retreat several meters. How could Liu Bei be so brazenly confronting a third-tier beast? No. By what means could he do this? Yang Hu felt as if he might shatter under the strain. His training had geared him towards bodily fortitude, yet even with that and defensive techniques, he could only hope to delay the Frost Tiger for a few moves before certain death. But now, someone was directly confronting it with sheer physical prowess. It felt absurd, akin to a child throwing an adult over their shoulder. Xiao Wanwan stood by, her heart racing as she watched the seemingly frail youth engage in a fierce battle with the terrifying beast. The raw aesthetic of violence stirred an unusual emotion within her. However, their astonishment was not unwarranted. Anyone seasoned would have been equally taken aback. Beasts were renowned for their physical strength, enduring vitality, and remarkable stamina. This was why it was so challenging for a practitioner of equal rank to kill a beast. Yet, Liu Bei was different. First, the nurturing from his innate beast allowed him to transcend the limitations of human physical capabilities and innate flaws. Secondly, his passive skill of bodily enhancement was in constant effect, meaning everything he did was a form of physical training, walking, running, climbing stairs, each contributing to his physical strength, compounding over time. Furthermore, the first beast he devoured was the dark white tiger, essentially the progenitor of tiger-like beasts, providing an innate suppression buff against lower-tier tiger beasts. With this interplay of strengths and weaknesses, he, at the pinnacle of the second tier, 9th level, paired with his formidable physique and tiger might, was more than capable of facing off against a third-tier beast. In the heart of the battleground, as one man and one beast exchanged blows, a dense white mist enveloped the Frost Tiger. Everything it touched was blanketed in ice. Liu Bei, be careful. That's the Frost Tiger's racial talent. The Frost and Snow domain. The longer a Chi master fights within it, the greater their strength diminishes. Eventually, it can freeze the blood and veins of a Chi master, turning them into an ice sculpture. Xiao Wanwan felt a surge of anxiety. She feared Liu Bei might be defeated by this racial talent. A Chi master who had not ascended to the third tier lacked martial talent, and that could not be compensated. At this moment, after unleashing dozens of punches, Liu Bei began to feel impatient. Typically, when facing an opponent of equal rank, he would dominate. Over time, even those who were slightly stronger would fall within his grasp. Yet today, crossing a small boundary and facing such significant advantages, he found himself unable to break through. Who could endure such frustration? Wasn't there just a small tier difference between the second tier, 9th level, and the third tier? However, such thoughts were his alone. Had others known of his internal musings, they would surely be infuriated. A small tier difference between the second tier, 9th level, and the third tier? Was that even comparable? The difference was akin to a vast chasm, a stark division between those who grasped martial talent and those who did not. Fortunately, all of this was merely Liu Bei's inner turmoil. As he contemplated these matters, his agitation grew. But upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's warning, he realized he could not afford to delay any longer. The chill was beginning to impair his senses. With that, he unleashed his fists while simultaneously channeling his thoughts, commanding the surroundings to gradually form blades of energy. As the blade of air relentlessly slashed towards the Frost Tiger, it targeted the softer areas, such as the eyes, the throat, and even certain delicate regions. Initially, the Frost Tiger paid little heed, dismissing the second-tier combat skills as mere tickles, believing that as long as it could block the terrifying punches of the human before it, it would suffice. In its view, such a young human Chi master must have expended countless efforts to refine their physical prowess, leaving little time for the cultivation of combat techniques. However, with the sudden flash of several sharp golden energies, blood erupted forth, causing the Frost Tiger to emit a piercing howl. Ding! Player S attack is particularly underhanded, striking the private areas of a third-tier beast, resulting in 1,500 points of infamy. Now was the moment. Liu Bei abruptly withdrew his fist, placing his right hand at his waist and inhaling sharply. Amidst his vigorous breaths, wisps of white vapor could be seen emanating from his mouth. He stepped forward, launching a devastating punch that shattered the ground beneath him like cracking ice, the force radiating outward. This punch was destined to be lethal. With a swiftness akin to thunder, the Frost Tiger, in a state of astonishment, could barely perceive the afterimage, feeling the fist materialize before it, penetrating its paw defenses. In a panic, it could only unleash all its beastly energy to form a shield in defense. Yet, this was merely a desperate struggle before death. No, I am willing to be your steed. Spare my life. I am a third-tier beast, absolutely capable of becoming your ally. The benefits of subduing me far outweigh the advantages of slaying me. Human, do you not desire the accolades from your superiors? Capturing me alive would undoubtedly assist you. In a mere 3 seconds, the Frost Tiger articulated countless enticing conditions. However, Liu Bei's expression remained unchanged. He felt a surge of power rising from his feet, coursing through his spine and transforming into a divine rainbow that erupted from the tip of his fist. Boom! The chi burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, A circular gap appeared in the massive tiger head before him, penetrating through to the other side. Liu Bei retracted his fist and took a moment to regulate his breath. Then, with a flick of his palm, the tiger's blood evaporated into vapor. Ding! Player has overthrown a third-tier beast. Infamy points, 10,000. After engaging in a lengthy and tedious altercation, Liu Bei turned around, and before he could utter a word, he saw Xiao Wanwan leading several others rushing towards him. Are you all right? I'm fine. The beast has been dealt with. I killed it all by myself. Do you have any objections? Lin Kong, Yang Hu, and Su Heng shook their heads in unison, finding the situation rather peculiar, as if he were eagerly inviting them to challenge him. They were not fools. Having slain a third-tier beast, they had no grounds for dissent. It was indeed he who had vanquished it alone, so of course they had no objections. Yes. There is still time. We can hunt a few more second-tier beasts without it affecting our finals. Liu Bei clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat disappointed. What was with this group? According to the narrative tropes, they should have been clamoring to confront him and seize his credit. Why was everyone behaving so courteously? Never mind. It was best to find a place to allocate points quickly. Glancing at the display showing just over 10,000 points, Liu Bei could hardly contain his excitement. All right. Since you all say so, I won't waste any more words. I'm off. Before anyone could finish, Liu Bei had already turned and leapt away from the scene. Chapter 17. The end of the finals, rankings. As the time for the finals drew to a close, all candidates made their final efforts. Some merely aspired to secure a spot in an ordinary university, while others aimed for prestigious institutions, and the most elite students were striving towards their dream schools. In a mountainous forest, Xiao Wanwan struggled to extract a crystal core from a massive porcine beast. This should suffice to qualify for the assessment of top-tier institutions, she mused. Since being soundly beaten by Liu Bei, her mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Previously, she had believed that cultivation was the only path, that strength alone could bring her joy. She had always dismissed the pursuits of her peers, viewing romance as a fleeting illusion. Even when pursued by so-called geniuses like Lin Kong, she found them utterly dull. What did it matter if they were stronger? They were only leveraging her family's connections. Moreover, those who battled her always exhibited a lack of resolve, rendering the encounters meaningless. Yet Liu Bei was different. His overwhelming strength, his relentless dominance, and the ferocity with which he struck her felt as if he aimed to obliterate her completely. Strangely, instead of fear, she felt exhilaration. She found herself thinking that Liu Bei's treatment of her was rather pleasing. Not just pleasing, she even felt a sense of anticipation. Whenever she heard his cold words, joy surged within her, compelling her to draw closer. After much contemplation, she could not discern the reason behind her feelings. But one thing was certain. She desired to see Liu Bei frequently. Now that Liu Bei had undoubtedly secured the qualifications for a top-tier institution, given his prowess, he might very well succeed in his entrance exams. Thus, if Xiao Wanwan wished to see Liu Bei in the future, she would need to strive to enroll in a prestigious academy herself. Outside the southern gates of Jianghai Base City, He Ling awaited with a group of principals. Watching the seconds tick away, finally, he waved his hand grandly, opened the formation. With his command, the barrier outside the city slowly opened. Simultaneously, all students' specialized communicators buzzed with the announcement that the examination had concluded, prompting everyone to head towards the city. Outside the gates, throngs of people gathered. Some were parents, others mere spectators. Some even went so far as to unfurl banners nearby. Don't panic over exam failures. Find a job at 85 Tongqing Network. Jianghai Bay City. Assistant to the chairman position at a listed enterprise. Requirements. Female. Upon seeing these banners, returning students seethed with anger. Many who had already performed poorly found the taunts particularly biting. However, their protests were quickly drowned out by the murmurs of the crowd. Look, the finals have ended, and the students are emerging. Every year, some students don't make it. The path of the Chi Master is not so easy. Unfortunately. Have you seen the news these past few days? The turmoil with the beasts is growing more severe, and foreign powers are eyeing us covetously. Our nation is vast, and requires more strong warriors to safeguard it. Indeed, it makes sense. I just lack the talent. Otherwise, I would have also gone to slay a few beasts. But who do you think will emerge as the top student from Yinchang District this year? That essay given. ISNT it. Lin Kong from the first high is the strongest, naturally ranking the highest. After this assertion, dissenting opinions began to surface. That is not certain. Realm does not equate to combat strength. Actual rankings depend on how many beasts one has slain. I think Yang Hu from the second high has a chance. I believe Su Heng from the third high is also quite impressive. He has certainly killed many beasts. What you're saying is predictable. It's just a pity that the other schools are merely participating. It's commendable if any of them can break into the top 10. As the crowd continued to discuss, opinions divided between support for the first, second, and third highs. With students continually exiting, the attention of all gradually shifted towards them. At that moment, He Ling employed his chi to address the gathering. Everyone placed their numbered bags into the verification machine, as this was crucial to their results. Upon hearing this, the students promptly complied, tossing their bags containing the cores of slain beasts into the machine on the side. Soon, the machine whirred to life, automatically consolidating everyone's scores and generating a continuously updated ranking list. Initially, the crowd regarded the results with indifference, as no prominent figures had yet emerged. That was until a name appeared, instantly catapulting to the top with a staggering lead. First place, Su Hung from Class 3, 7 early stage, second tier cores, 2 mid-stage, second tier cores. Second place, Zhao Jiang from Class 5, 2 early stage, second tier cores. Goodness, Su Hung from Class 3 has slain so many. Impressive. Absolutely remarkable. He is definitely in the top 3. I concur. Last year's strongest student only managed to kill 7 early stage, second tier beasts. However, amidst their discussions, the ranking updated once more, resulting in a shift at the top. First place, Yang Hu from Class 2, 8 early stage, second tier cores, 2 late stage, second tier cores. Second place, Su Hung from Class 3, 7 early stage, second tier cores, 2 mid stage, second tier cores. Wow, Yang Hu has killed a late stage, second tier beast. Incredible. I'm now quite eager to see Lin Kong's data. It's bound to be more astonishing. The students continued to orderly dispose of their bags, while more individuals emerged from the formation in the distance. As time passed, the leaderboard remained stable with the top 2 positions unchanged. The crowd remained fixated on the rankings, anticipating even more astonishing results. First place, Lin Kong from Class 1, 9 early stage, second tier cores, 3 late stage, second tier cores. Second place, Yang Hu from Class 2, 8 early stage, second tier cores, 2 late stage, second tier cores. Third place, Xiao Wanwan from Class 6, 8 early stage, second tier cores, 2 mid stage, second tier cores. Fourth place, Su Hung from Class 3, 7 early stage, second tier cores, 2 mid stage, second tier cores. Fifth place, Huang Wei from Class 9, 7 early stage, second tier cores, 1 mid stage, second tier core. As time continued to elapse, the rankings gradually stabilized. Onlookers observed that the talented students they were keenly watching had successively made it onto the board, leading them to believe there was little left to see. After all, the top 3 positions were now secure, and the strength of those ranked was as expected. Unless a dark horse emerged, there was little chance of disrupting the established order. Among the top 3, however, the presence of Xiao Wanwan from Class 6 surprised many. Yet, upon learning she was the daughter of the Xiao family, their astonishment faded. It was only natural for a prominent family to have some fallback strategies. Perhaps she had merely been low-key in previous assessments, biding her time for this major examination. Seeing this, many principals were visibly pleased, especially the principal of Class 1, who wore a radiant smile. You all acknowledge it then? Once again, it is Class 1 that claims the top spot. All right, enough of that showboating. It's infuriating to watch, another principal chimed in. This year, Class 6 has also entered the top 3. Old Shun is delighted, remarked another. Shin Chongping couldn't help but smile at the comment. Well, that was to be expected. You expect what exactly? All right, everyone, the major examination is nearing its conclusion. We need to keep the top 10 core students for a meeting regarding the sudden appearance and disappearance of the third-tier beasts within the formation. As Healing spoke, the atmosphere turned serious. The recent incident involving the breakthrough of the second-tier perfect beasts was too coincidental, marking an unusual phenomenon. Traditionally, a second-tier perfect beast would require a considerable amount of time to accumulate strength before breaking through to the third tier. Yet, this occurrence coincided perfectly with the formation's lockdown. Therefore, it was imperative for He Ling to ascertain the details of this situation, particularly why the beast perished so swiftly after its breakthrough. Could it have been overwhelmed by the students? The principal of Class 1 nodded in agreement. He Ling is correct. I will call Lin Kong over. Yes, I will summon Su Hung as well. A moment later, a group of the top 10 students, led by Lin Kong, approached He Ling and the others. However, Lin Kong and his companions wore awkward expressions, as though they were grappling with something difficult to articulate. Chapter 18. First, Doubt. The students bowed in unison. Greetings, Lord He and esteemed principals. He Ling nodded slightly, while the principal of Class 1 smiled and said, You are the top 10 students of this major examination. Lord He has summoned you for some inquiries. Indeed, speak only the truth, and do not conceal a single detail. Among the 10 students, Lin Kong exchanged awkward glances with the others before finally, with flushed faces, speaking up. Lord He, esteemed principals, there is actually one person who is yet to arrive. He Ling furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Another person? Aren't you all 10? Lin Kong's face reddened even further. The truth is, I am not the first. The real first place may not have had the opportunity to submit their cores yet. What? The principals, including He Ling, were taken aback. Lin Kong's ascendance to the top was widely accepted, yet now he claimed otherwise. Could there be a dark horse in the mix? Lin Kong, is what you say true? Seeing the leader's disbelief, Xiao Wanwan interjected. What he says is indeed true. The principal of Class 1 grew anxious. Could it be that the prize duck has flown away? I simply cannot fathom who else possesses the potential to surpass Lin Kong. In Yunchang District, Lin Kong's prowess was well recognized. Such matters could not be trifled with. If the other student had perished during the examination, then Before the principal could finish his thought, a brilliant golden light erupted from the core calculation machine, shooting skyward. Everyone turned their attention to the leaderboard, which had quietly transformed. First place, Liu Bei from Class 6. 1 third-tier core. 13 early-stage, second-tier cores. 10 mid-stage, second-tier cores. 5 late-stage, second-tier cores. The dazzling achievements left the crowd in awe, as Lin Kong's ranking naturally fell to second place, with all others shifting down a position. Eyes widened in disbelief. They gazed at the astonishing scene at the top of the leaderboard. The principal of Class 6, who had initially felt disappointed that Xiao Wanwan had only managed to secure a top 3 position, now found himself utterly astonished. Class 6. Could it be that the machine has malfunctioned? When did our school produce such an extraordinary talent? Not just him, but the other principals were equally dumbfounded. To have a dark horse emerge and usurp the top position, they had anticipated it would likely be a student from classes 1, 2, or 3. How had a student from Class 6 suddenly appeared? The principal of Class 2 blurted out, could the machine be broken? Unlikely. Ling struggled to regain composure before turning to Lin Kong and the others, asking, is this the person you were referring to? Lin Kong nodded yes. Liu Bei from Class 6 independently slayed a third-tier beast, the Frost Tiger. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. To independently slay a third-tier beast? Initially, they had entertained fantasies of a group effort, but now, the individual boldly claimed responsibility for the kill. Class 6 had truly witnessed a miraculous event this year. A dark horse so formidable, Ling, demonstrating an impressive capacity for rapid comprehension, turned to Principal Shan of the 6th High School. Please reach out to this formidable newcomer from Yunchang District. It is imperative that we meet him. The crowd perceptibly sensed the shift in Ling's tone. In summoning a student from the top 10 of the assessments, his demeanor towards Liu Bei was markedly more egalitarian. This showcased a distinct disparity. Both were first-place achievers. Yet the variations between slaying a third-tier beast and dispatching several second-tier ones were substantial. He then addressed the students below. Elucidate the specifics. How did the third-tier beast appear so suddenly within the formation, and what strategy did Liu Bei employ to defeat it? A few students exchanged glances before Lin Kong, somewhat resigned, took the initiative to recount the events. Faced with Ling, they felt compelled to disclose everything, including the fact that they had all been thoroughly beaten. After a considerable pause, upon hearing that Liu Bei had literally pulverized the third-tier beast with his fists, Ling's mind buzzed. A Qi master, a mere second-tier master at the pinnacle of his realm, to achieve such a feat through sheer physical prowess. Should we consider what Li Zai has to say about divine and demonic beings? It is no exaggeration to assert that even a late-stage third-tier Qi master would hesitate to claim superiority over a nascent third-tier beast in terms of raw strength. This is an innate disadvantage of species. Just as Ling maintained a modicum of skepticism, a youth clad in the 6th High School uniform approached. All present, save for Lin Kong and a few others who had endured a beating, were noticing this young man for the first time, yet even this initial encounter left them astounded. The aura emanating from the boy was palpably distinct, akin to a blade unsheathed, radiating a sharp and formidable brilliance. Greetings, esteemed leaders and principals. Ling, deep in thought, descended from the stage to scrutinize Liu Bei closely. Liu Bei, would you be so kind as to share how you managed to slay the third-tier beast? I struck it down with my fists. Liu Bei replied. Ling's expression turned serious. There have been high school prodigies capable of slaying third-tier beasts, and I can assure you that within the most prominent districts of Jianghai Bay City, there are indeed gifted students who have achieved such feats. However, none have done so relying solely on physical strength, especially considering you are merely a second-tier master at the peak of your level. And so? Liu Bei inquired, perplexed. Liu Bei, just moments ago, I accessed your records. Last year, you were merely a first-tier practitioner. However, your brother, Lu Nan, is an extraordinary genius in the realm of Qi. Given that you and your brother have had limited contact over the past year, I suspect that this has fostered jealousy and led you to stray into unorthodox paths. Now, in just 1 year, you've honed your physical capabilities to an astonishing degree. Ling suddenly squinted, a hint of menace in his gaze. Liu Bei, there is something amiss with you. Based on past experiences, such an inexplicably gifted individual may well be covertly supported by foreign powers. Especially considering your physical strength resembles the results of certain nations' gene therapies designed to unlock latent potential. The atmosphere grew tense. The principal of the 6th High School was poised to defend his student, but was restrained by the principal of the 1st High School, who whispered cautions to him. Do not act rashly, old Shan. This concerns matters beyond our borders. Tread carefully. Indeed, Ling was merely adhering to protocol to eliminate potential threats. The principal of the 6th High School, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from any hasty actions. Ling was not indulging in alarmism. Every head of major assessments bore such responsibility. If a foreign-supported Qi master were to infiltrate a prestigious institution in Xia country, the repercussions would be catastrophic. The loss of countless combat techniques and arcane methods would be devastating. Thus, such occurrences must be absolutely prevented. Consequently, every sudden appearance of talent undergoes scrutiny. Dark Horse, Dark horse, what if he truly is one? That would be terrifying. While other students were curious, they found themselves unable to voice their thoughts. He Ling's presence was overwhelmingly authoritative, rendering them speechless. Only Liu Bei, ensconced in the tempest of energy, appeared unfazed, exuding an aura of calmness. He alone understood that despite the forceful aura of his opponent, it paled in comparison to the terror of the dark white tiger he had consumed. He would not be subdued by mere pressure. He Ling, somewhat taken aback, chose not to speak, but simply awaited Liu Bei's explanation. After a few seconds, Liu Bei lifted his gaze to meet He Ling's. You have refrained from attacking, indicating that you require proof. Since you suspect my physical prowess may be a byproduct of Western pharmaceuticals, why not engage in a sparring match to ascertain the truth? He Ling's expression momentarily faltered, then a smirk graced his lips. You are astute. For the sake of fairness, I shall maintain my strength at the initial stage of the third tier. After our bout, the truth shall reveal itself. If you are innocent, I shall ensure your treatment, guaranteeing no impact on your subsequent assessments. If otherwise, no need for treatment. If I can crush a third-tier beast, I can just as easily crush you. As those words left his lips, He Ling observed a spark of excitement in the boy's eyes. What an audacious lad. Yet, before he could respond, Liu Bei surged forward, a blur of motion intent on attack. Chapter 19. I am indeed a model student. As the head of the major assessments, He Ling was a formidable presence. A fifth-tier powerhouse. Confronted with a second-tier master, he brimmed with confidence. Even if this student were a genius with the ability to slay third-tier beasts, he believed himself to be invulnerable. At least, that was his conviction 3 seconds prior. However, upon hearing the piercing sound of air being sliced, he realized his assumptions had been naive. Constrained to the early third-tier realm, he felt every hair on his body stand on end, an icy dread washing over him. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying shadow of a fist, imbued with lethal intent, surged toward him. He dared not underestimate the assault. He swiftly pivoted to evade, feeling a sharp sting across his face as the force of the fist's wind grazed him. Good heavens, this is terrifying. Having missed his initial strike, Liu Bei's chi surged explosively from his fist, crashing into the ground and sending clouds of dust and debris flying. Those witnessing the scene could hardly contain their astonishment. Could this destruction truly be wrought by a second-tier chi master? If He Ling felt the pressure mounting, he could always unleash his full power at the second stage of the third tier. Ding. Player has taunted a high-tier chi master, eliciting a response of impotent rage. Points for violence. 800. He Ling's expression shifted. He had been mocked by a student, and a flush crept onto his cheeks. Yet, before he could utter a word, the shadow lunged at him once more, moving with astonishing speed, delivering another devastating punch. This blow seemed even more formidable. He Ling could faintly discern the darkly subdued chi swirling around the punch. What the hell? Does this brat intend to beat me to a pulp? He Ling gritted his teeth. As the head of the assessments, he could not allow a scenario where he was relentlessly pursued by a student. At this juncture, he set aside evasion and resolved to meet the strike head-on. Tensing his right arm, he transformed his energy into a great dragon of chi. Bang! In the instant their fists collided, He Ling's expression transformed. Pain. An excruciating throb radiated from his knuckles. Although he could ascertain that none of his bones had been fractured, he felt as though he had lost all sensation. Simultaneously, he was shocked. This was the first time he had faced such a direct confrontation. And he was a fifth-tier chi master. Even if he had not specialized in physical cultivation, his rank alone should have afforded him some advantage. Yet here he was, being rendered senseless by a mere second-tier novice. Wait a moment. Just then, Liu Bei spoke again. What are you waiting for? Since the examiner harbors doubts about my abilities, I must make a concerted effort to showcase my prowess, lest I fall under further suspicion. With that thought, Liu Bei propelled himself into the air, executing a graceful spin, his leg coiling with energy before striking at He Ling with the force of a whip. Crack! He Ling could only barely raise his arms in defense, and the collision sent visible ripples through the air. In less than half a second, the sheer power of that kick sent He Ling flying backward. What remarkable agility! Surely, this is the essence of yielding to strength. Ding! Player Hua Kai Er Du, He Ling's thoughts begin to spiral into chaos. Violence points 1000. Yielding to strength? What nonsense! Did you not see that I was unable to withstand the force and got knocked away? Yet, he could not utter these words, for the embarrassment was too great. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, upon landing, immediately pushed off the ground and surged forward. In He Ling's bewildered gaze, he unleashed another punch. He Ling, now somewhat flustered, felt a lingering numbness in his right hand from the previous blow. Having just absorbed a kick, his internal energy was in disarray, and he feared that another punch would lead to a complete thrashing. Realizing this, he quickly shouted, "That's enough, Liu Bei. You must not be an agent from abroad. The test is over." Yet Liu Bei shook his head defiantly. "No, it's still insufficient. The examiner mentioned that there is a possibility of errors. How can you be so irresponsible? Rest assured, I will cooperate fully and recreate the scene of defeating the Frost Tiger using my combat techniques." He Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid is doing this on purpose. He is absolutely retaliating against me. But there was no time for words now, as Liu Bei's assault had already reached him. Boom. He Ling was forcefully slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater, with cracks radiating outward. He could not afford to be complacent. He immediately performed a roll to spring back up, desperate to escape Liu Bei's relentless barrage. However, as soon as he lifted his head, he caught sight of the youth's figure reappearing to his right, excitement glimmering in his dark eyes, as he threw another punch. Simultaneously, a bizarrely sharp blade of air accompanied the punch. Combat technique. Damn it. Liu Bei halted, convinced that he was no longer merely a student. The wind blade, combined with the force of the punch, descended like a tempest, leaving He Ling in a daze upon impact. He was well aware of the weight behind his opponent's punches, but why did this wind blade also carry such immense force? Each strike felt more painful than the last. Had he not possessed protective artifacts, he might have sustained serious injuries. He Ling thought to himself, what could I possibly be? This suffix must be clarified, lest it be misinterpreted by those with ill intentions. As he pondered, Liu Bei continued his relentless onslaught. His fists fell like rain, and He Ling could only dodge and defend. In a matter of seconds, he had endured 3 punches, his robe in tatters. After withstanding dozens of punches, he finally could no longer suppress his fury, unleashing the formidable aura of a late-stage third tier. The overwhelming energy instantly sent Liu Bei, who had been relentlessly attacking, flying back. Enough. I have already stated you are not an agent from abroad, yet you persist with your attacks, clearly seeking revenge. He Ling raised his hand, prepared to educate Liu Bei with the might of a late-stage third tier, while simultaneously venting his frustration. But upon looking up, he was utterly taken aback. Liu Bei was now 10 meters away, hands clasped together in a bow, presenting himself as a model student, even feigning a relaxed sigh. Thank you, Lord He, for your diligent verification of your student. Since you have confirmed my innocence, I am now absolved of suspicion. This display rendered He Ling unable to retaliate. The student had bowed in gratitude. How could he possibly strike back? You indeed possess a certain decorum. A cultivator must first cultivate the heart. I am, after all, a model student with commendable character. Ding. Player's conduct is despicable and detestable. He Ling's mind races with curses, yet he is helpless. Violence points 1200. Liu Bei chuckled softly, another 1000 points added to his tally. Truly a kind-hearted individual. Moreover, he was no fool. While he could bully someone at the initial stage of the third tier, now that his opponent revealed the strength of the late-stage third tier, retaliating would only afford his adversary the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thus, sensing the shift in dynamics, he immediately ceased his assault and bowed. Surely, no one would continue attacking once the student had halted. Would they risk their reputation by persisting? At this moment, He Ling felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had endured a beating without the chance to retaliate. It was akin to spending the night with a friend, waking up to a sore behind, yet having no evidence, only to see them bringing you breakfast and feeling compelled to express gratitude. Yes, it was that level of vexation. Meanwhile, the observing principals on the sidelines were struggling to contain their laughter. The principal of the 6th high school hastily cleared his throat to mask his amusement and said, Director He, are you now certain that Liu Bei holds no suspicion? He Ling, upon hearing this, adjusted his tattered robe. Indeed, I am certain. There are no signs of modification by foreign genetic serums. His strength is entirely the result of diligent cultivation. Liu Bei nodded in agreement from the side. Indeed, enhancing one's skills is a form of cultivation. My dedicated efforts in honing my abilities are part of my growth. With He Ling's affirmation, the others naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, he would not jest about such matters. If he claimed there was no suspicion, then it was highly likely that there truly was none. Seeing this, the principal of the 6th high school smiled. Well then, the examination has concluded. Each of you take your core students back. Do not forget what I mentioned earlier. The joint examination of District 18 concerns the admissions of prestigious academies. You must ensure that the resources and pills needed for the students are provided. Else, if our Yunchang district lacks even a single student from a top-tier academy, I would find it utterly disgraceful. After He Ling finished speaking, all the principals nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we will ensure that resources are generously allocated to our outstanding disciples in the coming month. Indeed, Lord He, you need not worry. We are well aware. With that, He Ling glanced at the crowd, especially at the smiling Liu Bei, before turning on his heel and departing with a darkened expression. Damn it. I have lost face in a colossal manner today. Chapter 20. Visitors from the Liu family of Jinghai. As everyone was about to leave, Su Hong turned to Liu Bei. Brother Liu, there are certain matters I must report truthfully upon returning home. Consider this a heads up. Go ahead, Liu Bei replied. Lu Zhong was likely killed by you. Wasn't he? Liu Bei looked at Su Hong in surprise, and upon seeing his lack of denial, Su Hong continued. Although my Su family is not particularly close to the Liu family, we are nominally cousins. Therefore, when my family inquires about this matter, I can only provide a truthful account. Su Hong spoke earnestly, having finished his explanation. No problem. He sought to kill me, so he deserved his fate. If the Liu family takes issue, they are welcome to confront me. Liu Bei was aware that certain matters could not be concealed. The signals from the specialized communicator were visible throughout the entire incident, and his act of killing Lu Zhong and taking the communicator would inevitably come to light. With a bit of effort, anyone could uncover such information. However, Liu Bei was uncertain about the relationship between Su Hong and Lu Zhong. Otherwise, he would have considered whether to allow Su Hong to speak before the formation was activated. With this in mind, Liu Bei shook his head. There was no use in dwelling on it now. Su Hong had already emerged, and he could not continue his assault. Besides, killing him later would serve little purpose. Su Hong breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the situation, then nodded and turned to leave. The strength of the Liu family remained uncertain. Yet, it was undeniable that the Liu family possessed formidable power. Even though this branch was merely a subsidiary in the Jianghai-based city, it could still be considered formidable. The most prominent figure in this branch was its head, who had reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage. Liu Bei turned around and saw Xiao Wanwan approaching with a beaming smile. However, the person he was most likely to encounter next was not another powerful member of the Liu family, but rather someone else entirely. Who? Liu Bei inquired, perplexed. Lu Zhong's sister, Lu Xia, the strongest student in the Jinghua district, from number 1 high school. Xiao Wanwan replied as she walked beside Liu Bei, both of them heading toward the city gates. The Jinghua district is the foremost area within our Jianghai-based city, where students are exceptionally powerful. If we were to follow the previous rankings, Lin Kong would only rank among the top 10 at some school there, not even making it to the overall district ranking. Lu Xia, as a leader, undoubtedly surpasses us by a significant margin. It is not an exaggeration to say that her strength ranks among the top 3 in the entire Jianghai-based city. Listening intently, Liu Bei's mind began to wander elsewhere. Greater power often correlates with heightened pride. If he were to humiliate her a few times, would that not yield a plethora of points for his misdeeds? To take it a step further, what if he were to kill her? He had noticed that with each advancement in stage, the rewards for his misdeeds significantly increased. For instance, slaying Lu Zhong, a 2nd stage Qi master, only granted him over 2,000 points, whereas defeating a 3rd stage beast netted him a staggering 10,000. Liu Bei? Liu Bei? Snapping back to reality, Liu Bei looked at the girl beside him, bewildered. I mentioned that Lu Zhong's sister, Lu Xia, is already a 3rd stage Qi master. Therefore, if you encounter her in the upcoming assessments, exercise caution. It is said she is also a promising candidate for the core discipleship at this year's top academic institution. Let me ask you this. If someone were to be killed during the assessments, would there be consequences? Xiao Wanwan paused, her steps faltering. The implication of his words suggested that Liu Bei was contemplating killing her, which meant she had wasted her earlier warning. A top contender from the 3rd district. And Liu Bei actually considered killing her. She acknowledged Liu Bei's strength, but he was merely a novice in the 3rd stage, while Lu Xia had formally awakened her martial talents, receiving countless resources and training. His capabilities were certainly not comparable to hers. Yet, Liu Bei seemed to carry an air of confidence. It stood to reason that a prodigy of her caliber would be well protected. It would be best not to let him harm her. Realizing she had somewhat accepted Liu Bei's hypothetical scenario, Xiao Wanwan felt a twinge of annoyance. But her thoughts were quickly interrupted by Liu Bei's voice. Well, then, I suppose I'll just maim her. Oh, okay. As they walked, Xiao Wanwan attempted to engage in light conversation, but Liu Bei appeared disinterested, responding with one-word answers or half-hearted nods, which left her feeling somewhat deflated. The two boarded the school bus back to Yinchang District and then parted ways to rest at their respective homes. The following morning, shortly after Liu Bei had risen and prepared to play a game of cards, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening the door and recognizing the visitor, his expression suddenly grew calm. The visitor, seemingly surprised, smiled and spoke. You seem to have anticipated my arrival? Somewhat, after all. This visit is reminiscent of last year when Lu Nan's reputation soared at this time. The middle-aged man nodded and entered the room uninvited. I heard you successfully broke through that insurmountable bottleneck and shone during the recent practical assessment. Is there something you need? Haha, not particularly, but your grandfather sent me here. Although your aptitude pales in comparison to Lu Nan's, it is still sufficient to draw your grandfather's attention. As a member of the Lu family, I naturally had to come and meet you. Liu Bei regarded the middle-aged man, whose expression was unreadable. By rights, Liu Bei should address him as uncle, as he was the younger brother of his estranged father, named Lu Qingyang. Last year, it was he who accompanied the elder to pick up Lu Nan. Just get to the point. Lu Qingyang paused momentarily before continuing with a smile. I'll be direct then. The old man tasked me with informing you that if you possess the capability to secure a place at one of Jianghai-based city's top academic institutions, you should remember to choose under Director Zhong Huang. The family has plans in that regard. His words brooked no argument. It was a clear display of familial expectations. Liu Bei could not suppress a cold laugh upon hearing this, but he refrained from displaying his displeasure outright. And the reason for this? Lu Nan will also be enrolling in the top academic institution this year, having skipped grades straight from the 2nd year. By the way, you may not be aware, but Lu Nan has successfully broken through to the 4th stage of Qi mastery in recent days and is beginning to grasp the essence of strength. He has also secured a direct disciple position under Director Huang Meng of the top institution, which signifies a core identity within the academy, a tremendous opportunity for the Liu family. Each director has a quota for core disciples, and competition among them is fierce. Liu Nan's current cultivation method has certain deficiencies, necessitating a secret technique for support, which is in the possession of Director Zhong Huang in Jianhai Base City. Of course, you won't be working for free. After successfully enrolling, the Liu family will provide you with monthly resources for cultivation and a portion of battle skills, serving as one of your rewards. Liu Qingyang elaborated further. But Liu Bei understood the implications immediately. Liu Nan's cultivation method had flaws, which would hinder his competitiveness among core disciples in the future. Conveniently, Liu Bei had begun to show promise, prompting the Liu family to shift their focus onto him. They hoped he would apply under Director Zhong Huang, learn the secret technique, and then pass it on to Liu Nan to remedy the shortcomings. A cold smile crept onto Liu Bei's face. It was clear that the Liu family had devised a clever scheme. A secret technique, indeed. A true secret must be kept confidential. If he were to learn it and then pass it to Liu Nan, given their relationship, it would be apparent to anyone where it originated. The repercussions for him could be easily imagined. He refrained from questioning why the Liu family had not proposed a direct transaction. The top academic institutions of the major base cities harbored competitive rivalries and would not easily exchange resources with their rivals. The Liu family seemed unwilling to pay that price, preferring instead that Liu Bei make sacrifices, which was the most cost-effective arrangement. What a shrewd calculation. After pondering for a while, Liu Bei decided to hold off on outright refusal. If the opportunity arose, he might indeed apply under Director Zhong Huang. However, once he learned the secret technique, he would not share it. The essence was rebellion. To thoroughly irritate the Liu family, even if both bore the surname Liu, he would ensure they could not lay their hands on it. Moreover, he could use the Liu family's resources for his cultivation, ultimately becoming the obedient pawn that turned against them. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Thus, Liu Bei responded indifferently, "I understand." Liu Qingyang took this as a sign of agreement and nodded in satisfaction. It's good to be understanding. Liu Nan possesses exceptional talent and is destined to be among the elite in the future. As long as you support him well, your future standing will not be lacking. Once their business was concluded, Liu Bei signaled for him to leave. Sensing the coldness in Liu Bei's demeanor, Liu Qingyang shrugged and departed without further ado. Once outside, a hint of disdain crept onto his lips. Just a casual game. Whether he passes or not remains to be seen. I hope I haven't wasted my time. Chapter 21. Breaking through to the third stage. Reaping the rewards. Innate dark beast, little black. Realm. Second stage, ninth layer of perfection. Skills, body enhancement, passive. Unity of man and nature, passive. Blade of metal, active. Comprehensive evaluation. Cultivation is showing initial results. You are now qualified to leave the nest. Violence points, 17,500. Liu Bei skillfully activated the game interface, and a gray-black screen materialized before his eyes. Observing the displayed violence points below, a wave of security washed over him. With over 17,000 points in surplus and his realm elevated to the second tier's perfection, this constituted the entirety of his gains following the recent practical examination. He still possessed a number of relatively useless first-tier beast cores, which he planned to sell in the market, anticipating at least a profit of several hundred thousand. All things considered, the thrill of battle was indeed exhilarating. Casting his gaze towards the skill bar on the interface, Liu Bei felt a profound satisfaction. The enhancement of his physical form had always been the cornerstone of his cross-dire combat prowess, compared to numerous combat practitioners. Anyone who found themselves in close quarters with him had almost no capacity for resistance. Naturally, this was contingent on a minor-level disparity. Otherwise, he would not have conceded defeat so readily after he Ling erupted into the late stage of Tier 3. The subsequent harmonization of man and nature was also an exceptionally compatible passive skill for him. Each technique he executed, beginning as a novice in combat, allowed him to absorb experience with every skirmish. Although he preferred a straightforward approach to fighting, it did not imply that he was exempt from the necessity of honing his skills. Furthermore, this would significantly bolster his future endeavors in mastering combat techniques. After all, he alone understood that he was no so-called genius. Everything he achieved was solely through exploiting advantages. Without the harmonization of man and nature, his comprehension would have inevitably fallen short, even if he could allocate points, resulting in unnecessary consumption. As for the metal chi, it was needless to say that proactively vanquishing foes was always favorable. The combination of these three skills had forged Liu Bei's current invincible status among peers. It was time to convert these gains into combat strength. Surely, this amount would suffice for him to reach Tier 3, right? Liu Bei murmured to himself, waving his hand to commence a card draw. Before long, he completed 100 consecutive draws, gazing at the 100 white-haired monkeys drifting in the card pool. Liu Bei's expression darkened like a lump of coal. He had never encountered a card game with such abysmally low odds. It was driving him nearly insane. Not to mention acquiring something rare. He should at least have received a prized item, right? Cursed be those unscrupulous merchants. Grumbling aside, Liu Bei dutifully activated the devouring skill. Soon, as the white-haired monkeys in the card pool vanished one by one, the information on the interface was updated once more. Your Dark Beast, Xiaohei. Realm, early stage of Tier 3. Skills, physical enhancement, passive, harmonization of man and nature, passive, metal blade, active. Overall evaluation, the player's cultivation shows modest achievements. You are now capable of exerting pressure upon the weak. Violence points, 7, 500. Good heavens. A full 100 basic blood offerings only yielded such a modest improvement. It appeared he had barely managed to break through to Tier 3. The consumption required for a significant elevation was indeed colossal. Fortunately, the violence points gained from defeating foes beyond Tier 3 were substantial, starting directly at 10,000. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find the violence points insufficient for his current rapid progression. Ding. Your Dark Beast has transcended to Tier 3, awakening the racial talent, Devour. Skill explanation. In combat, based on the major acupoints of the body, it continuously absorbs various energies from the surroundings, converting them into personal energy, while also facilitating injury recovery and enhancing endurance in battle. Liu Bei's eyes sparkled with understanding upon seeing this. It was undoubtedly the martial talent awakened post-Tier 3 that Xiao Wanwan and others had mentioned, referred to as racial talent among beasts. With his Dark Beast awakening the Devour talent, it effectively compensated for his last shortcoming, endurance in prolonged combat. This was akin to a frontline warrior relentlessly charging forth, with a dedicated support behind continuously replenishing his energy and state. It was utterly exhilarating. From this point onward, his adversaries would face a formidable foe, one with a robust physique, terrifying combat experience, sharp offensive techniques, and the capability for sustained battle. The mere thought filled Liu Bei with a sense of despair for his opponents. He chuckled softly and subsequently activated the skill of nurturing, as he felt the vital energy within him surge, accompanied by a faint sound resembling a tear. His realm leapt into a new domain. Thus, his power was firmly established at the early stage of Tier 3 Chi Master. His communicator vibrated furiously. Upon checking, Liu Bei saw a message from Xiao Wanwan. She informed him that it was time to head to school, as the principal wished to meet with several students who excelled in the recent examination, implying potential benefits. Seeing such a promising opportunity, Liu Bei certainly would not decline. He had been waiting for this chance to utilize the 500 violence points he had reserved. Thus, he donned his coat and hurried towards the school. Unbeknownst to him, at the very bottom of the message, Xiao Wanwan had offered to pick him up along the way, hoping for an address. However, Liu Bei did not notice, as his mind instinctively filtered out such trivial information. Upon arriving at the school, Liu Bei headed straight to the principal's office. Due to the distance of his rented accommodation and reliance on public transport, he was the last to arrive. Upon entering, he immediately recognized two familiar faces, a visibly discontent Xiao Wanwan and the smiling principal Shan. The other three individuals were somewhat unfamiliar to Liu Bei, having had little interaction with them thus far. As the five of them noticed Liu Bei's arrival, the four except the principal instinctively rose. Apologies for being late. The journey was quite long. Haha, not an issue. We all just arrived recently, the principal replied with a smile. Xiao Wanwan, with a hint of grievance, remarked, I could have brought you along, but you didn't respond to my message. I didn't pay attention. Liu Bei did not dwell on the matter. He was well aware of the girl's intentions. How could she claim it was on the way when she didn't even know where he lived? Ridiculous. She was merely after his physique, thinking he was oblivious? He wasn't foolish. He simply lacked the inclination to ponder such matters now. What good were women? Once he reached the pinnacle, he would have everything he desired. Currently, being engrossed in such thoughts would only hinder his quest for violence points. Yet, he found it somewhat curious why she was fixated on him. After all, he had previously given her quite the beating, nearly knocking out a tooth. So how was it that she was now clinging to him even more? At this moment, the other three standing beside Xiao Wanwan wore expressions of astonishment. They were among the top students at their school, having interacted with Xiao Wanwan the most. Throughout their 3 years of high school, they had only known her as cold and aloof, disinterested in anything beyond her training. When had they ever seen her display such emotions? Their gazes shifted towards Liu Bei, a newfound admiration stirring within them. At that moment, Qi Qingfeng took the initiative to speak. Liu Bei, I am Qi Qingfeng. Lu Ge, I am Wang Zhou. I am Li Qiu. Liu Bei nodded in acknowledgement to the three, then turned his gaze back to the principal, seeing that the youngsters had familiarized themselves with each other. The principal proceeded to explain. In 1 month, you will represent your respective schools in the competition for spots at the top academies. To ensure you all achieve commendable results, the school will provide ample resources to assist you. The 4th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion, along with suitable medicinal herbs, will soon be open for you to select appropriate combat techniques. I hope you will not disappoint the school's expectations. Upon hearing this, the faces of several individuals lit up with joy, and they promptly clasped their hands in greeting. Thank you, Principal Xia. Chapter 22. Selection of Combat Techniques. The Jinwu Pavilion is an institution established in every high school across the base cities of the Xia Kingdom, serving as a centralized repository for combat techniques. Within its confines, One can find 80% of universally applicable techniques, along with 20% that are regionally specific and not interchangeable. The fourth floor of this Jinwu pavilion is dedicated to the storage of B-grade and above combat techniques, which are exceedingly valuable to any family. This was Liu Bei's first time ascending beyond the second floor. Previously, given his rank, there was no necessity for him to practice combat techniques. He could barely ensure his foundational level was sufficient, let alone allocate time and resources to the cultivation of combat skills. Moreover, his cultivation method was merely the most basic, a common version utilized by Qi masters throughout the Xia kingdom, rendering him devoid of any significant advantage. However, at this juncture, the cultivation method was of little concern to him, as he possessed the advantage of points to allocate. The quality of the method had become inconsequential. What captivated him now were the combat techniques, for one can never have too many of those. It is worth noting that, up to this point, he had only drawn a single technique capable of autonomous activation. His offensive capabilities were lamentably one-dimensional, lacking in variety. As the five ascended to the fourth floor, Liu Bei soon found himself separated from the others, wandering alone amidst the myriad of techniques before him. In a mere moment, he was dazzled by the array of options. The Tiangang step is far too prosaic. The Blackrock strike is ostentatious and ill-suited for me. The Qianxian blade is too feeble, more appropriate for a woman to practice. As Liu Bei scrutinized the descriptions of the combat techniques, he frowned, feeling an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. None of them resonated with his combat style, and practicing any of them might inadvertently constrain his capabilities. What's the matter, Liu Bei? Haven't you found something to your liking? Liu Bei glanced sideways at the girl who had approached him, her presence a surprise. He replied candidly, "It's not that I dislike them. Rather, they simply do not suit me. I have a fair understanding of combat techniques. Why don't you share your requirements with me? If I can find something suitable, I can recommend it to you, saving you the trouble of searching." Upon reflection, Liu Bei realized that the strongest student at their previous school had been Xiao Wanwan. If anyone in this institution was familiar with these techniques, it would undoubtedly be her. Thus, he turned to her and inquired, "I'm looking for something straightforward, focused on fierce and aggressive combat. Are there any techniques here that match that description?" "Let me think," Xiao Wanwan said, her beautiful brows knitting together in concentration. After a moment, she smiled at Liu Bei. "I know of 2 techniques that might fit your criteria. Would you like me to show you?" "Yes, thank you." There is no need for such formality. After about 5 minutes, Xiao Wanwan led Liu Bei to a secluded corner where they discovered the desired combat techniques. Liu Bei examined the titles. One was called the Crumbling Earth Fist, and the other the Shattering Mountain Palm. After perusing their descriptions, he found himself in a quandary. Seeing his indecision, Xiao Wanwan asked, "Are you not satisfied? These 2 techniques do align with certain requirements. They are direct, but still lack the ferocity I seek." Upon uttering this, Liu Bei reluctantly returned the 2 techniques to their original place, contemplating whether he should continue his search. "I see," Xiao Wanwan said, her eyes darting as if a thought had struck her. She tentatively proposed, "What if I teach you a combat technique?" Liu Bei was taken aback, turning to face the girl, who appeared somewhat flustered under his gaze. "My family possesses a technique that is quite fierce and powerful, but not many of our own practice it, so it does have some drawbacks." Quickly, Xiao Wanwan reassured him, "But it is certainly not subpar, despite its flaws. Its rank is sufficient to be classified as an A-grade technique." Liu Bei remained silent, observing the girl with a hint of exasperation. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, "Could you show me the introduction? I happen to have it with me. Why don't you take a look?" "Thank you." As he received the slightly warm ancient scroll from her hands, Liu Bei flipped to the first page. Within moments, he was deeply captivated. The demon-subduing, prison-restraining fist, upon mastering its cultivation, would unleash a fist force akin to the torrents of the underworld, striking with the wails of vengeful spirits. It not only inflicted spiritual damage but could also penetrate the body to inflict harm from within, greatly affecting opponents with high external defenses. Moreover, the technique conjured a shroud of demonic mist, bewildering the senses. It was immensely powerful and perfectly suited for someone of his predilection for close-quarters combat. Truly exceptional. However, he also noted its purported drawback. It was horrifically taxing. Typically, a Qi master would exhaust their energy after 5 uses, succumbing to a state of weakness, while a more adept practitioner might manage 10 at most. This meant that once employed, the technique necessitated a swift conclusion to the battle, or one would find themselves in dire straits. Yet, for Liu Bei, this concern was trivial. His recently awakened racial talent, Whale Swallow, perfectly compensated for this limitation. He returned the technique to Xiao Wanwan. "How much does it cost?" "No charge," she replied. "It's just collecting dust at home. Hardly anyone practices it." Liu Bei remained silent. Based on his understanding, an A-grade technique would fetch no less than 50 million, and even with its flaws, it could easily sell for 30 million. The fact that Xiao Wanwan was so readily offering it to him stirred a sense of temptation within him. Truly, she is quite the affluent young lady. Noticing his hesitation, Xiao Wanwan continued, "Liu Bei, you needn't worry. My family possesses numerous techniques, and I can make decisions regarding this one. Plus, I won't charge you, if my father inquires." I'll simply say I misplaced it. P1T hold it against me. That won't do. One should not benefit without contributing. Free offerings are often the most costly. Liu Bei replied, recalling his past experiences with such traps. You wouldn't want to end up in a bind, would you? How about this? If I require your assistance in the future, and it's something you can do without reservations, would you be willing to help me once? I could do that, provided it doesn't evoke any distaste. That seems reasonable, Liu Bei nodded. In that case, I can assist you with the elimination of 3 individuals. Provided they are not my friends, and you have sufficient justification. This agreement remains valid as long as I am alive. Agreed. Xiao Wanwan beamed, feeling as though she had come out ahead. Unbeknownst to her, she had just relinquished a combat technique valued in the millions. And even if the head of the Xiao family learned of it, he would surely be furious. Now that you have a combat technique, can you accompany me? Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Bei interrupted. I'm going to give you my exchange quota here. Take your time selecting. I must go practice my technique now. Farewell. With that, he strode down the stairs without a backward glance, as though he were eager to commence his training. Xiao Wanwan opened her mouth to speak, ultimately left speechless as she watched his retreating figure. She had merely wished for Liu Bei to accompany her in exploring other techniques, yet he had dashed off. This scene did not escape the notice of Qi Qingfeng and the others, who exchanged glances. It's done. He is a Sigma male. Ah, the wheel of fate spins. The trials faced by Sister Wanwan's admirers are now hers to endure. That said, why do I feel Liu Bei's actions come off as rather dashing? Women can step aside. My focus lies solely on combat. Wang Zhou gazed at him with admiration. I want to learn from Liu Bei. Cough, cough, wake up. Don't make me resort to drastic measures. You need to possess strength akin to Liu Bei's, or you'll forever be relegated to the role of a sycophant. His words jolted Wang Zhou from his reverie, leaving him in a state of melancholy. Qi Qingfeng, gazing at Liu Bei's silhouette, felt a sense of reflection wash over him. Not long ago, he merely triumphed over Yang Wei in the arena. Now he has already single-handedly vanquished a third-tier beast. The tenacity of this individual is truly remarkable. Let us proceed, Li Qiu remarked, giving Qi Qingfeng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. True strength is paramount. We must select some combat techniques to enhance our abilities. The assessments of prestigious academies are not to be taken lightly. Indeed, we must at least secure a place in the outer court, and then strive for a spot in the inner court. While the others were still browsing the various martial arts in the Zhenwu Pavilion, Liu Bei could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he opened the ancient scroll of combat techniques in the training room provided by the school. Chapter 23, Provocation at the Door. As he unfurled the ancient scroll, a notification echoed before Liu Bei. Ding. New combat technique detected. Would you like to use your violent points to begin learning? Current violent points, 7,500. Liu Bei's eyes brightened. As he had surmised, the combat techniques he acquired could indeed be upgraded within the game. This realization eased his anxious heart. After all, he had only attained the second level of the first tier after 3 years of cultivation. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts, even with the blessing of the unity of heaven and man, he would barely reach the level of an ordinary genius. Such a standard was clearly insufficient for his aspirations. Not to mention, he would inevitably clash with the Liu family of Jinghai City, and the LV family before him was no weak adversary. As his strength grew, so too would the number of enemies he made. It was a vicious cycle, continually exercising violence to enhance his power, only to unleash that power upon anyone he found displeasing. Should there come a day when his strength faltered, that cycle would break, meaning his path to invincibility would be abruptly halted, a fate he absolutely could not allow. Fortunately, the game's mechanics were far more expansive than he had anticipated. Anything related to cultivation could be enhanced. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly clicked confirm. Ding. Player spends 500 violent points to begin learning the combat technique. Ding. Player has acquired the combat technique, demon suppression and prison subduing force. Ding. Player begins to deeply comprehend the combat technique. Due to the player's acquisition of the unity of heaven and man skill, their understanding grows exponentially, enabling them to practice at a speed equivalent to months of hard work by others in mere moments. Ding. Player has consumed 500 violent points. Ding. Combat technique, demon suppression and prison subduing force reaches minor mastery. Liu Bei opened his eyes, pleasantly surprised. In such a short time, he not only learned the combat technique, but also achieved minor mastery. He attempted a punch, and the chi surged forth, spiraling and colliding with the training room wall. The steel-reinforced wall immediately bore a twisted dent, and upon closer inspection, the wall behind the steel had disintegrated into dust. This was the power of internal destruction. Liu Bei felt elated. This combat technique could undoubtedly be considered among the elite of A-rank techniques, if not for its excessive energy consumption. Its offensive capability could rival that of certain S-rank introductory techniques. And this was merely minor mastery. What might it become at full mastery? With this thought, Liu Bei's gaze remained fixed on the notification. Ding. Player chooses to continue practicing the combat technique. Ding. Defects in the combat technique have been detected, affecting its power. Would you like to spend 1,000 violent points to develop a perfected version? There is such a feature? Liu Bei would not hesitate to spend those violent points and readily agreed. Ding. Player consumes 1,000 violent points. Ding. Combat technique perfected. Player has acquired the perfected version, demon suppression and prison subduing method. Ding. Player continues to delve deeper, having obtained the perfected version, along with participating in the development process. The player's understanding of the technique is profound, allowing for exceptionally swift practice. Ding. Consumed 1,000 violent points. Ding. Demon suppression and prison subduing method reaches grand mastery. Ding. Player dedicates themselves tirelessly to practicing the combat technique. The hardships faced are beyond description. Through relentless effort, the technique has achieved another breakthrough. Ding. Consumed 2,000 violent points. Ding. Demon suppression and prison subduing method reaches perfection. Current violent points, 2,500. Liu Bei slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the time. 10 full minutes had passed. The intensity of this training was evident. 10 minutes. He had mastered a new combat technique, achieving perfection in that brief span, all due to sweat and diligence. Indeed, heaven does not forsake those who labor earnestly. With this sentiment, Liu Bei rose and exited the training room. As for testing the technique's power, he refrained from doing so in that space. If minor mastery could damage steel, he feared perfection would obliterate the training room altogether. He certainly did not have the means to repair it. Stepping out of the building, he approached the school's resource window to collect his elixirs. Upon opening the container, he discovered 4 chi-infusing pills within. He had heard of these, each priced at 1,000,000, though often unattainable. To his surprise, he had received 4 at once. Naturally, the other 4 companions were entitled to the same. Principal Shan was evidently determined to elevate the 3 others, excluding Xiao Wanwan, to at least the 2nd tier, level 5 within a month. In order to successfully submit their names and meet the entrance criteria for the top-tier academy, it appears the principal is truly investing heavily this time. Liu Bei chuckled, tucking the elixirs into his pocket, preparing to savor them at home. His violent points were dwindling. He must devise a way to acquire more, as combining them with the elixirs would likely yield superior results. With these thoughts, Liu Bei leisurely made his way out of the 6th high school gates. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed a crowd gathered, all eyes fixated on a spectacle. In the center, a defiant youth clad in a white uniform from another school surveyed the onlookers with disdain. Who is this person? Someone murmured. He has been declaring he's here to find Liu Bei since earlier. I don't know, but that uniform doesn't seem to belong to our Yinchang district. Unclear. But I heard a senior from the 3rd year, level 8, went to confront him and got knocked down with a single slap. What? He's that formidable? So he must be above level 2. It seems Liu Bei has drawn too much attention in the grand examination, and now he's made an enemy. Quite possible. The crowd murmured. Liu Bei was no longer the hapless fool he once was. His reputation had undergone a rapid transformation, and now everyone spoke of him as a genius who, after 3 years of arduous training, had finally revealed his hidden prowess. After all, it was no small feat to ascend from a mere 2nd-level novice to a genius capable of slaying 3rd-tier beasts in such a short time. At that moment, the arrogant youth spoke again, addressing the assembled crowd. I'm here to inform your school, Liu Bei to come out. After a brief silence without a direct response, he scoffed. If he doesn't come out, that's fine. I'll wait here all day. He can be a turtle for the rest of his life. The strongest of 6th high? Huh. I see the 6th high of Yinchang district is merely a collection of trash. Enough. A voice emerged from the crowd. And as everyone turned to look, they parted to make way. Upon seeing the newcomer, the youth smirked coldly. Qingfeng, I recognize your strength. You might rank among the top at 6th high, but in our Jinghua district's 2nd school, you are insignificant. Don't overestimate your worth. Initially, Qingfeng had no intention of involving himself in this matter. After all, the individual had specifically called for Liu Bei, and he had no desire to shoulder the burden. However, the insult directed at 6th high was intolerable. Moreover, he recognized the challenger, Wu Tian, the 2nd strongest from Jinghua district's 2nd school. With a foundation of only the 3rd tier, he could not specify the extent of his prowess. Their school, number 6, was a mere secondary institution in the downstream region, thoroughly eclipsed when compared to the prodigies from the top 3 districts. Qingfeng, I advise you to summon Liu Bei. You are not worthy of conversing with me. He sneered. What business do you have with him? If you dare to act here, be wary of my informing the principal. Left with no other recourse, Qingfeng resorted to invoking the principal to intimidate his adversary. However, Wu Tian, accustomed to his brazen demeanor, felt a natural superiority in this setting. Showing no signs of intimidation even in the presence of the principal, he retorted defiantly, Do not think you can intimidate me with the principal. I am not a student of your school. Moreover, your precious Liu Bei holds no significance in my eyes. If it weren't for Sister Xia urging me to come, would he even merit my presence? Upon hearing such humiliating words, Qingfeng felt a surge of anger, yet he found himself powerless before someone like Wu Tian. He was unable to retaliate, cornered as he was. Furthermore, Liu Bei was currently the principal's prized student, and the greatest hope for No. 6 to secure a coveted spot at a prestigious academy. Only Liu Bei had the capability to achieve that. He dared not risk calling Liu Bei out, fearing it might lead to injury and jeopardize their subsequent evaluations. Just speak plainly about your intentions. Who do you think you are? I already said to have Liu Bei come here himself, Wu Tian declared with arrogance, completely disregarding Qi Qingfeng. At that moment, a voice cut through the tension. What insolent mutt dares to address me by name? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, and there appeared a strikingly handsome youth. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qi Qingfeng inexplicably felt a wave of relief. Although he felt immense pressure facing Wu Tian, he couldn't appear overly submissive in front of his juniors, as it would undermine their confidence. Fortunately, Liu Bei arrived just in time, alleviating much of his stress. However, a note of caution began to creep in. Liu Bei, this person is formidable, having been at the third tier for quite some time. We should avoid direct confrontation. As long as you remain inside, he cannot touch you. Liu Bei nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then strode confidently toward Wu Tian, the two meeting at the boundary of the school gate. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes. So, you are Liu Bei? What do you want with my father? He sneered. Huh, you are quite audacious. Liu Xia sent me to deliver a challenge. If you are a man, prepare to fight to the bitter end during the prestigious academy evaluations. Do not make any surrendering gestures before the competition. He continued. Looking at you, it seems unlikely that you will even encounter Liu Xia in the evaluations. You might very well be eliminated before that. Liu Bei remained unfazed, his expression serene, fully aware that the incident involving Liu Zhong had likely been exposed. Su Heng had already indicated as much. Liu Xia's decision to send someone to deliver a challenge, especially in such a public manner, suggested her fear of him backing down. Should Liu Bei choose to attend a key university instead of facing the evaluations for the top academy, Liu Xia would have no means to compel him to participate. In such a scenario, he could hide within the university, and the Liu family would be powerless to act against him. After all, compared to the assurance of safety, relinquishing the chance at the prestigious academy evaluations seemed less intolerable. Better to live than to risk death. Regrettably, Liu Xia's assumptions were misplaced. Liu Bei had never considered backing out. In fact, he eagerly anticipated encountering Liu Xia during the evaluations. This represented a perfect opportunity for retribution, and he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Liu Bei, if you are a man, accept the challenge. If you hesitate, Sister Xia has prepared an alternative. Kneel before the Liu family for 7 days in apology, after which you would have to forfeit your qi channels to spare your life. This was an affront. Qi Qingfeng realized this was a deliberate attempt to humiliate Liu Bei, intended to provoke him. He quickly turned to Liu Bei, warning, Liu Bei. While such a challenge lacks absolute constraints, if it becomes common knowledge, it would be difficult to retract. Otherwise, it may lead to complications for you in the future. Liu Bei acknowledged the warning, understanding that it ultimately boiled down to matters of integrity. An individual who accepted a challenge only to withdraw at the last moment would never be trusted or valued by the higher-ups in Xia country. If you know there is no chance of victory, then do not accept the challenge. If you do accept, do not waver. Otherwise, you will only invite disdain. Qi Qingfeng proposed what he believed to be the safest course of action. However, Liu Bei simply laughed at his caution. He appreciated the good intentions, but felt it was not in his nature to shy away. With an air of calm, Liu Bei turned to Wu Tian with a playful smirk. Are you finished? Wu Tian was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Liu Bei's composure. I have no interest in your so-called challenge, he stated. Qi Qingfeng smiled, relieved that Liu Bei had not impulsively accepted. Even though Liu Bei was a genius and the strongest at number 6, there was still a gap between geniuses. And Wu Tian was among the top 2 in the economic district. However, before Qi Qingfeng could dwell on this thought, Liu Bei continued with a grin. But do not rush. While I am disinterested in the challenge, I have another idea. Wu Tian, irritated by Liu Bei's cryptic demeanor, demanded, What do you mean? Although I have no interest in your so-called challenge, I am quite interested in eliminating Liu Xia. Therefore, I, Liu Bei, hereby declare a death match for the prestigious academy evaluations. This is not a contest of skill, but one of survival. If Liu Xia has the courage, let her accept. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd as Liu Bei rejected the challenge and boldly declared a death match. He was not merely seeking victory. He was intent on claiming Liu Xia's life. It was clear that Liu Bei had openly expressed his desire to eliminate Liu Xia, brimming with confidence. Qi Qingfeng was left in shock. What was the purpose of all his previous warnings? Did Liu Bei truly comprehend the gravity of the situation? Liu Bei, what are you doing? Qi Qingfeng exclaimed, bewildered. What am I doing? I am a bit petty and quite timid. When someone has their sights set on me, I simply wish to eliminate them. Otherwise, I cannot sleep peacefully. Instead of dancing around the issue, I prefer to be straightforward and declare a death match. Liu Bei replied nonchalantly, his expression exuding nonchalance. With the challenge laid out so brazenly, he had no reason to retreat. He could not endure the thought of not eliminating Liu Xia. Wu Tian was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom where Liu Bei had found such audacity. He was merely the top student from number 6 in Yunchang district. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Huh, a frog in a well, thinking himself an unmatched genius? Liu Bei had no desire to engage in further trivialities, casually digging at his ear in boredom. Stop stalling. Just ask Lu Xia if she dares to accept. Of course. What is there to fear? Wu Tian replied confidently. I speak on behalf of Lu Xia. It is a death match, with no distinction between victory or defeat. Excellent. I trust Lu Xia will be grateful for your response, Liu Bei said, his smile radiant as he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming clash at the prestigious academy evaluations. From Wu Tian's perspective, he felt no concern. After all, Lu Xia had already been seeking a means to eliminate Liu Bei. With him accepting the death match, it could be seen as exceeding expectations. Surely, upon hearing this, Lu Xia would express her gratitude for his efforts. Wu Zhong had never anticipated that Lu Xia would experience defeat, a sentiment rooted in the unwavering confidence of the elite from Shangyo High School. Wu Tian squinted as he scrutinized Liu Bei, then coldly turned to depart. I have taken Lu Xia's life and death challenge. I hope you won't regret this. At that moment, Liu Bei suddenly called out, Wait, are you leaving just like that? Wu Tian, surprised by the remark, turned back, perplexed by Liu Bei's words. You just injured a student from our school, and you're simply walking away? Wu Tian chuckled derisively. Haha, I thought it was something significant. Strength speaks volumes. Your prowess is pathetic. A mere brush from me leaves you wounded, and you dare blame me? If you're dissatisfied, feel free to bring someone to face me. You said it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Bei vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he unleashed a powerful punch. Instantly, black mist swirled. And anguished wails echoed. Wu Tian had never witnessed such a scene. He had not expected Liu Bei to act so unceremoniously, attacking without warning. Just as he was preparing to leave and had already set the terms of their duel, this audacious individual charged at him. His pupils constricted, and he could only barely raise his hand to defend himself. In that fleeting moment, he thought he heard the sound of his own bones fracturing. When his vision cleared, he found himself crashing into a nearby green space. Liu Bei leisurely stepped forward, placing his foot on Wu Tian's chest, a disdainful smile on his lips. You dare act arrogant before me, like a fragile piece of paper? How absurd. You thought you could walk away after all this? Chapter 25, Come. Show me that defiant look again. Ding. Player has suppressed the genius Wu Tian from Jinghua District with one strike, earning 2,800 points of infamy. After reaching the third tier, the infamy points for defeating opponents have actually increased a level. This revelation was undoubtedly a boon and solidified Liu Bei's resolve to relentlessly challenge formidable foes. Only by vanquishing powerful opponents could one accrue greater points. Meanwhile, Wu Tian, struggling on the ground, could only use his uninjured hand to claw at Liu Bei's calf. You lack martial ethics. That was a sneak attack. Liu Bei chuckled at this, applying pressure with his foot, causing Wu Tian to cough up blood. Cough. Let's converse properly. Converse properly? I prefer your earlier defiant demeanor. Weren't you the one who ordered me to come over? Didn't you claim you could suppress me with one hand? Wu Tian felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. When had he, a genius, ever been subjected to such disgrace? I still have combat skills I haven't used. You won by underhanded means. Liu Bei was at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by the ignorance displayed. Did he expect his enemies to bow and politely request a duel on the battlefield? Realizing this, Liu Bei found the situation increasingly tedious. With a slight exertion of his foot, he sent Wu Tian flying several meters, crashing into a flower bed by the roadside. Trash is trash, be gone. He was well aware that killing was prohibited within the city without special reason. Unless both parties consented to a life-and-death duel, Wu Tian had no chance of retaliation, and thus, a thorough beating was the extent of what he could inflict. Wu Tian, filled with resentment, struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze towards Liu Bei filled with palpable animosity. He had come intending to flaunt his superiority, yet ended up being thoroughly beaten. This news would circulate by tomorrow, and his reputation would be in tatters. The genius from Jinghua District No. 2 had been humiliated by the lowly Yunchang District. This would undoubtedly provide endless amusement to his peers. This grudge could not simply be overlooked. Wu Tian silently vowed, but he did not anticipate that Liu Bei, who had initially turned away, would charge back and slam his head into the ground. The hard concrete cracked upon impact. Ah, what are you doing? It hurts. Wu Tian screamed, his forehead indented, and then he heard a chilling voice beside him. Come, try showing me that same defiant look again. Through his blurred, blood-stained vision, Wu Tian felt his hair being yanked upward, and he saw a pair of eyes filled with cold malice. And no, I won't. Ding. Player repeatedly crushes Wu Tian, causing the opponent's will to collapse, earning 2,500 points of infamy. In that moment, Wu Tian was utterly cowed, for reasons unknown. He felt that if he provoked Liu Bei once more, the consequences would be unbearable. You coward. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei barely managed to suppress his anger, casually tossing Wu Tian aside onto the roadside. He truly could not comprehend why, despite being thoroughly beaten, Wu Tian still dared to glare at him with such blatant malice. What was the point? Did he think it made him appear resilient or strong-willed? This was within the city. Had it been outside, Wu Tian's fate would have been sealed. The conflict erupted swiftly and ended just as rapidly. After Liu Bei departed, the students gathered at the entrance of number 6 high school began to buzz with excitement, all aware of the life and death challenge that Liu Bei had established with the genius Liu Xia from Jinghua District. Furthermore, it was known that the genius Wu Tian from Jinghua District number 2 had been thoroughly thrashed, nearly to the point of death. With so many people around, the news spread rapidly. Within a day's time, word had spread like wildfire. If the previous examination in Yunchang District had elevated Liu Bei's reputation within the first district, this life and death challenge had catapulted him to fame across the southern 5 districts. After all, Jinghua District held a leading status in the southern 5 districts of Jianghai Bay City, and now a student from the lowest-ranking school dared to challenge Liu Xia. The spectacle of this confrontation became a hot topic. Would the underdog rise against the odds, or would the elite crush him underfoot? Some underground markets even began to set up betting pools for this impending battle. Yet, in the eyes of most, this was merely the desperate struggle of a lowly student. Few truly believed Liu Bei could succeed in a comeback. Thus, less than 1/10 placed their bets on Liu Bei, while the vast majority still believed Liu Xia would emerge victorious. In a private estate within Jinghua District, Liu Xia concluded her training and stepped out of the meditation chamber. Unlike other students, she preferred to practice at home during her free time, as the best training facilities provided by the school were inferior to half of what her family had constructed for her. The training room customized by the Liu family was embedded with over 100 first and second-tier crystal cores, with a fourth-tier crystal core at the center, forming a powerful array. Training here yielded remarkable results. This is the stark contrast between affluent families and ordinary households. A step ahead ensures continual advancement. Talents emerging from ordinary families ultimately struggle to surpass those from well-established lineages. Upon seeing Liu Xia finish her training, the butler promptly approached, offering her a towel. "Miss, we have just received news from Wu Tian. Where is he? Why hasn't he come to see me?" Liu Xia inquired, wiping her neck, seemingly unconcerned. "Miss, Wu Tian is currently in the medical room. He has sustained significant injuries." Liu Xia frowned slightly. What is going on? What happened? She had merely sent Wu Tian to deliver a challenge, intending to cut off Liu Bei's escape route. How could he have gotten injured in the process? To her knowledge, there shouldn't have been anyone at Yunchang District number 6 capable of injuring Wu Tian. The butler hesitated briefly before recounting the entire story under Liu Xia's steady gaze. By the end, her expression had darkened considerably. To defeat Wu Tian indeed requires considerable prowess, yet for him to demand a life and death pact with me? That is tantamount to courting death. The steward nodded in agreement from the side. The word of this event has spread widely, and there are even bets being placed. Nearly everyone believes that you, miss, are destined for victory. Naturally, if I cannot triumph over even the most inconsequential of opponents, how could I be deemed a genius? The miss is absolutely correct. This matter was initiated solely by Wu Tian. It is up to you to decide the course of action. The steward's words prompted LV Xia to contemplate deeply. While she and LV Zhong share a sibling bond, they are not particularly close. After the untimely demise of Yunchang District's top candidate, neither her father nor the elders of the family expressed the outrage one might expect. With so many offspring in the clan, the loss of a few was hardly remarkable. Yet, despite the general indifference towards LV Zhong's death, he remains a member of the LV family. Regardless, an appropriate stance must be exhibited. Thus, the responsibility fell upon LV Xia, who was soon to meet Liu Bei. The elders' intentions were clear. The murder of a member of the LV family would inevitably incur repercussions. Within the bounds of acceptable conduct, they aimed to assert their position without bringing negative consequences to the family. Now that Liu Bei had audaciously requested a life and death battle, it aligned perfectly with LV Xia's sentiments. Reflecting on this, LV Xia spoke with calm confidence. Since Wu Tian has taken it upon himself to challenge me, this matter becomes manageable. Inform my father that I shall avenge the disgrace of LV Zhong. I was initially troubled by the lack of an appropriate opportunity to eliminate him. Yet this fool has foolishly overstepped, believing that a victory over Wu Tian renders him invincible. In that case, I shall slay Liu Bei before all, striking him down with a single hand, letting him perish in terror, despair, and regret, ensuring everyone knows that even among geniuses, there exists a disparity. The steward, upon hearing this, dared not utter more, merely offering a compliment with a smile. Miss, you are indeed a genius among geniuses. I shall report this to the head of the family upon his return. Very well, be on your way. Chapter 26, The Astonished Xiao Wanwan. As time progressed, a month swiftly passed. The residents of the 18th district of Jianghai Bay City grew increasingly lively as the date approached. The Qi Master Martial examination resembled the Gaokao of Liu Bei's past life, garnering immense societal attention, with rumors proliferating even before its commencement. Whispers of a dark horse student emerging from a certain district, rumored to possess unprecedented strength, tales of a peerless prodigy from a particular school, allegedly secured as an internal student by a prestigious institution, with the family's fortunes benefiting as a result. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, the martial examination determined the futures of many, thus attracting significant scrutiny. During this month, Liu Bei ventured outside scarcely at all. He dedicated half a day to relocating to a new residence, visiting the school every 10 days to collect medicinal pills, and aside from that, he had little else to occupy his time. This resulted in the depletion of his points for violent acts as his cultivation progressed. Gazing at the display showing a substantial 0, he felt an overwhelming emptiness. After thrashing Wu Tian, and with the 7,000 plus points he had remaining, combined with the pills obtained from school, he had only managed to reach the second layer of the third stage. This illustrated just how lacking his cultivation aptitude was without the augmentation of points. Fortunately, he had the means to invest. However, this indirectly highlighted the significance of violent points. According to his estimations, advancing a single realm now required over 5,000 points, meaning he would need to eliminate a third-stage Qi master or an exotic beast to ascend 2 levels. He longed for more individuals like Wu Tian to trouble him. Yet since he had last beaten the latter, no one had dared to provoke him again. Helpless, he even considered venturing outside the city to hunt exotic beasts. But the regulations prohibiting high school students from leaving the city thwarted that plan. Still, he could not resort to randomly assaulting someone in the streets, could he? Thankfully, the wait was finally coming to an end, as the assessment by the elite institution was about to begin. The mere thought of encountering various self-important prodigies made his hands tremble with excitement. In his eyes, they were all tangible points for violent acts. On the day of assembly, he rose early and arrived at the 6th middle school to await the others. As the clock struck 8 and all 5 were present, the principal smiled and nodded at them. Soon, they would head to the central sports arena of Jianghai Bay City for the official examination tomorrow. Now, please each share your current cultivation level. After speaking, his gaze fell upon Qi Qingfeng and the other 3, according to past regulations. The minimum requirement to participate in the elite institution's assessment is the 2nd stage, 5th layer, and you must also possess a cultivated combat technique. There is little need for elaboration from Xiao Wanwan and Liu Bei. How have the 3 of you fared during this period? Upon seeing this, Qi Qingfeng clasped his hands and said, with the assistance of the school's medicinal pills, I have reached the 2nd stage, 7th layer. Wang Zhou chimed in with a smile. Me too. I just broke through to the 7th layer the day before yesterday. Li Qiu, however, expressed some regret. I am currently at the pinnacle of the 6th layer, still a bit short. The principal nodded in satisfaction. That is acceptable. The efficacy of the cultivation pills is more pronounced for those at lower levels, and achieving this in a month is commendable. If the 3 of you perform well, there may be a chance to secure a spot in the outer institution. He then turned his gaze towards Xiao Wanwan. Wanwan, at your current peak of the 2nd stage, 8th layer, gaining entrance to the outer institution should be no trouble. It all depends on whether you can seize the opportunity for the inner institution. As for Liu Bei, upon hearing his name, Liu Bei immediately displayed a radiant smile. The others glanced at one another, feeling somewhat perplexed. It was rare for him to exhibit such a brilliant grin. Was there some joyous news? Liu Bei, you must have reached the 3rd stage by now, right? Liu Bei's publicly acknowledged level during the examination was the 2nd stage, 9th layer, fully realized. Although a month had passed, facing the bottleneck of a major realm, even with ample resources, one could not confidently claim to have broken through. Thus, Principal Shan harbored some concerns regarding his situation. Should he manage to break into the 3rd stage, his formidable physical strength would likely secure him a place in the inner institution. 6th middle school had long been at the bottom of Yunchang district. Securing an inner institution student from a top-tier academy this year would be a monumental advantage. Liu Bei nodded in response. Rest assured, Principal, I guarantee it. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Do not feel too much pressure. As long as you perform normally, gaining entry to the inner institution should be a certainty. As for the life and death pact with LV, the matter of the life and death pact had been circulating widely, and Principal Shun was naturally aware of it. However, by the time he learned of it, it was already the following day, and there was little he could do to intervene. Nonetheless, he sincerely hoped that Liu Bei would not meet his end at LV's hands. You may proceed without reservation, should the critical moment arise. I will ensure that He Ling, the responsible party, intervenes to safeguard you. As he spoke, Principal Shin seemed to have made a resolute decision, his demeanor serious and earnest. After years of overseeing 6th middle school, Liu Bei was the most promising student he had encountered, aside from his own brother. What was paramount was that Liu Bei was attending 6th middle school. Thus, to preserve Liu Bei's life, he was prepared to sacrifice certain things. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He had indeed contemplated the matter of the life and death pact. When the time came to take lethal action, it was entirely possible that someone would intervene. Hadn't he seen it in films and novels before? The protagonist, lacking any significant background, despite their strength, would often face opposition from those who sought to uphold the rules after defeating some distinguished disciple of a sect. Ultimately, they would return empty-handed. He was deeply concerned about the possibility that the teachers from the economic zone and the members of the Liu family might shamelessly interfere in the life and death battle, which could drive him to despair. This scenario was entirely plausible. After all, when faced with the choice between attending university and preserving one's life, any individual would choose survival. However, with the principal's assurance, he felt a sense of relief. When the time came, He could unleash his fury without worrying about any interference from the Liu family. His only focus would be to eliminate his enemies, while the principal would handle the aftermath. Thank you, principal. I understand your intentions. Well, it's good that you do. They exchanged a knowing glance, both feeling a weight lift from their shoulders. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanwan was observing the two of them back and forth, suddenly sensing that she might have stumbled upon something significant. Could it be that these two were not on the same wavelength at all? At 10 in the morning, after all preparations were complete, Principal Shan personally led the team aboard the school bus to the Jianghai-based City Sports Center. On the bus, Xiao Wanwan felt a bit shy, yet her body instinctively settled beside Liu Bei. He cast her a surprised glance, but chose not to comment. After all, she had just generously gifted him a combat skill. Sending her away would seem a tad ungrateful, akin to a scoundrel who, having taken his leave, denies acquaintance. Liu Bei, did you bring anything aside from your clothes? It's going to take us 5 hours to get there. I forgot. The outbreak of exotic beasts and the ensuing cataclysm altered the world order. The once vast Xia kingdom had to revise its original plans to establish 6 major base cities for the protection of civilian lives. Each base city, however, covered an expansive area, even larger than that of a single province in the past. While it appeared they were heading to the central sports arena of Jianghai Base City, the journey was indeed long, as a 5 to 6 hour trip once sufficed to traverse provinces. Xiao Wanwan, upon realizing this, felt elated and opened her backpack as if presenting a treasure. It's all right, I brought plenty, you can have some of mine later. The others nearby could only facepalm, observing her display of inexpensive offerings. What a sycophant. Is this really just ham? Let me taste a piece. Having skipped breakfast, Liu Bei felt a pang of hunger now. Though he feigned modesty, his hand had already reached out without reservation. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan beamed with happiness, and, as Liu Bei munched on the ham, she inquired, "By the way, Liu Bei, have you practiced that combat skill yet?" "Well, I have trained a bit." Noticing Liu Bei's disinterest in elaborating, Xiao Wanwan chastised herself for her lack of conversational skills. That combat skill had been gathering dust at home for quite some time, not only because it had flaws, but also due to its difficulty in mastery. After all, it was a combat skill rated despite its defects, and even the most talented individuals would struggle to fully grasp it within a month. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she thought to herself, no need to feel disheartened. The demon-suppressing prison strength is indeed challenging to master. I believe you will succeed given some time. At that moment, Liu Bei, lost in thought while chewing on the ham, spoke up. I suppose I've barely reached the great perfection stage. Xiao Wanwan was left in a stupor. What? Her mind reeled. In just a month. You are telling me you have reached the great perfection with an A-level combat skill? In an instant, her worldview shattered. Chapter 27. A stroke of luck for Xiao Wanwan. Liu Bei finished the ham in just a few bites, glancing at the price tag on the bag that nearly matched his living expenses for half a month. Internally cursing the greed of capitalists. No way, Liu Bei. You're not joking, are you? The girl's voice was sharp, and Liu Bei turned with a puzzled expression. What is there to joke about? You'll see when I start taking down opponents during the assessment. Xiao Wanwan swallowed hard, struggling to calm her racing heart. What kind of monster is this guy? To achieve entry-level mastery of an A-level combat skill in just a month is already impressive. Reaching small success signifies exceptional talent, while attaining great success indicates monstrous aptitude. But this guy has jumped straight to great perfection. Could it be that Liu Bei possesses not only a remarkable talent for cultivating energy, but also an astonishing level of comprehension? A genius capable of discerning the essence of combat skills at a glance. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Wanwan's expression shifted. Liu Bei, may I ask you something? Sure, go ahead. How much do you charge for a night? Liu Bei momentarily froze, his expression darkening slightly. Realizing the misunderstanding in her words, Xiao Wanwan's face flushed, and she quickly clarified. No, that is not what I meant. I simply wanted to ask for your guidance regarding combat skill cultivation. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei hastily shook his head, fearing that any delay in his refusal might not be prompt enough. Xiao Wanwan, allow me to decline. That is absurd. He had barely enough time for himself, his thoughts solely fixated on accumulating points. This Xiao Wanwan was currently treating him too kindly, and he found no opportunity to earn points from her. In such circumstances, he had no time to teach anyone combat skills. Wasn't he that just ridiculous? Moreover, he was well aware of his own situation. Combat skills and realms were achieved through substantial investment. If we were to discuss talent, he was indeed lacking. I have no time and cannot teach you. You should seek help from someone more qualified. Please, Liu Bei, just teach me. I'm currently facing a bottleneck with my combat skills and cannot break through to small success. If I could advance further, I'd achieve better results in the assessment. Of course, I want to let you teach me for free. Just agree, and I'll do whatever you ask. Liu Bei felt somewhat tempted upon hearing her words. A young beauty expressing such willingness to him. Ahem, what do you mean by anything? Really, anything? Xiao Wanwan looked at him with eager anticipation. Liu Bei felt his face heat up, an uncommon feeling of bashfulness surfacing. I've heard that your family is quite powerful. Indeed, we do have some influence. While I may not be as formidable as you, I have close relatives in the Jinghai-based city. Then your family must possess numerous combat skills, right? Xiao Wanwan's expression fell slightly, realizing that he was merely interested in this aspect. Couldn't he be a bit bolder? If he had her, wouldn't he have everything? How about this? I will teach you combat skills, and in return, you let me see your family's inventory of combat skills. After speaking, Liu Bei felt a bit embarrassed, as it was rather bold to covet her family's secrets. But what could he do? He was simply lacking in resources. Wasn't he having a thick skin just part of the game? Xiao Wanwan, noticing his proposition, didn't he press the issue further? It was already a significant step forward for Liu Bei to agree. Deal. I'll sneak a key when I get back. As long as you teach me, I'll take you back to see the inventory. Liu Bei's face broke into a smile upon hearing this. Let me confirm once more. You truly want tea back out? I want tea. All right. Come to my room tonight. And I guarantee I'll have you trained to the great success stage by morning. Liu Bei was resolute. The purpose of accumulating points was to enhance his strength. Whether it was for realms or combat skills, it served the same purpose. Moreover, teaching Xiao Wanwan would allow him to learn her combat skills in the process. And he could observe her family's inventory. This deal was undoubtedly advantageous. With this thought, his anxiety mounted as he gazed at his 0 points. Feeling a surge of frustration, this wouldn't he do? Before nightfall, he needed to devise a plan to lure in some unsuspecting youths to cause him trouble, preferably those at the 3rd tier of cultivation. That way, he could quickly earn some points to utilize. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the bus from Yunchang District No. 6 arrived at the sports center parking lot. As the crowd disembarked, several students from Yunchang District High School had already arrived. Unlike before, although the styles of their uniforms varied, each individual's cuffs bore designs resembling clouds. Liu Bei surmised that this symbolized their shared origin from Yunchang District. Upon spotting the arrival of number 6 high school, several principals hastened over. Old Shun, is that all you brought? Principal Shun felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. What can I say? Even with the dark horse Liu Bei, our overall strength is limited. Observing that the other schools, particularly numbers 1, 2, and 3, had brought over 10 students each, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. It's not about quantity, but quality. I have Liu Bei, what do you have? Damn it. The moment these words escaped his lips, the other principals felt a surge of discomfort, nearly unleashing a torrent of expletives before their students. Thankfully, as role models, they managed to suppress their indignation. Shortly thereafter, after exchanging pleasantries, the principals gathered all the students together when a familiar figure approached. He Ling surveyed the crowd, nodding in approval. Good, 69 students, 10 more than last year. I hope you can secure 1 or 2 spots in the inner court this year. It can't always be just a few from the outer court. The students felt a wave of pressure at her words. Rest assured, we will give it our all. He Ling nodded, casting a glance at the smiling Liu Bei, which inexplicably stirred a sense of discomfort in her stomach. Ahem, let us move on. I'll take you to your accommodations so you can rest well before the assessments begin tomorrow. One more thing, once settled in, don't wander off aimlessly. Even if you step outside, ensure you do so as a group. From the moment you entered this area, the assessments have already begun. If any disputes arise leading to injuries that affect tomorrow's matches, no one will advocate for you. With that, He Ling turned and walked ahead. Among the crowd, only Liu Bei felt a thrill at her words. Hold on, I'll take a stroll. Remember to come to my room tonight. I'll teach you combat skills. Upon hearing his whispered advice, Xiao Wanwan felt her ears flush with warmth. By the time she intended to inquire about Liu Bei's plans, he had already wandered far off. After about 10 minutes, under the guidance of their respective teachers, the students settled into their rooms. Not long after, a knock echoed on Liu Bei's door. Frowning, he thought, didn't we agree to meet tonight? Why is someone here during the day to teach combat skills? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find several people standing outside. Lin Kong, upon seeing Liu Bei, inquired, Liu Bei, we're planning to explore the surroundings. Would you like to join us? The pressure in our senior year is immense, and we rarely venture this far. Yes, Liu Bei. I've heard there's a massive stone tablet at the sports center, inscribed with the sword intent of a semi-master. Let us go check it out together. Liu Bei shook his head upon hearing this. He preferred to act alone. How could he seek trouble with the whole group tagging along? Seeing his reluctance, the others refrained from pressing further, having gained some understanding of Liu Bei's temperament over time. Then we'll head out first. All right. After closing the door, Liu Bei waited a moment before stepping out alone. As he strolled along, he began to contemplate. If fighting here goes unchecked, it implies the higher-ups expect to see some conflict. This makes it easier for me to execute my plan. I can simply confront anyone I find displeasing. Yet, I wonder where I might encounter other district's prodigies, preferably those with a somewhat arrogant demeanor. I'd love to see one of them point at me and mock. What right do you have to saunter around here, you trash from a trash school? If I encounter such a person, I'd be grinning from ear to ear. With such thoughts in mind, Liu Bei wandered for over 10 minutes, but saw no one, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He had promised Xiao Wanwan to guide her in combat skills tonight. If he couldn't find any trouble to stir, that would be quite embarrassing. Just as anxiety began to well up within him, his communicator suddenly beeped. Upon checking, he found a message from Xiao Wanwan. Liu Bei, someone is looking for trouble. Can you call the principal? Upon reading the message, Liu Bei felt a surge of energy. Where are you? Who are they? At the Heyun Hall to the west of the exit. All of us from Yunchang District are here. Got it. Liu Bei tucked away his communicator and sprinted in the indicated direction. Xiao Wanwan, you are truly my lucky star. Chapter 28. Provocation from Huangpu District. Heyun Hall in the western section of the sports center resembled the name of a private dining room, yet it was a grand, independent structure. At this moment, over 50 individuals were encircled in the center, with 7 or 8 students from Yunchang District trapped within, including a few prominent figures. What do you mean by this? Lin Kong glared angrily at the opposing group. They had merely intended to explore the nearby area, having been cautioned by He Ling that any disputes resulting in injuries would not elicit any intervention, as their assessments had already commenced upon entering. Carrying this mindset, they dared not stray too far. Lin Kong had initially hesitated to step out, but as a group of adolescents, they rarely had the chance to break free from academic pressures. Naturally, they found it hard to resist the allure of their first excursion away from home. After some coaxing, Lin Kong reluctantly joined the others. However, who would have anticipated that they would be surrounded upon arriving here? You lot are from Yunchang District, right? Indeed. We are from Yunchang District. We're merely passing through, with no ulterior motives. The student leading the opposing group sneered internally, fully aware that they bore no other intentions, but, regrettably, he had a purpose. Haha, a bunch of subpar students from trash schools dare to come to Heyun Hall. Is this a place you all are worthy of? Hearing this, the Yunchang students felt their tempers flare. Although they understood their own circumstances and were accustomed to being looked down upon, being openly mocked was intolerable. Lin Kong, with a darkened expression, raised a hand to restrain his peers. Don't fall for it. I know where these people are from. Yang Hu gritted his teeth and asked, Old Lin, stop holding back. Their uniforms may differ in style, but they all bear the star pattern, indicating they hail from Huangpu District schools. The one leading them should be He Bing, the second strongest in Huangpu District. Huangpu District? He Bing? The group pondered this for a moment and soon grasped the implications. The southern 5 districts comprised Jinghua District, the strongest, followed by Qingbu District, Baoshang District, Huangpu District, and finally, the weakest, Yunchang District. Huangpu District was the farthest from Yunchang District, resulting in little interaction between the two, hence their unfamiliarity. But the pressing question remained, why were they targeting them? Had their seniors offended anyone from that district? Lin Kong gently shook his head at Su Heng's query. It's not about offending anyone. We've consistently ranked at the bottom in assessments every year. Huangpu District is stronger than us. How could we have offended them? That's quite strange. I feel they're specifically here for us. Xiao Wanwan frowned, voicing her suspicions. Lin Kong turned to her and asked, Wanwan, what are they saying? I've made contact. I'll have Liu Bei fetch the principal. All right. At that moment, He Bing emerged, and judging by the expressions on the faces of the crowd, he was indeed the instigator of this incident. Are you deaf? I exclaimed. What are you whispering about? Lin Kong turned around and spoke. This is the sports center of Jianghai Bay City. We have not received any notification barring us from entering this Heyun Hall. Ha ha ha, still stubborn. He Bing sneered. Let me enlighten you. You are the dregs at the bottom, hence you are not permitted to enter. That is the rule set for you. Who set that? I demanded. Me. Just now. He Bing finished with an air of arrogance, casting a provocative glance at Lin Kong. His meaning was clear. There were no actual rules. Merely the disdain of our Huangpu District towards them, believing them to be easy targets for bullying. This statement was a blatant admission of their intention to humiliate us, devoid of any pretense. Lin Kong clenched his fists. I recall that our Yunchang District has never wronged your Huangpu District. Do not push your luck. He Bing glanced at those around him, and soon everyone erupted into derisive laughter. It was a scornful mockery. I am too lazy to beat around the bush. Let me state it plainly. Your Yunchang District has been excessively arrogant this year, with students daring to challenge Liu Xia to a life-and-death contest, making the rest of us look spineless. Since you have such audacious individuals in your ranks, let us measure your worth in advance. What if you are unable to surpass us? You might as well surrender. Ah, I see. You are deliberately seeking trouble. Xiao Wanwan scoffed. It turns out this group was still in cahoots with Liu Xia. They spoke with such grandiosity. Yet it was merely a few of Liu Xia's lackeys sent to provoke us. Lin Kong and the others were not foolish and quickly grasped the underlying truth. All right then. How do you wish to measure our strength? Surely you do not intend to bully us simply because you have more people? He Bing shook his head. Of course not. Here's the deal. There are 8 of you present, and we will also send out 8 of our own for one-on-one matches. Yang Hu, unable to contain himself, leaped forward as soon as he heard the proposal for fair one-on-one combat. Let us do this. Your Huangpu District is only marginally stronger than us. Do you really think I fear you? He Bing's heart leapt with joy. He thought to himself, finally, they have fallen into my trap. Liu Xia was the foremost genius of the Jinghua District, destined for a top-tier institution. Naturally, they would not have He Bing lead a group to trouble Liu Bei, as that would imply that Liu Xia was afraid to confront him. Thus, these actions were entirely his own initiative. Unable to engage Liu Bei, he shifted his focus to the other students from Yunchang District. Annoying Liu Bei on behalf of Liu Xia could be seen as ingratiating himself. If he were to enter a prestigious academy, Having Lu Xia as an ally would certainly prove advantageous. He then turned to a stout companion behind him and commanded, "This is on you." "No problem, Ice Brother. I guarantee I will give him a thorough beating without killing him." With that, the hefty figure charged towards Yang Hu, his immense size and energy creating an intimidating presence, leaving Yang Hu struggling to breathe. Yang Hu's heart raced. After a month of arduous training supplemented by medicinal aid, he had finally reached the 9th level of the 2nd tier. Yet, faced with the charging behemoth, he momentarily considered fleeing. No, if he ran now, both Yunchang District and the 2nd High School would become a laughingstock. With this thought, Yang Hu gathered all his energy, channeling it into his palm for a powerful strike. But the next moment, he was sent staggering back amidst a deafening explosion, his face paling and blood seeping from his mouth. 2nd-tier perfection? The stout one taunted mercilessly, charging again. Isn't perfection supposed to be easy? You lot are just incapable of breaking through. He laughed heartily and lunged again. Yang Hu's energy was already in disarray, and this blow sent him flying, knocking him unconscious upon impact with the ground. Just as he was about to be defeated, the stout one aimed for Yang Hu's arms, clearly intent on rendering him unfit for the assessment. Shameless. Lin Kong moved with swiftness, his hands glowing faintly with gold as he intercepted the stout one, forcing him back. Do not go too far. The stout one realized that Lin Kong was not to be trifled with. He snorted coldly and retreated. At that moment, He Bing leaped over in a rush. You lost the first match. Now let me take care of you for the second. As soon as he finished speaking, a long spear appeared in He Bing's hand, aimed at Lin Kong. Simultaneously, outside the Heyun Hall, a student from Huangpu District stationed at the checkpoint spotted a youth clad in a black school uniform adorned with white cloud patterns at the cuffs. This youth bore no extravagant embellishments, relying solely on his innate charisma, exuding an extraordinary presence. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and with rapid steps, he appeared at the entrance in less than 3 seconds. Wait, who are you, Bang? Before he could finish his inquiry, the checkpoint student felt darkness engulf him, a resounding buzz echoing in his head. The remnants of his senses registered a whirlwind of motion. Liu Bei watched the figure soaring into the air, then took a step forward, leveraging his momentum to execute a swift spin. His right fist coiled with energy like a missile, propelled forth with a blur. In the next moment, the Huangpu District student, now unconscious, was hurled violently against the distant entrance, raising clouds of dust. Ding! Player obliterates the Huangpu District genius, earning 1,600 brutality points. Without pausing, Liu Bei's gaze shifted towards the 3 characters emblazoned above the entrance. Heyun Hall. He then moved his feet, vanishing from sight. Chapter 29, Announcing My Rules. Inside Heyun Hall, Lin Kong faced off against He Bing, who wielded a spear, both at the 3rd tier. Lin Kong's heart brimmed with helplessness. The opponent's raw strength was clearly superior. Setting aside other factors, even in the comprehension of combat techniques, he fell short. However, he understood this was a normal situation. His current level had been achieved through an intense month of resource accumulation, leaving his combat technique development lagging behind. Observing his opponent's imposing aura, it was evident that He Bing had long since broken through to the 3rd tier. He Bing's face twisted into a malevolent grin. Is this all the former number 1 of Yunchang District can muster? The others trailing behind you are nothing but waste. The spear whistled as it transformed into a flurry of shadows, forcing Lin Kong to dodge in resignation. Each strike aimed to severely injure him, intending to deny the students of Yunchang District any opportunity for assessment. This was merely a ploy to curry favor and draw closer to Lu Xia. While the futures of Lin Kong and his companions held little significance, with this realization, Lin Kong's fury surged uncontrollably. Die! He Bing's expression shifted slightly. Lin Kong's reckless and unrestrained burst of energy brought him unexpected pressure. Yet the gap remained. If he could just stall for a moment, Lin Kong's energy would surely deplete, leading to inevitable defeat. He stepped back, wielding his spear in a flourish to block Lin Kong's onslaught. Then, he began to retreat, unwilling to engage Lin Kong in direct confrontation. Thus, the 2 figures danced around each other, one pursuing while the other evaded. After 10 seconds, Lin Kong felt his energy reserves dwindling. Just then, He Bing's gaze sharpened, perceiving the shift in his opponent's demeanor. The result of your reckless outburst is exhaustion. Lin Kong, are you ready to beg for mercy? He Bing smiled, his retreat transforming into an advance, as he prepared to unleash a powerful thrust of his spear towards Lin Kong. Lin Kong's eyes suddenly filled with panic. His old strength had been exhausted while new power had yet to arise, leaving him only able to evade with great difficulty. Yet, even in this feeble attempt, a spray of blood blossomed from his shoulder. Before he could catch his breath, another gust of gunfire surged towards him. His opponent showed no inclination to grant him a moment's respite, compelling him to dodge once more. Thus, He Bing relentlessly fired, each shot inflicting a wound upon Lin Kong. The situation was dire for Lin Kong, who faced the constant threat of defeat. Below the arena, the onlookers from Yunchang District displayed anxious expressions. Although they were not a match for the 2 combatants on stage, Lin Kong's pale visage clearly indicated his exhaustion. Su Hong, Xiao Wanwan, and the others could no longer contain themselves, wishing to intervene. However, they were obstructed by others from Huangpu District. It had been agreed that the duel would be one-on-one. Should they disrupt the rules, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, granting Yunchang District any leeway was already a concession. They ought not to embarrass themselves further, lest they incur our wrath. Su Hang's face darkened as he glanced at the maliciously grinning students from Huangpu District, halting his advance. Xiao Wanwan, filled with indignation, retorted, "It was you who coerced us into this one-on-one duel. And what of it? Would you prefer an unrestricted brawl instead?" Su Hang's anger boiled over at the audacity of the reply. "You shamelessly take advantage of Liu Bei's absence to boast. Were he here, you would be utterly at a loss." Laughter erupted from Huangpu District, mocking their so-called dark horse from a mere underdog district. Believing he could bridge the gap between them. "Liu Bei is simply absent. Had he been here, I would still thrash him." The derisive laughter echoed, but amidst the cacophony, a sharp, splintering sound pierced the air. The grand entrance of Heyun Hall shattered into splinters, and a figure clad in a black uniform adorned with cloud patterns descended, carrying a fierce wind. This unexpected turn of events drew the attention of all, including He Bing, who ceased his assault. He felt a rush of anxiety, fearing it was the arrival of several principals from Yunchang District. If that were the case, today's altercation would surely be swept under the rug. But upon closer inspection, he realized the newly arrived figure was merely a youth of similar age, with jet black hair and cold eyes, his expression tinged with excitement. Xiao Wanwan was the first to react, exclaiming, "Liu Bei, you finally arrived. Where's the principal?" Liu Bei casually shrugged, responding, "I didn't contact the principal." The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. The students from Yunchang District were dumbfounded. They had awaited a savior, only to find a lone individual. Lin Kong struggled to speak. "Brother Liu Bei, we know you are powerful," but the opponent he trailed off, realizing that complaints were futile with Liu Bei's arrival. There was no chance he would easily retreat. He Bing let out a derisive laugh. "So, you are Liu Bei? I can't decide whether to call you foolish or arrogant, thinking you can resolve this alone." Liu Bei, uninterested in his taunts, turned to Xiao Wanwan. "What is the situation? Please explain. Unjust provocations abound. They seek to curry favor with Liu Xia, instigating conflict and leveraging their numbers against us. Their strikes are merciless, aimed solely at injuring us to jeopardize our examination opportunities." "Understood," Liu Bei replied, glancing at the displeased He Bing. "A duel sounds splendid. I too relish a good fight. Might I join in?" He Bing momentarily paused, then a knowing smile crept across his face. He had been somewhat anxious, fearing the principals might intervene midway. But now it appeared this individual was nothing short of a fool. How audacious to come forth alone to play the hero. What a quintessential imbecile. Not only that, but he had the gall to provoke them directly. He Bing had never encountered such a naive genius. In his view, regardless of Liu Bei's strength, the sheer number of opponents present would surely overwhelm him. "I want to engage you, as you have provoked Liu Xia, and she shall deal with you. But should you choose to provoke me, then you shall bear the consequences." Liu Bei, exasperated, replied, "Enough of your prattle. Did we not agree to duel?" With that, he leapt onto the arena, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Kong. "Get down." Lin Kong opened his mouth, intending to protest. But upon witnessing the fervor in Liu Bei's eyes, he opted for silence. This guy was utterly exhilarated. "A monster. I despise trouble. Thus, I shall declare my rules for combat." Liu Bei surveyed the crowd with an air of supremacy, as if a deity gazing down upon mere ants. "Every single student from Huangpu District, one and all. I will take you all on alone." The arena erupted into chaos. "Arrogant. Who does he think he is? Let us show him." The students from Huangpu District were incensed, their anger ignited. "Fine. If you seek your own demise, we shall oblige." He Bing laughed heartily. With those words, even if he were to maim Liu Bei, Yunchang District could not hold him accountable. Liu Bei, however, paid no heed to their thoughts, feeling as though countless atrocities beckoned him. The moment he heard their words, a violent pressure surged around him. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted forth. Chapter 30, 1 against 50. Under He Bing's watchful gaze, Liu Bei was enveloped in swirling black flames, his form becoming an illusory apparition. Then, He Bing caught a glimpse of a faint smile at the corner of Liu Bei's mouth, reminiscent of a devil. No, He Bing's expression shifted in horror. The overwhelming aura enveloped him, akin to being locked onto by a ferocious beast, a palpable sense of murder looming. His mind raced, by all indications. Liu Bei was undoubtedly above the third tier, but he could not exceed the third tier's third level. Yet the terrifying aura and pressure far surpassed that of a mere third-tier novice. In an instant, his heart raced with confusion. Liu Bei charged forward, his sights firmly set on He Bing. "Wait, hold on, pause." The plea fell on deaf ears to Liu Bei. Was there truly such a peculiar line of reasoning in this world? They had already commenced battle, yet the opponent wished to pause. What absurdity was this? Liu Bei scoffed inwardly, his hand already reaching forth. He Bing realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. In a panic, he thrust his spear forward. Swish! The sound of the spear slicing through the air was abruptly halted. A powerful hand seized the spear's shaft, twisting it with immense force. The sheer momentum caused the spear to spin violently, the overwhelming torque instantaneously impacting He Bing's wrist, breaking it with a sickening crack. The spear slipped from his grip, and in that moment, Liu Bei redirected the weapon, the ominous black flames engulfing it. With a surge of energy, Liu Bei's muscles bulged like coiling dragons, and he swung the spear in a wide arc towards He Bing. Whoosh! The air sliced through with a piercing wail, and He Bing, struck in the abdomen, was sent hurtling through the air as if hit by a freight truck, his body folding in on itself. Upon landing, he lay there, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, unconscious. Notification: player has grievously injured genius He Bing, earning 3,000 brutality points. Brother Bing. What the hell? Brother Bing. What happened? Don't sleep. In the Huangpu district, a multitude of students stood transfixed, their gaze fixed in anger upon Liu Bei. What a malicious heart he possessed. He had deliberately struck with such ferocity. Brother Bing's assessment has now been ruined by you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan became indignant. You are all talking nonsense. It is evident that you harbor ill intentions, and now that you cannot defeat Liu Bei, you turn to bite back. Liu Bei then leapt off the stage, gripping the long spear that had been surrendered to him, and declared, "Do not be hasty. I am offering you the chance for revenge. Did I not just proclaim my intention to defeat you all in one go? Surely, with so many of you, you are not afraid?" The students of Huangpu district exchanged conflicted glances. Yet, it was not long before someone shouted loudly, "Do not fear him. His swift victory over Brother Bing was merely a tactic to intimidate us. He must have employed some potent combat skill or secret technique, and now he is depleted. If we all attack together, we can surely inflict significant damage. Indeed, if the prestigious academies were to learn that we were all driven off by a single individual, it would undoubtedly tarnish our reputation. Look at his pallor. He appears drained." Liu Bei truly wished to thank this brilliant speaker. After all, the wisdom of clever individuals pales in comparison to the spontaneous brilliance of those less astute. Utilizing the demon suppression technique did indeed consume more energy than regular combat, especially considering the rapid burst of black flames that had led to He Bing's swift defeat. However, in relation to his usual state, he could still unleash the same moves an additional 20 or 30 times in his current condition. Moreover, let us not forget his innate ability, devouring. During these brief seconds of conversation, the energy within him had returned to its full capacity. Faced with this assembly of mostly second-tier, fifth-level fighters, with the strongest barely reaching the pinnacle of the second tier, he felt he could easily handle them. At that moment, Liu Bei deliberately cleared his throat, a fleeting hint of panic flickering across his otherwise arrogant demeanor. This change was immediately perceived by those opposing him. He was injured. It was the after-effect of his rapid assault. Onward. Attack together. In an instant, all the students from Huangpu district charged at him. Let us support Liu Bei. Xiao Wanwan chirped, and the few individuals from Yunchang district prepared to engage, only to be met with a chilling glare of warning. Stay where you are, commanded Liu Bei. All halted, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wait, brother. There are over 50 of them. None are below the second-tier fifth level. You intend to face them alone? Liu Bei offered no explanation. After warning the crowd from Yunchang district, he surged forth, enveloped in demonic flames, leaving behind a blur as he charged toward the assailants. When he re-emerged, he stood before the foremost group. The terrifying black flames made him appear as an unstoppable demon. Then, in a moment of astonishment, the formidable demon unleashed a punch, the sheer power seeming to shatter the air, sending ripples cascading outward. The destination of this punch was undoubtedly the unfortunate soul at the front. Boom. Chaos erupted as the dreadful black flames spiraled forth, carving a cone-shaped void in the throng. The Huangpu district students caught in this path were sent flying, crashing against the walls of the He-Yun Hall. The students who were hurled away initially seemed unaware of their predicament, attempting to rise. However, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, they immediately fell to the ground in anguish. Ding. Player has discovered a premium monster spawn point, severely injuring numerous school prodigies. Violence point 150,011. Among all the observers, only Xiao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight. She recognized this as the spiral force of the demon suppression technique, which left no external wounds yet shattered their bones internally. Indeed, Liu Bei had not exaggerated. He had truly mastered this technique to perfection. So powerful. Cough, damn it. Liu Bei once again leaned weakly against the edge of the platform, his complexion ghastly pale. Seeing this, the Huangpu district students, initially frightened into fleeing, gritted their teeth and charged again. He had truly pushed himself to the limit. Such a trump card, and he could still unleash it a third time. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Liu Bei smiled. I'm sorry, but I can indeed unleash it a third time. With a roar, the same scenario unfolded once more, and another group of over 10 individuals were sent flying. Ding. Player has discovered a premium monster spawn point, severely injuring numerous school prodigies. Violence point 150,012. Scatter. Use long-range attacks. Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback. Oh, What a tactic. Unfortunately, I can also employ such strategies. He spread his arms wide, fingers curling, and suddenly unleashed a barrage of black energy blades. In an instant, countless blades erupted, swirling around him like a tempest. All those caught in the wake were sent hurtling backward, some, unable to defend in time, suffered deep lacerations across their chests, blood gushing forth. This was Liu Bei restraining his power, otherwise, with the sharpness of the gung metal energy. Those without adequate defenses would have been sliced to ribbons. Ding. Player has discovered a premium monster spawn point, severely injuring numerous school prodigies. Violence point 150,010. The Hiyun Hall was filled with blood-curdling screams, resembling a hellscape, haunted by the wails of the tormented. Yet, Liu Bei was not easily deterred. He continued to focus on the remaining 20 students from Huangpu District. 10 at a time was too slow. Let them all come at once. Instantly, the remaining students from Huangpu District felt a chill run down their spines, as if an icy hand gripped their hearts. Chapter 31, A Battle to Wealth. Harvesting violence points. At that moment, the more than 20 students of Huangpu District had but one thought: to flee as quickly as possible. The creature before them was a monster. In just 3 moves, he had utterly shattered their morale. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to say that Liu Bei had no strength left, they would not believe it. As for the impressions of top academies, those were but trifles. If they did not leave now, they would not even have the chance to stand and participate in the assessment. However, as they all shared this sentiment, they suddenly realized that, during the recent battle, their positions had unknowingly swapped. Liu Bei now stood directly in front of the entrance of the hall. Though he was but one person, he felt as imposing as a legion guarding the gate. Observing the students' expressions, Liu Bei drew the spear he had planted into the ground. Do not think about escaping. I stand right here. The only way to leave is to defeat me. Liu Bei, do not go too far. Are you not afraid of the wrath of the Huangpu District leaders? Indeed, Liu Bei, there remains a chance for reconciliation. If we are all grievously injured, half of Huangpu District as participants in the top academy assessment will be lost. Can you bear the consequences? Enough is enough, Liu Bei, we concede. Consider it our fault. Let this end here. We will explain everything to the principal and the leaders, ensuring you will not be held accountable. What do you say? Several students with slightly higher realms spoke, their faces pale. Their words were half threat, half submission. They now regretted their earlier choices deeply. Had they been like the previous 30 or more, their futures would have been irreparably damaged. Among them were many who had opportunities to vie for admission to prestigious academies. For ordinary individuals, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yet now, it was about to be thwarted by a peer. How could they not feel regret? It was all He Bing's fault. He was the one who organized us to provoke him. Had it not been for him, we would have had no quarrel with you at all. Indeed, it is entirely He Bing's fault. He has always been the second strongest in the Huangpu District and sought shortcuts merely to surpass Zhou Zheng. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, Liu Bei sighed in boredom. Truly remarkable. His gaze gradually turned icy. Am I here to listen to your trivial familial disputes? With those words, a tempest of demonic flames erupted around him, and his spear was poised before him. Either defeat me, or meet the same fate as them. In the next moment, the spear swept forth, unleashing a blade of energy several meters long from its tip. The faces of the Huangpu District onlookers paled. They had not anticipated that Liu Bei would remain so resolute even after such provocations. Since no mercy was offered, they would have to fight back. Someone shouted, and all present displayed expressions of defiance, channeling their utmost combat prowess against Liu Bei. After sacrificing the first few who were sent flying by the black energy blade, the remaining individuals finally closed in on Liu Bei. Victory seemed within reach. Excitement surged in their hearts. Previous attempts had failed to breach the distance surrounding Liu Bei. But now, with this many closing in, he was bound to falter. Perhaps sensing the dawn of victory, some even unconsciously displayed expressions of joy and surprise. Yet at that moment, others noticed Liu Bei's demeanor remained eerily calm, devoid of any hint of panic or anxiety. An inexplicable dread began to swell within them. Something was amiss. A perilous aura enveloped their hearts in an instant. The next moment, the pitch-black demonic flames appeared to be doused in oil, expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they engulfed over 20 individuals. Suddenly, all the students from Huangpu District felt as though a veil of darkness had descended before them, their energy and sensory perceptions plummeting. In a state of panic, they could only unleash their attacks wildly in front of them. To the onlookers outside, it appeared as though they had collectively succumbed to madness, with some even turning their aggression against their comrades. Liu Bei took a deep breath. His recent technique was the demon suppression prison art, which disoriented the 5 senses. However, targeting so many at once was rather taxing. He felt his energy being drained by over half. Yet, this was inconsequential, for this incident was drawing to a close. He stepped leisurely through the flames, flicking his fingers to unleash a barrage of energy blades. There was virtually no resistance. Each blade that flew forth sent a Huangpu District student crashing down, grievously injured and unconscious. Within a mere 10 seconds, not a single Huangpu District student remained standing. The defeat was absurd, utterly complete. What sort of combat skill was this? Lu Xia, the foremost genius of the Jianghua district, ranked among the top 3 in the entire Jianghai-based city, wondered if she could truly triumph over this monstrosity. In the final moments before losing consciousness, this thought echoed in the minds of all Huangpu district students. Ding! Player has discovered a premium monster farming spot. Severely injuring numerous school geniuses, infamy points, 150,022. Current infamy points, 87,100. Incredible. A battle that leads to wealth. Xiao Wanwan and the others were now numb to the situation. Amidst their astonished gazes, the demonic flames surrounding Liu Bei slowly dissipated, revealing him exhaling a breath of stale air. Was that last technique also the demon suppression prison art? Xiao Wanwan was uncertain. She recalled that while this combat skill had some psychological effects, it was reportedly quite mild. How could it transform into something so terrifying in Liu Bei's hands? It was as if those who fell victim had lost their sanity and began attacking indiscriminately. Just how far could Liu Bei push his limits? In this state, was he truly inferior to Lu Nan? Unbeknownst to Liu Bei, Xiao Wanwan's thoughts were racing. He relaxed his body slightly and then strolled toward the crowd. The matter was resolved. Would it be a problem for you to report the subsequent details? He was not fond of being encircled by a gaggle of leaders. Bombarded with questions, it was utterly tedious. Gazing at the infamy points displayed on the screen, he simply wished to return and indulge in some spending. Oh right. Anything that goes awry, place the blame on me. If there are any repercussions, let them fall on my shoulders. I am weary and shall take my leave to rest. With that, he waved his hand and made his way toward the exit. At that moment, Xiao Wanwan instinctively called out. So, am I still coming to your room tonight? The moment the words left her lips, she regretted it, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. No, I meant, since you're so fatigued. Can I still come over tonight? Oh no, it seems I'm only digging myself deeper. Lin Kong, overhearing her, felt as though his heart had turned to ashes. His face was as pale as a ghost. He had pursued Xiao Wanwan for years, but had never witnessed her being so forward. It was bittersweet, filled with helplessness. Yet he could not muster a shred of resentment. If it were Liu Bei, then losing was not unjust. At that moment, Liu Bei pondered for a moment before replying. Come along. I recover swiftly, and it won't hinder your experience. Xiao Wanwan, upon hearing this, awkwardly glanced at those around her. Oh, okay. Once Liu Bei's figure vanished, the others looked around at the half-conscious individuals within the Heyun Hall. Feeling a sense of dread. What do we do now? This is a colossal mess. Huangpu district is bound to erupt in fury, right? With over 50 students grievously injured. And I hear there were only about 100 who came this year. Lin Kong, regaining some composure, spoke up. We should report the truth, but emphasized that Liu Bei acted to save us. It was the Huangpu district individuals who refused to let us leave. If the leaders truly wish to punish Liu Bei, each of us must willingly take responsibility. Yang Hu, now coming to his senses, weakly added. Indeed, we should at least have some justification. Yet at that moment, Xiao Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. If they truly intend to punish Liu Bei, I will summon my father. If he is insufficient, I shall call my uncle from the Jinghai family. The Xiao family would protect Liu Bei. Even the leaders of the entire Huangpu district could not impose pressure against them. At that moment, Lin Kong expressed his concerns. The Xiao family indeed possesses such influence, but your family may not be willing. What? Xiao Wanwan retorted angrily. If they refuse, I will raise a ruckus. If it comes to that, I will shoulder all the blame myself. I was the one who invited him, and I have messages as proof. If they have the audacity to punish me, let them. Observing Xiao Wanwan's explosive demeanor, everyone fell into a moment of silence. This girl was even more adept at appeasing than Lin Kong himself. Chapter 32, The Crumbling Huangpu District, The Confident Zhou Zheng. Jianghai Bay City Sports Center Medical Office. The ward, initially well prepared, now buzzed with activity like a bustling marketplace. Lu Jingjing, with a dark expression, darted about, while her nurses scurried around as if their feet barely touched the ground. Knowing that tomorrow would bring assessments from top-tier institutions, she had received orders from her superiors to prepare for incoming casualties ahead of time. Injuries were inevitable in battles among Qi masters, so she had taken precautions. However, as it was only the day before, she thought it unlikely that anyone would require hospitalization today, and thus, she had not been overly anxious. Yet, in the afternoon, while she was idly passing the time, she suddenly received distressing news. Over 50 injured parties required immediate hospitalization. In that moment, she felt as though the sky had fallen. My heavens, more than 50, all at once. This was utterly overwhelming. Moreover, she had heard that all were gravely injured, the kind that would keep them bedridden for at least half a month. This had completely overloaded the medical center. Thus, after an arduous 3 hours of relentless activity and the urgent mobilization of a dozen medical practitioners, the situation was barely stabilized. Yet, before she had a chance to catch her breath, a group of grim-faced individuals entered through the door. One of them addressed her directly, inquiring about the whereabouts of the injured who had been brought in that afternoon. Lu Jingjing hesitated momentarily, then promptly gestured towards the entirety of the ward. They are all here, more than 50 in total. Upon hearing the number, The newcomers' expressions darkened further, and their breathing became noticeably rapid. What is the extent of their injuries? Will it affect the assessments? All are severely wounded, even at the fastest pace. It will take at least half a month for recovery. Has anyone regained consciousness? Bed 8. A patient named He Bing has awakened. Lu Jingjing replied honestly, aware that although she lacked the talent for cultivating qi, she possessed a foundational level of proficiency. At that moment, she could sense the formidable aura emanating from the individuals before her, which nearly paralyzed her with fear. Fortunately, the man did not press her further and proceeded into the ward upon receiving the information. Lu Jingjing exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her heaving chest to soothe herself. A band of violent lunatics, she mused, wondering who they were, for their brutality was excessive. Inside room 8, He Bing lay staring vacantly at the ceiling. His future appeared bleak. He could not even participate in the assessments for elite institutions now, relegating him to merely attending a somewhat respectable undergraduate program. To him, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. The thought of missed opportunities filled him with a profound sense of regret. Had he known Liu Bei was so formidable, he would have never dared to provoke him. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and a group of figures entered. He Bing turned his head and recognized the principals from several schools in Huangpu District, with the foremost being Chun Jianghe, the principal of Huangpu No. 2 High School, which He Bing attended. Principal, he greeted. Chun Jianghe wore a solemn expression, but upon seeing He Bing's injuries, he nodded slightly. It's good that you have regained consciousness. We have some questions for you. He Bing immediately understood the reason for their visit. They were here to assign blame. Principal, I am still unclear about what transpired afterward. The individuals from Yinchang District must have fared worse than I did, right? He Bing had been the first to fall unconscious in the encounter with Liu Bei, and he lacked knowledge of the subsequent events. When he awoke, he found himself in the ward, surrounded by classmates who were also in comatose states, leaving him unable to inquire about the details. However, he believed that Liu Bei and his group had not emerged unscathed. Even if they had employed overwhelming force to defeat him, there were still over 50 others. The sheer number of opponents must have taken a toll on them. The students sharing his ward were likely the result of a desperate struggle against the individuals from Yinchang District. As for those from Yinchang District, they would probably suffer significant repercussions as well. Severe? I scarcely know how to articulate it. Chun Jianghe had intended to inquire calmly, but He Bing's words nearly pushed him over the edge. Do you have any idea how much loss your actions have caused to the numerous high schools in Huangpu District? He Bing was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at his bandaged classmates, his face reflecting remorse. It was my fault. I am deeply sorry for those 5. The principal was right. His recklessness had led to the disqualification of these 5 students, much like himself. Overcome with guilt, He Bing promptly apologized. You're talking nonsense. 5. Over 50. I am seething with rage at the thought of you. The principal of Huangpu No. 3 erupted in fury. You, this fool, led over 50 people into a confrontation, and now they are all severely injured in the hospital. Our students in Huangpu District have lost their eligibility for assessments at elite institutions. Do you understand how many spots for external students that translates into? Including your own guaranteed spot. His words reverberated throughout the room, leaving He Bing in a state of shock. As he processed the principal's furious expression, he finally grasped the implications of what had been said, his face turning blank. Over 50? How can that be possible? There were only 8 of them. No, counting Liu Bei, that makes 9. Upon hearing this, not only the principal of No. 3 but the other principals also erupted in outrage, their faces contorted with disbelief. Impossible? Do you want to get up and take a look? The entire floor of the ward is occupied because of you, and you say there were only 8 or 9. Are you suggesting that 8 or 9 individuals from Yinchang District defeated over 50 of your own? Do you think I am a fool? Absurd. Chun Jianghe raised his hand, attempting to quell the principal's furious outburst. It is futile to discuss this now. He then turned to He Bing. All over 50 of them are students from Huangpu District. Not a single student from Yinchang District is hospitalized. He Bing. What on earth transpired? With the principal's confirmation, He Bing collapsed back onto the bed. How can this be? Over 50 elite students from Huangpu District were defeated by 8 or 9. Even if Liu Bei is at the 3rd tier, there are only 8 or 9 of them. One of them, Yang Hu, is unconscious, and another, Lin Kong, was rendered powerless by him. How could they possibly lose? He Bing felt ensnared in a surreal nightmare, his lips trembling as he stubbornly clung to hope. Could there have been a mistake? There were truly only 8 or 9 of them. Chun Jianghe, realizing He Bing's confusion, fell silent for a moment before speaking gravely. I do not care how many were on the opposing side. What I know is that half of our students are now ineligible for assessments. Now, you must tell me, was this a premeditated provocation from the other side? Or did you seek trouble yourselves? You must answer truthfully. We have over 50 hospitalized students, all of whom are severely injured. Even if we were to expend immense resources to utilize precious medicines, it would be too late. Do you understand the magnitude of this loss? He Bing's mind buzzed, and he could no longer entertain any delusions. All wiped out. He had led over 50 students from Huangpu District to total annihilation. He felt darkness enveloping him once more, nearly fainting again. What on earth have I provoked? Instinctively, he could only mutter to himself, "Principal, I truly had no idea. Had I known they were this strong, I would never have sought them out." The principal was so furious he nearly spat blood. He understood that Huangpu District had indeed initiated the conflict. This meant that even if he were to file a complaint, it would be futile, as it was self-inflicted. Moreover, He Bing continued to insist that there were only 8 or 9 of them, making it impossible for him to justify his claims. At that moment, He Bing finally comprehended the gravity of his misstep, tears streaming down his face. Why did this happen? How could 50 against 9 possibly lose? Absolutely impossible. Not necessarily. At that moment, a male voice interjected. Everyone turned to see Zhou Zhang, Huangpu District's most brilliant genius, leaning calmly against the door. He Bing, upon seeing his longtime rival, felt a glimmer of hope. "Zhou Zhang, do you know something?" Zhou Zhang's expression was one of disdain, icy and unyielding. To be frank, he had always looked down upon He Bing. Though he possessed some talent, he lacked intellect. Forever seeking shortcuts, he failed to realize that true genius is forged through relentless struggle. What I mean by not necessarily is that it was not 8 or 9 individuals from Yunchang District who defeated our 50-plus students. It was only one person. At this revelation, not only He Bing, but also the principal's present wore expressions of incredulity. "Ah Zhang, do not speak nonsense." The principal of number 1 interjected. "This news is even more outrageous than what He Bing has reported. How could one person possibly accomplish such feats? Indeed, this information is utterly preposterous." Zhou Zhang, with a grave expression, addressed the assembly. "I arrived earlier than all of you, and just moments ago, several individuals regained consciousness. After He Bing was swiftly defeated, a student from Yunchang District named Liu Bei single-handedly took down all of you. In other words, the true assailant was merely Liu Bei. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire yourselves." The atmosphere fell silent once more, as everyone was at a loss for words. If only one person were to make such a claim, it could be dismissed as falsehood. But what if it was corroborated by all? Zhou Zhang had inquired of several individuals, and they all echoed the same sentiment. Could it truly be the work of Liu Bei alone? How could this be possible? At that moment, not only had He Bing's composure shattered, but others began to question their very existence. A student from Yunchang District had thwarted half of Huangpu District's hopes? Was this really the same Yunchang District that had languished at the bottom for years? The events had transpired. The process was of little consequence now. The crucial point was that I would exact vengeance. I would cleanse Huangpu District of this humiliation. Observing the expressions of those around him, Zhou Zhang spoke with an air of indifference before turning to leave. However, at that moment, the principal of the second high school suddenly interjected. "Zhou Zhang, if this is indeed the case, you would do well to exercise caution. Liu Bei may truly be a formidable dark horse." Zhou Zhang frowned in displeasure at the remark. How absurd. Did this group of antiquated minds truly believe that Liu Bei could be compared to himself? He had already reached the 3rd stage, 4th level, stepping into the mid-tier. Even when facing a genius like Liu Xia, he had confidence in holding his own for several exchanges. Although Huangpu District's overall strength was inferior to that of Jinghua, Qingbu, and Baoshan, that was a matter of comprehensive strength, not indicative of the capabilities of top-tier students. Liu Bei had merely triumphed over a group of weaklings. Among the 50, aside from He Bing, who had underestimated him and was swiftly defeated, there had been no presence of a 3rd-stage practitioner. In such circumstances, even if he exerted his full strength, it was not beyond his capabilities. Only a collection of mediocre individuals would react with such astonishment. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhang smirked coldly. "You are overestimating him. Liu Bei is not worthy of my caution. With but a slight exertion, I shall undoubtedly triumph over him." Chapter 33, The Perverse Treasure Box Reward. With unwavering confidence, Zhou Zhang made his bold statement before exiting the infirmary and heading toward the medical facility's entrance. Just as he reached the doorway, he spotted a figure. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her demeanor was considerably more composed. "Liu Xia, what brings you here?" Liu Xia looked up at Zhou Zhang and replied, "I heard that Huangpu District has suffered severe losses even before the assessments. I came to ascertain the truth." "Are you here to witness the spectacle?" "Not entirely." Liu Xia, undeterred by Zhou Zhang's tone, turned and walked outside. Zhou Zhang hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed suit. Liu Xia, representing the foremost strength of Jinghua District, stood among the top 3 in the Jianghai base city. More directly, she ranked 2nd. Even Zhou Zhang felt immense pressure in her presence. Not to mention her prominent lineage, the Liu family in Jianghai base city held significant influence, rivaling that of the Xiao family. It could be said that they belonged to the upper echelon of the elite. It was rumored that within their ranks, there existed individuals who had attained mastery in their craft. As he observed the silhouette of the girl before him, he sensed an intangible pressure emanating from her, akin to a blade concealed within its sheath, poised to sever all upon its release. "I have heard it was Liu Bei from Yunchang District who orchestrated this. To be candid, if it truly is his doing, I find myself somewhat pleased." Zhou Zhang nodded slightly in response. "Indeed, it is he. He possesses some measure of strength. But that is the extent of it." "Oh." Zhou Zhang felt a twinge of irritation at her tone. "Liu Xia, you underestimate me too much. Liu Bei may indeed be competent, but it depends on whom he is compared against. When challenging me, he is destined to lose. Lu Xia regarded him with a serious gaze, then narrowed her eyes slightly. No wonder you are so confident. You have broken through to the mid-third stage. If that is the case, Liu Bei indeed poses no threat to you. The two reached a fork in the path, where Lu Xia came to a halt. Zhou Zheng, I do not care who prevails between you and Liu Bei, but remember this. His life is mine. As she spoke, a commanding aura enveloped her. A presence both palpable and elusive. Liu Bei was the first to dare to issue a death challenge to her. Lu Xia believed that if she did not personally end his life, her authority would be in jeopardy. Thus, Liu Bei's fate must be sealed by her hand. Zhou Zheng instinctively tensed, and after a few moments of silence, he exhaled deeply. Understood, his life belongs to you. Good, then I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Xia's imposing demeanor receded, and she departed briskly, leaving Zhou Zheng in a state of shock. This girl remains as formidable as ever. In the student rest area of Yunchang District, Liu Bei returned to his room after a brief shower. Having accumulated some sweat from battling over 50 experienced creatures in the afternoon. After refreshing himself, he sat on his bed and activated the light screen. My Dark Beast, Little Black. Level, 3rd stage, 2nd level. Skills, Body Enhancement, Passive, Unity of Heaven and Man, Passive, Blade of Metal, Active. Racial Talent, Devouring. Combat Technique, Suppressing Demons and Sealing Hell. Overall evaluation, the player's cultivation has yielded some success. You may now attempt to dominate the weak. Malicious points, 87,100. Beep. Malicious points have exceeded 50,000. A new feature has been unlocked, Treasure Box Extraction. Beep. Each treasure box extraction costs 10,000 points, guaranteeing rare combat techniques, talents, and insights into the way of heaven. Rewards are not singular and may be obtained repeatedly. Liu Bei's eyes lit up, quickly captivated by the last few lines. A treasure box extraction for 10,000 points. So expensive? However, upon seeing the subsequent treasure box rewards, he fell silent. Rare combat techniques aside, isn't talent something unique? He recalled that most chi masters awakened their martial arts talents upon breaking through to the 3rd stage, and it was often a singular opportunity. Could he continuously awaken talents? Moreover, what was this new concept of insight into the way of heaven? After contemplating for a while, Liu Bei couldn't resist dialing a number from his communicator. There was no helping it. This feature sounded incredibly powerful, and he was eager to extract it. Yet, he was uncertain whether it would enhance his current combat prowess. So he hesitated to waste his malicious points casually. After all, 10,000 points was no trivial sum. It was sufficient for him to elevate 2 levels. A cheerful voice soon came through the communicator. Liu Bei, you called for me. Yes, I have something to consult. Do you know what insight into the way of heaven entails? There seemed to be water running on Xiao Wanwan's end, and after a few seconds, she hurriedly responded. I know about the insight into the way of heaven. There are 2 thresholds for genius among chi masters. The first 3 stages assess the cultivation progress and comprehension of combat techniques, while from the 3rd stage onwards, it involves what you refer to as insight into the way of heaven. Could you elaborate? Oh, actually, I only heard my family mention it. It's called insight into the way of heaven, but many refer to it as comprehension of force. For instance, the essence of fist techniques, swordplay, and blade arts. Should one grasp even a modicum of such profound concepts, the combat prowess of a chi master would be significantly elevated. However, the true comprehension of the heavenly Tao is a feat only the grandmasters dare to claim they have fully mastered. As lower-tier chi masters, if we can discern even a fraction, we can easily surpass our contemporaries, the prodigies. It is rumored that the core disciples of elite academies are those who have begun to grasp these forces. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei began to comprehend. In other words, if he could grasp the essence of these techniques, he would have the opportunity to become an even greater genius, perhaps even a core disciple of a prestigious academy, on par with the likes of Lu Nan. Just imagine the expressions on the faces of the Liu family members in the Jinghai base city. Liu Bei, why did you suddenly ask about this? Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to inquire after hearing about it. I'm currently in the bath. I'll come find you shortly. All right, let us say in half an hour. As Liu Bei hung up the phone, he couldn't shake the feeling that the conversation had been somewhat peculiar. After pondering for a while, he could not pinpoint what felt off. So he decided to cast aside such distractions. To embody the essence of a Sigma male, that was his unwavering resolve. Shifting his gaze to the luminous screen before him, Liu Bei gritted his teeth, driven by his yearning for the essence of these techniques, and resolved to attempt a triple draw. He prepared to extract 3 treasure chests. Ding. The player begins to draw from the treasure chests, consuming 30,000 violent points. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining treasure chest rewards. Skill Enhancement Point 1. Talent. Weapon Mastery 1. Comprehension of the Heavenly Tao. Force Essence. As his violent points rapidly diminished by 30,000, Liu Bei found himself entirely unconcerned about the expenditure. He never anticipated such extraordinary luck. He had drawn 3 treasure chests in one go, and each contained distinct rewards. A mere glance revealed that they were all remarkable items. He hastily opened the reward details and quickly grasped the advantages of the 3 rewards. The skill enhancement point would allow him to devour and elevate his acquired skills by 1 level, while weapon mastery would enable him to swiftly master any weapon he laid hands on, which, while not particularly astounding, was still useful. However, the final comprehension of the heavenly Tao left him elated. The essence of force was perfectly aligned with his path, taking sheer brutality to its zenith. Nothing was more exhilarating than overwhelming Tin with sheer strength. Without hesitation, he applied all his rewards and then activated the feedback mechanism. Soon, the transformation of his skills commenced. Ding! The skill physical enhancement has upgraded to Golden Body Furnace. This skill can be activated at will, consuming a significant amount of energy during activation, burning chi and blood to enhance physical vitality by 2-fold, and simultaneously allowing for accelerated self-healing of wounds as long as energy persists, resulting in continual self-recovery. Before Liu Bei could delve deeper into his studies, he felt a surge of weapon-related knowledge flood his mind, becoming instinctual, enabling him to wield any weapon with ease. Finally, an indescribable aura descended from the heavens, infusing his body, ultimately coalescing into an ethereal seed that nestled within him. Without needing to contemplate, within a second, he understood that he had preliminarily grasped the essence related to force. As Liu Bei gazed at the skill descriptions and the transformations within himself on the screen, his heart raced uncontrollably. This was the reward from the treasure chest. It was simply astonishing. Setting aside the latter 2 rewards, the mere transformation of the passive skill of physical enhancement into the actively controllable Golden Body Furnace was terrifyingly formidable. After enduring long-term cultivation, his physique already surpassed that of many beasts of the same rank, and now, with the ability to activate it for a 2-fold effect, it was akin to an explosive skill. With this thought in mind, Liu Bei couldn't help but test it. Golden Body Furnace, activate. In an instant, he felt his chi and blood boiling within him, akin to fuel being consumed. Amidst this immense depletion, his physical vitality surged. Muscles bulging as if a dragon coiled within him, transforming his aura into one that was wild and bloodthirsty. Simultaneously, Liu Bei sensed a revolutionary change in his perceptive abilities. He opened his eyes, and golden flames ignited within his gaze. Looking down, he saw a crimson aura emerging from his skin's surface, a manifestation of the burning chi and blood from the Golden Body Furnace. This sanguine phenomenon faintly tinted the tips of his hair red. Damn, he looked absolutely stunning. This was practically a lower-tier version of a Super Saiyan god. Who could resist the allure of transformation? After a brief moment of sensation, Liu Bei grasped the skill-less effects. The consumption was indeed formidable. Such an explosive skill could not be used as a norm, bearing both advantages and disadvantages. Fortunately, he still had the ability to recover quickly. Upon deactivating the skill, Liu Bei was suddenly overcome with a sense of emptiness as the once abundant force within him dissipated. Simultaneously, he brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming assessment at the Elite Academy. In that previous state, coupled with the essence of force, he felt he could easily defeat even those at the peak of the 3rd tier. He merely wondered if the assembled prodigies would be worthy opponents for him. Chapter 34, New Function, Bestowing Knowledge to Xiao Wanwan. Knock, knock, knock. Liu Bei opened the door to find a small head peeking in curiously. Come in. Xiao Wanwan nodded and obediently followed Liu Bei into the room. Noticing her dazed expression, Liu Bei asked no further questions and simply sat down on a chair. Make yourself comfortable. Okay. Xiao Wanwan glanced around the room, which was sparsely furnished with only a chair and a table. With Liu Bei already seated, she had no choice but to sit on the edge of the bed. Upon realizing this, she inexplicably felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. However, just as she settled down, Liu Bei suddenly spoke up. Hey, how can a girl sit on a boy's bed? You should sit on the floor instead. There's a blanket. Xiao Wanwan's face froze, and she awkwardly nearly buried her head in the blanket. But upon lifting her head and seeing Liu Bei's serious expression, she could only sniffle and sit on the blanket on the floor. About the battle techniques you mentioned earlier? Yes. Xiao Wanwan became serious upon addressing the matter, her earlier strange thoughts dissipating as she hurriedly continued. Liu Bei, is your comprehension always this remarkable? I've heard that the demon suppression technique is challenging to master, yet you've achieved its consummation in just a month. It's nothing much, Liu Bei replied, scratching his nose. Besides comprehension, there's also hard work and sweat, things you haven't witnessed. Even so, that's quite impressive. I have another battle technique I would like you to guide me on. Mastering it would greatly aid in the upcoming Elite Academy assessment. Seeing her earnestness, Liu Bei nodded. Is it the technique you used previously? No, that technique was overused. The one I truly wish to practice is my current trump card, an S-rank battle technique. Though I've only managed to reach the beginner stage, I didn't get a chance to showcase it during our last duel. S-rank battle technique, huh? I can only say I'll give it a shot, but I cannot guarantee I will be able to teach you. He added. You know as well as I do that the ability to comprehend techniques oneself is quite different from imparting that understanding to others. Of course. Xiao Wanwan nodded in understanding and then pulled out a scroll from her pocket. Liu Bei took it and noticed the prominent characters on the scroll, Dragon's Roar. Without hesitation, he opened it, quickly becoming engrossed in its contents. Moments later, he took a deep breath and closed the scroll. One can only exclaim that it truly lives up to the reputation of an S-rank combat skill. This technique encompasses not merely offensive maneuvers, but a plethora of elements including footwork, methods of attack, and defensive techniques, among others. It can be asserted that mastering this combat skill would elevate Xiao Wanwan's overall prowess to an entirely new echelon. With her peak strength at the second tier, 8th level. Combined with this skill, she might indeed stand a chance at vying for a spot among the inner court disciples, albeit the hope is slim. Liu Bei opened his eyes and soon caught sight of Xiao Wanwan's expectant gaze, which immediately caused him some disquiet. To be honest, he was confident in his ability to learn the skill, as he could allocate points. However, he hesitated to claim he could teach it to her. It would be rather awkward if he mastered it effortlessly while Xiao Wanwan struggled. It would leave him feeling as if he had merely taken advantage of her. And even if she bore him no ill will, he would still feel indebted. He certainly did not wish for a convoluted entanglement over a few combat techniques with Xiao Wanwan to become a source of headache. Liu Bei, you needn't feel pressured. If I fail to grasp it, it will merely be a reflection of my own ineptitude, and that is perfectly acceptable, Xiao Wanwan said proactively, as she too felt rather dim-witted, having barely made any headway after 3 months of effort. Although her family had reassured her that a normal individual would require over 6 months to even begin to understand, she still felt a sense of urgency. If she could achieve minor success, her strength would not remain at its current level. Upon hearing her words, Liu Bei decided to give it a try. After all, she had voiced her thoughts, and he had no reason to dwell on uncertainties. Thus, he resolutely activated the holographic interface. Beep. Player has unexpectedly acquired a new combat skill. Would you like to consume violent points to learn it? Current violent points, 57, 100. With a mere thought, Liu Bei confirmed his desire to learn. Beep. Player begins learning the combat skill, Dragon's Roar. Beep. Player consumes 1,000 violent points, acquiring the combat skill, Dragon's Roar. Beep. Player chooses to delve deeper into this combat skill. At this moment, the harmony of man and heaven ability reaches its maximum efficacy, and the player's training speed accelerates as if propelled by the urgency of a late-night rush to the restroom after indulging in expired seafood, grasping the essentials in mere moments. Beep. Consumed 1,000 violent points. Combat skill, Dragon's Roar, entry-level achieved. Beep. Player continues to comprehend the profound intricacies of the combat skill. Beep. Consumed 2,000 violent points. Combat skill, Dragon's Roar, minor success achieved. Beep. Congratulations, player consumed 8,000 violent points. Combat skill, Dragon's Roar, perfected. As a series of notifications chimed, Liu Bei concluded his investment in this combat skill. He glanced at the holographic display. Current violent points, 41, 100. He had expended a staggering 16,000 points. Truly, it is an S-rank combat skill. Liu Bei surmised that the comprehensive nature of its content accounted for such a significant expenditure. Nonetheless, he had successfully learned it. The next challenge lay in how he would convey this knowledge to Xiao Wanwan. Turning his gaze towards the eagerly awaiting Xiao Wanwan, he noted her expression of anxiety and anticipation as she hesitated to speak for fear of disturbing him. Well, it's not overly difficult, he mused. Really? Liu Bei, have you learned it so quickly? Are you at the entry level? Liu Bei nodded vaguely. Not just entry level. I have achieved perfection. Thank you very much. The allure of having an advantage is something you, who only know the rigors of hard work, will never comprehend. Seeing Liu Bei nod in affirmation, Xiao Wanwan sprang to her feet, grabbing his hand with uncontainable excitement. Liu Bei, you truly are a genius. Hey, speaking is one thing. Keep your hands to yourself. Just then, a notification window appeared before Liu Bei. Beep. High NPC affinity detected towards player. NPC is practicing the same combat skill as the player. Beep. Supporting subordinate strength is the first step in establishing one's own power. Player may consume violent points to activate the transmission function. What is this? It can be played this way? Liu Bei was taken aback, confirming the information multiple times before finally accepting this new feature. The transmission function allows one to impart their understanding of combat skills, secret techniques, and the like to others, thereby enhancing their capabilities. The only uncertainty remained regarding the cost in violent points. Liu Bei scrolled through the holographic interface until he located the transmission option. Beep. Would you like to activate the transmission function? Yes. Beep. Select transmission content and target. Liu Bei first selected the combat skill Dragon's Roar, designating Xiao Wanwan as the target. Moments later, the interface transformed. Beep. Given that the target has only just begun to learn the combat skill, this transmission enjoys a 20 discount. It will require 8,000 violent points. 8,000. That is quite a pinch. Liu Bei hesitated, but upon catching sight of Xiao Wanwan's hopeful expression, he gritted his teeth. There's no choice. The debt of gratitude is the heaviest. Xiao Wanwan. Here, I will now use a one-time secret technique to impart to you all my insights regarding this combat skill. You must strive to comprehend it. One time, Liu Bei replied. Slightly exasperated, of course. Otherwise, where would the fun be? Everyone would simply wait for me to learn the skill and then pass it on without any effort. He certainly would not mention the possibility of multiple uses that would lead to endless trouble in the future. Xiao Wanwan realized the significance of such a powerful secret technique being used exclusively on her. Overcome with emotion, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Liu Bei, uninterested in idle chatter, merely wished to complete the task and repay the favor. He placed a hand on Xiao Wanwan's shoulder and confirmed the activation of the transmission. Buzz. A radiant light enveloped them, and Xiao Wanwan felt an indescribably pleasant energy flowing from Liu Bei's palm into her body. The sensation was unlike anything she had experienced, as if an external force had intruded within her, bringing an indescribable comfort. MMHM. In a moment of distraction, Xiao Wanwan involuntarily let out a sound. Chapter 35. A sound that invites imagination. The moonlight shimmered, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Within Liu Bei's room, sounds of an intriguing nature began to resonate. Liu Bei, are you not finished yet? It cannot be that quick. Could you perhaps exercise some control? MMHM. I have been trying my utmost to control myself. Xiao Wanwan's face was flushed, and her ears were tinged with crimson. The peculiar sensations coursing through her body blurred her vision. How strange, Liu Bei. This secret technique is truly peculiar. At that moment, Liu Bei's expression darkened. What was intended to be a simple transmission had turned into something entirely awkward. He resolved never to utilize this function again. If not for Xiao Wanwan having previously bestowed upon him 2 combat techniques, he would have categorically avoided the feature. Beyond the expenditure of 10,000 violent points, he now faced an embarrassing situation. If anyone else were to overhear, he would have no way to clear his name. How much longer, Liu Bei? Xiao Wanwan's voice had taken on a sticky, languid quality, reminiscent of someone just awakening. Liu Bei glanced at the progress bar, which indicated that they had reached 80. About 5 more minutes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanwan bit her lip in resignation. All right. Lin Kong opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of stagnant air, a glimmer of brilliance evident in his gaze. After the afternoon's battle, he had made some progress with his combat skills. Although he had sustained minor injuries, with the aid of medicinal pills, he had now fully recovered. There was no further advancement to be made in his realm. Utilizing pills to break through could potentially destabilize his foundation. At present, the only way to enhance his strength was to devote himself to the mastery of combat skills. Suddenly, Lin Kong recalled the conversation he had with Xiao Wanwan earlier that afternoon. She had mentioned that she intended to seek out Liu Bei that evening, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. Fortunately, the situation was not as he had imagined. Xiao Wanwan had approached Liu Bei to discuss matters pertaining to martial techniques. From her words, he learned that Liu Bei not only cultivated at an astonishing pace and possessed formidable combat prowess, but also had an uncanny grasp of martial skills. In the mere span of a month, he had perfected a notoriously difficult A-rank combat technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Kong was left dumbfounded. Had it not been for Xiao Wanwan's assurance of the truth, he might have thought it a jest. In comparison, he felt like nothing more than a mere novice. It seemed that if Lin Kong wished to progress further, he would likely need to seek guidance from Liu Bei. With this thought in mind, he rose, donned his clothing and shoes, and made his way towards Liu Bei's room. Regardless of whether Liu Bei was willing, he felt compelled to try, believing that even a small sacrifice would be worthwhile. After a brief walk, he found himself at Liu Bei's door. Just as he was about to knock, he heard strange sounds emanating from within. Liu Bei, could you please be a bit quicker? I feel like I can hardly hold on. I'm already going as fast as I can. Do you think I'm not exhausted? Just give me another minute. I'll be finished soon. I'm all right. For heaven's sake, keep it down. We don't want anyone else to hear. Lin Kong's expression stiffened, his complexion paling, and shock flickered in his eyes. That feminine voice was all too familiar. It was Xiao Wanwan. The dialogue between the two within Liu Bei's room left no room for doubt about their activities. It was clear to anyone with half a brain what they were up to. Lin Kong felt as though his worldview had shattered. Damn it, Liu Bei. The examination is tomorrow. Can't you hold off for a few days? You're robust, but what if this tires Wanwan out before her assessment? Ding. The player's inadvertent actions have inflicted emotional harm on Lin Kong, earning 2,800 points of outrage. What is happening? Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback, the inexplicable points of outrage leaving him puzzled. He hadn't done anything to wrong Lin Kong. Wait a minute, this kid wouldn't be holding a grudge, would he? As he pondered this, Liu Bei suddenly connected the dots, his expression turning peculiar. Could it be cough? Xiao Wanwan, could you lift your arm a bit higher? Like this? Yes, exactly. Liu Bei gently patted Xiao Wanwan's arm, prompting her to comply obediently, though her curiosity was piqued. She hadn't been asked to lift her arm before. Why the new request now that they were nearing completion? Outside, Lin Kong nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Lift higher? What do you mean by that? Can't the position be a bit more ordinary? Damn, Liu Bei, are you trying to add flair to this? Ding. The player's deliberate actions have harmed Lin Kong, earning 1,800 points of outrage. Seeing this, Liu Bei's eyes brightened. He was indeed onto something. Someone's eavesdropping at the door. I want to disclose who. Xiao Wanwan, could you lower your head? Oh, all right. Ding. The player's deliberate actions have harmed Lin Kong, earning 1,600 points of outrage. Why don't you turn away? I'll see if I can be quicker from behind. Is there a special technique to this? Cough, cough. It's different. Let us give it a try. Ding. The player's deliberate actions have harmed Lin Kong, earning 1,800 points of outrage. At that moment, Liu Bei noticed the progress bar flicker, followed by a notification indicating the completion of the transmission of skills. Simultaneously, Xiao Wanwan sensed the peculiar feeling within her ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Phew, it's over. How are you feeling? Xiao Wanwan closed her eyes, savoring the experience. In an instant, she felt that her understanding of martial techniques had transformed into instinct. Many aspects that had previously eluded her comprehension suddenly became clear. Though she couldn't practice here, she was confident that if she tried a couple of times back home, she would undoubtedly achieve at least minor success, or perhaps even mastery. With this thought, Xiao Wanwan was overwhelmed with excitement, opening her eyes to gaze at Liu Bei. Liu Bei, you're incredible. This feeling is simply indescribable. Ding. The player's inadvertent actions have harmed Lin Kong, earning 1,800 points of outrage. Hey, this isn't my fault. Liu Bei mused silently, not intending to continue exploiting the situation. He didn't want to wear the girl out. After all, there was an assessment tomorrow. Since the guidance on martial skills is complete, you should head off now. I need to rest. He stood up, walked to the door, and casually opened it, feigning surprise as he looked at Lin Kong's dazed expression. What are you doing here? Xiao Wanwan was equally astonished. Lin Kong, surely you're not here to seek Liu Bei's guidance on martial skills as well? Guidance? Martial skills? Were you just discussing martial skills? Liu Bei shrugged. What else could it be? Thanks to Liu Bei's guidance, I feel I should be able to make progress this time. Xiao Wanwan's cheeks flushed, leaving Lin Kong somewhat uncertain. He glanced into the room, taking in the tidy bed and the normal atmosphere, which finally quelled his suspicions. He let out a slow breath, feeling a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. Cough, I was just wandering around. After the earlier incident, Lin Kong had lost all desire to practice martial skills. The ups and downs of his emotions could hardly be described. Liu Bei wore a meaningful smile before ushering Xiao Wanwan out. With the assessment tomorrow, let us all get some rest early. I want to see you off. He closed the door with a resounding thud. Xiao Wanwan, already accustomed to Liu Bei's mannerisms, paid it no mind and turned to head back to her own room, her heart brimming with excitement. Lin Kong followed behind, occasionally reflecting on what had just transpired while casting glances at the girl in front of him. Finally, he couldn't help but speak up. Wanwan, do you like Liu Bei? Faced with the unexpected question, the girl ahead didn't pause for a moment. Yes, I like him, but he doesn't seem like someone who would consider feelings. So what? Liking him is my business. I'm not forcing him to like me. Lin Kong stood there, momentarily taken aback, before a look of understanding spread across his face. That makes sense. Chapter 36, Provocation and Arrogance. A night passed without incident. Liu Bei awoke early in the morning, feeling refreshed, especially as he glanced at the display showing over 40,000 points of outrage, which he saw as a boon for the upcoming competition assessment. After a quick breakfast in the dining hall, he received the summons for assembly. Arriving at the gathering place in no particular hurry, he noticed the peculiar gazes cast upon him by everyone. He Ling waved him over, gesturing for him to come closer. Liu Bei, what good deed did you do yesterday? Liu Bei pondered for a moment. I didn't do anything. I'm quite honest. Seeing him feign innocence, He Ling felt somewhat speechless. Yet, the thought of having such a formidable genius under her guidance this year brought her a sense of satisfaction. He has been in charge of Yinchang district for several years now. Such a prodigy, aside from last year's Lunan, is a rarity. Sigh. You ought to exercise a bit more humility. This matter has caused the head of Huangpu district to become quite flustered. Had the other party been in the right, I might not have been able to protect you this time. My gratitude to the leadership is immense. In essence, what He Ling meant was that everything is settled now. Liu Bei smiled and bowed. He was not one to stubbornly offend everyone he encountered. He appreciated He Ling's willingness to assist in resolving troubles. However, when facing students from Huangpu district during the assessment, you must remain vigilant. One of them, a fellow named Zhou Zhang, possesses formidable strength, being at the 3rd stage. 4th level. You have only just entered the 3rd stage, so proceed with caution. Caution. Indeed, a touch of caution is warranted. After last night's treasure box enhancement, his strength has surged dramatically. If he were not careful, he might inadvertently cause harm to his opponent on the arena. Contemplating this, Liu Bei inquired once more, Leader, may I ask what the consequences would be if one were to strike too heavily during the assessment? He Ling nearly erupted with annoyance upon hearing this. You are truly impervious to reason. Just moments ago, I advised you to maintain a low profile, and now you're contemplating how to strike underhandedly? Please, do not misunderstand, Leader. I am merely concerned about being overly forceful. I shall exercise caution. He Ling huffed in response, then pondered for a few seconds before speaking. There is no need to hold back. With the new medical techniques combined with qi, the healing capabilities are quite exceptional. As long as you do not strike lethally, they can be saved. The standard on the arena is that as long as the opponent does not concede or exhibits clear intent to resist, you may attack without restriction. Just be mindful. As he spoke, he glanced at the principal of the sixth school, seemingly recalling something. Additionally, I will communicate regarding the life and death battle issue between you and Lucia. I will find a way to protect you when necessary, endeavoring to prevent any mishaps. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei clicked his tongue. This was not the news he wished to hear. Moreover, judging by the sentiments of those around him, it seemed no one believed they could emerge victorious. What is this? Is Lucia truly invincible? Do not be so discontent. You are indeed strong. But Lucia may have already comprehended the concept of momentum. You understand what momentum entails, do you not? In any case, do not overestimate yourself. If the situation feels amiss, concede. It will not affect your impression score during the assessment, and your chances of entering the inner court remain substantial. He Ling reiterated a few more points of caution, just as the entrance commenced. Thus, he nodded at all the principals of Yunchang District, saying, "Let us proceed. The entrance has begun." Upon entering the vast sports center, they encountered an array of countless arenas. After Liu Bei and the others reached their designated seats, they noticed a group of unusually attired individuals in the central viewing area. He Ling, who had brought them in, had somehow joined this group. Among them were two middle-aged individuals adorned with flame-patterned attire, one male and one female. The demeanor of those around clearly indicated that these two held high status. At that moment, an elderly gentleman stepped forward, nodded to the crowd, and began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, the assessment for the top-tier academies is about to commence. I am the head of the joint examination for the 18 districts, and I will now announce the rules for this year's assessment. This year we will implement a completely new competition format. As you have likely noticed, there are 200 arenas in the center. The top-tier academies will provide inner-court slots for the owners of these 200 arenas. In other words, as long as you can maintain control of one of these arenas until the end, you will secure a position as an inner-court student. The battle duration will be 5 hours, and those who fail may choose to challenge other arenas. During this time, we will ensure that both combatants maintain peak conditions for every fight. However, each individual only has 5 chances to challenge. Should all fail, they will lose all qualifications and may only compete for slots in the outer court. Therefore, do not challenge blindly. Every opportunity is precious. Having concluded, the elder glanced at the male and female sitting prominently beside him before continuing. Next, regarding the recruitment of core disciples, once the inner court slots are fully determined, those aspiring for core status will engage in further competitions. However, there is no guarantee that the victor will become a core disciple, as it ultimately depends on the willingness of the 2 mentors present to accept them. The final interpretation rests solely with the mentors. As for the outer court slots, a different assessment model will be employed. Defeating the mechanism puppets set by the top-tier academy mentors will be deemed a success. Finally, he reminded everyone, do not entertain thoughts of cheating. Anyone who deliberately concedes or forfeits, if discovered, will have their qualifications revoked immediately. Liu Bei listened intently to the assessment rules from his seat. Overall, the acceptance rate did not appear excessively low. With over 2,000 candidates from the 18 districts, the acceptance rate for the inner court was nearly 1 in 10. As for the outer court, Liu Bei glanced towards the other side of the arena, where a row of pre-prepared mechanism puppets awaited, seemingly at the strength of the second stage, 7th level. Based on previous experiences, it was likely that around 500 to 600 could pass. This indicated that ultimately, a total of 700 to 800 individuals might enter the top-tier academies, while the remaining 1,000 plus would have to consider ordinary universities. Liu Bei, do you intend to seize an arena? Xiao Wanwan suddenly spoke up. This rule seems a bit unfair for us inner-court contenders of lesser strength. Moreover, the earlier one challenges, the greater the risk. How about we wait a bit before challenging others? Even with recovery methods, enduring mental fatigue from prolonged battles can be quite taxing. Xiao Wanwan's words held merit. While physical recovery was possible, the mental exhaustion from extended combat could be detrimental, particularly for students like her, who had the potential to contend for the inner court, but were not exceptionally outstanding in strength. Most would refrain from challenging renowned prodigies like Lucia. After 5 hours, managing even 2 or 3 matches would be considered fortunate, who would foolishly waste their 5 opportunities on seemingly unbeatable opponents. Instead, they would focus on challengers of comparable strength, like Xiao Wanwan, who presented a viable chance of victory. Thus, her reasoning was straightforward. It would be best to delay their entry. However, Liu Bei had a different perspective. He preferred a more direct approach, action. His aspirations did not lie solely in becoming an inner court student, but rather in winning the favor of the 2 mentors present to become a core disciple directly. Only in this way could he secure greater resources and advantages in the future. Yet, it appeared that mere combat prowess was not the sole criterion. One must also exhibit a sufficiently dazzling performance. With this thought in mind, he rose and declared, "You can challenge later. I shall go up first." Without waiting for the reactions of those around him, he vanished from his seat. During his ascent to the arena, he felt a subtle gaze scrutinizing him. With his keen senses, he quickly pinpointed its source. Not far from him stood a girl clad in a white uniform. Her gaze was laced with mockery, and he quickly recognized her. Lu Xia, the strongest student from the Transformation District. Are you Liu Bei? She asked. I am, he replied. Zhou Zheng from Huangpu District seems to be searching for you. I hope you can hold your ground. Liu Bei smiled, and then prepare for your demise. I will come for you during the core disciple battle. Lu Xia appeared to have determined that Liu Bei would participate in the core disciple competition, thus setting the time for their life and death duel. Haha, how audacious, Liu Bei remarked, a smirk growing on his lips. He then slowly raised his hand and gestured around his neck. I merely hope you can maintain this haughty demeanor until then. Do not beg for mercy. Chapter 37, The Inner Court Quota. Their initial encounter concluded rather abruptly, and Liu Bei swiftly ascended to a fighting platform. At that moment, an elderly man from the distant spectator seats spoke once more. All platforms are currently occupied. Henceforth, all contestants may freely challenge one another. Each individual has 5 opportunities. And after 5 hours, those remaining on the platforms will secure a spot in the inner court. Let the challenges commence. With the announcement, all students began to scout for their targets. Many hesitated to be the first to step forward, fearing the scrutiny of stronger opponents, as this would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a target. As challengers, they could choose their adversaries, and with a stroke of luck, they might win a round or two, thus enhancing their reputations, an advantage for future selections by instructors. At that moment, several students gathered around Liu Bei's platform, sizing him up. If memory serves me right, that cloud-patterned attire belongs to a student from Yunchang District, does it not? Yunchang District? Let me see. They dare to be among the first to seize a platform? You know nothing. This time, Yunchang District has produced a remarkable dark horse. A group of students murmured in uncertainty, encircling the platform. A remarkable dark horse? It's no surprise that those from the southern 5 districts are unaware. But does Lu Xia know? A death match has been issued. Goodness, is it truly that fierce? Has a true dragon emerged from Yunchang District? Daring to challenge Lu Xia to a life and death duel? You're woefully out of the loop. The latest news is that yesterday, Huangpu District attempted to ambush the folks from Yunchang District, only to have one individual dispatch over 50 of them. Those unfortunate souls are now languishing in the medical room. Is it truly that explosive? No wonder it feels like there are fewer people from Huangpu District today. They typically start with over 100. I just saw Zhou Zheng, his expression dark. He will undoubtedly seek revenge when given the chance. Listening to the chatter below, Liu Bei felt a tinge of annoyance and decided to address the crowd directly. Which school do you hail from? After all this talk, not a single one of you dares to step up? His words sparked displeasure among the onlookers, as they were proud young students, naturally incensed by his provocation. Moreover, while there were many rumors surrounding Liu Bei, he lacked the established reputation of someone like Lu Xia, whose fame was forged in grand competitions. Unable to contain himself, one student retorted, Yunchang District has indeed produced a commendable chi master this year. However, tread carefully with that foul mouth lest you invite a beating. With that, a figure leaped onto the platform. From the Eastern 4 District, Binjiang District 4th Middle School. Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shadow on the platform transformed into a gust of wind, sending the newly arrived boy hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Ding. Player has eliminated a low-level NPC, earning 1,500 brutality points. This is a competition, not a matchmaking venue. Who cares where you come from? Liu Bei stood on the platform's edge, looking down at his fallen opponent with an air of nonchalance, as if the thunderous strike had been delivered by someone else. Simultaneously, a complex array materialized on the ground, followed by a beam of light enveloping the downed boy, swiftly healing his injuries. Though his face remained pale, likely still shaken from the encounter, Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. No wonder the organizers claim to have measures in place to ensure every battle begins with full vitality. They truly are making significant investments. At this moment, the other spectators were stunned, clearly not expecting Liu Bei's victory to be so decisive. He had eliminated his challenger with a single move, and his ruthlessness was evident. Had it not been for the healing measures, the subsequent matches would have been out of the question. The restored boy awkwardly glanced around before stating, I am at the peak of the 2nd stage. Those below the 3rd stage should not seek their own suffering. With that, he turned and left the platform. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd began to disperse. Initially, there had been numerous spectators hoping to seize opportunities, as Yunchang District was known for its weaknesses. And even with a dark horse emerging, there was an instinctive belief that chances to claim the platform still existed. However, it became evident that those bold enough to be the first on the platform were far from ordinary. Seeing the crowd thin out, Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback. Wait, this was supposed to be a battle of geniuses. Where's the spirit of competition? Coughing lightly, he added, I just expended quite a bit of chi. His words elicited eye rolls from those nearby. Does this guy think we're fools? Everyone recovers their energy after each battle. Who would believe him? Heh. I know someone from Huangpu district who said this guy was merely pretending to be exhausted, ultimately tricking over 50 people into stepping up to be beaten. Let us go. There's no hope for this platform occupied by these third-stage prodigies. Let us find some easier targets. Before long, all the students who had been observing Liu Bei departed. After all, with 200 platforms available and limited third-stage chi masters, many were occupied by those at the late stages of the second rank, making it unnecessary to waste time there. Liu Bei sighed in resignation. Scanning the area, he recognized several familiar faces. About 100 meters away, Lu Xia was seated cross-legged on her platform, evidently unchallenged. Not far from her, a young man was observing him intently. Judging by his attire, Liu Bei surmised that he was Zhou Zheng, whom Lu Xia had mentioned. When Zhou Zheng met Liu Bei's gaze, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Liu Bei chose to ignore him. It was better to settle such confidence with a few well-placed punches later. Shifting his attention elsewhere, he noticed several students from Yunchang district challenging platforms one after another, with Lin Kong occupying one due to recovering from his injuries. However, he did not see Xiao Wanwan among them. The entire arena was distinctly divided, with the earlier platforms occupied by a handful of third-stage or higher powerhouses engaged in few battles, while most of the action unfolded among the lower platforms where participants had yet to reach the third stage. Soon, over 4 hours had passed. During that time, healing formations repeatedly activated, and the defeated continued to select prey for challenges, while the victors relished brief respites. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Liu Bei suddenly heard a gasp. He turned to see Xiao Wanwan, panting heavily, standing on a platform. This girl is also from Yunchang district? Goodness. How can a peak second stage practitioner defeat someone at the second stage's completion? The strength of her combat skills, which combined formidable offense, defense, and agility, was remarkable. Liu Bei was astonished. He had not anticipated that Xiao Wanwan would secure a platform qualification by employing the techniques he had imparted to her the previous night. The S-rank combat skills indeed proved their worth. Just then, a colossal bell tolled from the sports center. The elder who had previously announced the rules suddenly appeared suspended in midair. The 5-hour challenge period has concluded. All platform champions are now officially disciples of the esteemed inner court. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei clicked his tongue, feeling a curious sensation. He had always heard tales of how precious the quotas for top-tier academies were. For an ordinary student, becoming an outer court disciple was already a remarkable honor. Yet today, he had engaged in battle on this very stage and was now elevated to the status of an inner court disciple. A sense of ease pervades the atmosphere. Though he remains unaware that such sentiments would undoubtedly infuriate those who have fought tirelessly only to meet with failure. Pray tell, with his status as a third-tier genius, how could he perceive it as anything but trivial? Much like Lu Xia, who is yet to engage in a single battle over the course of 5 hours. Students of such caliber are destined for the inner court. It would be peculiar if they did not advance. The true ordeal lies with those late-stage second-tier chi masters who, unwilling to accept others' triumphs, relentlessly challenge one another. Subsequently, the defeated are left to confront the assessments of the outer court's examiners, while those from the inner court harboring ambitions for core positions remain on the stage, with those resigned to despair permitted to withdraw and collect their inner court insignia. Over 200 arenas witnessed the ascension of 200 individuals into the inner court. However, once the core qualification battle was mentioned, a staggering 90% of contenders vanished. Standing atop the arena, Liu Bei surveyed the scene, only to find a mere 22 individuals remaining. Among those who departed were numerous early-stage third-tier students, who obediently withdrew. In the midst of the gathering, Liu Bei stood as the sole challenger for the core position among early-stage third-tier students. Observing this, his expression remained tranquil. He understood that the preceding events were merely an appetizer. The real battle was yet to commence. Transition scene. The fight is about to begin. Chapter 38. A fist that commands thunder and blade. This spectacle left the numerous regional leaders on stage astonished, all casting incredulous glances towards Liu Bei. Had this young lad lost his senses? Did he truly believe he could contend for a core position as an early-stage third-tier? Such audacity. I had heard whispers of his impending life-and-death duel with Lu Xia. I assumed he would shy away. Yet here he is, boldly stepping forward. If he survives, he is bound to become an extraordinary force, for he possesses an indomitable spirit. One can only anticipate. Perhaps he will defy all odds. The murmurs of the crowd wafted to the ears of the two mentors clad in fiery robes at the helm. Zhong Huang remarked, "It appears we are in for quite the show today. Life and death battles possess a certain intrigue. Many of today's students lack the fervor we once had. Yet one has the audacity to declare such a challenge. Truly remarkable." The male mentor chuckled. "I recall you still have 2 core disciple slots available. What will you do? Will you consider accepting one today?" Zhong Huang replied with a soft smile. "You know well what a core position signifies. It cannot be accepted lightly. One must at least glimpse potential before consideration. Time waits for no one. I suggest you temper your expectations. It is said that a prodigy will be joining the Jinghai base city this year, a second-year student admitted under special circumstances. And what of it? Better to have none than to settle for mediocrity." The male mentor paused, then chuckled resignedly. That is true. We shall see what unfolds. Perhaps a surprise awaits. Their dialogue, inaudible to those around them, soon shifted the focus of the crowd back to the arena. At this moment, the elder host waved his hand, and all the stages began to shift, ultimately converging into a colossal central arena. The core battle bore no specific requirements. Each participant could choose to challenge others or abstain from action. The criteria for acceptance were non-existent, relying solely on the personal evaluations of the two mentors. Upon hearing the rules, every student furrowed their brows. This seemingly unrestricted format was, in fact, the most daunting challenge. To remain passive would guarantee obscurity. Only those who actively sought to demonstrate their prowess would capture the mentor's attention and earn a core disciple position. The prospect of core positions ignited ardor within the hearts of all students, for core disciples were exceedingly rare. One per base city within a year was considered fortunate, and sometimes none at all. This underscores the high status and identity they represented. Now, you may assert yourselves. Challenge whomever you wish. Simply voice your intent. The elder concluded before silently retreating, leaving the center stage to the 22 stellar students. As the participants hesitated to vie for the spotlight, a formidable aura began to rise among them. A youth clad in blue and white stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon one individual in the corner. Liu Bei, dare you engage me in battle? With a step forward, Liu Bei retorted, preposterous. What is there to fear? The others, sensing the tension, instinctively retreated, clearing a vast space for the impending clash. Nearby, the inner court disciples who had just completed their assessments began to watch with keen interest. Look, Zhou Zheng from Huangpu District is preparing for revenge. Ha, I had just heard about Huangpu District's disgrace. It's no wonder Zhou Zheng wore a frown today. He harbors a deep grudge. Admittedly, Liu Bei is quite audacious. First, he declared a life-and-death duel with Liu Xia, and yesterday, he dispatched 50 from Huangpu District. If I were in his shoes, I would not have withstood such humiliation. Who do you think will prevail? Obviously Zhou Zheng. He is a mid-stage 4th tier. How could they possibly compare? I agree. However, even if Liu Bei loses, I doubt Liu Xia will let him off easily. Once a life-and-death duel is established, it becomes a profound enmity. Who knows? One must face the consequences of their actions. Kneeling in submission is the least of their worries. Zhou Zheng, go forth. Vanquish Liu Bei and avenge us. Victory. A group of bandaged students appeared in the stands, all victims of Liu Bei's previous exploits. At that moment, their resentment towards him had reached its zenith. They fervently wished for Zhou Zheng to deliver a fatal blow. The inner court students observed, their discussions rife with excitement. For nothing surpassed the thrill of witnessing the aftermath of the assessments. It was akin to watching second-year students still cramming after the Gaokao. A genuine sense of satisfaction washing over them. Yet the consensus was clear. No one genuinely believed Liu Bei could defeat Zhou Zheng. Both peers and students from Huangpu District shared the same sentiment. One was an early-stage 2nd tier, while the other was a mid-stage 4th tier. The disparity in their capabilities rendered the outcome all but inevitable, especially given Zhou Zheng's superior resources, far beyond what a mere impoverished youth from Yunchang District could muster. On the arena, Zhou Zheng slowly unsheathed a long blade. The assessment battles permitted the use of weapons, yet for most students, mastering a combat technique that incorporated weapon manipulation was a formidable task. Thus, the majority were ill-equipped. Yet Zhou Zheng was not among them. He intended to employ his utmost strength to defeat Liu Bei. He understood well that even in the hunt for a rabbit, one must exert full force. Liu Bei, I shall reclaim the honor of Huangpu District that was sullied yesterday. Rest assured, I will amplify your disgrace. Humph, your words are bold. Zhou Zheng gripped his long blade. His tone calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. But all your efforts will ultimately prove futile. As he spoke, his internal qi began to surge, and his presence erupted like a dazzling blade of light. Liu Bei, your arrogance ends here. Today, I shall make you understand what true genius is. You will soon realize that before me, all your pride will be rendered worthless. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow, bemused. He could not fathom why these prodigies exuded such unfounded confidence. Day in and day out, they paraded around with an air of invincibility. Yet he wondered if they would collapse in despair and beg for mercy once they tasted defeat. With this thought, Liu Bei chuckled lightly. Very well. I hope you can uphold your promises. At that moment, the elder's voice resounded. The battle commences. Almost instantly, a fierce gale swept across the arena. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena, and with this terrifying sound, Zhou Zheng's figure shot up from the ground, transforming into a streak of lightning aimed at Liu Bei. Martial talent. Thunderblade. An A-grade combat technique. Lightning devastation. Simultaneously unleashing his martial talent and combat technique, Zhou Zheng morphed into a flash of lightning, bringing his sword down with ferocity. At this moment, his 3rd-tier 4th-level prowess manifested an unparalleled lethality. A genius who could cultivate to such heights was undoubtedly formidable, with a reputation forged through battle. In an instant, the blade's light descended like an unyielding thread, striking with an unavoidable angle. Liu Bei's gaze sharpened. The energy within him surged violently, and in the blink of an eye, black demonic flames enveloped his exterior. Demon suppression, underworld fist. Almost instantaneously, the combat technique was unleashed. Acknowledging the disparity in their realms, Liu Bei offered a modicum of respect to his opponent. Yet, he was eager to conclude the battle swiftly. He unleashed a punch. The terrifying force amplified by the combat technique roaring forth. The inherent spiral energy blocked the descending blade light, producing a thunderous metallic clash. A blade? Under the full eruption of Liu Bei's physical prowess, even ordinary weapons would struggle to penetrate his defenses. Boom. Witnessing his punch halt the blade light, Liu Bei's left hand did not falter, following up with another strike. Zhou Jing's pupils constricted. He could only raise his sword to parry the incoming fist. The impact sent him hurtling uncontrollably into the sky. In the ensuing moments, Liu Bei's fist, shrouded in black flames, closed in. Seeking death, Zhou Jing barked, and his long blade emitted a resonant hum. With a terrifying howl, the blade burst forth with blinding brilliance as he gripped the hilt with both hands, forcefully cleaving downward. Instantly, a massive phantom of the long blade rose behind him, mimicking his movement and cleaving toward the defiant Liu Bei. A-grade combat technique, dominant blade mirage. Alas, beneath Liu Bei's demonic flames, a barely perceptible golden shimmer danced. Without hesitation, Liu Bei's punch collided with the colossal phantom of the long blade. Boom. The force of his strike erupted like a volcanic explosion, the energy surging forth like molten lava. Amidst the cacophony of destruction, the great phantom of the long blade was abruptly halted. Moments later, fine cracks began to spread from the blade's edge, soon encompassing the entire blade until it shattered into luminous fragments. In an instant, blade energy and fist force surged wildly, causing the arena to fracture and debris to scatter. As a gust of pressure swept through, Zhou Jing's figure was sent reeling backward. His long blade quivered, and crimson blood flowed from his gashed hand, an alarming sight. Chapter 39, Battle with Zhou Jing. What the hell? How is this possible? Zhou Jing was pushed back. The sight of Zhou Jing being forced back left the spectators dumbfounded. Everyone had envisioned the aftermath of the battle, yet no one anticipated that Zhou Jing would be the first to falter. This defied all logic. Can someone explain what just transpired? Bujideo, what on earth are those black demonic flames? So terrifying. Do you not think Liu Bei's physical prowess is astonishing? The opponent wielded a blade, and he countered with his fists. A humanoid beast. This is indeed a beast, right? No one dared to believe their eyes. They were all geniuses, yet there existed a disparity in realms. But now, Liu Bei had ascended against the odds. How was this possible? It should be noted that Zhou Jing had already employed 2 combat techniques moments ago. This little guy possesses something remarkable. Lin Jinghai, did you notice anything? Zhong Huang's words prompted the male mentor Lin Jinghai to shake his head. To be honest, he had yet to identify anything amiss. However, the outcome was undeniably strange. This young man had cultivated his physical strength far beyond his peers. How had he achieved such prowess? Qi masters do not neglect physicality. On the contrary, everyone knows that in battles of equal tier and level, physical strength is paramount. To put it simply, when everyone's qi is depleted, the one with superior physical strength prevails. Otherwise, how could beasts of a similar tier dominate most qi masters? Such is the advantage of physical strength. Yet, despite this knowledge, few qi masters invest effort into refining their bodies. It is not due to a lack of willpower, but rather the prolonged time, high consumption, and slow results required for physical training. It is a laborious endeavor that demands substantial financial resources. But how could Liu Bei, a senior high school student, have fortified his physique to such formidable heights? The two exchanged glances, unable to provide a rationale. Let us observe further. If it is merely his physicality, it may not meet my expectations. Zhong Huang murmured, her tone laced with anticipation, as if she hoped Liu Bei would unveil even more surprises. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing, barely managing to halt his backward momentum, landed on the ground in shock. To dissipate the overwhelming force, he plunged his long blade into the ground, leaving deep gouges in the arena's stone surface. Such a terrifying punch, such immense power. It must exceed 10,000 pounds, perhaps even more. Feeling the ache in his arm and witnessing the blood from his hand, Zhou Jing's expression turned grave as he gazed at Liu Bei. This guy could take on 50 opponents and dared to challenge Liu Xia to a life-or-death battle. He certainly has some merit. However, this is where it ends. Just a brute relying solely on physical strength. Liu Bei flexed his neck and wrists, as if his recent display was merely a warm-up. Hey, is this your level? The youth grinned, his voice dripping with mockery. Just warming up, Zhou Jing retorted, his gaze resolute and his tone composed. It was evident he maintained unwavering confidence in his abilities. He believed he would emerge victorious. Observing this, Liu Bei continued to chuckle. Today, I am in a good mood. Prepared to acquire a mount, but not one that wields a blade. Zhou Jing's expression darkened. Angering me will only lead to your more tragic demise. Don't just talk big. Come, try to kill me. Boom. The thunderous roar resounded once more within the arena, as Zhou Jing transformed into lightning, charging toward Liu Bei. Yet this time, he refrained from a direct assault, instead employing rapid, erratic arcs in the air. Ultimately, he lunged at Liu Bei from an exceptionally cunning angle. Sigh. Liu Bei let out a breath. After the comprehensive enhancement of his physique, his dynamic vision and senses had been sharpened. What appeared to be a swift defensive maneuver to his opponent was nothing more than a flamboyant display of futility in his eyes. He wore an indifferent expression as he extended his hands. Clang. The long blade felt as though it had been ensnared by an iron grip. Zhou Zheng's expression shifted slightly, and just as he intended to withdraw his long blade, he saw a hand swiftly descending toward his face. Liu Bei's hand grasped Zhou Zheng's head firmly. Then, with a surge of power, akin to a mountain's might, he slammed Zhou Zheng's head into the ground. Boom. The earth shattered, creating a perfectly round crater. From the perspective of the onlookers, it appeared as though Zhou Zheng had intentionally offered his long blade to Liu Bei, only to have his head forcibly pressed down afterward. Zhou Zheng's head spun in dizziness, and a furious aura surged within him. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, struggling to rise. He broke free from his confinement and bellowed, "Damn it, you're seeking death." But little did he know, just as he extricated himself, his head was struck once again. With a sudden burst of ferocity, Liu Bei launched himself, driving his knee into the opponent's face with the force of a caged beast unleashed. In an instant, Zhou Zheng's previously handsome features contorted, twisted, and cracked. The collision of bone and flesh was unequivocal, resulting in blood gushing forth from the ruptured wound. The excruciating pain rendering Zhou Zheng utterly irrational. His head spun, plunging him into a momentary darkness, his intended harsh words stifled in his throat. Ding. The player begins to ravage his opponent, relentlessly shattering their conviction, brutality points 3,000. Liu Bei observed Zhou Zheng, who was rolling on the ground, and sneered, "What's the matter? Keep talking. I relish hearing your incessant prattle, only to trample you beneath my feet." He was mindful of the principle of combat, which dictated that one must deliver a final blow. As long as his opponent had yet to concede, he could continue his assault, provided they still drew breath. In a flash, he reappeared before Zhou Zheng, seizing his hair and yanking it upward, forcing their gazes to meet. Upon seeing Zhou Zheng's bloodied and mangled face, Liu Bei clicked his tongue. "Come, look me in the eyes, you worthless wretch." At that moment, a flicker of clarity returned to Zhou Zheng's mind. He opened his blurred eyes to meet Liu Bei's mocking smile, an inferno of rage igniting within him. "You seek death." Boom. A terrifying aura erupted, prompting Liu Bei to release his grip and deliver a kick, which Zhou Zheng narrowly evaded. In that instant, Zhou Zheng appeared to succumb to madness, bellowing, "Liu Bei, I will kill you." A dazzling array of blades materialized. Whoosh. The air sliced with the sound of countless blades erupting from Zhou Zheng's being, spreading outward. Liu Bei, caught off guard, felt two of those blades graze his skin, leaving behind thin, painful wounds. "Oh, have I breached your defenses?" Liu Bei looked on, astonished, as Zhou Zheng unleashed his fury. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng raised a finger, halting all the blades midair. With a flick of his fingertip, the blades converged behind him, aimed directly at Liu Bei. "Liu Bei, do you think you are worthy of defeating me? A piece of trash from the lower ranks." Zhou Zheng's heart seethed with rage. What was his status, and what was Liu Bei's standing? How could a mere waste be deemed worthy of victory over him? Recalling the humiliation of Liu Bei's knee and fist striking his face, Zhou Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace transform into boundless fury. He had never endured such treatment throughout his life. How could he, Zhou Zheng, accept defeat at the hands of a peasant like Liu Bei? "Liu Bei, you brought this upon yourself." With a wave of his finger, he unleashed all the gathered blades, aiming them at Liu Bei. Boom, boom, boom. The arena trembled under the relentless assault, dust swirling in the air. In the midst of this unending barrage, Liu Bei's figure was swiftly engulfed. Chapter 40. Elvisia. Come and meet your demise. The blades had descended. Zhou Zheng finally unleashed his full power. The S-class combat technique erupted with unprecedented intensity. The last time he was this serious was during the friendly match with Xinjiang District. It was settled now. Liu Bei had truly courted his own demise. For Zhou Zheng was thoroughly enraged. He had been far too arrogant. Liu Bei had squandered his opportunity to crush Zhou Zheng swiftly, granting him a chance to breathe. A wasted opportunity for Yunchang District's greatest hope. The disciples from the inner court returned to the stands, each sharing their opinions. Among them were also disciples from Huangpu District, their eyes alight with excitement, as if they could see the promise of victory. Zhou Zheng would soon wash away the shame of yesterday. This confidence was not unfounded. After all, this was an S-class combat technique, one of immense power. Since mastering this technique in his senior year, Zhou Zheng had employed it thrice, each time decisively determining the victor. Thus, they believed this battle was all but concluded. Zhou Zheng shared this sentiment. For Liu Bei to have forced him to reveal this trump card was already a point of pride. After suffering considerable losses in their previous encounters, he was resolute in denying Liu Bei any further chances. With all his strength, Liu Bei could never hope to triumph over him. Countless blades descended in a relentless flurry. This time, victory would be his. The blades surged forth. each one bursting with terrifying lethality. Zhou Zheng believed that even with his utmost resistance, it was impossible to emerge unscathed. Xia, forgive me. Perhaps Liu Bei will not have the chance to engage you in a life-and-death battle. After several breaths, the blades vanished, leaving only a thick haze of dust. The once smooth arena was now marred by a 2-meter-wide chasm. This was the end for Liu Bei. The humiliation of Huangpu District would be avenged today. Zhou Zheng retracted his pointing finger, exhaling a heavy breath. Though his face bore the marks of battle, he had ultimately emerged victorious. Provided he received timely treatment, he still had a chance to continue fighting. Positions among core disciples did not hinge solely on the final score. One's performance during battle held greater significance. What if he succeeded? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a chilling sense of danger arise within him. It was as if something ominous was watching him. Instinctively, Zhou Zheng activated his energy, his muscles tensing. He turned to peer through the dust, and there, a figure radiating murderous intent stood, eyes aglow. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, as if it sought to pin him to the ground. Liu Bei. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion rang out. Zhou Zheng, you are far too weak. I was so eager to witness your performance. Yet your feebleness has rendered me utterly bored. As he spoke, Liu Bei's figure abruptly vanished, transforming into a fleeting shadow that sliced through the swirling dust. Then, with a swift motion, he extended his hand, fingers coiled into a fist. Accompanied by a barely perceptible dragon's roar, a black flame coiled and surged toward Zhou Zheng. S-class combat technique. My apologies, but I possess one as well. Fulong Xiaodian. The black dragon howled, instantly piercing through Zhou Zheng's defenses and striking his chest. Boom. Zhou Zheng coughed up blood, his body quaking as if struck by lightning. I refuse to accept this. Zhou Zheng forced a surge of energy, his long knife crackling with lightning as it swept towards Liu Bei's fist. Clang. The familiar metallic sound echoed once more. Zhou Zheng's specially crafted long knife bent at a terrifying angle under the immense force. With a series of mournful cries, it shattered into pieces. Liu Bei, undeterred, pivoted on his foot and executed a spinning kick with all his might, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Zhou Zheng's abdomen was struck with tremendous force, folding him in half as he was propelled away. In that moment, despair washed over Zhou Zheng. His internal organs felt as though they were on the verge of collapse, and an eerie force ravaged his insides. The searing pain engulfed him, leaving only anguished cries in its wake. His mind was a blank slate. It hurts so much. Zhou Zheng lay on the ground, his body curled up like a boiled shrimp, the long knife that had been his only companion slipping from his grasp and falling aside. Liu Bei scoffed as he strode forward, placing a foot firmly on Zhou Zheng's head and pressing down with unyielding force. Zhou Zheng, where's that arrogance of yours now? In just a short span of time, you've collapsed to the ground like a wild dog. Zhou Zheng trembled incessantly. The physical pain was eclipsed by the profound humiliation that clawed at his insides. After 3 years of cultivating his qi, basking in the glow of his prodigious talent, all of it had now evaporated into thin air. With a cultivation level of the 3rd stage, 4th layer, he had once stood as a paragon among his peers. But now that stature seemed utterly ridiculous. He struggled internally, teetering on the brink of despair, rendered speechless. Why? Why did I allow myself to be bested by someone whose realm is far below mine? A mere cultivator with fewer resources and a lesser foundation. His once proud talent now lay crushed beneath Liu Bei's foot. Liu Bei, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As the saying goes, the more ostentatious one is at the beginning, the more disgraceful their fall will be. Zhou Zheng had been incredibly arrogant just moments ago. With that thought, he chuckled lightly. Zhou Zheng, you are nothing but refuse. Remember, today it is the rules that have spared your life. With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending Zhou Zheng tumbling off the stage. Accompanied by this decisive blow, Zhou Zheng lost consciousness, marking the conclusion of this duel. Ding. Player has decisively defeated the #1 prodigy of Huangpu District, earning 3,800 points for brutality. The arena fell into a deep silence. None had anticipated the outcome would transpire so swiftly. Zhou Zheng had been in a position of dominance, and after displaying an S-rank combat skill, everyone believed he had secured victory. Yet Liu Bei had emerged like an indomitable monster, pinning Zhou Zheng to the ground and mercilessly pummeling him. Truly, this dark horse was the most formidable contender of the year. In the stands, the representative of Huangpu District wore a grim expression, and even the principal of Huangpu No. One high school appeared dazed. This fellow displayed an excessive thirst for blood and acted with such arrogance. On the other hand, the representative from Baoshang District chuckled softly. Decisive in battle, that is commendable. A lack of reverence is hardly a virtue. He Ling, overhearing, expressed her discontent. That is called confidence. Zhou Zheng was hardly modest before his defeat. Had Liu Bei lost, he would not have fared much better. With the victor declared, let us not lose sight of the bigger picture. These remarks naturally reached the ears of the 2 mentors present. Everyone understood the thoughts of the Huangpu District representative. He was merely concerned about losing face and trying to impress the mentors. But clearly, no one was foolish enough to pay heed. Lin Jinhai instead smiled broadly. That temperament. That domineering character. I find it quite appealing. You've already filled your quota. Don't even think about it, Zhong Huang retorted, her gaze flickering with a hint of contemplation. On the stage, Liu Bei heard the furious denunciations of the Huangpu district students, accusing him of lacking martial ethics, of being arrogant and conceited. Yet he found their words utterly laughable. What nonsense! Arrogance? Conceit? A lack of martial ethics? Absurd. Such notions are merely the rhetoric of the weak. Liu Bei was already operating at a higher level. Did he need to concern himself with such grand principles? With power comes the right to be audacious. And he believed that all who opposed him deserved to be vanquished. With this thought, Liu Bei's gaze slowly shifted, locking onto the figure of a girl in white not far away. Lu Xia, it's your turn now. Come forth to meet your doom. Chapter 41, The Bloodlust. His words echoed throughout the arena, prompting all to follow his gaze to the target of his challenge, the strongest of the southern 5 districts. The number 1 of Jinghua District, Lu Xia. The students participating in this elite academy assessment may not have heard of Liu Bei or Zhou Zhang, but there was no one who could claim ignorance of Lu Xia's name. A household name in the Zhanghai Bay City, her reputation was known far and wide. Even ordinary people who had not embarked on the path of qi cultivation had often heard her name, not to mention the powerful family backing her, the Liu family. At this moment, the illustrious Lu Xia was being openly taunted by a dark horse youth who had risen from the bottom. The sheer impact of this scene left everyone feeling as though they were witnessing something surreal. This fellow had audacity beyond belief. How brazen. Just a moment ago, he had defeated Zhou Zhang, and now he was challenging Lu Xia. He was truly the embodiment of an idealized dream. Goodness, if I possessed his strength, I too would be audacious, but facing Lu Xia, I fear he is in over his head. Some attempted to analyze the situation objectively, believing the outcome of their battle to be quite predictable. Who can say for certain? Just moments ago, didn't we think Liu Bei's duel with Zhou Zhang was uncertain? And look what happened. Come on, you must be from Yinchang District. Zhou Zhang and Lu Xia are not of the same caliber. No matter how strong Liu Bei is, he cannot defy the odds. I agree. Lu Xia's realm is reportedly at the 3rd stage, 6th layer. That is indeed formidable. The disparity of 4 realms is daunting. And she is said to possess 2 S-rank combat skills. I truly do not see how this can end well for him. Students aligned with Liu Bei fell into a stunned silence, aware that others were speaking the truth. A difference of 4 realms. Who would dare to claim Liu Bei could prevail? Moreover, Liu Bei had just revealed his trump card. Lu Xia would undoubtedly be prepared for him now. What a pity. If I were Liu Bei, I would play it safe. How could he? He is the one who proposed this life and death battle. If he were to back down now, it would have significant repercussions. Among the crowd, many students from Yinchang District began to feel anxious. The weight of Lu Xia's reputation was no empty boast, especially with the recent discussions regarding her formidable attributes, the 3rd stage, 6th layer, superlative martial talent, and mastery of 2 S-rank combat skills. These combined factors were enough to instill fear in anyone. While Liu Bei was indeed powerful, could he maintain his strength in the face of such terrifying statistics? No one dared to assert that he could. Xiao Wanwan's brow was furrowed with worry. Glancing back and forth between the principal on the high platform and He Ling due to the distance, she was unable to ascertain the situation. The principal had previously assured her that he would find a way to ensure Liu Bei's safety, yet at present, there seemed to be no action taken. Surely, they could not wait until the two were on the verge of serious injury before intervening? To her, the best course of action would be to negate the existence of this life and death battle before it began, adhering strictly to the assessment rules. Injuries allowed, but not fatalities. If they were to wait until the fight commenced to intervene, Liu Bei's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, with no one stepping in to stop the impending clash, Xiao Wanwan was beside herself with frustration. It was not that she lacked faith in Liu Bei. It was simply that Lu Xia's documented prowess was too formidable. What could be done? If this continued, once the life and death battle commenced, it would be difficult to halt. Lin Kong also noticed Xiao Wanwan's anxious expression. It was evident she was troubled for Liu Bei's safety. I'm not sure. The principal had mentioned he would find a way. Surely nothing unexpected has occurred. However, he observed that Liu Bei appeared resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Xiao Wanwan looked toward Liu Bei, feeling somewhat helpless. Perhaps this is the chasm that lies between us. Meanwhile, on the high platform, He Ling finally spoke up. According to the assessment rules, this life and death battle established privately between the two does not sit right with me. Brother Lian, perhaps we should intervene and put a stop to this? Lian, the chief examiner of Jinghua District, chuckled at He Ling's words. While life and death battles were rare, they were traditionally determined by the will of the combatants, as long as no one was coerced. Why should we intervene? Upon hearing these words, He Ling felt a sense of urgency. Liu Bei's accomplishments this year were already commendable, having left a favorable impression on esteemed mentors from prestigious institutions. Once he entered university, his achievements would undoubtedly be significant. To perish here would render all efforts futile. It had been years since Yunchang District had encountered such an opportunity. Losing even one prodigious student would be a detriment to the nation. It would be regrettable to see such talent squandered here. Ling was unwilling to concede and attempted to negotiate amicably. However, the opposing party was not oblivious to his intentions. Lian sneered disdainfully and stated bluntly, "I shall not speak in euphemisms. Lu Xia requires this battle to hone her skills." Those are her own words. Liu Bei has initiated a life-and-death duel and has risen to this point. If she were to withdraw now, who would be accountable for any detriment to her martial spirit in the future? To be more direct, the Jinghua district believes this battle holds only benefits and no drawbacks. Why would we refuse? The greatest warriors emerge from fierce competition among their contemporaries. One cannot expect to become a strong fighter without enduring trials. As he spoke, Lian turned to the two mentors and inquired, "What are your thoughts, esteemed mentors?" Lin Jinhai glanced at Zhong Huang, who waved her hand dismissively. "A life-and-death battle is entered into voluntarily. What purpose do you serve by meddling?" Upon hearing this, Ling's face turned pale. Zhong Huang's meaning was clear. The two involved must fight without interference. Lin Jinhai gently suggested, "Shall we intervene at a critical moment? After all, they are both promising talents. However, even the finest seeds must grow to become pillars of strength. We can merely observe the spectacle. It has been many years since a life-and-death duel has appeared in the assessments, making it rather intriguing." Seeing this, Lin Jinhai fell silent. Logically and emotionally, Zhong Huang's words were sound. Moreover, as the chief supervisor of this assessment, he had no need to provoke discontent. Zhong Huang's gaze casually swept over the dark-clad youth on the stage, her eyes glinting with interest. If she could secure a victory against a higher-tier opponent, perhaps I might consider taking her under my wing. On the arena, merely a minute had passed. Lu Xia stood not far away, casting a cold smile at Liu Bei on the stage. Suddenly, a piercing sword aura erupted, and Lu Xia transformed into a sharp beam of sword qi, soaring into the air like a streak of silver light, landing directly opposite Liu Bei. "Liu Bei, this is where your provocations end. It is your gravest error during this period." Liu Bei brandished his hand, and a long spear materialized within his grasp. This weapon had been seized from an unfortunate soul in Huangpu district just the previous day. Crossing 4 realms, his opponent was still a rumored genius, compelling Liu Bei to treat this encounter with utmost seriousness. Just moments ago, Zhou Zheng had expressed similar sentiments. Thus Liu Bei hoped he could rise to the occasion and not find himself in a predicament like Zhou Zheng's. Lu Xia regarded Liu Bei with an expression devoid of emotion. "You are indeed impressive, but to me, you are inconsequential. Liu Bei, you are destined to taste defeat in this life-and-death battle. I can offer you a chance. Become my combat servant and serve me, and I shall take it upon myself to spare your life." Liu Bei's heart raced with indignation. Initially, he had felt little animosity. His desire for vengeance against Lu Xia was merely a matter of personal grievance. At most, he sought self-preservation while indulging in a bit of recklessness. But now, his mindset had shifted dramatically. Lu Xia had to be eliminated. Her arrogance was insufferable, surpassing even his own. In an instant, Liu Bei found himself ignited with fury. This woman showed him no respect, practically insulting him. One might think she was invincible. Such confidence, gripping the long spear tightly. A chilling aura emanated from his black martial attire. "You consider yourself a genius? Today, I shall ensure you regret ever underestimating me." At this moment, Liu Bei truly harbored murderous intent. Chapter 42, Utterly Arrogant. The girl's hubris. On the arena, the young man and woman stood opposed. One a prodigy from a prestigious family in Jianghai-based city, the other a former waste from the lower echelons. At this moment, everyone held their breath in anticipation. The elder hovered above, observing as the tension between the two reached its zenith. Both sides took their positions, and the life-and-death battle commenced. In the instant the words were uttered, both combatants sprang into action simultaneously. The resounding sword qi tore through the air, its purity and sharpness generating wind pressure that even the spectators could feel as a slicing sensation against their faces. Lu Xia transformed into a silvery streak of light, charging directly toward Liu Bei. She understood that his physical strength was formidable, but that was only true against Zhou Zheng. For her, there was no defense that could withstand her prowess. This strike would mark the beginning of Liu Bei's demise. Liu Bei's expression remained impassive, devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he were merely engaged in a mundane activity. As the sword qi approached, he brandished his spear, which, under immense acceleration, bent into a graceful arc. To the untrained eye, it resembled a dark crescent moon cleaving through the air toward his opponent. Boom! The two attacks collided in an instant. The arena trembled and fractured, debris and energy waves erupting into a cloud of dust. Even the ground seemed to sink half a meter beneath the overwhelming force. Lu Xia felt an unyielding power emanating from the long sword, compelling her to retreat a step to counterbalance the immense pressure. In that moment, she began to comprehend Zhou Zheng's earlier plight. The strength of Liu Bei's physique was indeed terrifying. After his initial strike, Liu Bei's body barely paused, pivoting as he unleashed another thrust with his spear. This thrust was not a sweeping motion, but a direct stab. An explosive sound pierced the air, Lu Xia's expression shifted, her demeanor becoming serious, now tinged with irritation. Before her, the spearhead surged closer, causing the air to ripple ominously. If this strike missed, Lu Xia knew her body would sustain a gaping wound. Unfortunately, her eyes flickered, and the blade in her hand erupted with an unapproachable brilliance. The sword pierced through the air like a shooting star. Clang! A crisp sound resonated. Suddenly, the onlookers beheld a shocking sight. The spear tip and sword tip were locked in a fierce confrontation. How terrifying! Liu Bei and Lu Xia were evenly matched. This fellow was still holding back. His true strength could rival Lu Xia's. Damn it! Why did we provoke him in Huangpu district? Who could have known this? It's utterly bewildering. Although Liu Bei exhibited some unorthodox behavior, he was undeniably formidable, an equal adversary. Liu Bei, is this all your power amounts to? Aside from your physical strength? You truly disappoint me. Lu Xia, with one hand holding her sword against the spear tip, curled her lips in disdain, mocking him leisurely. If this is your limit, your defeat is inevitable. Amidst the ruins of the arena, Liu Bei felt a surge of displeasure at her words. Evenly matched? Who do you think you're insulting? And this fool across from me is beginning to gloat again. He abruptly raised his hand and slammed a fist against the rear of his spear. Buzz! The long spear, propelled by immense force, erupted forth like a liberated dragon, instantly bending Lu Xia's sword before advancing toward her with an unstoppable momentum. Lu Xia's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated Liu Bei still possessed such vigor. Amidst the chaotic flurry of gunfire, she was compelled to intercept the blow with her sword. The moment the tip of the gun made contact with the blade, Lu Xia's arm trembled violently, and she was forcibly propelled backward. Block! Do you truly believe you can withstand this? Liu Bei scoffed, leaping forth with the ferocity of a human dragon. The gun's tip, glinting with a cold light, surged forward once more, intent on striking Lu Xia. Arrogant. Does he truly believe that mere physicality renders one invincible? Lu Xia quelled the tumult within her blood, her anger surging. How could she have been bested? In the next instant, she directed her sword at Liu Bei, murmuring, the sword grave of the otherworld. With a flourish, dozens of luminous rings blossomed behind her, each portal revealing a multitude of swords materializing. Those observing recognized the technique and gasped in awe. It was Lu Xia's signature combat skill, the sword grave of the otherworld. Oh no, Liu Bei is about to be on the defensive. Liu Bei gazed upwards. Was that not the golden glimmer? Alas, it appeared that the numbers fell woefully short. As the rain of swords descended, Liu Bei swiftly wielded his black spear to form a shield. Each sword that was swept aside erupted in a violent explosion, the force of which expanded the area of impact considerably. Regrettably, these techniques bore no direct effect on Liu Bei. Once the last sword fell, Liu Bei pushed off the ground, vanishing from sight. Lu Xia instinctively turned around, only to see Liu Bei looming behind her, swinging his spear downwards. The unification sword shadow. All sword silhouettes seemed to be drawn together as if by a magnet, coalescing into a colossal sword shadow. Unfortunately, the moment the sword shadow solidified, the black dragon descended with an unstoppable force. Boom! Accompanied by a violent tremor, the sword shadow shattered in less than 3 seconds. Crash! The spear struck Lu Xia's waist, instantly turning into an afterimage that crashed into the ground. As the dust settled, Lu Xia stood in a deep pit, her garments torn and disheveled. For the first time, she felt the weight of pressure emanating from the black-clad youth before her. A wave of shock surged through her. From the moment she began practicing this technique, she had never encountered someone who could so brutally shatter the sword shadow. The sword grave of the otherworld is a composite combat skill. The sword rain is merely the first step, while the formation of the unification sword shadow is the true killing blow. Yet, the sword shadow had only withstood for 3 seconds before dissipating into energy. This clearly demonstrated the might of that spear strike. Had it not been for the sword shadow's obstruction, had it struck her directly, she would have perished or been gravely wounded. Liu Bei, spear in hand, stood tall and resolute as a pine tree. Do you truly believe you can withstand my physical prowess? Lu Xia, you might want to exert yourself a bit more, otherwise I may very well end you with 2 more strikes. Faced with Liu Bei's taunts, Lu Xia's expression darkened. Throughout this encounter, it seemed she had never gained the upper hand. Was she truly going to resort to her trump card? Lu Xia felt a surge of indignation. To utilize her secret weapon against a mere commoner felt like an affront. For her, eliminating Liu Bei should have been a matter of course. To find herself in such a humiliating position was intolerable, and resorting to her trump card would only deepen that disgrace. After a moment, she exhaled slowly. Very well. You possess some skill. I shall employ this technique to eliminate you. With that, Lu Xia uttered a sharp command, and a peculiar sword pattern manifested upon her brow. She began to summon the enigmatic sword chi that surged forth from her acupoints, only to have all movement cease abruptly, retracting inward. Opening her eyes, she gazed at Liu Bei, declaring, forcing me to employ the pure unity sword body technique. Liu Bei, your time has come. With a flick of her finger, invisible sword chi erupted, moving at a speed so incredible it was nearly imperceptible. Liu Bei could only rely on instinct and his heightened senses to narrowly evade the critical strikes. In the next moment, a spray of blood erupted from his shoulder. Since the beginning of this assessment, this marked the first genuine injury he had sustained, one that pierced through his very being. Chapter 43. Liu Xia. You have greatly disappointed me. The pure unity sword body. This technique seems to belong to the esteemed Liu family of Jinghai. I never imagined it could be accessed by the branch family. Even among the main family, few have mastered it, a testament to Liu Xia's exceptional talent. Liu Bei found himself in a precarious situation. Had he not given her an opportunity for a counterattack, he might have had a chance. In the stands, numerous district leaders engaged in lively discussions, some expressing regret for Liu Bei. At this juncture, He Ling interjected, Lian, you have witnessed the talents of both individuals. Is there truly no possibility for reconciliation? Lian released his clenched fist, his palms slightly damp. Liu Xia's repeated setbacks had caused him considerable anxiety, nearly leading him to believe she would lose. Thankfully, Liu Xia had ceased to hold back. With the arrival of the pure unity sword body, Liu Bei would no longer have a chance. Contemplating this, he shook his head slowly. I still believe it's unnecessary. He Ling's countenance darkened once more. Glancing at the two mentors, she understood that further discussion would be futile and fell silent. Meanwhile, Zhong Huang, who had previously lounged languidly in her chair, now leaned forward with rapt attention. Lin Jinhai, equally astonished, remarked, this girl possesses an aura of power. If I am not mistaken, it indeed bears the semblance of sword intent. Zhong Huang, why are you not intervening? Perhaps I could have her instead. I promise to return a slot to you next year. Zhong Huang rolled her eyes. Do you take me for a fool? However, since the battle has progressed this far, there is little need to intervene. To be frank, I believe this young boy may still have hidden talents. Are you not curious? Lin Jinhai fell silent, realizing he too felt a flicker of anticipation. Amidst the ruins, Liu Bei maneuvered swiftly. Yet even so, new wounds continued to manifest across his body. The invisible sword chi erupted from Liu Xia's acupoints, sharp and deadly. Liu Xia regarded him with a disdainful gaze, her demeanor reminiscent of a celestial sword immortal. Observing Liu Bei's evasive movements, her lips curled into a cold smile. Liu Bei, at this juncture of our battle, you should take pride in the fact that I am compelled to reveal my trump card. It is your honor. Since I mastered this technique, I have only employed it twice. You shall be the third witness. In just a few words, her confidence and arrogance were palpable. As the foremost genius of the Liu family branch, even the elders of the main family regarded her abilities with astonishment, hence her mastery of this technique. If Liu Bei were to survive after she unleashed this attack, it would be the utmost humiliation. Consequently, for Liu Xia, Liu Bei's defeat and demise were merely a matter of time. Sensing the depletion of her qi, Liu Xia found her inner calm once more. With 1/3 of her qi remaining, it would suffice. Resolving herself, Liu Xia summoned the sword qi contained within her acupoints, unleashing it with all her might towards Liu Bei. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of invisible sword qi surged forth, instantly engulfing the arena in smoke and dust. Liu Bei appeared to be overwhelmed, his defenses crumbling under the onslaught of the furious sword qi, becoming obscured in the cloud of dust. In that moment, all present were rendered motionless. Liu Xia's attack was overwhelmingly powerful, a wide-area assault, executed at a blistering speed. Its lethality was terrifying. Liu Bei's physical form could scarcely endure, had it been anyone else. They would have met their demise long ago. Regrettably, Liu Bei failed to achieve a miraculous reversal, leaving many in the audience with a sense of loss. The onslaught of invisible sword qi continued unabated for a full minute. Liu Xia, with a gesture, retracted her hands, her gaze fixed intently on the dust cloud. She was confident that Liu Bei could not possibly withstand this. At the very least, he would be gravely injured and on the brink of death. To perish beneath my sword, you shall find it a fitting end. As she had yet to finish her words, an overwhelming wave of terror suddenly enveloped her like a tide, suffusing her entire being. In that moment, Liu Xia felt every hair on her body stand on end, the chilling threat of death freezing her heart. How could this be? She abruptly gazed towards the center shrouded in dust, and the next instant, two golden flames, illuminating eyes, rose leisurely amidst the swirling crimson mist, a bloodthirsty and violent aura erupting with a deafening roar that tore through all the smoke. Immediately thereafter, an insurmountable pressure, as formidable as a mountain, bore down upon her. Liu Xia felt as if her breath were being stifled, her body trapped beneath the weight of a giant, rendering her nearly immobile. Shortly after, an icy voice pierced her ears. Liu Xia, is this your so-called trump card? How utterly disappointing. The youth's voice was frigid. Yet beneath the brutality lay an air of casual indifference. After waiting so long, it turns out you are nothing but a waste. Liu Xia's eyes instantly reddened. The tone and attitude of her opponent, along with those words, felt like a sharp blade piercing her heart. It was as if he were proclaiming that she was far too weak, that this battle had failed to satisfy him. What nonsense. Anger surged within Liu Xia. Her teeth gritted, pretentious. I will kill you now. Yet before she could make a move, Liu Bei had already begun to stride forth from the haze. Astonishingly, his wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace, flesh knitting together, leaving no scars in their wake. Clad in black, his hair billowed, a surge of vitality swirling around him, and his eyes, resembling twin golden flames, were utterly captivating, domineering, arrogant. In that moment, Lu Xia felt an unsettling chill creep down her spine. Liu Bei advanced with purposeful strides, his long spear held at an angle, his blood and qi bubbling like boiling water, an aura that swept over the surroundings. The golden body transformed into a furnace. Once activated, his physical form doubled in power. With this enhancement, his strength could erupt to nearly 3 times its original might. The speed of his flesh's regeneration accelerated. As long as his qi remained unspent and his vitality intact, he could continuously heal. In the blink of an eye, Liu Bei's figure had appeared before Lu Xia. He swung his spear in a circular motion, every muscle in his body engaging, his once loose clothing tightening instantly. This strike, executed without the use of qi techniques or combat skills, caused Lu Xia's complexion to change dramatically. Unapproachable, alarm bells rang in her mind, and her body instinctively retreated. Yet Liu Bei had enhanced every aspect of his being, utterly outpacing her in speed. No matter how she withdrew, she remained within the reach of his spear. Realizing she could not evade, Lu Xia let out a long cry, her body radiating light from countless acupoints. As an immense shadow of sword energy converged and surged toward the spear. With a sharp crack, Liu Bei felt a slight resistance before exerting his strength once more. Boom! In the explosion of blood and qi, the ethereal sword shadow shattered instantly. Following that, Lu Xia's long sword crumbled into fragments. In the end, her acupoints erupted with crimson blood, and she was sent flying like a ragdoll. How could this be? Lu Xia roared internally, unable to comprehend why Liu Bei's strike was so terrifying. His combat skills and weaponry had overwhelmed her, even her acupoints nearly collapsing under the pressure. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Liu Bei's figure vanishing once more. In the next moment, he closed in, the oppressive force nearly suffocating. What to do? If this continued, she truly feared defeat. The power of his physical form was simply insurmountable. Lu Xia sensed that even the slightest contact could lead to grievous injury. A mere brush would spell her doom. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Especially not to someone like Liu Bei. Lu Xia continually screamed within, seeing the familiar black dragon charging at her once more, and her instincts urged her to speak. Wait, hold on. I've already unleashed my dual form, and now you're afraid? Liu Bei offered no opportunity. The black spear charged and struck. Lu Xia could only raise her short sword to block. But all her efforts were in vain. The remaining blade shattered, and the descending spear showed no sign of halting, crashing heavily onto her shoulder. Lu Xia felt as though a speeding bullet train had collided with her. Every cell in her body screamed in agony. Her mind blank. She instinctively looked up at Liu Bei, terror etched across her features. Ah, haven't you eaten? Scream louder. Liu Bei's foot pressed down on Lu Xia's flushed cheek, the immense force distorting her delicate features. Her once beautiful face was now streaked with tears and snot, an image of utter disarray. Indeed, Lu Xia wept under the unbearable pain. In that moment, the haughty and self-assured prodigy of the Jinghua district vanished. Her once lofty demeanor reduced to nothingness. Lu Xia reflected on everything that had transpired and suddenly felt utterly ridiculous. The talents and strength she had once prided herself on were now trampled beneath the feet of a mere commoner. Liu Bei was a monster. A myriad of emotions, frustration, despair, fear, and anger flooded her heart, culminating in a wail of anguish. Liu Bei twisted his foot slightly, further tormenting the girl's face between the ground and his soul. This sensation was exhilarating. After relishing it for a moment, Liu Bei, looking down with utmost seriousness, declared, Lu Xia, you are more useless than Zhou Zhang. Do you not realize this? I defeated you without even employing combat skills. Lu Xia's heart constricted sharply, despair flooding her gaze. Ding. Player humiliates the #1 prodigy of the Jinghua district and publicly shames her, gaining 4,000 points of atrocity. Chapter 44. Lu Xia, perish. At this moment, the entire venue was engulfed in an eerie silence. Whether from the inner court, the outer court, or the eliminated students, they all felt as though their nerves were dulled. The heavens of Jianghai Bay City had shifted. Liu Bei, this dark horse, had trampled even Lu Xia beneath his feet. Among them, the students of the Jinghua district felt their hearts twist in agony. That was Lu Xia. In their eyes, she was a goddess. High above. Merely catching a glimpse of her was exhilarating. Yet now she lay beneath a boy, her face pressed against the ground as if being ground into the dirt. What a devastating blow. What an audacious display. Some students from the inner court of the Jinghua district attempted to speak out against it, but under Liu Bei's gaze, they trembled and chose silence. Reason reclaimed its dominion. Liu Bei leveled the tip of his spear at Lu Xia's heaving chest, his tone light and casual. All right. This charade has lost its charm. I'll grant you the opportunity to leave a final message. Perhaps a reminder for someone to avenge you. I eagerly await the Liu family to come after me. Lu Xia's eyes were filled with despair, her pride evaporated. If she could, all she desired was to survive. Liu Bei, I can buy my life. I'll give you everything I have. Very well then, let us trade your life for it. Liu Bei nearly laughed, incredulous at their misplaced confidence. Was there really such a good deal? If he were to lose, would they let him buy his life? Liu Bei chuckled coldly. 10 seconds remaining. Liu Bei, I will serve you as a warrior servant. Spare my life, and I will be your servant for 5 years, at your disposal. 5 seconds. Lu Xia felt the sharpness of the gun's tip gathering strength, and the looming threat of death caused her to weep uncontrollably. I was wrong, Liu Bei. You cannot kill me. If you do, it will lead to an unending feud between you and the Liu family. Liu Bei's lips curled into a smirk. 10 seconds are up. I shall send you on your way. Just then, a voice called out from the stands. Stop. I have something to say. Liu Bei paused, noticing the once confident head of the Jinghua district now wearing a face of panic. Young friend, shall we put an end to this life and death battle? I represent the Jinghua district and the Liu family, promising that this matter will conclude here and no one will trouble you. Moreover, I will provide you with all the resources you need until you ascend to the 7th tier. Lian, drenched in sweat, spoke with a tone of negotiation. He Ling, please help me explain the stakes. He Ling scoffed, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. This was the ebb and flow of fortune, just moments ago. He had been begging Lian, who had dismissed him without a second thought. Now, the tables had turned, and Lian was the one pleading with him. Lian, the students initiated this life and death battle themselves. Why should we intervene? The mentor just said the same. And do you really think Liu Bei lacks resources given his qualifications? He Ling, both of them are extraordinary talents. Losing either one would be a significant loss. Aren't all geniuses forged through fierce competition among peers? Lian's face darkened. Inwardly lamenting, he realized that He Ling's words were reflective of his own sentiments. He had nothing left to counter with. With a scowl, Lian turned his gaze toward the mentor. Lin Jinhai shrugged, remaining silent, as the decision now lay in Zhong Huang's hands. All eyes turned to her, anticipating her response. Everyone believed that even the mentor would not stand by idly while a genius fell. Lu Xia had lost, but that merely signified Liu Bei's exceptional prowess, not Lu Xia's inadequacy. Such a figure, when fully developed, would undoubtedly command great respect. Zhong Huang felt somewhat troubled. Her nature was to refrain from meddling in such matters. The consequences of life and death were the results of one's own choices. Yet before her stood 2 prodigious talents. Even she felt a pang of regret at the thought of one perishing. One, Lu Xia, had just begun to grasp the threshold of power, while the other, Liu Bei, had already begun to form the essence of influence. Logically, there was no hesitation. Liu Bei should undoubtedly be her first choice. Yet, truthfully, she felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of witnessing Lu Xia's demise. Each genius who comprehended power was an immensely valuable asset to the Xia kingdom. Below, in the ruins, Liu Bei noticed everyone's gaze fixated on the female mentor, who appeared reluctant yet conflicted. So he spoke with a smile. Wait a moment. It seems I am the one involved here, so there is no need to burden the mentors. Everyone instinctively turned to look at him. As his words fell, he suddenly thrust his spear downward. In the astonished and shocked gazes of all, Lu Xia was impaled upon the spear's tip. Lu Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Liu Bei would act so decisively. The head of the platform was still negotiating with the mentor. How could he have acted so suddenly? Did he not fear the Liu family's revenge? Did he not fear the mentor's wrath? Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would not have provoked him. Thus, enveloped in endless questions and indignation, Lu Xia felt her vision darkening, her consciousness gradually fading away. Ding. Player has eliminated the renowned Tianzi Jiao female of the Jianghai base city, earning 16,000 brutality points. See, now you need not feel troubled. How splendid. Liu Bei beamed a radiant smile. On the platform, Lian stumbled, pointing a trembling finger at Liu Bei. Why go to such lengths? You are courting trouble. The Liu family will not let you off. That is a matter for the future. What does it have to do with me now? All I know is that Lu Xia must die today. Liu Bei remained unfazed, gazing at Lu Xia's wide-open eyes that would never close again, and smiled with satisfaction. Then, an explosive surge of energy erupted, and her body disintegrated into scattered remnants, the spear vibrating as droplets of blood splattered onto the stones, forming a crimson line. Moreover, if I had been the one to lose, would anyone have come to my aid? So do not lecture me with lofty principles, if you are dissatisfied. Let your fists do the talking. Utterly arrogant. Lian's hands trembled, fury radiating from his eyes. Liu Bei looked up with a cold sneer. Don't shout. You are merely a few years my senior in cultivation. If we were peers, killing you would be as easy as slaying a chicken. You, unwilling to accept? Dare you face me at the same level? I won't take advantage of you. I am at the 3rd tier, 2nd level, and can face you at the 3rd tier. Perfected. You are too arrogant, young one. At this moment, Zhong Huang raised her hand to halt Lian, her gaze icy. Lian, you have crossed the line. Hearing this, Lian trembled, refraining from further protest. Seeing this, Zhong Huang turned to Liu Bei. You have killed a genius who grasped the essence of power. This is indeed a loss for the nation. A dead genius is no longer a genius. At least for now, I can be of greater value than her. What if one day a stronger peer wishes to kill you? If a peer can kill me, then so be it. Liu Bei gazed unwaveringly at Zhong Huang, showing no signs of retreat. After a pause, Zhong Huang chuckled, finding Liu Bei quite intriguing, arrogant enough to pique her interest as a potential disciple. Thus, amidst the perplexed gazes of all, Zhong Huang slowly rose. Enough. The core assessment ends here. I shall officially take Liu Bei under my wing as my direct disciple. Lian, you may inform the Liu family of this news before Liu Bei reports to my Manhwa Academy. Any Qi master under the age of 22 is free to act. Should anyone over that age take action, I, Zhong Huang, will personally visit the Liu family to extend my greetings. Moreover, the core disciple tokens remain unclaimed until registered with the Academy. Those who have designs on the position of core disciple and are dissatisfied with my decision may challenge Liu Bei to seize the token. If successful, you will be recognized as core disciples. Lian was left in shock, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What about after the registration? Afterwards? Zhong Huang laughed. Once Liu Bei joins Manhwa Academy, he will be a core disciple. At that point, who would dare lay a finger on him? Not to mention having killed Liu Xia. Even if he were to wipe out the entire Liu family branch, my Manhwa core disciples would not be trifled with. After speaking, Zhong Huang tossed a purple token to Liu Bei. The registration period is in half a month. You now enjoy the rights of a core disciple. But until you report and register at the Academy, your safety relies solely on yourself. Liu Bei accepted the token, fastening it to his waist, and smiled with satisfaction. Very well. How does it feel? Liu Bei replied, thrilling. I like it. Zhong Huang smiled with satisfaction, patting Liu Bei on the shoulder. Good. I shall await you at Manhwa Academy. Chapter 45, Multiple Conspiracies. No one anticipated that the so-called core competition would conclude after merely 2 battles. Furthermore, no one could have foreseen that these 2 battles would forge a dark horse from the lower district. 2 victories. Ultimately, he had slain the renowned Tianzi Jiao female, Liu Xia. When this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the Zhanghai base city, particularly after learning that Liu Xia had been killed in the life and death battle. Many were left astonished. After all, she was a prodigy of the Liu family, having achieved the 6th level of the 3rd tier by her 3rd year of high school. What manner of monstrosity has emerged in Yunchang district to vanquish such a formidable adversary? This question weighs heavily on the minds of all. And had it not been for the unanimous accounts of those present at the scene, suspicions of misinformation might have taken root. Meanwhile, within the opulent abode of the Liu family in Jinghua district, a gathering of core family members convened in the conference room, their expressions somber. Liu Xia has been slain. She was the culmination of our branch family's efforts over many years, and now she has been taken from us so abruptly? What sort of creature is this Liu Bei that has sprung forth? If one must lay blame, let it fall upon that fool Liu Zhong. Had he not provoked this calamity, Liu Xia would not have suffered such a fate. She held the potential to become a core disciple, and had she lived longer, our branch might have produced a master. But what good is lamentation now? The mentor from Manhwa Academy has already issued a decree. What course of action shall we undertake? As the topic arose, all eyes instinctively turned to the man seated at the head of the table, Liu Hongda, Liu Xia's biological father. His eyes were red-rimmed, betraying a deep well of sorrow, and upon closer inspection, one could see the crimson veins coursing through them. What shall we do? No member of the Liu family shall live after the death of one of our own. Did they not proclaim that those under 22 could be slain with impunity? Let us adhere to their rules. Liu Bei must perish. Might this action further offend Manhwa Academy? Liu Hongda's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the speaker. A genius who is dead is no longer a genius, if Liu Bei is eliminated. Does Manhwa Academy truly possess the means to retaliate against us? A worthless corpse will not provoke their ire. Moreover, we are merely following their stipulations. Before Liu Bei reports to the Academy, we must strike him down. Upon hearing this, the others began to exchange furtive glances, testing the waters. I concur. Based on past intelligence, Liu Bei is far from magnanimous. If we do not act now, we shall be the ones to suffer later. Indeed, this young man has consistently employed lethal force, had it not been for the constraints of the rules. The 50 or so students from Huangpu district would likely have suffered far worse than mere injuries. A ruthless individual such as he must be eliminated. But who among us could kill him if he is under 22? Given the current circumstances, to ensure his demise, we would need at least 3 individuals at the peak of the 3rd tier, each proficient in advanced combat techniques. At this juncture, Liu Hongda interjected. I shall handle the selection of candidates. Let us choose the moment when Liu Bei travels to report to the esteemed Academy. He would be a fool to leave the city during this period. Our only opportunity to strike will be when he goes to register. Very well. Let us commence surveillance on Liu Bei. The moment he makes a move, we shall act. Meanwhile, at the Zhanghai Sports Center, following the conclusion of the Elite Academy assessments, all examinees would rest for the night before returning home the following morning. However, after the joint examination of the 18 districts, one district stood apart, Yinchang District. Mentor Zhong Huang's pronouncement had undoubtedly thrust Liu Bei into the spotlight, especially with the news that the core disciple badge was now without an owner. Upon hearing this, He Ling wasted no time and promptly led Liu Bei and others back to Yinchang district under the cover of night. There was no alternative. Liu Bei's meteoric rise had been too sudden and too astonishing. For the sake of security, they needed to return to their own territory. However, shortly after the departure of the Yinchang contingent, several young talents from the Jianghu Bay city began to assemble. In the lounge, seated at the head of the table was Zheng Xi, the foremost figure from the northern 5 districts, renowned for his strength. Flanking him were the leaders from the eastern and western 4 districts, Chao Li and Sun Cai, respectively. Zheng Xi, what is the reason for summoning us? Chao Li inquired, her appearance modest yet striking in its own right, as she furrowed her brow. Sun Cai chuckled in response. If I am not mistaken, this concerns Liu Bei. Does it not? Upon hearing their words, Zheng Xi finally spoke. Liu Xia has died. What are your thoughts on this matter? What thoughts could there be? In a battle of life and death, fatalities are commonplace, are they not? One could only surmise that Liu Bei's prowess exceeded her expectations, Chao Li remarked. Her expression tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, devoid of any sorrow. The Jianghu Bay city is divided into 4 major districts, encompassing a total of 18 jurisdictions. Prior to Liu Xia's demise, the 4 of them represented the strongest students in the entire Jianghu Bay city, with Zheng Xi undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Liu Xia and Chao Li had long contended for the second position, but with Liu Xia having grasped the concept of momentum over the past 6 months, she had firmly secured her place. Thus, with Liu Xia's death, Chao Li found herself feeling considerably relieved. After all, Liu Xia was known for her taunts each time she bested Chao Li. Sun Cai, hearing their exchange, chuckled. Chao Li, you are being rather blunt. At least put on a facade of decorum. Huh. Hypocrisy, Chao Li retorted coldly, then turned her gaze to Zheng Xi. Zheng Xi, what is it? Do you wish to avenge Liu Xia? If that is your intention, I would find it quite distasteful, Zheng Xi replied. Not at all. I summoned you here to discuss the matter of the core badge in Liu Bei's possession. Zheng Xi wasted no time in revealing his objective. We are all familiar with one another. Let us be straightforward. I desire that badge, and I hope both of you can assist me. The moment these words escaped his lips, both Chao Li and Sun Cai's pupils constricted. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chao Li could not help but laugh. On what grounds? Liu Bei has offended the Liu family, and he stands alone without any backing. Were I in the Liu family, I would do everything in my power to eliminate Liu Bei and eliminate the threat. But whether Liu Bei lives or dies is beside the point. His badge is certainly not secure. Rather than allow it to fall into the hands of the Liu family, we ought to seize it for ourselves. Sun Cai frowned. Will the Liu family simply hand it over to us? That badge belongs to a core disciple. The Liu family, if they are not foolish, would recognize that the badge holds no real value for them. It signifies identity, but more importantly, it reflects one's innate talent and strength. Even if the Liu family were to kill Liu Bei and obtain the badge, do they truly believe that merely giving it to a Liu family disciple would win them Zhong Huang's favor upon entering the academy? Zheng Xi continued with unwavering confidence. When the time comes, even if Zhong Huang acknowledges the Liu family's core disciple status, it will be little more than a formality. In terms of guidance, resources, and secret combat techniques, they will provide no support to a Liu family disciple, for it is simple. He may possess the badge, but he lacks the corresponding potential and talent. In the end, it will merely result in an additional nominal core disciple, a source of ridicule. Unless Liu Xia were alive, her qualifications might have lent some utility in securing a badge. Zheng Xi's words plunged both Chao Li and Sun Cai into contemplation. Upon reflection, they could not deny the validity of Zheng Xi's argument. The core disciple badge indeed held little value for the Liu family, unless they could produce another with Liu Xia's caliber. As for granting it to the Jinghai family, even Zhong Huang would not acquiesce to such a notion. At that moment, Chao Li suddenly interjected coldly. Even if what you say holds true, that badge is singular. How shall we decide among the 3 of us? Zheng Xi paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. My friends, do you truly believe that possessing the badge will earn you Zhong Huang's favor? To say it bluntly, acquiring it would yield the same outcome for you as it would for the Liu family. It would be a hollow title, devoid of any substantial merit, for your talents are simply not remarkable enough. The moment these words were uttered, the expressions of both Chao Li and Sun Cai darkened significantly. It is plainly evident that regardless of whether Chao Li and Sun Cai possess the core waste tokens, they shall not receive any preferential treatment, as their qualifications are wholly inadequate. Zheng Xi, you are rather audacious, aren't you? Audacious? No, no, no. I merely speak the truth, and you need not feel affronted. Zheng Xi maintained a calm and casual demeanor, to be more forthright among the 3 of us. Who else do you think has a chance of being recognized by Mentor Zhong Huang? Only I possess such potential, for my realm is sufficiently elevated. I am at the 7th level of the 3rd tier, surpassing Liu Xia by 1 level, and my comprehension of force has also progressed. In terms of direct combat, I dare say I can best Liu Xia. At this juncture, Sun Cai could no longer restrain himself from speaking. Then why did you not challenge Liu Bei right then and there, Brother Zeng? If you defeat him, the waste token could very well be yours. Or perhaps you were too timid. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xi's expression soured. He had contemplated challenging Liu Bei on the spot, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Liu Bei's aura at that moment was overwhelmingly potent. He had triumphed in 2 consecutive battles with resounding victories, and that kind of momentum, growing stronger with each confrontation, was already firmly established. To challenge him at such a time would diminish my full strength to a mere 70%, and with a single misstep, I could easily find myself trampled as a third stepping stone. In a different time or place, Zheng Xi would have dared to step forward. He was not one to act impulsively, hence his decision to avoid confrontation. However, who could have anticipated Mentor Zhong Huang's subsequent remarks, which sparked his desire to seize the core waste token? To ensure success, he was not planning to act alone. Enlisting a few formidable allies was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. He cared little for the notion of one-on-one combat. All that mattered was obtaining the waste token. For thereafter he would become a core disciple. With his qualifications, he firmly believed Mentor Zhong Huang would treat him with the respect he deserved. Reflecting on this, Zheng Xi's expression regained its composure. You are correct. I did not dare to challenge Liu Bei on the spot. Defeating Liu Xia would be relatively easy, but eliminating her would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet Liu Bei could directly kill Liu Xia, so I lacked confidence, which is also why I sought your assistance. With that, Zheng Xi rose and retrieved a scroll. Enough of the pleasantries. After I secure the position of core disciple, I will ensure you both can navigate the inner court with ease. With a core disciple's backing, the benefits of secret realm explorations and technique exchanges would be inexhaustible. Furthermore, this is the first half of an S-rank combat technique. Upon my success, I will provide you with the second half, serving as a token of goodwill for your collaboration. Zheng Xi tossed the scroll onto the table, his gaze fixed on the two. Chao Li and Sun Cai exchanged glances, their hearts stirred with intrigue. Setting aside everything else, the offer of an S-rank combat technique was indeed formidable. However, upon considering the status of a core disciple from a top-tier academy, they found it entirely reasonable. Moreover, the conditions proposed by Zheng Xi were undeniably tempting. Having a core disciple's protection upon entering the inner court would yield exceptional treatment. Within mere months, the disparity among students entering at the same time would widen significantly. Contemplating this, Sun Cai nodded first. I accept. Upon seeing this, Zheng Xi's face lit up with joy and then turned to Chao Li. We are just waiting for your agreement. Chao Li bit her lip, ultimately nodding. All right. Count me in. Very well. Even if Liu Bei is strong, he is merely at the second level of the third tier. Unless he manages to break through to the mid-third tier in a short span, he shall undoubtedly be no match for the three of us. When shall we make our move? There is no rush. We shall lie in wait on the road to report to the city. What if the Liu family strikes first? Chao Li expressed her concern. Would that not be even better? Moreover, even if the Liu family remains passive, the three of us together would be more than sufficient. Sun Cai chuckled. Brother Zheng is right. We shall simply wait for Liu Bei to exit the city, as he must pass through the city gates to report to the academy. At that moment, it will be 3 against 1. Let us see if he recognizes the situation. On the road back to school in Yunchang district, Liu Bei sat on the bus, feeling somewhat bored. Xiao Wanwan, sitting beside him, curiously scrutinized the purple waist token at his waist. Would you like to see it? I am a bit curious. Liu Bei glanced at the girl and then removed the waist token, tossing it over. Xiao Wanwan joyfully caught it and compared it with her silver inner court waist token. Aside from the color difference, they seemed indistinguishable. Liu Bei, how large is the space within your waist token? Space. Liu Bei looked over, puzzled. You do not know? This type of waist token essentially serves as a miniature storage space. The outer court waist token is merely 1 cubic meter, while the inner court's silver waist token resembles a small room. Yours, being a core disciple's token, should be even larger, right? Liu Bei appeared bewildered, admitting he truly did not know. Since acquiring the waist token, he had simply hung it at his waist without further examination. To him, being a core disciple was just a temporary phase, one he would soon surpass. There were hardly any peers who could challenge him. Now, upon Xiao Wanwan's remarks, he felt intrigued. With the spatial storage feature, he could approach battles unencumbered. Regrettably, had he known earlier, he would have stowed that long spear. It could have fetched some coin. Liu Bei referred to the long spear he had seized, which he had discarded on his way back for being cumbersome. After all, it was merely a late-stage first-tier spear, and as his level increased, he would soon find it impractical. A long spear? No worries, my family has plenty. You can choose one when the time comes. That would be too embarrassing. I'll pay for it. No need for that. My family has no one who uses long spears, so it has just been lying around. Use it for now, and return it once your strength grows and you no longer need it. Well, that sounds fair. Oh no, why do I feel like I'm becoming more adept at taking advantage? However, I must admit, the feeling of getting something for nothing is quite delightful. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Bei took the purple waist token, focused his mind, and soon found himself gazing into a space measuring approximately 50 meters in length, width, and height. This scale could be considered a small warehouse. What do you think? Is it spacious? It's somewhat large, probably akin to a small warehouse. How enviable. Xiao Wanwan gazed at him with envy, and then she noticed Liu Bei closing his eyes once more. As he did, the backpack beside him suddenly vanished. Having familiarized himself with its usage, Liu Bei opened his eyes and looked out the window. Next, he began contemplating his entry into the university, a place where a host of talented individuals would converge. If he wished to maintain his current dominance, he needed to keep pace with the rising tide of strength. Reflecting on this, he gazed at the luminous screen before him, a surge of reassurance flooding his heart. The rewards from overpowering talented individuals are indeed plentiful. One assessment had yielded him so much. He must elevate his realm tonight, reaching at least the mid-third tier. Only then could he navigate the challenges posed by the Liu family and other adversaries coveting the core waste token with ease. For reasons unknown, Liu Bei suddenly thought of his long-absent younger brother, Liu Nan. That fellow was already a fourth-tier chi master. It was only a matter of time before he caught up. I truly look forward to it. I hope that by then, the entire Liu family in Jinghai does not regret their decisions. Liu Bei, during this time, the Liu family may cause you some trouble. Why not stay at my house for a few days? Liu Bei snapped back to attention, noticing the girl blushing slightly. He promptly declined. No need. They wouldn't dare take lethal action within the city, and with the age restrictions set by the teachers, as long as one is under 22. There should be no significant issues. However, the journey to report could be perilous. You must be careful, Liu Bei. I am aware. The more, the merrier. As long as it does not exceed the initial stages of the fourth tier, with his full strength unleashed, he might not be unable to secure a kill. With this thought in mind, Liu Bei began to harbor secret expectations, for those were all points of infamy. Slaying someone of the third tier guarantees a minimum of 10,000 points of infamy. One wonders how many the fourth tier chi master would yield? Liu Bei's refusal left Xiao Wanwan somewhat disheartened. However, she had gradually grown accustomed to Liu Bei's temperament, understanding that a refusal required no further elaboration. More than 5 hours swiftly passed, and upon returning to Yunchang district, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Each person disembarked to return home, while Liu Bei made his way to his rented room. After a simple wash, he sat on the bed and waved his hand dramatically. Soon, a gray-black light screen unfurled. The moment of excitement had arrived. Time to invest. Chapter 47, The Xiao Family's Treasury. My Dark Beast, Little Black. Realm, 3rd tier, 2nd stage. Skills, Golden Body Transformation, active. Union of Heaven and Man, passive. Blade of Metal, active. Racial traits, Devour, Weapon Mastery. Combat techniques, Demon Suppression Technique, Dragon Roar Technique. Heavenly Insight, Force of Might. Overall evaluation. The player's nurturing has borne modest fruit. You may now attempt to dominate the weak. Infamy points, 71, 200, available for treasure extraction. The information displayed on the light screen caused Liu Bei to involuntarily break into a smile. Over 70,000 infamy points, sufficient for him to directly elevate to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Of course, he was in no rush to enhance his realm just yet. In situations where his strength sufficed, it was prudent to retain some infamy points for emergencies. For now, he decided to elevate to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. With this resolution, Liu Bei promptly opened the lottery card pool. With a grand sweep of his hand, he drew 300 dark beasts, and before his eager gaze, a flurry of white appeared. Ding! 300 white-furred apes. Current infamy points, 41, 200. Truly, had the novice protection period come to an end? 300 consecutive draws yielded no special rewards. Liu Bei lamented, but he had long since seen through the essence of such pay-to-win games. He no longer held any expectations regarding probability. Over 300 white-furred apes should suffice to help him break through to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. With this in mind, he focused his thoughts and began the devouring process. As seconds ticked by, 5 minutes later, all the white-furred apes in the card pool had vanished. In their stead was a transformation in his realm. My Dark Beast, Little Black. Realm, 3rd tier, 6th stage. Skills, Golden Body Transformation, active. Union of Heaven and Man, passive. Blade of Metal, active. Racial traits, Devour, Weapon Mastery. Combat techniques, Demon Suppression Technique, Dragon Roar Technique. Heavenly Insight, Force of Might. Overall evaluation. The player's nurturing has borne modest fruit. You may now attempt to dominate the weak. Infamy points, 41, 200, available for treasure extraction. Ding. Skill feedback activated. Ding. Player's realm has ascended too rapidly. Please complement with sufficient practical training to solidify the foundation. Liu Bei shuddered, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him. Moments later, he opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within their depths. The 3rd tier, 6th stage. He had succeeded. Clenching his fist, he savored the heightened vitality and energy within him. Liu Bei felt that in his current state, he could easily defeat Liu Xia without even activating the Golden Body Transformation skill. If he were to engage in another battle, if Liu Xia could endure 3 moves, it would be a testament to his mercy. With the combined advantage of his talent for devouring and various skill outbursts, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he could eliminate any opponent of the 3rd tier, regardless of their number. Such confidence coursed through him. The only regret was that the consumption of infamy points increased significantly with the elevation of his realm. 3,000 points barely secured him 4 realm advancements. Furthermore, with the rapid elevation, reminders to enhance practical combat experience began to surface. Liu Bei quickly quelled his surging aura and glanced at his remaining infamy points. Should he draw a treasure chest? Perhaps it would be wiser to be cautious. For the time that followed, Liu Bei remained ensconced in his rented room, entirely detached from the outside world's rumors. Yet, it was undeniable that Liu Bei's name had resonated loudly within circles focused on the Qi Master assessment. Simultaneously, he had become a figure of admiration for many ordinary students from lower tiers, who looked up to him as a beacon of hope, aspiring to achieve their own miraculous success. On this day, Liu Bei lay on his bed as usual, idly following the latest manga he had purchased. There was little he could do. Ever since acquiring the cheat, his own cultivation progress seemed negligible. Rather than toiling away for a meager advancement, it was far more prudent to indulge in relaxation. After all, he had the advantage, did he not? Why impose hardships upon oneself? Thus, whenever Liu Bei had not accrued infamy points, he would allow himself to unwind thoroughly. However, this tranquil interlude was soon interrupted as his communicator vibrated furiously, persistently demanding his attention. Reluctantly, Liu Bei picked it up to find that Xiao Wanwan was seeking him. After reviewing all the messages, he leaned back against his bed, contemplating. The Xiao family's weapon treasury was genuinely enticing. Xiao Wanwan had mentioned that she had already sought the elder's consent. Weapons of up to the 5th tier could be rented. The term rent was aptly chosen, as it preserved Liu Bei's dignity while underscoring that he was not merely taking advantage. He could pay rent. And who would dare accuse him of exploiting generosity? Moreover, even if he were to exploit it, it would not be a significant issue. He could always repay Xiao Wanwan later. Once at Huahua Academy, he would also take care of her appropriately. A reciprocal relationship of mutual benefit, was it not? With this thought, Liu Bei nodded in agreement. 40 minutes later, Liu Bei, still bearing a hint of embarrassment, stood before the Xiao family estate, gazing at the magnificent mansion. He could feel the palpable scent of wealth. Xiao Wanwan had been waiting at the entrance for some time and joyfully approached him upon his arrival. Liu Bei, I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. Why would I not? Admittedly, he had been hesitant to come, but the allure of readily available weapons was too compelling him to forsake his professional integrity. Let us go. I'll take you inside. Today we have guests at home, and I've arranged with my elders to leave us be, so we can browse and select freely. All right. Liu Bei followed Xiao Wanwan into the Xiao family mansion. After a brief passage of time, they arrived before a massive storage door. Xiao Wanwan produced a card and swiped it, causing the grand door to open with a slow creak. This is our branch S weapon storage. I recall there being several long spears. Liu Bei, you may go in and choose. Liu Bei nodded. At this stage, there was no need for false pretenses. He could always compensate later. With this mindset, Liu Bei stepped into the storeroom. Before long, he found himself astounded by the myriad of weapons that dazzled before him. It was undeniable that the Xiao family possessed significant strength. A cursory glance revealed over 100 weapons within the storeroom. Various types were represented, with swords and blades being particularly abundant. Truly, a wealthy household. As Liu Bei marveled, he began selecting weapons that suited him best. Soon, his footsteps halted before a seemingly ordinary black spear, which bore a striking resemblance to the first-tier spear he had previously seized. The dragon scale spear. Have you taken a liking to this one? It feels quite satisfactory. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wanwan exerted a slight effort to lift it and then tossed it towards Liu Bei. The dragon scale spear, a weapon that had been discarded from the family's arsenal, was of 4th-tier quality. It was said to be forged from the vertebrae of a 4th-tier dragon beast, and if wielded with full force, the spear would faintly reveal glimmering dragon scales. Liu Bei weighed it in his hand. It was not excessively heavy, perhaps around 400 pounds. In comparison to the previous 1st-tier spear, it was indeed more than double the weight. Such heft, when combined with Liu Bei's full strength and the explosive power of his qi, made him shudder at the thought of being struck by it. Moreover, Xiao Wanwan's description heightened his satisfaction. The prospect of wielding a spear that could subtly reveal dragon scales while in motion was undeniably impressive. What young man wouldn't desire a weapon that exudes flair? It possessed that alluring quality of appearing mundane while being capable of activating a magnificent form during use, akin to the legendary iron-shattered tooth, strikingly elegant. Just imagining it filled him with exhilaration. With one hand, Liu Bei effortlessly twirled the spear in the air, creating a mesmerizing display. This will do. How much for the rental? My father stated the annual fee is 1 3rd-tier beast crystal or 10 2nd-tier beast crystals. Liu Bei paused momentarily before clasping his fists together in gratitude. Please convey my thanks to your uncle. With that, Liu Bei retrieved the sole 3rd-tier beast crystal from his pocket and handed it over. Xiao Wanwan's father had clearly set this price with consideration for him. A simple inquiry would reveal that the most valuable possession Liu Bei currently held was indeed this 3rd-tier beast crystal, obtained during the recent major exam. The Xiao family had not proposed an excessively low rental fee, as that would have been self-deception, leaving Liu Bei feeling awkward and apprehensive. Yet, They also did not set a price beyond his means, as that would have been pointless. The offer of 1 third-tier beast crystal in exchange for a year's usage of a 4th-tier spear was a transaction that benefited Liu Bei without rendering him a mere freeloader. It must be said, this was the most challenging favor Liu Bei had to repay. Xiao Wanwan, waving her hand with a smile, replied, "It's no trouble. It would just gather dust here, so earning something from it is a gain." Liu Bei refrained from responding. As for the Xiao family, a 3rd-tier crystal was truly inconsequential. Her words were laden with consolation. As the two exited the storeroom, Xiao Wanwan used her card to lock the door and led Liu Bei outside. With the spear secured in his storage token, Liu Bei felt elated and, after surveying his surroundings, spoke up for the first time. "Is someone in your family celebrating an occasion? I see decorations everywhere. It seems quite festive." "Yes, my grandfather is celebrating his birthday in a few days, and many have come to offer their congratulations." Liu Bei's expression stiffened, wishing he could slap himself for being so inquisitive, now that it had been brought up. Would it not be appropriate not to pay a visit? Having just received a significant benefit, it would be rather rude to simply leave. A product of 9 years of compulsory education, the principled Liu Bei could not bring himself to act in such an inconsiderate manner. Noticing Xiao Wanwan's beaming face, Liu Bei resignedly rubbed his nose. "Shall I accompany you to pay a visit then? Let us go, I'll take you there." Chapter 48, The Hidden Sect. In the main courtyard of the Xiao family, a group of people gathered, conversing in small clusters. "Xiao, where is your daughter? I heard she performed exceptionally well in the top university assessments and secured a position in the inner court." Upon hearing this, Xiao Guoming displayed a gratified smile. As the head of the Xiao family branch, his greatest aspiration was to revitalize the branch during his lifetime. From a young age, he had hoped for the offspring of the Xiao family to become formidable qi masters. Fortunately, his daughter had proven herself, successfully earning a position in the inner court of a prestigious academy. This achievement had led to congratulatory messages from the main family, a rare occurrence indeed. Coupled with his grandfather's upcoming 70th birthday celebration, these two events had kept a smile on his face for days. Wanwan is not one to abide by constraints. She has likely gone off somewhere. Haha, indeed. However, my young master has admired Wanwan for quite some time and was hoping to meet her during this visit. The speaker was an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a refined demeanor. Hearing this, Xiao Guoming's expression shifted slightly. "Oh, I do not concern myself with the affairs of the young. In this day and age, freedom is paramount." The meaning of his words was clear. The romantic inclinations of the youth should be left to themselves, and he would not interfere in his daughter's decisions. The old man was momentarily taken aback, then raised his cup for tea with a smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Xiao Guoming toasted a few guests before moving on to greet others. Once the conversation subsided and the guests departed, those nearby began to discuss what they had overheard. "Who is that old fellow? Seems he wants to forge a connection with the Xiao family." "Shoo, they are not simple folk. They are not from the city, but from the mountains." Upon hearing this, someone asked in confusion, "What does from the mountains mean?" The speaker sighed in exasperation, clearly surprised that this was not common knowledge. From the mountains, aside from the 6 major base cities organized by the state, who else could there be? Naturally, it refers to the hidden sects. Gasps filled the air as the crowd absorbed this revelation with astonishment. The hidden sects represented a unique existence within the borders of the Xian nation. Following the Great Disaster, the remaining population was organized into 6 newly established base cities. Beyond these cities, however, some ancient hidden sects continued to exist. Before the disaster, the remnants of these sects were merely tourist destinations. But as the presence of qi grew more abundant post-disaster, certain locations evolved into realms of inheritance, gradually forming self-contained hidden sections. Those who could not evacuate in time relied on ancient defensive formations and cultivation resources to strengthen themselves, eventually gaining enough power to survive the beast tide, thereby earning recognition over time. Of course, the Xia government had not remained passive. Ultimately, they tacitly acknowledged the existence of these hidden sects, while also ensuring that they adhered to the directives of the higher-ups when necessary, similar to the feudal lords of ancient times. Thus, in the Xia nation, these hidden sects symbolized both mystery and strength. The mere presence of individuals from hidden sects at the Xiao family banquet was indeed astonishing. Back at the table, the white-haired elder narrowed his eyes, appearing somewhat displeased. Beside him sat a handsome young man. "Elder Peng, what do you think?" The youth, named Luo Xiang, was the son of the leader of the hidden sect 9 Suns Celestial Cave. Although he was a secondary child, his status remained prestigious. He had accompanied Peng Nantian to the Xiao family to celebrate the birthday, and, having caught a glimpse of Xiao Wanwan's beauty, had developed an interest. Believing that his status as a sect member was a fitting match for a daughter of the Xiao family branch, he had prompted Peng Nantian to make an inquiry. "Young master, it seems that Xiao Guoming is being evasive, suggesting that young people should handle their own affairs." Luo Xiang's expression darkened upon hearing this. "What does that mean? Is the Xiao family looking down on me? What a joke. I am the son of a hidden sect. Do they think I am beneath them?" Though the Xiao family was a prominent clan, this was merely a branch. The 9 Sun Celestial Cave was a legitimate, top-tier sect. "Young master, with your status, you could have your pick of women, There is no need for this. Peng Lao, your thoughts are rather simplistic. Luo Xiang furrowed his brow as he elucidated the intricacies of the matter. Although I am the son of the sect leader, I am, after all, a branch offspring. If I were a member of the main lineage of the Shao family, I would truly lack the standing to discuss such matters. Yet my position as a branch descendant suits me well. Moreover, this Shao Wanwan has gained admission to the prestigious Huahua Academy in Zhanghai Bay City, a coveted spot from the inner court. Her future status could prove to be quite advantageous for me. Upon hearing this, Peng Nantian immediately began to ponder, grasping the crux of the situation. Huahua Academy, the pinnacle of academic institutions in Zhanghai Bay City. In the vast realm of Xia, there are only 6 such elite academies. From the standpoint of resources and status, this top-tier institution is comparable to the foremost sects among their hidden clans. Gaining entry to such an academy signifies a remarkable elevation in one's social standing. Should the young master manage to forge a connection with a student from this esteemed academy, his stature within the sect would undoubtedly ascend. Perhaps, with a stroke of fortune, he could even vie for the position of future leader. The mere thought that the young master, whom he wholeheartedly supported, could attain such fortune rendered him quite agitated. Young master, do you have any thoughts on this? Luo Xiang shook his head in response. Let it be. We both understand the rationale. Yet matters of this nature cannot be rushed. Haste may lead to adverse outcomes, and if we provoke aversion, we shall lose any opportunity altogether. And your meaning is? Rely solely on personal charm. From here on, do not interfere. I shall present myself. Peng Nantian appraised Luo Xiang from head to toe and finally laughed heartily, with the young master's appearance and demeanor. There is no doubt you will captivate the young lady. What remains is merely an opportunity, Peng Lao. See if there is any way to ensure Shao Wanwan meets me at least once. Upon hearing this, Peng Nantian began to ponder carefully. Luo Xiang's request seemed straightforward, merely a meeting with the daughter of the Shao family. Yet, to him, it appeared to be a formidable challenge. Why would they meet someone without a valid reason? The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a viable scheme. At that moment, a melodic voice rang out from the entrance of the courtyard. Dad, where's Grandpa? My classmate is here for a matter, and also to wish Grandpa a happy birthday. Those nearby turned to look and saw a beautiful young girl entering, accompanied by a somewhat awkward-looking youth. She approached Xiao Guoming directly. I am Liu Bei, a junior, and I happen to be visiting your esteemed residence. Hence I wanted to extend my birthday wishes to Elder Xiao. Initially, Xiao Guoming was indifferent. He was well aware of how few of Xiao Wanwan's classmates were noteworthy, merely a few lackeys from the 6th middle school or that sycophant Lin Kong from the 1st high. However, as the youth drew closer, he was taken aback. A new face? Named Liu Bei. Xiao Guoming's expression shifted, becoming markedly amiable. You are quite considerate. My young friend, such courtesy is too much. Liu Bei. This name had previously escaped his notice, but following the conclusion of the Elite Academy assessments, it had gradually become familiar. A core disciple of the top academy, renowned for defeating the celebrated prodigy Lu Xia of Zhanghai Bay City. Such a youthful talent. He naturally recognized. It was no exaggeration to say that a genius of this caliber, once matured, could stand as an entire noble family on his own. As for offending the Lu family, the Shao clan had no fears. With this in mind, Xiao Guoming's demeanor grew even more congenial, a smile gracing his face as he warmly invited Liu Bei to take a seat. This scene left Peng and Luo in the vicinity utterly flabbergasted. Just moments prior, Xiao Guoming had never exhibited such warmth. Their expressions shifted repeatedly, ultimately settling into cold glares directed at the figure of Liu Bei in the distance. Chapter 49. The search for trouble begins. The name Hidden Sect carries an air of prestige, yet why do outsiders refer to them as mountain folk? The reason is quite simple. These individuals from hidden sects are notoriously slow to receive news from the outside world. Oftentimes, when a significant event transpires, it may take a month before it circulates among the various hidden sections. This is precisely why they are dubbed mountain folk. The rationale is equally straightforward. There is no internet. Indeed, it is as ridiculous as that. Following the Great Cataclysm, the Xia nation established 6 major base cities, and aside from the construction of these cities, the infrastructure of old cities rapidly crumbled. Signal towers and bases were rendered obsolete, and the network available within the 6 base cities is considered a luxury in the outside world. Of course, the hidden sects had sought assistance from the Xia nation, which responded that they could offer aid, yet the effectiveness remained uncertain. This led to a situation where, although basic internet infrastructure was established in the mountains, much of the information remained restricted, as the final authority of interpretation lay with the Xia nation. To remedy this phenomenon, hidden sects would choose prospective partners within the base cities to ensure timely information dissemination while also gaining access to resource exchange rights. The Nine Suns Immortal Cave was established with the aim of forging connections with the Shao family's branch. At this moment, Luo Xiang and his companion gazed at Liu Bei, oblivious to the young man's true identity and the reasons behind Xiao Guoming's earnest attention. However, their questions were soon answered through the discussions of those around them. The top genius of Zhanghai Bay City, the greatest dark horse of this year's Academy assessment. a designated core disciple of the prestigious Huahua Academy. Defeating him means taking his place. Each piece of information was laden with significance, and together they left an indelible impression. Luo Xiang and Peng Nantian exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into ones of astonishment. They had heard of the elite academy assessments, where strength was not the sole criteria. Potential and talent held greater weight. Indeed, this implied that if one were at the mid-stage of the third tier, but their potential was inferior to that of someone at the early stage of the third tier, the latter might possess a higher success rate. Thus, even when faced with the formidable core disciple Liu Bei, Luo Xiang could not help but feel a surge of ambition. Why? Because defeating him could mean taking his place. Disciples from hidden sects are similarly eligible to attend elite academies, though many top hidden sects are reluctant to do so. After all, their own lineages are already sufficiently powerful. Why risk venturing forth? Yet, several sects have established collaborations, allowing their disciples to pursue studies at academies for a year or two. At this moment, Luo Xiang's thoughts were uncomplicated. What if he succeeded? He could directly secure a core disciple position at the top academy in the Xia nation. This was a tremendous opportunity, one that would not only elevate his reputation but also enhance his standing, significantly impacting his influence within the sect. Luo Xiang turned to Peng Nantian. Peng Lao, please investigate this individual further. Peng Nantian understood his young master's intentions, nodding before swiftly departing from his seat. In a short while, Peng Nantian returned stealthily. In just 10 minutes, leveraging the collective desire to cultivate good relations with hidden sects, he swiftly gathered information. Liu Bei, a student from the 6th middle school in Yinchang district, had been considered a so-called waste just a few months prior. Yet in the last 2 months, his ascension had been meteoric, leading many to suspect he had deliberately concealed his cultivation level. Recently, during the elite academy assessments, he had defeated an opponent at the 6th stage of the 3rd tier with his own strength at the 2nd stage of the 3rd tier. Earning the favor of Huahua Academy, his prowess was formidable, and he was likely beginning to forge connections. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiang narrowed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. Indeed impressive. To defeat someone at the 6th stage of the 3rd tier with just the 2nd stage is truly a terrifying display of prowess. Peng Lao, do you think I have a chance? If you employ secret techniques to approach him, the chances are certainly promising. Upon hearing those words, Luo Xiang felt a surge of confidence envelop him. Indeed, despite his cultivation being merely at the 3rd level, 5th stage, he had already mastered a secret technique. A secret technique is one that cannot be frequently employed, as its use incurs certain costs, typically reserved for life and death situations. However, if this technique could secure him the position of a core disciple, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly advantageous trade. After all, the secret technique he possessed was particularly effective against traditional Qi masters, especially when they let their guard down. With this thought in mind, both Luo and Peng felt it was feasible. Not only would they gain the favor of the wealthy young lady from the Shao family, but they would also secure the coveted position of core disciple. An abundance of benefits awaited them. Liu Bei had initially intended to greet the guests and depart, but the Shao family was exceedingly hospitable. Shao Wanwan's father even personally arranged a seat for him, urging him to stay for the banquet. Considering he had just received their kindness, it seemed rather impolite not to accept their hospitality, especially with the 4th-grade spear still warm in his spatial storage. Thus, he found himself unable to refuse and settled down to await the proceedings. He mused that such scenes were best avoided in the future to prevent any awkwardness. Liu Bei's thoughts were consumed with anticipation for the event's conclusion and his subsequent departure. Shao Wanwan took a seat beside Liu Bei, and upon witnessing the situation, Shao Guoming felt particularly pleased. In his mind, it was as clear as day. A super genius without an extensive power background paired with a deeply entrenched family from a prestigious lineage. Should these two factions align, the benefits would be immeasurable. As for Liu Bei's entanglements with the Liu family of Jinghai City, they were hardly a concern. For the Shao family of Jinghai was certainly not intimidated by the Liu family. As the two sat together, Shao Wanwan engaged in lively conversation, while Liu Bei responded intermittently. Finally, the elder of the Shao family took to the stage, and the birthday celebrations concluded, transitioning into the banquet segment. Liu Bei swiftly filled his plate, during which he sensed a pair of eyes continuously scrutinizing him. After transforming into a golden body, his passive perception of his surroundings had greatly enhanced. Sometimes, he could detect a mere glance. Following the source of the gaze, he inquired of Shao Wanwan. Who are those two? An old man and a young one. They seem quite interested in our gathering. Shao Wanwan cast a glance in their direction, her expression soured. They are from a hidden sect in the mountains. The elder is the protector, Peng Nantian, and the youth is said to be the son of the sect leader, Luo Xiang. They wish to establish a mutually beneficial relationship with us, hoping for a marriage alliance with our branch of the Shao family. She left the rest unsaid, but Liu Bei grasped her meaning. The prospective marriage partner was self-evident. Family ties among the great clans were invariably complex, rife with convolutions. He reflected that being alone was far simpler. One could kill or flee as they pleased. Liu Bei sighed, contemplating this as he rose. Ahem, I need to use the restroom. Yes, it's over there. You can go straight. Xiao Wanwan pointed in the direction, before sulking and resting her head on the table. She felt a pang of sadness at the news of the marriage alliance. Liu Bei seemed unfazed by it all. Meanwhile, after entering the restroom, Liu Bei resolved his needs and, upon exiting, encountered a figure standing at the door. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the sect disciple Luo Xiang, who had been observing him earlier. Liu Bei tilted his head, revealing an eager smile. He had indeed taken the bait. Is there something you need? Luo Xiang maintained an air of calm, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. I heard you are a core disciple of Huahua Academy. Indeed, Liu Bei replied. Huh. I find myself quite intrigued by the prowess of core disciples from so-called top academies. Coincidentally, there will be a martial arts exhibition at the Shao family's banquet shortly. I hope to witness your strength firsthand. Upon hearing this, a smile finally broke across Liu Bei's face. So you are after my core disciple badge? The victor claims the badge, as is the policy of Huahua Academy, is it not? Luo Xiang's smile broadened, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Chapter 50, You provoke me, and I shall not hold back. As the two faced off, onlookers began to take notice of the unfolding drama. Those acquainted with either party were filled with curiosity. One was a scion of a hidden sect, while the other was a rising star of remarkable talent. Should they clash, it would certainly be a spectacle worth witnessing. Liu Bei observed the crowd swelling around them, and continued speaking. So, it seems you are determined to engage me in combat? You could always surrender. Simply hand over your badge, and that would conclude matters. Very well. It seems we have reached an exciting juncture. Liu Bei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Unable to suppress a grin. I accept your challenge. At this, Luo Xiang could not help but smile. Youthful naivety, just a little provocation had reeled him in. Good. Then we shall meet during the exhibition. With that, Luo Xiang turned to leave, but before he could turn fully, a mocking and chilling voice interrupted. Wait, why not let me demonstrate my prowess right now? In the next moment, Luo Xiang felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, causing his entire being to tense. Akin to facing a formidable adversary, his heart raced as if captured by an invisible hand, his breath caught in his throat. Liu Bei, a mere blur, appeared before Luo Xiang in an instant, his figure slicing through the air as if a specter, surrounded by a terrifying black demonic flame. In that moment, Liu Bei's handsome visage seemed to embody the essence of a transcendent demon lord from another realm. Hold on, Luo Xiang gasped, panic coursing through him as he beheld Liu Bei's icy demeanor, murderous intent swirling around him. Liu Bei adhered to the principle of non-aggression, but should someone provoke him, he would retaliate tenfold. At that moment, Luo Xiang's unwarranted interest in his badge felt akin to severing Liu Bei's future. Such a conflict was undoubtedly fatal. Channeling all his energy, Luo Xiang unleashed a simple punch, but it bore the overwhelming force of a meteor crashing to earth. Luo Xiang's complexion paled. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he instinctively recoiled to defend himself, but as he watched Liu Bei's fist descend, he felt as though he was suffocating. You have gone too far. Recognizing he could not evade the impending blow, Luo Xiang braced himself. In that fleeting moment, he activated his secret technique, channeling his vital blood to reverse his injuries, his physique swelling with newfound might. Secret technique, blood treasure. He ignited his vital energy to exchange for a surge of physical power. Why did Luo Xiang possess such confidence that this unexpected move could defeat 90% of his contemporaries? It is precisely due to this bizarre physical prowess that no peer can withstand it. Once in close proximity, defeat is inevitable. Accept your fate. Roaring with anguish as he endured the excruciating pain of his bones fracturing, Luo Xiang charged forward toward the wall hole from which he had just been flung. Yet, in the next instant, he beheld a pair of golden eyes ignite, and suddenly his body felt as though it had been struck by a mountain. In the blink of an eye, he resembled a punctured ball, deflating, and once again, he was sent crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. How could this be possible? Liu Bei nearly laughed. This fool's so-called secret technique was merely an enhancement of physical strength, attempting to execute a counterattack. Unfortunately for him, Liu Bei was a master of physical combat. Had it been anyone else, they might have had a chance. Thus, to swiftly conclude the battle, the golden body transformation, activated for a mere 2 seconds, effortlessly sent Luo Xiang flying, shattering his secret technique. With both his realm and technique suppressed, Luo Xiang could barely last 10 seconds from initiation to conclusion. How dare you covet my waste token? Worthless. Though their confrontation lasted mere moments, its impact was profound, drawing the attention of all present. The sudden eruption of battle startled everyone, and the guards of the Shao family immediately appeared to protect the others in the courtyard. At the Shao family banquet, someone dared to engage in violence? Xiao Guoming's expression darkened as he rose and stepped forward to peer into the fray. Through the shattered wall hole, he glimpsed the figure of a youth in black. All were momentarily taken aback. As Xiao Guoming's countenance shifted several times, he finally spoke softly. Young friend, what on earth has transpired? Meanwhile, Xiao Wanwan's eyes sparkled as her mind raced with connections. Was Liu Bei acting on her behalf? Just moments ago, she had mentioned his lack of response, Yet here he was, silently making his move. It seemed Liu Bei truly cared for her. A simple calculation revealed that this was indeed a display of jealousy, and the more she pondered, the more reasonable it seemed, leading her to a singular conclusion. He must have feelings for me. On Liu Bei's side, his thoughts were far simpler. He merely relished the opportunity to deliver a beating. However, as the host, he understood the need to maintain decorum. He clasped his hands and explained, "This individual followed me, claiming he wished to borrow my core disciple waste token for a glimpse." At this, the onlookers comprehended the situation. Borrowing the waste token? Surely he intended to usurp it. It appeared some were indeed eyeing Liu Bei's identity as a core disciple, but they had evidently underestimated his strength. Meanwhile, Peng Nantian, who had been socializing from a distance, was taken aback and, upon realizing the identity of the fallen figure, erupted in fury. "How dare you lay hands on my young master?" Hearing this, Liu Bei unleashed his energy, gripping the barely conscious Luo Xiang as if he could crush him at any moment. "And what of it? You dare, young one. The young master is the son of our sect leader of the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. To slay him is to invite trouble upon yourself." "Huh, a farce. I am a core disciple of the prestigious Huahua Academy. Should I fear you? Who is superior?" Peng Nantian faltered, suddenly recalling Liu Bei's status. Yet even so, he could not simply stand by and watch Luo Xiang perish at his hands. "The Huahua Academy cannot shield you forever. You too will one day graduate and leave. Young one, think carefully." Liu Bei's expression momentarily froze, his demeanor growing considerably more serious. Just when everyone anticipated he would contemplate his next move, he replied with utmost sincerity, "You are correct. I must indeed think this through. I detest being threatened, and I possess a rebellious streak that exceeds most. Provoke me, and I shall not tolerate it." As he spoke, under the increasingly terrified gaze of Peng Nantian, Liu Bei tightened his grip, and Luo Xiang's pained groans abruptly ceased. His head reduced to a pool of blood and bone in Liu Bei's grasp. "So now he is dead. What will you do about it?" All present were rendered speechless. None could fathom that Liu Bei would dare to commit murder. Xiao Guoming was utterly stunned. Practitioners of energy were not so superstitious. Bloodshed at a banquet was secondary. However, offending a second-rate hidden sect while publicly slaying someone in the city? How would Liu Bei resolve this? Chapter 51, The Murder Token. Peng Nantian was furious, his eyes ablaze with rage, itching to strike Liu Bei down on the spot. "You have guts, young one, but this is the city, and the long-standing rule against killing cannot be violated. I shall now act in accordance with the law and apprehend you." With that, he stepped forward, unleashing the oppressive aura of a fifth-tier energy master, instantly enveloping Liu Bei. His hand shot out, a terrifying energy coalescing as it reached for Liu Bei, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, before Liu Bei could react, Xiao Guoming, who had been standing nearby, suddenly intervened. It appeared he had been on guard. Raising a hand to deflect Peng Nantian's attack, he then promptly commanded others to encircle Liu Bei, intentionally stating, "Hold on, Brother Peng. The events that transpired at my Xiao family banquet must be managed by us. We will await the arrival of the governing body." "What do you mean?" Peng Nantian glared at Xiao Guoming, his expression darkening. "In the city, killing is prohibited. Do you mean to shield this criminal?" This was an attempt to pressure Xiao Guoming using the rules of the Xia Kingdom, for all present knew that the prohibition against murder in the city was absolute. Any act of violence would threaten societal stability. After all, while energy masters possessed exaggerated combat prowess, the majority of individuals were ordinary people without the talent for energy cultivation. Without protective regulations, the safety of the populace could not be assured, who would guarantee the basic functioning of society. Hence, murder within the city was a grave offense under current laws. Though Peng Nantian hailed from the mountains, he understood these fundamental rules. At that moment, Xiao Guoming calmly replied, "Brother Peng, you have misunderstood me. Who said I would shield this young friend? I merely wish to ensure that the situation remains impartial until the governing body arrives. Until then, any violence would be unlawful." Having said this, Xiao Guoming glanced at Liu Bei and noted his unflustered demeanor, a flicker of admiration rising within him. Though ruthless and decisive, this young man exhibited remarkable composure, suggesting he possessed a contingency plan. Peng Nantian, witnessing this, was both furious and anxious, yet found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Guoming's reasoning was impeccable, adhering to the laws of the Xia Kingdom. Thus, mere minutes later, a group of personnel clad in distinct uniforms of the governing body arrived on the scene. What has transpired? Peng Nantian promptly recounted the events, summarizing it all in one succinct statement. Their young master had been murdered, and it had occurred right here in the city. Upon hearing this, the governing body personnel's expressions shifted dramatically. Murder within the city was tantamount to flouting the law. They turned their gaze toward the youth in black, their eyes grave. Do you plead guilty?" Xiao Guoming was taken aback, internally exclaiming, "What a shock." He had initially believed the young man to have a plan, expecting some sort of strategy to emerge. But now, observing the governing body's stance, it was evident that he was utterly unprepared. "I plead guilty. I fear you lack the qualifications." At this moment, Liu Bei calmly spoke up. just as he was about to be handcuffed. He leisurely removed the purple waste token and tossed it aside. The managing personnel instinctively fumbled to catch it, and then his pupils dilated in shock. A waste token belonging to a core disciple of a top-tier academy? The man's voice trembled with excitement, yet disbelief lingered. Don't believe me? You can verify it. Although my name hasn't been registered yet, you might want to inquire who entrusted it to me. This statement instantly drenched the man in cold sweat, and he quickly grasped the youth's identity before him. Damn it! No one informed him that the murderer was a core disciple. Killing within the city was strictly prohibited for ordinary chi masters, yet exceptions existed for certain privileged individuals. Core disciples of top-tier academies were among them, and in some areas, the purple waste token was colloquially referred to as a killing token. This was because core disciples of the 6 prestigious institutions held a status equivalent to that of a deputy director of the local management bureau. Displaying the tokens signified their authority. During missions, they could even mobilize local personnel, making murder within the city a trivial matter. Thus, under the astonished gazes of all present, the man respectfully returned the waste token to Liu Bei. It was indeed a core disciple-s token. Under special circumstances, one could act accordingly, and after a killing, a report must be submitted to the local management bureau. Upon hearing this, everyone on site was rendered speechless. A core disciple-s token possessed such authority? What special circumstances warranted murder, followed by a report? Was this not mere nonsense? After all, once a person was killed, how could one dictate the contents of the report? Peng Nantian clearly could not accept this outcome and shouted vehemently, "You are covering for him. If such a privilege exists, why is no one aware of it?" The man from the management bureau regarded Liu Bei with a mocking expression, already harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Peng Nantian. A core disciple. Who would not want to curry favor? What do you know? A core disciple-s presence is tantamount to the status of our local management bureau's deputy director. The right to kill in the city under special circumstances is inherently lawful. It's just that previous core disciples typically reported back to the academy quickly, and no one ever dared to offend them, which is why this rule has remained obscure for so long. This is preposterous. As Peng Nantian's disbelief grew, the man's expression darkened further. I have reached a conclusion. Liu Bei is innocent. Should you dispute this, feel free to appeal. With that, he turned back to Liu Bei, his expression filled with humility. Meanwhile, he silently lamented his misfortune. There was only one core disciple in the entire Zhanghai-based city, and he had the misfortune of encountering him. Seeing the man no longer exuding a domineering demeanor, Liu Bei smirked slightly. So, I am free of any repercussions? The man hesitated before responding. There is a minor matter regarding the killing report. Liu Bei turned his gaze directly at the man, and the sudden pressure rendered the atmosphere tense. Sensing the shift, the man quickly amended his statement. However, the report may not be necessary. We can resolve it ourselves. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei nodded in satisfaction, casually snatching the waste token from the man's hand and sauntering towards the exit. Quite understanding, he remarked. Before leaving, he glanced at Xiao Wanwan and her father, offering a fist salute of apology. I apologize for causing difficulties for your esteemed household. Xiao Guoming signaled that it was of no concern, while Xiao Wanwan appeared deeply moved, thinking that Liu Bei must have acted on her behalf. The conflict ignited by the core disciple-s token seemed merely an excuse Liu Bei had conjured. At that moment, a furious Peng Nantian silently emitted a murderous intent. You youngsters, remember this day, 9 sons of the immortal cave. You dare kill the son of our sect leader. Liu Bei, unfazed, chuckled in response. There's no need for threats. If you have the capability, come at me directly. I, Liu Bei, welcome the 9 sons of the immortal cave to seek revenge at any time. With that, Liu Bei leisurely departed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. On the bus, Liu Bei settled into a window seat at the back. Reflecting on the killing he had just executed, he found it exhilarating, even more so than the murders outside the city. Unlike the life and death battles in the arena, this was purely an act of killing outside the confines of rules, subsequently using those very rules for self-preservation. The thrill of killing under such circumstances intrigued him. This was somewhat troubling. If this continued, he might truly become the villain. The exhilaration of taking a life certainly did not align with the heroic archetype. Regaining his composure, he shifted his focus to the 4th-tier spear within the core disciple's token space, feeling a tinge of excitement. In just a few days, the reporting time would arrive. With it, he should face no significant issues. Liu Bei murmured to himself, eagerly anticipating the upcoming journey to report outside the city. He was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, as this would be the final opportunity for all his hidden adversaries to seek vengeance. Once he successfully entered the top-tier academy, how many would dare lay a hand on him? He hoped for a greater number of challengers. There certainly wouldn't be enough to sate his thirst for blood. Chapter 52, Departing the City. At the break of dawn, Liu Bei finished his morning routine and began packing his belongings. After ensuring he had not forgotten anything, he rose, slinging the prepared backpack over his shoulder as he exited his room. The reason for his departure was straightforward. The agreed-upon reporting time had arrived. He was about to leave the city and head towards the location of the top-tier academy, Huohua Academy, for registration. This departure from the city would also pose the most significant challenge he would face prior to enrollment. Meanwhile, within a luxurious estate in the economic district of Jianghai Bay City, the head of the Liu family, who was also Liu Xia's father, sat in a chair, listening intently to a low report from an aide. Head, Liu Bade has set out. He has left the city without hesitation and without any protective personnel. Liu Hongda clenched his fist tightly, reducing the pristine porcelain in his grasp to ashes. He has finally emerged. Liu Hongda's expression was one of madness, as he struggled to accept the death of his daughter, Liu Xia. It was crucial to note the immense resources he had expended to nurture such a prodigious daughter. Now it had all been destroyed by Liu Bade, who had trampled the Liu family's reputation into the ground. How could he endure such a humiliation? If it weren't for the overwhelming power and rigid rules of Huahua Academy, Liu Hongda would have eagerly sought to eliminate Liu Bade himself. However, compared to Liu Bade's life, endangering the entire Liu family was clearly an unwise choice. For this reason, he devised a comprehensive plan. Inform Tianya, they can take action now. Once successful, I will transfer the remaining payment. The subordinate trembled at these words and promptly withdrew after bowing. Tianya was the solution Liu Hongda had conceived. The mentors at Huahua Academy allowed Qi masters under the age of 22 to act freely, but how many among them possessed the capability to guarantee Liu Bade's demise? Based on his understanding of his daughter's strength, Liu Bade, who had easily killed her, must possess an ability comparable to a third-tier pinnacle master. This did not account for any potential breakthroughs or hidden trump cards during this time. Hence, to eliminate Liu Bade, the best course of action was to act swiftly and summon a fourth-tier Qi master to crush and annihilate him. Yet, achieving a fourth-tier breakthrough before the age of 22 was no small feat. Generally, even graduates from elite martial arts universities might not reach the fourth tier, let alone the entire Liu family. Even within the Jianghai Bay City, there were hardly any capable of meeting the conditions to assassinate Liu Bade. However, Liu Hongda was infuriated with Liu Bei, and he spared no expense to contact the Tianya organization. This so-called Tianya is, in fact, a secluded sect that, after the calamity, revealed its legacy of ancient assassination techniques. As the saying goes, one eats from the mountains if they are near, and from the waters if they flow. Over a century of development has transformed the Tianya sect into the most elite assassination organization of the present day. They accept all assassination contracts, and as long as one can pay the price, they dare to eliminate anyone. Liu Hongda was truly investing heavily this time, for Liu Bei must die. As for whether Tianya would adhere to the regulations of the Huahua Academy, that was of no concern to him. Moments later, a subordinate reported back. Master, we have received a response from Tianya. They will take action. Upon hearing this, Liu Hongda grinned maliciously, muttering to himself, Liu Bei, how dare you live after killing my daughter? On the other side, within a small courtyard in Jianghai Bay City, Zheng Xiai, Chao Li, and Sun Cai met once more. Today marked the day of registration at the esteemed academy, and all students from both inner and outer courts would set out, Liu Bei included. My informant has just notified me that Liu Bei has left his home and is heading towards the city gate. Without any companions, said Chao Li, unable to suppress a cold laugh. This guy must be either arrogant or foolish, daring to leave the city alone. Does he truly believe no one would dare to act against him? Who knows, perhaps his confidence has soared too high recently, given his newfound fame. Sun Cai sneered in agreement. Clearly, all three held a disdainful view of Liu Bei's current achievements. Among them, Zheng Xiai exhibited the most obvious jealousy. He had once been regarded as Jianghai Bay City's #1 prodigy. Even Liu Xia had suffered defeat at his hands, yet now, a mere Liu Bei of the second stage had stolen his spotlight. How could he not feel envious? Having missed his chance during the core disciple competition, this would be his final opportunity to seize the waste token. Thus, Zheng Xiai was particularly elated. Once he successfully obtained the waste token, his future would be irrevocably altered. Having walked too smoothly, he became overly confident after Liu Xia's demise. However, it mattered not. When the time came, he would personally ensure Liu Bei faced the harsh reality. You? Aren't we the three? Zheng Xiai smiled slightly. You are my insurance. When the time comes to strike, I will personally assess Liu Bei. So confident, Chao Li remarked, somewhat astonished. Then she observed Zheng Xi's calm demeanor. Perhaps he had held some concerns before. But after unwittingly breaking through to perfection in his martial skills after 3 years of training, reaching the third stage's 8th level, he felt no significant issues lay ahead. The other two were taken aback, then relieved. No wonder he had suddenly become so self-assured. It turned out he had achieved a breakthrough. However, the plan remained unchanged. Regardless of whether I alone suppress him in the end, the promised rewards would not waver. If either of you face difficulties in the inner court in the future, I shall intervene. Zheng Xiai spoke with conviction, as if he could already envision himself as a core disciple. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Prior to Liu Bei's unexpected emergence in the assessments, he had always believed this. He had fantasized countless times about becoming a core disciple, with all others bowing and submitting at his feet. But those dreams were shattered by Liu Bei, who, in his eyes, had stolen what rightfully belonged to him. Most importantly, with my backing, Your resources will undoubtedly surpass those of others. This is my unwavering promise. All right, it's a deal then. Liu Bei is as good as dead. Upon hearing this, Chao Li and Sun Cai exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere grew congenial. Meanwhile, as various factions plotted their schemes within the city, Liu Bei had boldly exited its confines. Looking back at the city walls, he felt a surge of anticipation. Come on, the more, the merrier. With that, he donned his black attire and set off towards his destination. Behind him, atop the city walls, He Ling wore a worried expression, accompanied by other principals from the Yunchang district. Do we really not need to accompany him for protection? I see that other inner and outer court disciples have security personnel with them during registration. He Ling sighed, slowly shaking his head. What he said holds merit. Those over the age of 22 cannot lay a hand on him, but it does not mean they cannot act against us. Therefore, the significance of protection is minimal. Those intending to strike will certainly come prepared, and there will be specialized individuals to act against him. Rather than this, it is better for him to leave the city alone, to avoid dragging other students from Yunchang district into trouble. As for those who covet him, I shall handle it. The key is, can he manage on his own? He Ling shook his head. That depends on him. And this is also a test from Minter Zhong Huang of the Huahua Academy. If he successfully navigates this, it will undoubtedly yield great benefits. The others exchanged understanding glances, then sighed. This lad is quite decisive. Let us just hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 53. Wait a minute. How did you reach the third stage's 6th level? According to the map, the Huahua Academy was established within a mountain located 500 kilometers outside Zhanghai Base City. The connection between the two locations was a road that was maintained year-round, ensuring that no excessively powerful alien beasts roamed nearby. One purpose was to prevent damage to the road by these beasts, while the other was to guarantee students do not encounter unexpected dangers during registration. For students generally accepted with strengths at the late 2nd stage, this distance would be sufficient to reach within 2 days. If not for the need to conserve energy for unforeseen circumstances, they could actually arrive in a single day. Meanwhile, Liu Bei had already traveled over 3 hours. Having covered more than 100 kilometers from the city, he had deliberately slowed his pace, fearing that if he moved too quickly, those behind him would not catch up. Along the way, he encountered only a few early-stage 2nd-level alien beasts and otherwise had a relatively uneventful journey. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted as he entered a forest, where he sensed unfamiliar gazes watching him. Individuals of considerable strength, yet they posed little pressure. A surge of joy welled within him. He realized someone was eager to make a move. He was uncertain whether it was members of the Liu family or others coveting his core identity. Just then, 3 figures appeared, accompanied by the sound of cutting air, quietly surrounding Liu Bei from 3 directions. Liu Bei, it has been a while, the leader, a young man clad in a yellow and black martial arts uniform, remarked, his sharp brows and bright eyes rendering him quite handsome. Liu Bei recognized him instantly. This was Zheng Xiai, who had been among the 22 during the core assessment competition. From subsequent intelligence, he learned that this individual had once overshadowed Liu Xia, being hailed as Zhanghai City's #1. Beside him stood a man named Sun Cai and a woman named Chao Li, both leaders from various regions. Akin to how Liu Xia had once been the foremost in the southern 5 districts. At this moment, Zheng Xiai spoke again, his tone calm and self-assured, as if he had already secured victory over Liu Bei. Liu Bei, we 3 are here for a reason, as you may well know. I will give you an opportunity. Hand over your waste token, and we can exchange identities without further issues. Otherwise, as he spoke, the 3 exchanged subtle glances, their eyes glinting with icy intent as they fixed their gaze on Liu Bei. Yet, their words did not impose any pressure on Liu Bei. Otherwise what? To be honest, I'm quite curious. Liu Bei's attitude immediately provoked the trio. Chao Li, seeing this, sneered. I advise you not to be overly arrogant, Liu Bei. While you do possess some strength, we are not like Liu Xia, nor are we alone. We are still outside the city. And dying here means no one will come to collect your remains. Chao Li is correct. Perhaps you are stronger than Liu Xia, but can you surpass the 3 of us? Even if you unleash your secret techniques to kill Liu Xia, how long can you maintain that power? Can you withstand the combined assault of the 3 of us? Sun Cai offered his counsel with a confident smile, feigning concern for Liu Bei's well-being. We do not seek your life. That is the desire of the Liu family. Simply relinquish your waste token, and this matter will end here. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. At this moment, Zheng Xiai revealed a hint of displeasure, raising his hand to interrupt the 2. It was agreed that you would merely contain him to prevent his escape. It is I who shall defeat him. Zheng Xiai spoke with unwavering conviction, as if to assert his dominance. When the 3 of them first allied against Liu Bei, he had genuinely feared he would not be able to prevail. But now, he felt assured of victory. Liu Bei, at the 2nd level of the 3rd tier, could defeat Liu Xia at the 6th level. However, Zheng Xiai had already reached the 8th level. He was a full 6 minor realms above Liu Bei. With perfected combat techniques and advancements in his momentum, what could possibly lead to his defeat? To compensate for his earlier hesitance, he now displayed even greater arrogance and confidence. Upon hearing this, the 2 others quickly understood. Very well, We shall see your performance. With us here, he cannot escape. Indeed, brother Zeng. Enjoy the battle to your heart's content. Zeng Xiai, encouraged by their words, smiled smugly. Rest assured, the battle will end swiftly. He stands no chance. However, before he could finish speaking, Zeng Xi's heart tightened, and an alarm blared in his mind. Just by lifting his gaze, he saw Liu Bei's pupils constrict sharply as a black spear materialized, its tip vibrating ominously as it closed in. Liu Bei held the spear with one hand. Taking a light step forward, his terrifying physical prowess allowed him to transform into a blur in an instant. In the next moment, his figure appeared like a specter, mere meters from Zeng Xiai. Alarm! Alarm! Zeng Xiai never imagined that his safety distance would be breached in the blink of an eye. The smile on his lips had yet to vanish when he could only hurriedly sidestep and raise his hand to deflect the spear, altering its trajectory. The moment his palm made contact with the spear, a cloud of smoke erupted, and the pain forced Zeng Xiai to retract his hand reflexively, revealing a wound that had already begun to bleed. What terrifying speed and power! Zeng Xiai narrowly avoided the strike, yet was left utterly shaken. Had he merely touched the spear's shaft and already suffered injury? This was undeniably excessive. Though he was aware of Liu Bei's famed physical prowess, he never anticipated such immense pressure in actual combat. Liu Bei, having missed his strike, felt it was only natural. After all, having subdued Liu Xia for 3 years, it would be too anticlimactic to perish from a single thrust. Moreover, he had not yet unleashed his full strength. Such was to be expected. Why be so foolish? If we are to fight, let us engage, rather than prattle on. Liu Bei held the spear at an angle, its tip resting on the ground. You had best possess some genuine skill. Otherwise, tonight, the beasts in this area shall feast. With a cold smirk, Liu Bei vanished, darting through the air. Zeng Xiai quickly regained his composure, and witnessing Liu Bei's arrogance, he shouted furiously, "You seek death, and I shall oblige." Boom. The third-tier 8th-level realm was unmistakable as he conjured a long sword that glimmered with a cyan glow. Perfected combat technique. Sword light flowing wings. Buzz. The sword's energy resonated, as if imbued with life, and Zeng Xiai, wielding the long sword, transformed into a streak of light, charging at Liu Bei. With this strike, what could you use to defend? Zeng Xiai bellowed, intent on slaying Liu Bei to redeem his earlier humiliation. Liu Bei, observing this, maintained an expression of indifference, seemingly unaffected by any pressure. In an instant, his energy surged, muscles bulging as black flames enveloped the spear, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black dragon that soared skyward. Combat technique, soaring dragon's roar. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated, causing the ears of those present to throb, while the expressions of the two onlookers turned animated. The biological form of the combat skill emitted a fierce cry. Was this not the hallmark of a perfected technique? Moreover, judging by the momentum Liu Bei had just unleashed, he was unmistakably at the 6th level of the 3rd tier. As the two combat techniques clashed, they became two radiant streaks of light that collided. In that moment, the sword light wings shattered into countless energy motes, vanishing into thin air. Yet, Liu Bei's black dragon merely paused for an instant before once again charging towards Zeng Xiai. At this moment, Zeng Xi's expression drastically shifted. This was not right. This was definitely not how it was supposed to unfold. It was agreed that a 3rd tier 8th level would contend with a 2nd level. Yet, you had suddenly ascended to the 6th level of the 3rd tier? Had he known, he would never have come. If Liu Bei, previously at the 2nd level of the 3rd tier, could slay someone at the 6th level, what could he possibly use to fight back now that Liu Bei was at the 6th level himself? Zeng Xi's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the black dragon approaching. He could only grit his teeth and gather his remaining strength for one last strike. At the same time, he could no longer be concerned about his pride and shouted, "Come help me. If I perish, none of you shall escape." Liu Bei wielded his spear, spinning it to create arcs of black. A buy one, get two. How generous. Chapter 54, Fairness in Life. Chao Li and Sun Cai exchanged glances, their expressions paling as they realized the gravity of the situation. They had already offended Liu Bei beyond measure. Even if they fled now, where could they hide in the Fire Hua Academy? Given Liu Bei's central role and his vengeful nature, they would assuredly face dire consequences. Rather than risk it, it would be wiser to join forces and contain him here. Chao Li swept her long, slender hand across her waist, summoning a crimson whip that coiled like a dragon toward Liu Bei. It adeptly ensnared the spear's end, pulling tightly. Act now. Sun Cai, understanding the cue, transformed into a blur, producing a dagger aimed directly at Liu Bei's throat. The two struck with lethal intent, showing no hint of hesitation. How laughable. Liu Bei scoffed, unleashing his energy, causing the spear to tremble. In disbelief, Chao Li watched as Liu Bei forcefully broke free from her binding and swung the spear, resembling a crescent moon bow, towards Sun Cai. Whoosh. The air whistled as the violent friction revealed faint golden dragon scales on the black spear. Sun Cai's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing he had to retract his killing blow, his feet hurriedly shifting as he attempted to evade. Boom. An explosion echoed as the ground beneath the strike of the spear collapsed, forming a pit several meters deep. Good heavens! If that hit me, would I truly survive? Sun Sai's face drained of color as he instinctively took a step back. Watching the spear descend beside him, his fighting spirit was utterly extinguished. He swore. Had he not dodged that strike, he would likely be in two pieces by now. Fortunately, the actions of his companions provided Zheng Xiai with a moment of respite. Seeing their intervention, he pivoted on his toes, channeling his energy into the long sword once more as he charged at Liu Bei. Together, if we three combine our efforts, he is surely doomed. Chao Li and Sun Sai understood there was no retreat, gritting their teeth to join the assault. In an instant, the three top-tier prodigies of Zhonghai Bay City united like never before, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Combat technique, sword light flowing wings. Combat technique, fire python strike. Combat technique, shadow lunge. Three individuals, each with a distinct perspective, encircled Liu Bei, effectively eliminating all avenues of escape and creating an overwhelming force. Standing resolutely in place, Liu Bei gripped his long spear, exhibiting no inclination to evade. In a fleeting moment, astonishment flickered across the faces of the trio. What did this mean? Was he truly prepared to withstand a combined strike from all three? What a jest! Who did he think he was? Did he genuinely believe himself invincible? Such arrogance. To endure the full brunt of our collective assault would surely result in dire consequences. Zheng Xi's expression twisted in rage, feeling utterly insulted. Yet, just as the trio believed victory was within their grasp, they caught a glimpse of two golden pupils igniting, as if golden flames were ablaze within those icy eyes. Instantly, an aura of unfathomable terror surged forth. Ferocity, bloodlust, brutality, madness. Waves of this presence swept across the battlefield, crimson vapor beginning to rise from Liu Bei's form. How dare those barking curs challenge me? A thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, the black spear was enveloped in shimmering golden scales, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that sliced through the air. Even the very air was compressed by this terrifying violence, producing sonic booms. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds resonated as the three figures were sent hurtling backward. They crashed through dozens of sturdy trees before finally coming to a halt, collapsing onto the ground. A bitter taste surged in Zheng Xi's throat, and he was unable to suppress a mouthful of blood that sprayed forth. His face was a canvas of shock. How could this be possible? This man had shattered the combined might of three skilled warriors with a single spear strike. Not to mention the others, Zheng Xiai himself wielded a perfected S-rank combat technique. To be obliterated by a single thrust, was there no justice or law in this world? The pain. Nearby, anguished cries echoed from his companions. In contrast to Zheng Xi's superior strength, the plight of Chao Li and Sun Sai was even more harrowing. Chao Li's right hand, once wielding a whip, now lay limp, her bones and tendons shattered. Sun Sai, on the other hand, found his dagger snapped. His chest visibly caved in. Yet, compared to the pain coursing through their bodies, the shock within their hearts was far more profound. Despite being at the same third stage 6th level, how could such a chasm in power exist? Was this man truly a human chi master, denying them a moment's respite? Liu Bei advanced, his entire being radiating an aura of bloodlust. The sight of his piercing golden eyes shattered the trio's resolve. Ding! Player has defeated the three great prodigies in one strike, earning a bounty of fear emotions, 9,400 points of tyranny. Liu Bei gradually approached Zheng Xiai, the black spear lightly tapping against his cheek. Were you not so boastful moments ago? Why the silence now? Zheng Xi's eyes were a tumult of emotions, regret, fear, and resentment coalescing within. Observing this, Liu Bei let out a cold chuckle, thrusting the spear's tip into Zheng Xi's mouth, and then twisting it with force. The air was filled with his agonized screams. If you no longer wish to speak, then cease your words altogether. With that, Liu Bei thrust the spear forward, piercing through Zheng Xi's throat. His body convulsed in a final struggle before slowly succumbing to stillness. Chao Li and Sun Sai trembled in fear, their impending doom rendering them submissive. Liu Bei turned, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the two. Now, tell me how you wish to meet your end. Chao Li's body quivered, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Liu Bei, it was all Zheng Xi's plan. We were merely deceived by him. How about this? I will serve you faithfully from now on, and you'll need someone like me at the Firehua Academy, right? I can offer you money and resources, or even my own life. No sooner had she spoken than the spear whistled through the air, the sound of it piercing flesh ringing sharply, echoing around them. Liu Bei chuckled lightly. Did I grant you face? You refused to choose. So I shall decide for you. With that, the spear struck down. Crack. Blood and viscera splattered as the headless body crumpled to the ground. Sun Sai, now growing numb to the unfolding horror, realized that Liu Bei would not spare him. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to beg for mercy, his forehead striking the ground with repeated thuds. Liu Bei, Liu Tianjiao, I was wrong. Grant me one chance, please. I truly regret my actions. Excellent. Recognizing your mistake is a good start. Liu Bei's response left Sun Sai momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of joy. Was there hope for him? His anxiety mounted. And just as he prepared to continue his flattery, he looked up to see the spear tip rapidly approaching. Swoosh! The spear pierced through his forehead, illuminating the path through and through. Liu Bei retracted the spear, shaking off the blood that clung to it. Acknowledgement of one's mistakes is essential. After all, I never expected you to spare me, did I? In life, fairness must prevail. Liu Bei was resolute in his belief that every step he took was extreme. As long as it fell within acceptable bounds, his enemies were destined to perish. From another perspective, should he ever find himself defeated, it was unlikely anyone would show him mercy either. Next, he anticipated the Liu family. Yet, he wondered who the unfortunate soul would be to meet their demise. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Bei stowed his spear into his spatial pouch, then adeptly rifled through the belongings of the three lifeless bodies before continuing his journey toward the Firehua Academy. Chapter 55, The Fifth Stage Pangnantian. Shortly after Liu Bei's departure, a figure resembling smoke gradually materialized. The newcomer surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the corpses of the deceased trio. Such brutality. It is fortunate the organization elevated the task's rating. Otherwise, the assassin might have been unable to subdue them. A hoarse male voice murmured to himself as he glanced toward the direction Liu Bei had vanished. He was a silver-ranked assassin known as Liya, his prowess having reached the fourth stage. Initially, receiving a task to assassinate a high school student had seemed beneath him. A silver-ranked assassin of his caliber being tasked with eliminating a mere high schooler? Was this not akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? However, despite his disdain, the generous reward prompted him to swiftly accept the mission and set out to intercept. True to his assassin's code, Liya adhered to the process of observation, decision-making, and execution. Upon observing Liu Bei, he was taken aback as he witnessed the young man annihilate three prodigies single-handedly, dispelling any notions of underestimating him. Simultaneously, he felt grateful for accepting the task. Had another taken it on, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Regrettably, these three lacked the strength. Had they managed to disrupt Liu Bei's focus, a chance to strike might have emerged. Nevertheless, there was no rush. The journey still had a fair distance to cover, and more formidable challenges awaited him. Liya felt a pang of regret, his gaze following the direction Liu Bei had departed, tinged with a hint of cruelty and anticipation. To eliminate such a prodigy capable of battling beyond his level would surely be exhilarating. Yet, perhaps not, if that old man possessed terrifying power. And if Liu Bei were to fall to him, it would still grant Liya an unexpected merit. With these thoughts in mind, Liya's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Liu Bei maintained a moderate pace, wary of moving too swiftly lest those with ill intentions be unable to keep up, which would be a significant loss for him, as long as he adhered to his plan. This journey to register at the Firehua Academy would undoubtedly yield the highest bounty of tyranny points since his rise to power. Such opportunities must be cherished. Fortunately, fate favored the diligent. In less than 10 miles, another obstacle emerged before him. An elderly man with silver hair and an invigorated demeanor stood before Liu Bei, whose expression turned to one of surprise as he recognized the familiar face. "You little bastard, I have finally found you." This was the guardian of the sect's disciple from the secluded Nine Suns immortal cave, whom Liu Bei had previously dispatched on the spot. He had not anticipated the existence of such individuals, who were evidently waiting to ambush him on the road. What was more concerning was that his opponent was a formidable fifth-tier expert, complicating matters significantly. Liu Bei's expression grew serious, his body tensed, as the confrontation across two major realms sent a prickling sensation across his skin. Observing Liu Bei's cautious demeanor, Pangnantian's lips curled into a vindictive smile. "You arrogant brat. You thought you could be untouchable? If I cannot kill you within the city, then outside the city, what difference does it make? Can the Shao family truly protect you? Old fool, Nine Suns Immortal Cave should be grateful to you, but I wonder if your sect can withstand the wrath of the Firehua Academy." Liu Bei's eyes were fixed intensely on Pangnantian, scrutinizing every change in his expression. To his surprise, Pangnantian displayed no hesitation, his demeanor turning almost frenzied. "That is a matter for the main family. All I desire now is to avenge my young master. Under 22? That rule does not apply to me. What I want is for you to perish." With that, the white-haired elder unleashed his fifth-tier Chi master prowess, a terrifying killing intent enveloping Liu Bei. Suddenly, Liu Bei felt a flash before his eyes, and upon regaining clarity, Pangnantian lunged at him like a colossal flying bear. With no time to hesitate, Liu Bei found himself in a life-or-death crisis, sparing no effort in his response. His golden pupils ignited once more as he thrust his spear towards Pangnantian. The impact sent a shockwave that flattened the surrounding trees, scattering dust and debris. However, unlike before, Liu Bei was sent hurtling backward, tumbling through the air before barely landing on his feet. What incredible strength! Liu Bei mused inwardly, realizing that even unleashing his full power might not suffice against this old adversary. He began scanning his surroundings, contemplating an escape route. He harbored no illusions of invincibility. Against an opponent of such overwhelming strength, was fleeing not the only option? Moreover, this old man had gone mad. disregarding any consequences that might arise for the Nine Sons' immortal cave in his quest for vengeance. There was no need to confront him head-on, as long as he survived. The opportunity for retribution would eventually arise. With this in mind, Liu Bei took the initiative, swinging his spear, its golden shaft transforming into a dragon as it surged towards Peng Nantian. The elder's disbelief was palpable. Here he was, a fifth-tier expert, and yet he found himself compelled to use a second strike against a mere third-tier brat. How could this be anything but an affront? More astonishingly, the boy was not only unscathed but even charging at him with intent to kill. What was the meaning of this? Was he challenging fate itself? Enraged, Peng Nantian's chi surged forth as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. The force was fearsome enough to uproot trees in its wake. A thunderous boom echoed as Liu Bei spat blood, propelled by the overwhelming backlash into the depths of the forest. Seeing this, Peng Nantian seethed with rage, hovering in midair and pursuing him. You shameless wretch. If you have the audacity, do not flee. How absurd. A fifth-tier expert bullying a third-tier? If you had been born a few decades earlier, killing you would be as easy as swatting a fly. Liu Bei retorted coldly, his feet pounding the ground as he maintained his speed. His face paled. Yet he utilized the effects of his whale swallow and golden body furnace to heal, while remaining vigilant of the pursuing presence behind him. However, the power of that palm strike exceeded his expectations. His internal organs shifted, and several ribs were broken. The pain surged like waves, threatening to erode his sanity and inciting his anger. This was the first time since gaining his extraordinary abilities that he had suffered such a grave setback. That old coot had no sense of martial ethics, shamelessly taking advantage of his superior rank. Thankfully, his physical strength surpassed that of his peers, enabling him to endure the blows and escape. After several agonizing seconds, Liu Bei burnt through a third of his chi to stabilize his internal injuries. Aware of Peng Nantian's relentless pursuit, he dared not pause. You shall undoubtedly perish today. The elder's taunts echoed behind him, darkening Liu Bei's expression as he quickened his pace. As a fifth-tier expert, Peng Nantian possessed the ability to traverse the air, giving him a significant advantage in the chase. Were it not for the dense foliage surrounding him, Liu Bei feared he might not escape. His only hope lay in exhausting his opponent's chi reserves, thereby creating a chance for survival. With this in mind, Liu Bei deliberately altered his course through the forest, leveraging his agility to evade capture. Old man, I'm merely taking my dog for a walk. What about you? He mocked, eliciting a furious roar from Peng Nantian. Do not be hasty. Once I catch you, you will regret your insolence. Indeed, indeed. Yet you're still trailing behind me, spouting such nonsense. Catch up first. With that, a barrage of long-range attacks erupted from behind. Yet, Liu Bei's nimble movements and the chaotic arrangement of trees allowed him to deftly evade each strike. Look at you, flustered and panicked. Your fifth-tier prowess is wasted. If I were to exert just a finger, I could extinguish you. Silence. You shall die. Thus, the two continued their game of cat and mouse. The hours slowly ticking by. It was only when Peng Nantian, his face twisted in anger, finally descended to the ground that Liu Bei managed to escape. Fuming, Peng Nantian glared at the retreating figure of the black-clad youth, his teeth clenched in frustration. Chasing a fifth-tier expert through the air consumed a considerable amount of chi. Were it not for his years of experience within this realm, he would have collapsed long ago. He had expected Liu Bei, injured and fleeing at such speed, to succumb first. Who could have anticipated that while his own reserves dwindled, the boy seemed to thrive, as if untouched by the chase. This endurance was unparalleled. Even the most resilient beasts could not compare. Watching the youth's diminishing silhouette, he glanced at his own nearly exhausted chi. Peng Nantian could only vent his rage by shattering several giant trees with a strike of his palm. I will wait right here on the path you must traverse. Let us see how long you can evade me. Chapter 56. An unexpected delight in a secluded beast's lair deep within the mountains. Liu Bei sat cross-legged, recuperating within the cave. The recent pursuit had drained more than half of his chi, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of weakness. Were it not for his exceptionally robust physical condition and the continuous replenishment from his whale swallow skill, he might have faced grave danger. After more than half an hour had passed, Liu Bei finally exhaled a cloud of stale air, regaining clarity in his eyes. That old scoundrel was quite ruthless. Liu Bei considered himself cautious, yet he had still underestimated the complexities of human nature. Peng Nantian had dared to disregard the Firehua Academy's boundaries in his thirst for revenge, not only bullying a third-tier practitioner with his fifth-tier status, but also violating the age restriction for those under 22. Given Peng Nantian's appearance, Liu Bei found it hard to believe he was merely in his 20s. It was only due to his immense foundation and the advantages bestowed by his abilities that he had survived. For an ordinary third-tier chi master, death would have been inevitable. However, this also illuminated another truth. The existence of the hidden sects and the various organizations within the borders of the Xia kingdom were far from harmonious. There was at least a facade of civility. Otherwise, how could he so brazenly disregard the rules set by the Firehua Academy? Liu Bei extended his hand to tear off the thigh of the fallen beast. Its lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The energy transformed into black flames. roasting the meat to a perfect crisp on the outside while remaining tender within. After taking a few hearty bites, he felt his hunger adequately addressed. His gaze then shifted to the open dark gray screen, his eyes fixated on the points of infamy below. Mythical Dark Beast, Little Black. Realm, 3rd stage, 6th layer. Skills, Golden Body Furnace, active. Unity of Heaven and Man, passive. Blade of Metal, active. Racial Talent, Devour, Weapon Mastery. Combat Techniques, Demon Suppression Technique, Dragon Roar. Heavenly Tao Insight, Force of Might. Overall evaluation. The player's cultivation has yielded modest success. You may now attempt to exert your dominance over the week. Points of Infamy, 118, 800, eligible for treasure extraction. Ding. The player has engaged in consecutive fierce battles, establishing a solid foundation. Please enhance your strength promptly. A staggering 11,000 points of infamy. Moreover, after numerous battles during this period, the system's restrictions had finally been lifted, allowing for further investment. With a decisive wave of his hand, Liu Bei consumed 60,000 points of infamy. Ding. White-haired ape, 599. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have extracted a rare dark beast. The nine-tailed demon fox. A stroke of luck? Liu Bei felt a flicker of surprise. Yet upon recalling that he had drawn only one noteworthy item from 600 consecutive attempts, he couldn't help but feel the game was rather exploitative. Nevertheless, the emergence of any rare creature was indeed a fortuitous event, and with good fortune, he might even absorb new skills. Ding. Skill absorption initiated. The progress bar gradually increased, and after a few minutes, Liu Bei's panel experienced an update. Mythical Dark Beast, Little Black. Realm, 3rd stage, 9th layer, Great Perfection. Skills, Golden Body Furnace, active. Unity of Heaven and Man, passive. Blade of Metal, active. Charm, active. Racial Talent, Devour, Weapon Mastery. Combat Techniques, Demon Suppression Technique, Dragon Roar. Heavenly Tao Insight, Force of Might. Overall evaluation. The player's cultivation has yielded modest success. You may now attempt to exert your dominance over the week. Points of Infamy, 58, 800, eligible for treasure extraction. Ding. The player has engaged in consecutive fierce battles, establishing a solid foundation. Please enhance your strength promptly. Liu Bei felt a surge of frustration, his teeth clenched in anger. This game was becoming increasingly unreasonable. It required over 60,000 infamy points to elevate 3 layers to achieve great perfection. Was it trying to drain him dry? What would happen when he reached the 4th stage? Would his points of infamy even keep pace? With such grievances in mind, his gaze shifted back to the skills section. Indeed, having absorbed the rare dark beast yielded a new skill, Charm. This was to be expected. After all, a nine-tailed fox was quite fitting for such a skill. Yet, he pondered its effectiveness. At that moment, Liu Bei activated the Charm skill. As the black-purple aura expanded, a shadow surged from the beast's cave, dashing toward Liu Bei with lethal intent. What the hell? Liu Bei was taken aback. He had merely intended to test the skill and had inadvertently drawn out an old adversary. This creature had somehow eluded his senses, lurking at the cave's entrance. Had he not activated the skill by chance, he would have likely been ambushed from behind. At that moment, not only was Liu Bei startled, but the shadowy figure of Li Ye was equally astonished. He had stealthily followed Liu Bei, anticipating an opportunity to strike and fulfill his mission. However, Liu Bei's speed had left him no chance to act before the latter entered the cave. Li Ye, standing at the cave's mouth, hesitated to rush in, wary of attacking in such a confined space. After careful consideration, he activated a unique concealment technique, silently hiding at the entrance, waiting for the right moment. He believed his plan was flawless until a sudden black-purple aura enveloped him, causing him to uncontrollably charge into the cave. In that instant, he realized that Liu Bei had been aware of his presence all along, orchestrating a counterattack against him. Yet, with no other choice, he adapted, drawing his poisoned dagger and aiming for Liu Bei's throat, hoping for a swift kill. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, having briefly recovered from his shock, quickly pieced together the situation. Charm was essentially a forced taunt, compelling other targets within range to attack him. He anticipated that one would be hiding here. With a steely glare, Liu Bei wielded his spear, launching a powerful strike. Li Ye felt an impending sense of doom, an overwhelming murderous intent pricking at his heart, forcing him to abandon his attack and shift positions. He sensed that while he could potentially inflict serious harm on Liu Bei, he would undoubtedly perish in the process. Liu Bei's spear struck with a force that reverberated throughout the cave, allowing external light to pierce through the mountainside. Li Ye narrowly evaded the strike, instinctively glancing back, only to be struck with terror. Was this man even human? Hadn't he just been severely wounded while fleeing from a 5th-stage elder? How could he still muster the strength to unleash such a devastating blow? Not wasting any time, Liu Bei continued his assault, swinging the spear in a golden arc, closing in on Li Ye's position in the blink of an eye. Li Ye had no time to react as he saw a spear adorned with golden scales descending upon him. "Stop! I mean you no harm," he cried out, as he enveloped the spear with a sphere of energy in a desperate attempt to halt its descent. Boom! The tremendous force bore down upon him, bending his knees and forcing him to kneel, the ground cracking beneath the weight of the impact. Seeing the spear under control, Liu Bei released it, gliding forward to deliver a powerful punch. The fluidity of his movements suggested a well-laid plan, and with a heavy fist, Liu was sent crashing into the cave wall, creating a gaping hole. Liu Bei retrieved his spear, a smirk on his face. You may harbor no ill will, but I certainly do. Chapter 57, Slaying the Fourth Stage. Liu Bei considered himself no fool, yet there were those who mistook him for one. He didn't know who his adversary was. But the mere fact that Liu had been lurking at the entrance for so long indicated ill intent. Would Liu Bei grant him mercy? That was nothing short of a jest. Liu staggered from the cave, blood trickling from his mouth as he cast a wary glance at the approaching figure. The youth clad in black appeared like a harbinger of death, his spear firmly in hand, advancing with a menacing aura that belied his earlier flight. How was this possible? How had he recovered so swiftly? No, it wasn't just his strength that had returned. His realm had become even more formidable. Liu focused, his heart racing in alarm. The boy before him now radiated the aura of a third-stage great perfection. Impossible. He had only been at the mid-level of the third stage moments ago. How had he ascended to great perfection so quickly? Liu's disbelief only served to confirm Liu Bei's suspicions that he was not mistaken. The individual has been trailing closely behind. Fool. How else could one elevate their realm? Naturally, it requires a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Liu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. They had only entered the cave for a brief moment, yet he had already shattered 3 minor realms. Did he truly consider him a fool? However, at this juncture, with both parties in a standoff, it was clear that one of them would meet their demise. Liu specialized in assassination, yet every assassin possesses a last-ditch technique. That is the secret art of the surest strike, a technique mastered by every assassin in the world. It gathers 90% of one's energy to unleash an explosive attack, with the core constituting 50% of one's vitality, resulting in a striking force twice that of one's current realm. The secret technique within Liu began to circulate slowly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly stating, I can assure you I will not follow you, provided you allow me to leave. You may live, and I shall live too. Otherwise, should I unleash this technique, your death is inevitable, and I will fall in realm. Think carefully. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's lips curled into a smirk, clearly prepared to gamble with his life. The attire of his opponent bore no resemblance to the decorations of noble families from the Xia kingdom. Rather, it resembled the sex akin to that of Peng Nantian. He must have mastered some secret technique, much like Luo Xiong, whom he had slain. A fourth-tier novice chi master employing a life-or-death technique might have persuaded him just minutes ago, but now, having reached the pinnacle of the third tier, he had no reason to fear a mere fourth-tier beginner. Did he truly believe his demise was a certainty? Preposterous. Whether I live or die is not for you to dictate. It is simply regarding the strike I am about to unleash. Liu Bei chuckled lightly. You should exert your utmost effort, striving for that sliver of hope in the face of my attack. Liu had never anticipated Liu Bei would exhibit such defiance. A third-tier pinnacle against his fourth tier, and no prodigies might surpass their ranks. He expected a modicum of hesitation from his adversary. Yet this fellow demanded that he exert himself, or risk losing even that fleeting chance of survival. Arrogant, brash, and conceited, these words aptly described Liu Bei at this moment. Witnessing this, Liu accelerated the circulation of his energy, followed by the eruption of his secret technique. If that is the case, then go to your death. With his vitality ignited and burning, all of Liu's energy converged into a singular point for a concentrated explosion. Instantly, a terrifying pressure materialized, swirling within the cave, expanding it into a whirlwind that relentlessly enlarged the confines. In no time, even the corpses of the beasts on the ground were pulverized into dust. Die! Liu bellowed decisively, with a short sword suspended and spinning between his hands, all his vitality and energy coalescing into that one blade. Whoosh! Almost imperceptibly, the short sword traced a faint line through the air before hurtling towards Liu Bei. In an instant, Liu Bei activated the furnace of his golden body, his third-tier pinnacle state surging forth, and as his golden pupils ignited, it was as if a divine monarch had descended. An overwhelming, bloodthirsty aura erupted explosively. Immediately, his muscles tensed, the patterns upon his back resembling a ghastly visage. Finally channeling into the spear in his grasp, aimed directly at the short sword. Boom. At the moment of contact between their attacks, a violent energy rampaged. Liu Bei's strength, a culmination of the fourth-tier Chi Master's entire energy and half of his vitality, was already terrifying beyond measure, exuding a magnificent force. Yet, even so, it was insufficient against the full-force spear Liu Bei unleashed. The spear, adorned with black and golden scales, surged forth like a dragon pouncing. Its might comparable to a mountain pressing down, an unstoppable force unleashed. Accompanied by the cacophony of explosive sounds, the radiance trailing the short sword began to fissure, ultimately spreading across the entire blade in Liu's incredulous gaze. In an instant, sword energy and spear light intersected, sending debris flying through the air. The entire cave trembled violently beneath the collision of their forces. Buzz. Liu Bei, with residual strength, surged forward, the spear emitting a resonant hum as if answering him. Under such immense pressure, the short sword disintegrated into powder. Impossible. My fourth-tier weapon. Liu exclaimed in disbelief, but soon realized his grave error. After the short sword was obliterated, the spear still had the strength to continue its assault. The spear tip, gleaming coldly, surged towards his face. The specter of death loomed, forcing Liu to unleash all remaining energy and vitality to form a defense. Sizzle. Boom. With a sound that tore flesh and bone, the black spear, alongside Liu's figure, crashed against the cave wall, piercing through the mountain and ripping apart dozens of towering trees outside before finally pinning him to one. Why? Liu murmured, his entire body shattered, clinging to a single breath in reluctant disbelief. Crimson blood cascaded from his feet, quickly forming a small stream. Liu Bei leapt from the cave, landing before Liu. Practice makes perfect. Remember to work harder in your next life. Don't be so weak. It's tiresome to kill. With that, Liu Bei shook the spear in his hand. In a cacophony of clattering, Liu was reduced to dozens of fragments, scattered, uncertain who would claim them next. Ding. Player has slain an opponent of a higher realm, earning 21,000 points of infamy. A fourth-tier Chi master could yield at least 20,000 points of infamy. Liu Bei silently noted this figure, feeling an increased weight of pressure. It seemed that the speed of breaking through after reaching the fourth tier would significantly diminish. The infamy points required for breakthroughs were increasing, yet the span of infamy points awarded for killing was not as plentiful as he had imagined. It appeared he would need to shift his focus to the beasts instead. Not only were they easier to slay, but they were also numerous. Liu Bei recalled that Xiao Wanwan had informed him that upon entering the university, he could freely enter and exit the academy as long as he accepted tasks. Once there, he could seek a task to hunt beasts, and it was likely no one would care how many he killed. While pondering this, Liu Bei noticed a waist token bound to a piece of Liu's body. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the token with his energy, revealing 3 large characters inscribed upon it. Tianyajian? Is this the name of a sect? Liu Bei mused, considering that if it were the name of a sect, it seemed rather prestigious, unlikely to be compared to third-rate establishments like the Nine Suns Immortal Cave. But the problem was, he had no ties with such a sect. Was it sent by Peng Nantian? That didn't make sense either. Why would Peng Nantian still pursue him if that were the case? If it wasn't he that, could it be the Liu family? After pondering for a long time, Liu Bei ultimately found himself at a loss. Shifting his focus, he turned to a scroll, opening it only to feel a tinge of disappointment. It wasn't the secret technique he had just used, but rather a gathering technique. After examining it for a moment, Liu Bei tossed it along with the Tianyajian waist token into his spatial storage, then stood up and gazed into the distance. That old rascal remains somewhat troublesome. I must devise a plan. Chapter 58, Slaying of 5th Tier. On the path to Firehua Academy, the gray-haired Peng Nantian had been lying in wait for an entire afternoon. As the time for reporting to Firehua Academy drew nearer, he could not believe that Liu Bei would willingly relinquish his position as a core disciple and forego reporting to the academy. Moreover, having forged a mortal enmity with Liu Bei, he had resolved to ambush him here. Yet, as dusk approached, Peng Nantian still did not catch sight of Liu Bei. Instead, several ordinary inner court students passed by, casting him puzzled glances. That little bastard still hasn't he shown up. Could he truly be willing to give up? Peng Nantian murmured softly, beginning to entertain thoughts of retreat. During the day outside the city, things were manageable. Previously, a large number of human Chi masters had swept through this essential route, thus the appearance of beasts was scarce. However, as night falls, the situation transforms entirely. In the darkness, the lurking abilities and vision of the otherworldly beasts are greatly enhanced, and thus, even in close proximity to this official road, formidable creatures begin to emerge. Despite his 5th-tier cultivation, he feels a gnawing unease. Peng Nantian gauged the fading light and gritted his teeth. If I wait another hour and still see no one, I shall seek refuge in a cave. Time passed slowly. Just as Peng Nantian was on the verge of losing patience, a black energy blade erupted from the thicket, swiftly slicing towards the back of his head. His tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, revealing a sinister grin. Little brat, I have finally caught up with you. With that, he deftly rolled to evade the energy blade, his body instinctively pivoting midair, targeting the source of the attack within the forest. Old rascal, today I shall slay you. Liu Bei's cold voice retorted, and upon seeing Peng Nantian soaring towards him, he turned and dashed deeper into the woods. This time, Peng Nantian had wised up. He kept his body close to the ground, deftly maneuvering around obstacles with nimble footwork. In an instant, the distance between the two began to gradually close. Do you truly think you can escape by scurrying about? This time, I shall kill you to sate my wrath. Enough with your prattle. If you dare, then try. Even if I don't enroll in the academy, I will accompany you until the end today. The two raced away from each other, reminiscent of their initial chase. The only difference this time was that Liu Bei's speed had diminished, while Peng Nantian's had increased slightly. Not suspecting anything, Peng Nantian concluded that Liu Bei, having been injured previously, was naturally slower due to not being fully recovered. As the distance shrank, excitement surged within him. By killing Liu Bei, he could deny any wrongdoing, and Firehua Academy would surely struggle to pin the crime on him. After all, if the sect leader's son were to be killed under his watch without any action taken, he would be doomed upon return. Just as Peng Nantian was about to seize Liu Bei, an inexplicable sight met his eyes. Liu Bei, wielding a spear, gathered his strength and unleashed a terrifying beam of light towards a nearby cave. Boom! Accompanied by the explosion, Liu Bei's figure vanished into the dust after a series of aerial bounces. Peng Nantian was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the purpose of this maneuver. Did Liu Bei genuinely believe he could escape through such a ruse? If that were the case, had Peng Nantian truly wasted decades of his life? But just as he pondered, an unforeseen change occurred. An overwhelming aura surged from the cave engulfed in dust. Roar! Who dares? With the furious roar, Peng Nantian's face turned pale. A fifth-tier late-stage otherworldly beast, the bloodhorn bull. Damn it, does this brat seek death? He intentionally provoked a fifth-tier beast. Neither of us can escape now. It is well known that a beast of the same rank can nearly obliterate a human chi master, unless the human is among the top-tier prodigies. Otherwise, there is no hope of victory in the same realm. And he, having merely become a bodyguard, was certainly not a prodigy. Let alone facing a late-stage fifth-tier beast, he would struggle against even a fifth-tier early-stage one. Run, run, run. The only chance for survival is to flee. While the bloodhorn bull is distracted with Liu Bei, I might still have a chance. Yet, this thought was quickly shattered. To Peng Nantian's horror, he saw that the beast's attack had immediately locked onto him. No, not me. But the otherworldly beast showed no inclination to listen, morphing into a shadow and instantly pouncing before him. Boom. The colossal beast stood at least 7 to 8 meters tall, its powerful iron hooves crashing down, causing the ground to ripple like water. Peng Nantian barely managed to evade, but was still sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, his heart racing with dread. Had he been any slower, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. At the same time, confusion and fear gripped Peng Nantian's mind. Why is this creature fixated on me? Shouldn't it eliminate the one who provoked it first? Why does it target me immediately upon emerging? Instinctively, Peng Nantian's features contorted, and his eyes widened in disbelief. For upon his inspection, he found that Liu Bei had vanished completely. How could this be? In such a short span, Liu Bei's speed should not have allowed him to escape his detection range. Yet now he could not ascertain where his foe had gone. Roar! Before he could ponder further, the murderous intent of the bloodhorn bull surged once more. The crimson horns transformed into bolts of lightning, arcing through the air to pierce towards Peng Nantian's chest and abdomen. Kill! Realizing the gravity of the situation, Peng Nantian understood that only a desperate fight could grant him a chance at survival. Otherwise, given the nature of the beast, escape was utterly impossible. He drew upon his chi and unleashed his combat techniques. The forest erupted in chaos, the intensity of the fifth-tier battle leveling everything within hundreds of meters. Where the man and beast tread, not a blade of grass remained. Liu Bei, hiding not far away, felt the palpable danger of the battlefield. It was fortunate he hadn't acted recklessly. Otherwise, even if he had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, he would not have been enough to withstand the blows of a fifth-tier chi master. In less than 3 minutes, the battle neared its conclusion. The bloodhorn bull unleashed its front foot stomping technique once more, forcing Peng Nantian into a desperate evasion. After all, anyone with sense knew that engaging in a physical confrontation with an otherworldly beast was a profoundly foolish decision. Yet at that moment, as if anticipating Peng Nantian's evasion, the bloodhorn bull swiftly turned and swept its tail. The massive tail was no thinner than the surrounding trees, and coupled with its terrifying force, it struck Peng Nantian squarely in the chest. Crack! Even from a distance, Liu Bei could hear the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Shortly after, he witnessed Peng Nantian crash to the ground, coughing blood, his lifeblood mingling with remnants of internal organs. It was evident that he would not survive. Human, you dared to provoke me. You must die. The bloodhorn bull raised its hoof, poised to deliver a crushing blow to Peng Nantian. I won't accept this. Liu Bei, even as a ghost, I will not let you off. The chilling curse abruptly ceased, and when the bloodhorned bull lowered its hoof, only a pool of blood remained on the ground. At that moment, the creature seemed to sense something, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Liu Bei's heart raced. He strained to remain concealed, even halting his breath. He feared being discovered by this terrifying beast, lest he share Peng Nantian's fate. Fortunately, after inspecting the area, the bloodhorn bull failed to detect Liu Bei's presence. It then greedily consumed the blood-soaked earth before leisurely returning to its cave. It was not until more than 10 minutes had passed that Liu Bei dared to depart from that place. After creating a distance of several dozen kilometers, he finally felt secure enough to cease his concealment techniques. Chapter 59, reporting in 500 kilometers southwest of the Jianghai Bay City in the Summer Nation. A massive cluster of buildings was established within a super canyon surrounded by treacherous peaks. Those familiar with the geography of the Summer Nation post-catastrophe could easily discern that this was the location of Firehua Academy, the premier institution corresponding to the Jianghai base city among the 6 major base cities. At that moment, atop the academy's cliffside bell tower, 2 figures gazed towards the only entrance to the canyon, which also served as the reporting point for the academy. That kid hasn't he arrived? If so, it would be a wasted opportunity for the position under your name, Lin Jintai remarked with a hint of regret as he glanced at Zhong Huang. For students, obtaining a spot as a core disciple in such a prestigious academy was exceedingly valuable, yet unbeknownst to them, it was equally significant for the mentors themselves. Thus, after much effort, Zhong Huang finally managed to recruit a core disciple under her wing, yet she found herself waiting in vain for the disciple's arrival, a considerable loss indeed. With a slight furrow in her brow, Zhong Huang withdrew her gaze from the entrance of the canyon and glanced at Lin Jinhai beside her. I can still bear the loss of one core disciple, Lin Jinhai replied. Each mentor has a finite number of core disciple slots. The ability to discern talent is a crucial aspect of our selection process. Losing one is simply part of the game, and there's no need to dwell on it. Observing the relaxation of Zhong Huang's elegant brow, Lin Jinhai felt a sense of relief, his concerns and guilt somewhat alleviated. After all, he had played a role in facilitating the issuance of the core disciple token, only to be surprised that the promising young talent he had favored failed to report. Recalling Liu Bei's impressive performance during the assessment, Lin Jinhai felt a twinge of regret. Uncertain whether the young man had met with misfortune on the way or fallen victim to an enemy's vengeance. In any case, he had not passed the final hurdle. Next time you encounter a worthy candidate for the token, simply keep them at hand. There is no need to create a rule that allows for competition over the token, Lin Jinhai kindly advised, noting that other mentors would immediately claim promising talents for the academy. Only Zhong Huang insisted on a period of contention. Having suffered losses several times before, Zhong Huang turned and walked toward the academy, stating, without bloodshed and pressure, one cannot truly thrive. That is my standard. And the students must bear the responsibility themselves. If they lose, they must accept it. With that, she lightly stepped, her figure soaring into the air. Let us go? The opening ceremony is imminent. I genuinely do not mind the loss of a token. Lin Jinhai could only sigh in resignation upon witnessing her demeanor. At the registration area of Huahua Academy, in accordance with the academy's customary regulations, the deadline arrived at noon, and any latecomers would be politely turned away. The upperclassmen overseeing the registration stood at the entrance, observing the sporadic arrivals of their junior peers, reflecting on the situation. Those who managed to arrive just before the closing of the gates were indeed fortunate. This year, the number of registrants exceeded last year's by over 400, indicating a significant expansion of our academy's intake. Some students, feeling somewhat bored, began to chat, with the 6 top-tier academies simultaneously expanding their enrollments. Do you think a new S-Class secret realm is about to open? That seems unlikely. The last S-Class secret realm opened merely a decade ago, so it shouldn't occur so frequently, came the response. It's hard to say. Many fourth-year seniors have been increasingly tasked with guarding, and there are reports of disturbances in various secret realms. The current situation is quite uncertain. As the students conversed, their expressions grew increasingly worried. Not to mention, in recent years, seniors have been dispatched to quell disturbances in secret realms, but in a few years, they themselves will be seniors, and they too will have to face it. It is said that secret realms harbor opportunities, but are fraught with peril. Disturbances in secret realms heighten the danger, and no one can claim they will return safely. Let us not dwell on it. Our own missions are still 2 years away. Perhaps by then, there will be fewer issues. Indeed, at that moment, an individual arrived at the entrance of the academy, their waist adorned with a token that caused the gatekeepers to stiffen with surprise. I recognize that inner academy brother. The newcomer nodded slightly and spoke. I am Yang Qi. Having entered the academy yesterday, I am here today to inquire about a matter. I heard that a core disciple from your Jianghai base city has enrolled this year. Have you seen them? The group exchanged glances, realizing that this inner academy student was not from Jianghai base city, but had crossed over from one of the other major base cities. This scenario was quite common. Some students found their training methods better suited to the top academies of other base cities and could apply accordingly. As long as they passed the assessments, they could enroll without issue. From a competitive standpoint, the pressure was often less intense than that of their home base city. At that moment, an outer academy student shook his head, saying, I haven't seen them. As of now, no purple core tokens have been registered. Yang Qi's expression soured. They haven't arrived? With only a few minutes left, could they have perished en route? We cannot say for certain, but indeed, we have not seen them. Yang Qi nodded coldly, choosing to remain silent. He and his sister, Yang Miao, were originally prodigies from Dongfu base city. They had opted not to join their local top-tier academy, instead aiming for the core positions at Huahua Academy. Their family had leveraged numerous connections to discover that this year, Mentor Zhong Huang had 2 core slots available. Moreover, the cultivation techniques of the Yang family aligned closely with those of Mentor Zhong Huang, and with his own cultivation at the 3rd stage, 8th level, and his sister's at the 3rd stage, Ninth level, they had a fair chance of competition. After all, they had gathered intelligence indicating that Jianghai-based city had been producing relatively mediocre talents over the past 2 years, with few outstanding individuals. If they crossed cities to apply, their chances of securing a core position were quite favorable. Ideally, both siblings would obtain the 2 core slots, a delightful prospect. However, things seldom unfold as one wishes. Just as he was filled with anticipation after applying for the entrance assessment at Huahua Academy, he was informed that Mentor Zhong Huang had already accepted a core disciple from Jianghai-based city and was not considering others for the time being. Instantly, the siblings felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, drenched in a cold wave of despair. Once they regained their composure, Yang Qi, now possessing an inner academy token, had inquired for quite some time before learning the truth, which nearly sent him into a fit of rage. The student who secured the core disciple position from Jianghai-based city turned out to be a mere second-level clown. How could Mentor Zhong Huang have deemed a student of such low standing, with a dismal cultivation speed and barely at the second level of the 3rd stage, as a treasure? This was utterly unacceptable for someone who had always held lofty aspirations. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront this Liu Bei directly. He envisioned challenging him before the entire academy, proving that the Yang siblings were the most qualified candidates for the core disciple position this year. Thus, as the academy opened yesterday, he hurried to the campus under the protection of his family's guards, waiting all day at the entrance without catching sight of a single purple token. Thinking it possible that the student might arrive the next day, he returned early this morning to inquire again. Yet, as the registration deadline drew near and he still saw no sign of the student, confusion filled his heart. The time is nearly up. We should prepare to close the formation, one of the outer academy students suggested, glancing at the clock. Very well, let us get ready. Just then, a figure appeared against the backdrop of the distant cliff. As everyone focused their gaze, they saw a young man in black speeding along the cliffside. He landed, stirring up a cloud of dust, and revealed a radiant smile. Apologies for the delay. I hope I haven't missed the deadline. Though the outer academy students had entered a year earlier, their progress and strength varied. Some who had entered at the late 2nd stage had only just reached the early 3rd stage now. Thus, upon witnessing Liu Bei's extraordinary speed, they all recognized him as an inner academy prodigy. Reflecting on this, one student chuckled and remarked, "You made it just in time. There are still 30 seconds left." Hearing this, Liu Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the rush, he had finally arrived on time. Initially beset by 3 foolish attackers, he later found himself pursued by a 5th-level veteran, and during his recovery, he unexpectedly encountered an unusual sect member. In a bid to extricate himself from the clutches of Peng Nantian, he devised a cunning trap. First, he expended some points of violence to master the secret technique of energy concealment from the tome Tianya Jian. Following this, he dedicated considerable time to locating a 5th-tier beast. Ultimately, he lured Peng Nantian to the lair of the beast, initiated an attack, and activated the energy concealment technique. Inciting a fierce struggle between the two, he cleverly utilized the beast to eliminate the old foe, Peng Nantian. Although he managed to escape afterwards, the dark woods outside the city at night were not a terrain where a mere 3rd-tier master could roam unchallenged. Exercising utmost caution, he only dared to hasten along the pathway once dawn broke. Had it not been for his formidable stamina, he might very well have become the first to miss the enrollment of core disciples due to tardiness. Fortunately, he made it in time. "How do I report for enrollment?" he inquired. The outer disciples, upon hearing this, responded with a grin, "Present your waist token for registration, and your enrollment will be deemed successful." Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Bei retrieved the waist token concealed beneath his garment. The moment the violet token was revealed, all present fell into a stunned silence. The outer disciples' pupils dilated and then constricted, their breaths becoming hurried. Yang Qi, who had yet to depart, was particularly affected, his breath growing labored and his eyes widening with disbelief. Before him stood the very individual who had usurped the core positions from him and his sister, a mere waste. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes, sensing that the atmosphere was shifting ominously. Suppressing his inner delight, he extended the waist token towards several outer disciples. "Might I request your assistance in processing this?" The outer disciples, suddenly awakened from their stupor, hastily accepted the token. "No problem, just a moment please." Yet, as they prepared to register the information, an unexpectedly cold voice interjected. "Hold on." The crowd froze, instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. It was none other than Yang Qi from the inner sect, who now questioned with an air of confusion, "What is the matter, senior brother? He is late and, according to regulations, cannot register for enrollment," Yang Qi asserted. "Actually, that is not true, senior brother. There were still a few dozen seconds remaining just a moment ago," came the reply. Yang Qi sneered. "That was moments ago, what about now?" The disciple responsible for registration's expression stiffened as he realized that due to the delay, the time had indeed surpassed the limit by mere seconds. Yang Qi then turned his gaze back to Liu Bei, a mocking smile gracing his lips, insinuating that the core waist token holder, who almost missed the enrollment time, would be better off relinquishing it to others. Liu Bei felt invigorated by the familiar dynamics of competition. Truly, This prestigious academy was as vibrant as rumored, and he had barely crossed the threshold before encountering this arrogant prodigy archetype. He now found himself looking forward to his university life. If the inhabitants here were so insufferable, his points of violence would accumulate effortlessly. Seeing Liu Bei silent, Yang Qi assumed that the other was intimidated by his imposing aura. Thus, he smirked and reached out towards the violet waste token held by the registrar. Humph, such a coward. One has to wonder how Mentor Zhong Huang selected him. He must be blind. However, as Yang Qi was distracted, he suddenly felt a slender, white hand grip his own. Looking up, he realized it was Liu Bei. May I inquire about something? Is the medical care at Huahua Academy exorbitantly priced? The outer disciples were taken aback by the question, and before they could respond, a horrifying scene unfolded. With a swift motion, Liu Bei twisted Yang Qi's wrist at an unnatural angle, accompanied by a sickening crack. Yang Qi's eyes widened as pain surged through him, prompting an involuntary scream. Ah! Liu Bei's gaze was cold as ice. Dare to take what belongs to me, he retorted. Before Yang Qi could mount a defense, he felt a powerful kick strike his chest, raising his arm to block. It was swiftly broken by the force of the blow, and Liu Bei's foot landed squarely on his chest. The tremendous force propelled Yang Qi's body backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. He coughed up blood and promptly lost consciousness. Please process my enrollment, Liu Bei said, wiping his hands clean and smiling at the remaining disciples. Witnessing the spectacle, they shivered, quickly nodding to register him. Once Liu Bei had departed, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, drenched in cold sweat. He is the only core disciple this year? I believe his name is Liu Bei. I heard he established a life and death pact during the assessment battle and directly killed a third-tier 6th level genius. My word, a third-tier 6th level? Such a disciple is formidable even within the inner sect. Of course, otherwise, how could he be deemed a core disciple? There are barely 40 of them across the entire academy. Let us not dwell on it. This caliber of prodigy is far beyond our reach. We should hurry back to register and claim our credits. Liu Bei continued following the guidance signs, eventually arriving at a plaza after a good 10 minutes. Here, numerous newly enrolled students lingered, their curiosity palpable. It wasn't long before one approached him. Hello, fellow student. Are you here for enrollment? Liu Bei turned to see a slender young man addressing him. Is there something you require? Nothing urgent. I'm Yanju, a second-year student. I offer services such as guiding newcomers and introductions, he replied. Liu Bei nodded. What is your fee? Yanju smiled, appreciating the straightforwardness of the exchange. One first-tier beast crystal core will suffice. A first-tier crystal core? That's rather steep, considering they fetch thousands outside. Yet, for Liu Bei, this was a trivial sum. He tossed a crystal core casually. Just guide me through the enrollment and introduce me to the mentors. I'll familiarize myself with the rest later. Yanju beamed, entering work mode immediately. Do you have any mentors in mind since enrolling? If not, I can provide you with some recommendations. Liu Bei was taken aback. Students can choose their mentors? Let me explain. At Huahua Academy, there are a total of 300 mentors. 200 are regular mentors, typically at the 5th tier, responsible for most outer disciple instruction. However, some with extensive experience or unique skills also teach inner disciples. Among the remaining 100 mentors, 85 are senior mentors at the 6th tier, primarily instructing inner disciples, though occasionally accepting promising outer elite students. Finally, there are 15 director-level mentors, starting at the 7th tier, responsible for major public classes and mentoring a select few elite inner disciples directly. As he spoke, Yanju glanced at Liu Bei's waist, quickly realizing he had not seen the specific token. Though you are new, it's clear you are a prodigy. You must be an inner sect student, right? My suggestion is to adhere to the proper protocol and select a senior mentor. This will minimize the chances of being rejected. Oh, Liu Bei nodded slowly, then shook his head. I am not an inner sect student. Yanju's expression faltered, turning awkward as he realized his blunder. He prided himself on his ability to read people, yet today he had committed a significant error. He mused that the outer disciple must be feeling quite embarrassed. Having been misidentified, it seemed that even his esteemed reputation for connections had nearly led to a misstep here. No worries, fellow student. Many outer disciples have successfully advanced to the inner sect through hard work. We have plenty of time ahead. As Liu Bei's words trailed off, he spoke again with a calm demeanor. I never claimed to be an outer court student. Yanju's expression stiffened once more at his remark, and she stammered, Core disciple? Chapter 61, Meeting Zhong Huang. There are a total of 15 esteemed mentors at Huahua Academy, each possessing a foundational strength of at least the 7th rank. These figures are renowned within the Qi master community, and those who advance further are on the brink of becoming semi-masters. Some of them are still quite youthful, with the potential to reach the master realm in the future. Within the academy's 4 grades, which gather around 8 to 9,000 students, only about 40 individuals have been selected by these 15 mentors to become their core disciples. The young man standing before Yanju is among this select few. She felt extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered a core disciple today. Who would believe such a tale if she were to share it? Liu Bei calmly regarded her, stating, My mentor is Mentor Zhong Huang. She instructed me to seek her upon my arrival, but now I find myself uncertain of where to go. Yanju regained her composure, her expression becoming more amiable. Senior brother, may I see your waist token? As Liu Bei retrieved the purple waist token from his pocket, Yanju's anxious heart finally settled. Senior brother, please follow me. Mentors' disciples visit their mentors directly. I will escort you there. Thank you, he replied. Yanju, filled with excitement, led the way while Liu Bei took the opportunity to admire the academy's scenery. Before long, they arrived at a small estate. Each director-level mentor has their own estate. I cannot enter, but you may go in by yourself. Liu Bei observed the entrance, noticing it appeared unguarded. All right, thank you. You're too courteous, senior brother. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Yanju bid farewell with grace, leaving without uttering another word. This alone set her apart from the ordinary, garnering Liu Bei's respect. Entering the estate, Liu Bei wandered aimlessly. His experience at Huahua Academy thus far was bewildering. Having been chased by mysterious sects and having barely escaped an attempted assassination by Peng Nantian, he now found himself lost and confused without having met his mentor. Let us just take it one step at a time, he mused. Just then, a female voice pierced the air. Halt! Who are you to trespass into the teacher's residence? After parting ways with Lin Zhenhai, Zhong Huang returned to her quarters alone. The fact that Liu Bei had not reported and troubled her greatly. Although she feigned indifference in front of others, insisting it was of no consequence. In truth, she cared deeply. The allocation of core disciple slots was limited, and granting one was a significant gamble. Yet, she had suffered consecutive failures in investments for 2 years. Others had at least 1 or 2 core disciples under their tutelage, while she, a newly appointed director-level mentor, had none for 2 consecutive years. The ridicule from such a situation would not only mock her, but could also undermine the morale of her existing students. The inability to secure a core disciple might imply a lack of capability on her part. Therefore, she held a keen interest in this year's slot, with Liu Bei representing her breakthrough from 0 to 1. But now, she hadn't even laid eyes on him. Fuming, Zhong Huang seated herself on the cultivation stone platform, her hands striking it in frustration, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Must I truly lower my standards? She grumbled. Liu Bei's abilities should not be an issue. She whispered to herself, perplexed. To her mind, his capability to slay a 3rd-tier 6th-level adversary indicated that he possessed at least late 3rd-tier strength. With such prowess, how many peers under the age of 22 could possibly threaten him? Aside from the prodigies of top-tier academies, he was indeed a rare find. In such circumstances, who could easily harm Liu Bei? Could it be that the Liu family disregarded my warning and acted? She pondered, yet no news had reached her ears. Zhong Huang's mind swirled with questions, and her growing disappointment only heightened her agitation. Just then, she sensed a disturbance in her estate, the vibrations of a chi clash resonating through the air. Before she could react, the commotion dissipated as quickly as it had arisen. Furrowing her brow, she swiftly materialized within the estate, her expression shifting from anger to her usual composed demeanor. Upon closer inspection, she discovered one of her elite inner court disciples, Lin Xiaoxiao. In a precarious state, embedded in the wall. Initially despondent, Lin Xiaoxiao's spirits soared upon seeing her teacher's presence. Teacher, someone has intruded upon the estate. Following her gaze, Zhong Huang's pupils constricted, her eyes brightening with recognition. Liu Bei. Realizing the mentor had arrived, Liu Bei refrained from tarnishing his image before her, promptly bowing. Greetings, teacher. Why have you arrived so late? I thought you wouldn't come at all. Zhong Huang summoned the purple waist token, which soared into her hand. After sensing the information it contained, her mood brightened considerably. Successful registration meant Liu Bei had arrived within the stipulated time. Valid. Ahem. I encountered a few unexpected events on the way, which delayed me. Zhong Huang returned the waist token to Liu Bei, then surveyed him to ensure he was unscathed, nodding in satisfaction. Well, now that you're here, you shall officially become my core disciple. Since you've traveled for so long, I won't burden you with the details now. I must report to the academy about the successful addition of a core disciple. I'll have someone guide you around later. Her gaze shifted to Lin Xiaoxiao, still embedded in the wall. Xiaoxiao, this is Liu Bei, my core disciple. Please show him around. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This person is a core disciple? Wait. I just got beaten up by a core disciple. Her mind raced to accept this newfound reality. However, she couldn't help but notice the lack of martial ethics in Liu Bei's actions, attacking a girl so fiercely. Glancing between him and her teacher, she resigned herself to the reality of having been unjustly punished. Okay, teacher, Zhong Huang added, consider it part of your credits. Understood, teacher. I will ensure to assist senior brother Liu Bei, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her demeanor brightening as she extricated herself from the wall, awkwardly smiling and waving. Once Zhong Huang's flurry of activity subsided, Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Liu Bei. Senior brother, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, may I before she could finish? Liu Bei raised a hand, instantly releasing his chi pressure. Since the moment he entered, he had been prepared for her sudden aggression. He sensed no intent to kill from her, and given that this was Zhong Huang's estate, it was clear she was a student of his mentor. Therefore, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Where shall we go now? Liu Bei inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, First, I'll help you arrange your accommodation. And then a sly smile crept onto her face. I'll take you to a wonderful place, the sacred ground of cultivation in the eyes of most students at Huahua Academy. Intrigued, Liu Bei eagerly accepted the sudden invitation from his new junior sister. Chapter 62, Huahua Building. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to walk through the academy with Liu Bei. Senior Liu, I must apologize for the earlier incident. The residence of Minter Zhonghuang is typically off-limits, so I didn't anticipate any new students arriving. Not a problem. Liu Bei waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that there was no need for concern. After all, his restraint earlier demonstrated that he was not truly angered. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoxiao would likely be in the hospital by now due to her fragile physique. Senior Liu, just ahead is the accommodation for core disciples. In our academy, strength and talent dictate access to resources. Outer disciples are confined to single apartments, while inner disciples can apply for suites. As for core disciples like you, the standard accommodation is a standalone villa. Although it may not rival the grandeur of the Minter's estate, it is still a remarkable privilege. Liu Bei glanced at the row of villas in the distance, impressed by their size. They are quite spacious. Regular staff will maintain them, and core disciples are entitled to bring a companion for study assistance. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly explained, leading Liu Bei to a standalone villa and pushing the door open. It has already been cleaned, so you can move in right away. After placing his luggage down, Liu Bei turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. You enrolled before me. So why do you address me as senior? The Academy's regulations stipulate that students of the same realm can address each other based on their enrollment order. But higher-ranked students are always addressed with respect as senior, as we uphold strength as the highest virtue here, Lin Xiaoxiao explained, rubbing her sore backside while assessing Liu Bei. The boy's demeanor was somewhat aloof, clad in a simple black martial arts uniform that appeared rather ordinary. His delicate features exuded an air of innocence. She couldn't help but reflect, appearances can be deceiving. This guy is anything but meek. If it weren't for the recent thrashing she received, she might have been swayed. Nonetheless, it was said that students bearing the purple waist tokens often had formidable tempers, given their status as the creme de la creme. Liu Bei surveyed his new abode, which was lavishly decorated and impressively grand. The area was comprised of dozens of such villas, forming a secluded residential zone, yet it felt eerily desolate. However, Liu Bei was indifferent to this. Having adapted to various living conditions, he saw no issue here. After a brief inspection, he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and asked, "Shall we go? You mentioned a wonderful place to visit?" Lin Xiaoxiao, who had nearly dozed off on the comfortable sofa, mused about the quality of the villa's furnishings. The Huahua Tower is our academy's unique sanctum for cultivation, a coveted haven for every student and a cornerstone of our institution's status as one of the 6 elite academies. Sounds impressive. What are the benefits? There are numerous advantages. Lin Xiaoxiao replied mysteriously. Do you know what lies beneath Huahua Academy? Liu Bei shook his head. Not at all. Everyone claimed that top-tier academies were exceptional, which prompted his enrollment. The abundance of talent and resources promised a greater influx of cultivation points. Yet, no one had explicitly informed him what distinguished Huahua Academy among the elite 6. Seeing Liu Bei's curiosity, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and continued, in fact, beneath Huahua Academy rests a semi-dormant volcano. Since the cataclysm unveiled the world's vital energies, many perilous zones have transformed into extraordinary realms. Our academy occupies a rare opportunity, continuously accumulating fiery essence from the semi-dormant volcano. This energy is meticulously harnessed and filtered through intricate formations, ultimately becoming the renowned Huahua Tower, a premier location for fiery essence cultivation. As they conversed, they approached a 5-story building with ancient architectural style. The sign above the entrance boldly inscribed with the words Huahua Tower. Are there any requirements to enter for cultivation? None at all. As long as you are a student of our academy, you may enter. The higher the floor, the more effective the cultivation, but space is limited, so you understand? I understand, Liu Bei nodded. The implication was clear. Essentially, it boiled down to one's strength, where the mightiest could ascend to the 5th floor. Those lacking sufficient prowess would naturally remain on the lower levels. While our academy doesn't have as many students as a typical undergraduate program, we still have around 8,000 to 9,000, so the place is generally bustling, with competition intensifying as one ascends. Moreover, the 5th floor houses 20 highly effective chambers, but they are primarily reserved for the top 20 core disciples. Although these chambers can accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, the more arrogant geniuses typically monopolize one for themselves. Liu Bei remarked, indeed, some individuals relish exclusivity. They are quite insufferable. Lin Xiaoxiao found herself momentarily speechless, pondering the audacity of this senior before her. The competition for the chambers was fierce, predominantly among core disciples. Who among them would be deemed mediocre? Furthermore, this individual had entered the academy later than her, yet dared to speak with such bravado. Though his words held some truth, Liu Bei turned towards Huahua Tower, and Lin Xiaoxiao promptly fell and stepped beside him. Are we going now? I actually recommend you acclimate on the lower floors first. No need. Generally, which floor do core disciples occupy? Most likely the 5th floor. It's fine, senior. As long as you don't disturb the chambers, there shouldn't be any issues. Seeing her enthusiasm, Liu Bei chose not to elaborate further, allowing his junior sister to lead the way. The effects of cultivation were significant, and the presence of proud geniuses heightened his anticipation. With such advantages combined, he felt an irresistible urge to dive in. Who could resist the thrill of accumulating cultivation points? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Huahua Tower, where dedicated staff awaited to assist, most of whom were outer disciples working part-time to enjoy the perks. Upon noticing the pair, a sweet-looking young lady approached them. "Welcome. Which floor would you like to access?" Liu Bei surveyed the surroundings. The tower was constructed from unique fire stones, exuding an aura of quality. The bustling first-floor hall was filled with students, seemingly preoccupied. To his disappointment, most were at the late second or early third stage, shattering his preconceptions. The anticipated mockery upon entry had not occurred, leaving him hopeful for the encounter of some truly exceptional talents on the fifth floor. "Are there still spots available on the fifth floor?" Lin Xiaoxiao spoke on Liu Bei's behalf, asserting that, given his core disciple status, ascending to the fifth floor was quite reasonable. There are indeed spots available, though the chambers are fully booked. However, other areas still have some vacancies. A friendly reminder, the fifth floor is primarily occupied by mid-third stage seniors, so you should assess your capabilities accordingly. The young lady's words were sweet and clear, implying that if one's strength was inadequate, it would be unwise to push their luck. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and gestured toward Liu Bei. "Please take him up. I'll sit this one out. I have a fear of heights and will wait for you on the fourth floor." Liu Bei chuckled softly, casting a glance at the stubborn and prideful Lin Xiaoxiao before ascending the staircase with the reception staff. Chapter 63, Get Out. Upon reaching the juncture of the fourth and fifth floors, Lin Xiaoxiao cleared her throat. "That senior brother Liu, the array secret chamber is really nothing special, I suggest." Before she could complete her thought, Liu Bei waved his hand with a smile. "No worries, I'm merely curious to see if there's anything to lose." Sensing his eager anticipation, Lin Xiaoxiao refrained from further comments. As core disciples, they naturally harbored competitive thoughts. Very well. With that, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped onto the fourth floor, while Liu Bei followed the young lady up to the fifth. However, along the way, the guiding young woman couldn't help but steal glances at the youth beside her. Curiosity piqued. The previous sister on the fourth floor had advised against fixating on the array secret chamber, which implied that this young man was indeed here for that very purpose. What did this signify? It meant that the young man before her was also a core disciple, possessing a purple waist badge. If she could align herself with such a prodigy, her own path would surely broaden significantly. As she mused, they soon arrived at the fifth floor. In an instant, dozens of formidable gazes bore down upon her, startling her into awareness. Faced with the pressure emanating from the realms of so many individuals, she found her breath becoming labored. At that moment, Liu Bei continued to stride ahead with ease, causing the pressure on the guiding girl to dissipate instantly. "Is this the fifth floor?" "Yes, senior brother. You may cultivate here, but no session should exceed 2 hours." "Understood. I shall take my leave then. You may go about your business." Upon receiving Liu Bei's reply, the girl dared not dwell on her earlier thoughts and sought to exit the fifth floor swiftly. Just before departing, however, she seemed to recall something and turned to Liu Bei, saying, "By the way, senior brother, if you wish to attempt entering the array secret chamber, you will need to undergo a qualification test at the exclusive counter on the fifth floor first." At her words, Liu Bei raised an eyebrow, then smiled in gratitude. "All right. Thank you." With that, the girl hurriedly vanished down the stairs, while Liu Bei turned to face the multitude of scrutinizing gazes with composure. Surveying his surroundings, Liu Bei assessed the situation. Most were at the late stage of the third level, with several masters at the 8th stage of the third level among them. It was only then that Liu Bei felt a slight sense of relief. Now, this feels more like it. Finally, something intriguing. I wonder if the array secret chamber holds even greater surprises. With that thought, he ignored the gazes and strode confidently toward a nearby counter, where a girl promptly stood up upon his approach. "Hello, fellow student. How may I assist you?" Observing her realm, Liu Bei silently acknowledged her as a competent staff member of the fifth floor at the 6th stage of the third level. She must be well connected, he mused. Such a desirable position is certainly sought after by many. Liu Bei nodded. "I wish to enter the array secret chamber." The girl paused momentarily, then smiled. "You're aware of the rules, I presume? There are a total of 20 chambers, most of which are reserved by the top 20 core disciples. Only when they are absent can other students gain entry for cultivation. But isn't it possible for several individuals to share a single chamber?" Liu Bei inquired, puzzled. The girl explained, "The effectiveness of cultivation varies between 1 or 2 individuals. All are prodigies, and who would willingly cultivate in front of others. Furthermore, our academy encourages sparring and exchange. As long as no fatalities occur, minor disputes are quite normal." Liu Bei nodded slowly. "All right, I understand. In essence, it boils down to merit. Before entering, we will conduct a basic test to safeguard the cultivation time of those inside, as well as to protect newcomers from underestimating the disparity in strength." With that, the girl produced a sphere resembling the material of the Firehua Tower, its surface aglow with luminescence. "This is the testing item. You may attempt to destroy it with all your might. It will assess your qualifications. Liu Bei took the sphere and asked, if it breaks, I won't be liable, will I? Rest assured, so far, very few have managed to destroy it. She replied with a chuckle. Before she could finish, Liu Bei calmly gripped the luminescent sphere, and with a sharp squeeze, it shattered into fine powder, scattering across the ground. He flicked his hand and grabbed a tissue from the table. Is this sufficient? If not, I can crush a few more. He was not joking. This item was utterly trivial for Liu Bei at his current physical prowess. The strength of his golden body transformation allowed him to exert over 10,000 pounds of force with a single hand, enabling him to crush it effortlessly. Strangely enough, he found it rather therapeutic. The girl stood dumbfounded, her words faltering as she witnessed the ease with which the youth had obliterated the sphere. His demeanor was so nonchalant, devoid of any effort, that he even inquired if he should crush a few more for good measure, as if apologizing for not providing her with an adequate display of challenge. Realizing the implications of this new core disciple-esque physical might, the girl could only open her mouth, her voice slightly hoarse as she said, that will suffice. I will take you inside. Regaining her composure, she added respectfully, there are 20 rooms beyond this point. Currently, a few are still unoccupied. However, due to several top 20 students being away on missions, many lower-ranked core students are present, which increases the likelihood of shared chambers. Liu Bei nodded. What if they are unwilling? That is generally unlikely. Those who can enjoy exclusive access to a chamber are typically among the top 20 students. Sometimes, through good communication, permission can be obtained. As long as you do not disturb others, she explained as they walked into the secret chamber area. Unlike the communal cultivation in the hall outside, this area featured individual entrances, many of which displayed red lights indicating occupancy. Finally, under the girl's guidance, Liu Bei stopped at the entrance of a white-lit cultivation room. A green light indicated vacancy, while a white light suggested occupancy, implying there were students inside. The girl knocked a few times before swiping her card to open the door. Liu Bei followed closely behind, and upon entering, he felt an enveloping warmth of potent energy saturating his being, penetrating his pores. Truly remarkable. If he cultivated here, his progress would surely accelerate. Yet, as Liu Bei surveyed the small compartments within, a cold, chilling voice rang out. Who allowed you to enter? The girl's face paled instantly upon recognizing the voice as belonging to Wu Jikong, a core disciple ranked 17th. I apologize, senior brother Wu. I was unaware you were using this room. Before she could finish, Wu Jikong continued to berate them without hesitation. Get out. As his words fell, a young man in a blue training outfit with a buzz cut emerged from within, his gaze directed at the pair with palpable hostility. Chapter 64. The arrogant prodigy appears. Wu Jikong, ranked 17th among the core disciples of Firehua Academy, had enrolled over a year ago from the Nanchuan-based city, showcasing extraordinary talent and strength. Within a mere year, he had ascended to the upper echelons of the core disciple rankings, thus earning considerable fame throughout the academy. At this moment, Wu Jikong regarded the two before him with evident displeasure, his expression tinged with anger. Before entering, shouldn't T1 take a moment to observe? When did I develop the habit of sharing a private chamber with others? The girl's face paled further at his words. She had a respectable level of ability within the inner court, and her position on the 5th floor of the Firehua Tower was achieved through considerable connections. Offending a core disciple over this matter would indeed be a significant loss. She glanced at Liu Bei beside her, noticing his calm demeanor, devoid of any trace of panic. Then it struck her, this young man was also a core disciple. Moreover, he seemed unperturbed by the other party's presence. Considering Liu Bei's earlier effortless destruction of the test sphere with a single hand, she took a deep breath and attempted to negotiate. I apologize, Martial Brother Wu. But this is Liu Bei, also a core disciple. Since your room was not at full capacity, I assumed it was available for use by others. So I brought him along. Might I request your understanding? Before she could finish her plea, Wu Jikong's expression twisted into a menacing scowl, silencing her words. A core disciple? Wu Jikong exclaimed, as he removed a matching purple waist token from his belt and tossed it onto the table with a crisp sound. Is every core disciple a big shot? Does a newly appointed core disciple think himself worthy of my concessions and a change in the rules? As his words settled, the girl found herself utterly speechless with fear. Seeing his aim accomplished, Wu Jikong turned his attention to Liu Bei. Kid, I've already shown you considerable leniency by repeating myself. Now get out immediately. Liu Bei pressed his lips together, striving to suppress the smile, threatening to break free. He felt exhilarated, thrilled even. The arrogant persona he had anticipated for days was finally manifesting. Look at this little tyrant's haughty demeanor, his imperious countenance. Liu Bei's anticipation grew stronger. At that moment, the girl beside him bowed apologetically to Wu Jikong and whispered to Liu Bei, Martial brother, don't worry, there's another white-lit room. Perhaps we can practice there. Liu Bei, who had initially intended to retaliate, suddenly held back. He had almost forgotten that there were other chambers available. What if, he mused, what if there were more of these arrogant prodigies in the other rooms? Wouldn't taking action now merely scare away potential opportunities? If everyone were to treat him with utmost respect, it would be difficult for him to act. After all, One should not strike at those who wear a smile. With that thought, Liu Bei smiled. All right, lead me to the next room. The girl sighed in relief, grateful that this core brother had a much better temperament. If he were as hot-headed as the last, it would have been troublesome. As they turned to exit, Wu Jikong noticed Liu Bei casting him a meaningful glance. But he paid it no mind. Just a soft target, he thought. At least he knows his place, sparing me the need to discipline him. Wu Jikong scoffed quietly. In his eyes, the other had undoubtedly cowered under his intimidation. Upon exiting the private chamber, Liu Bei followed the girl as she led him to another location. Observing his surroundings, he casually inquired, "Who was that guy earlier? You seemed quite afraid of him." The girl pouted, seemingly a bit aggrieved. "His name is Wu Jikong. He has been in the academy for a year, and his strength is said to have reached the pinnacle of the third stage. With an initial grasp of the concept of might, he ranks 17th among the core disciples and is rumored to have independently slain a third-stage beast during a mission, as well as having escaped unscathed from a fourth-stage chi master. However, martial brother Wu's temper is notoriously foul. He often flies into rages, and it's not uncommon for others to be punished by him in the chambers. It's fortunate he didn't resort to violence today." Liu Bei nodded in response. He mused that it wasn't impressive. Achieving third-stage pinnacle within a year and boasting about slaying a beast of equal rank seemed rather inflated. The so-called prodigies of today were clearly overrated. Noticing Liu Bei's silence, the girl attempted to reassure him. "It's all right, Liu brother. Your status as a core disciple indicates immense potential. After some time training, you might surpass him in ranking, and then he wouldn't dare to speak to you in such a manner." Liu Bei chuckled lightly. It appears that strength holds sway here. Indeed. The university is a microcosm of the real world, where rivalry is no less intense than outside. As she spoke, the girl halted. "We've arrived. We lost a bit of time earlier, and it seems this is the only white-lit room available now. Let us go inside and take a look." With that, she swiped her card, opening the door and leading Liu Bei inside. Just when Liu Bei thought nothing untoward would occur, a chilling voice echoed once more. "What? Is it easy to bully me here? Leave." The slightly irate voice belonged to a crisp female tone. Suddenly, Liu Bei saw a girl clad in a sleeveless combat outfit emerge, her eyes blazing with fury and her short hair radiating a fierce intent. How intriguing. What might her identity be? Liu Bei nearly burst into laughter, joyfully turning to the girl beside him and asking. The girl felt on the verge of tears. "Weren't many of the top 20 powerhouses out on missions? How did I encounter 2 of them so suddenly?" "That's Gao Mei, ranked 20th, she added, casting a fearful glance at Gao Mei. "My apologies, senior sister Gao." Yet Liu Bei remained unfazed, continuing to inquire, "Is there really anything to be ashamed of? Are there rules against using these chambers?" Gao Mei shot a cold glare at Liu Bei. "Are you challenging me? There are no official rules at the academy. But the top 20 are the top 20. Even if you are a newly appointed core disciple, it's nothing to boast about. Leave quietly. Or don't blame me for disrupting your tranquility." With that, Gao Mei stepped forward, an overwhelming aura instantly saturating the chamber. The girl guiding Liu Bei quickly waved her hands, urging him. "Martial brother, perhaps it's best to let this go for today. You'll have more opportunities to experience this later." Liu Bei disregarded her advice and instead asked, "You just mentioned that there are only these 2 white-lit rooms. With the others fully occupied, right?" The girl nodded instinctively. "Yes, but it's all right. If any others become available, you'll be prioritized for them." At that moment, Liu Bei gently patted her shoulder and stepped forward. "No need for such trouble. I believe this room is perfectly fine." "Oh." The girl was taken aback, nearly unable to comprehend. This implied he had no intention of backing down. He was ready for a direct confrontation? Wait, although senior sister Gao is. Just as she prepared to warn Liu Bei that despite being 3 ranks lower than Wu Jikong, her strength was still not something a newly admitted core disciple could contend with, she was astonished to witness Gao Mei suddenly vanish from her spot. In an instant, the chamber's atmosphere plummeted, a terrifying killing intent pervading the air. It's over. They're really going to fight. Chapter 65, Show Off? Let me take flight. In a blink, shadows flickered. Gao Mei's sudden outburst sent a whirlwind through the chamber. A delicate hand shot forward, aimed directly at Liu Bei's chest. Accompanied by this terrifying strike, Gao Mei's icy visage reappeared before Liu Bei. "I told you. Leave." The rapidly compressing wind pressure tousled Liu Bei's raven hair, revealing the depths of his gaze. He seized the girl by her collar and flung her backward, then calmly reached out to grasp the hand aimed at his chest. In that instant, the energy dissipated as if it had sunk into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Gao Mei's pupils constricted, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had unleashed her fury in this strike, employing at least 70 to 80% of her strength, yet it was effortlessly blocked. Liu Bei, on the other hand, let out a contented sigh, his eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, he spun his body around violently. The next moment, with tremendous inertia, a whip-like kick struck Gao Mei's dazed face. Boom. The force was immense. Gao Mei felt as if her head had been struck by a heavy object. And then everything went blank. When she regained consciousness, it was accompanied by excruciating pain. She had been slammed against the wall of the secret chamber by that kick. Liu Bei reached out, his hand resembling a dragon's claw as it gripped Gao Mei's crown, before forcefully driving her down to the ground. The floor shattered with a resounding crack, splinters flying, mingling with Gao Mei's screams and the warm flow of blood. In a mere 3 seconds, Liu Bei had rendered Gao Mei utterly incapable of fighting back. As her senses returned, Gao Mei moaned, struggling to comprehend. How could it be over so quickly? She hadn't even seen a single attack clearly, let alone evaded or defended against them. After those 2 strikes, she felt as if death was imminent. Stop. I admit my mistake. She began to plead, but Liu Bei clicked his tongue. My mistake? You still have the audacity to speak. Saying this, he seized Gao Mei's short hair, tightening his grip on her head and forcefully slamming it against the ground. 1 smash, 2, 3. Time seemed to stretch until Gao Mei's gaze became vacant, and she finally lost consciousness. Only then did Liu Bei release her, letting her crumple to the side. The training at the Fire Blossom Tower was indeed extraordinary. For others, it wouldn't have taken so many blows. Liu Bei wiped his hands on Gao Mei's clothing and stood up, reflecting on the encounter. The girl who had been standing at the door, guiding him, was left utterly stunned. My goodness, how ruthless could one be? Just moments ago, she thought Liu Bei had a good temperament. It turned out he was a ticking time bomb, silent until provoked, but when he struck, it was devastating. The core disciple ranked 20th, Gao Mei, had been brutally knocked unconscious. Seeing her bloodied face, where her features were indiscernible, sent shivers down the girl's spine. Liu Bei strode toward the door, causing the girl standing there to retreat in fear. Senior brother, it's nothing. I am a person who believes in using strength to command respect. I repay every slight. If questioned above, recount the events truthfully. The girl suddenly recalled something and hesitated to advise. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. Senior brother. How could that be? There are 2 who have dared to challenge me. Why should only she be punished? Fairness must be upheld. With that, he took strides back the way he came. As he walked, the previously red-lit rooms all opened up, revealing numerous curious heads peeking out. However, upon realizing that the room where the conflict had occurred was Gao Mei's secret chamber, they promptly shut their doors. Those who could afford to share a secret chamber with the red light were mostly later-stage core disciples and some inner disciples. Compared to Liu Bei, who had easily dealt with Gao Mei, no one dared to provoke him. Thus, Liu Bei continued his journey to the initial secret chamber. Wu Jikong gradually retracted his battle techniques into his spatial equipment, a smile creeping onto his face. Although his mood had been momentarily disrupted, the news of his combat skills reaching new heights brought him joy. Now, he only needed to await his breakthrough in Realm to seize a chance at the top 10 positions. As he contemplated this, a surge of excitement welled within him. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden and violent energy fluctuation erupted from outside. Wu Jikong paused, as if recalling something. Humph. It seems someone suffered a setback here and is now seeking an easy target. Unfortunately, the only vacant spot left was likely Gao Mei's, a newcomer who would probably end up in the infirmary. Wu Jikong instinctively scoffed, dismissing the situation. Such occurrences were common among newcomers, who believed that being a core disciple made them invincible, only to be humbled by a harsh reality. After all, he had gone through the same experience. Thus, having weathered the storm himself, he resolutely unleashed a hailstorm upon the new arrivals. No one could swagger in upon their entry. Even the current number 1 had once faced a similar lesson from their seniors. Moreover, the thrill of educating the next generation was quite exhilarating. Fortunately, the medical facilities within the academy were exceptional. As long as they didn't end up dead, everything would be fine. Boom. The sounds of the scuffle outside culminated in a thunderous roar, abruptly concluding. Wu Jikong couldn't help but let a smirk form at the corners of his mouth. Feeling somewhat disdainful, the conclusion came rather swiftly. Gao Mei was as merciless as ever. Had he known, he would have intervened himself, at least then. It might have been less severe, haha. Just as he thought this, Wu Jikong rose to conclude his intensive training for the day. However, as he stood, he quickly fell into a defensive stance. Following the cessation of the commotion in the corridor, a terrifyingly sharp aura locked onto the secret chamber, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps that drew nearer. Something was amiss. Someone was plotting against him. Gao Mei, had she gone mad? But as the presence approached, Wu Jikong felt his blood boil, the overwhelming pressure causing his breath to quicken. It wasn't Gao Mei. This level of threat could not possibly emanate from her. Wu Jikong's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixated on the chamber door. Since enrolling, aside from executing missions, only the top 3 had ever exerted such formidable pressure on him. There was no time for further contemplation. He channeled his energy, his muscles tensing as if they had come to life. Every fiber of his being was on high alert. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Here it comes. Boom. With a resounding crash, the secret chamber door was blasted off its hinges, propelled outward by an immense force. Liu Bei, clad in black, surged into the room like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Wu Jikong's eyes narrowed. Upon locking onto the figure, his pupils constricted sharply. It's you. He had thought it was the top 3 coming to trouble him. Never did he expect it to be a mere newcomer. It seemed that Gao Mei had been swiftly dispatched outside, and it was not this individual. Liu Bei's momentum did not falter. He had already targeted Wu Jikong before breaking through the door. Thus, upon entry, he launched himself forward with a powerful forward kick aimed directly at Wu Jikong's face. Danger. Utterly perilous. Wu Jikong's combat instinct screamed at him, and he reacted almost instinctively. He rapidly conjured his defenses. Martial arts talent. Iron body. S-rank, battle technique. Unyielding strength. Force amplification. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jikong stacked his strongest buffs, crossing his arms in defense. Yet the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force mercilessly hurling his body into the air. Chapter 66. Advancing to the 4th tier. The pain in his arms felt near bone-breaking, and a tumultuous storm surged within Wu Jikong's heart. As he landed, he instinctively raised his gaze, only for his eyes to meet the icy cold stare of Liu Bei. Wait a moment. Liu Bei couldn't help but chuckle. Wait a moment. With a swift motion, Liu Bei tightened his sleeves, his solid muscles stretching the fabric taut. Then, like a tsunami, his energy surged forth as he swung his right arm, delivering a punch that seemed capable of shattering the very crust of the earth. A tremendous force erupted with a resounding crack as the fist struck, sending visible waves rippling through the air. Under the weight of this terrifying might, Wu Jikong felt as though he were confronting not a mere boy's fist, but rather a mountain bearing down upon him. Convinced that he had honed his physical form to a superior level compared to other core disciples, Wu Jikong believed his corporeal strength was unmatched. This superiority stemmed from relentless training and refinement. However, he now perceived a staggering disparity when faced with Liu Bei. Boom. In an instant, Wu Jikong vanished from sight, only to reappear embedded in the wall. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as over half of his internal energy dissipated, leaving him feeling as if his body were on the verge of collapse. Liu Bei approached, gripping Wu Jikong's throat with one hand and lifting him into the air. Just a moment ago, you seemed rather arrogant, demanding that I leave. Wu Jikong struggled to suppress the blood rising in his throat, gazing at Liu Bei with profound regret. He never anticipated that this newly appointed core disciple would possess such terrifying prowess, so effortlessly dominating him within mere exchanges. The youth before him radiated fury, his dark hair billowing, eyes glacial, and his presence exuding an unparalleled intensity. Oh, you are at the 4th tier? Liu Bei sneered, just like you. I am at the 3rd tier's pinnacle. Killing you is no different than dispatching a dog. How absurd. Did he truly believe he could find solace in the thought of superior rank? Wu Jikong's heart shattered upon realizing they shared the same realm. To be crushed within one's own tier was the ultimate affront to one's pride. One must possess exceptional talent to eventually ascend through the ranks. However, being defeated at the same level could only signify one's inferiority. At this moment, Wu Jikong was entirely subdued. Akin to how he felt during his early days at school, taught a lesson by seniors, except this time, he was being schooled by a newcomer. A wave of defeat washed over him as he forced a grimace. Hey, I was just joking, don't be angry. I'll admit my fault. Liu Bei chuckled softly, releasing his grip and tossing him to the ground. Jokes are delightful. I too enjoy a good jest. How about we make this interesting? Guess whether I will kick you away or punch you away. If you guess correctly, I shall spare you. Wu Jikong's eyelids twitched in apprehension. The youth before him seemed quite ruthless, with no intention of letting him off lightly. Nevertheless, recognizing the futility of his situation, he gulped and said, with a punch? Liu Bei slowly rose. It appears you prefer being kicked. With that, his leg shot out like a shadow. Bam! Dust erupted, and the furnishings of the room shattered and flew about. Amidst the cacophony of splintering wood, Wu Jikong lay serenely in the corner of the chamber. Ding! Player brutally crushed a peer, earning 2,700 villain points. The points were dwindling. Even Gao Mei had only added a little over 2,500. Liu Bei lightly clapped his hands and called out to someone outside the chamber. Hey, could you please fetch someone to take him away? Hurry to the infirmary. If he dies on the way, it's not my fault. The girl who had arrived late cautiously peered into the room, her face stiffening upon witnessing the astonishing scene. Okay, senior brother, I'll call someone right away. Don't waste time. If he dies on the way, it's not on me. Understood. Soon. 3 part-time workers from the Firehua building entered, greeting Liu Bei respectfully before carrying Wu Jikong away. Once the chamber was empty, Liu Bei quietly resumed his cultivation. Outside the Firehua building, a crowd of 3rd-tier chi masters gathered at a distance. Upon seeing Wu Jikong and Gao Mei being carried out, they immediately began to murmur. Both were renowned prodigies within the academy, ranked 17th and 20th respectively, their prowess towering above their peers. Yet, now they lay unconscious, evidently unable to recover for at least 10 to 15 days. That was quite ruthless. Does anyone know this esteemed individual's name? I have no idea. They said he was a newcomer, the sole recipient of this year's core position from the Jianhai base city. I heard someone got beaten up at the school gate this morning. Was it this guy who did it? Stop speculating. This fellow shattered the 17th ranked Wu Jikong upon his arrival. I fear he will soon challenge the top 15, or even the top 10. The disparity between individuals. In the chamber, Liu Bei slowly opened the gaming interface to begin a lottery draw. Realm, 3rd tier, 9th major perfection. Skills, golden body transformation, active, unity with heaven, passive. Blade of metal, active. Enchantment, active. Racial talent, devouring, weapon mastery. Combat techniques, demonic suppression technique, dragon roar. Insight into the way, forces momentum. Overall evaluation, the player's training has yielded modest success. You may now attempt to dominate the weaker. Villain points, 87,200. Treasure chests available for drawing. Ding. The player has engaged in a series of fierce battles, establishing a solid foundation. Please enhance your strength promptly. Over 80,000 points were not particularly substantial given Liu Bei's current need for advancement. The only regret was that he hadn't been the one to finish off that old man, Peng Nantian. Otherwise, he would have gained a significant number of villain points. Liu Bei deftly navigated the interface, initiating the monotonous lottery draw. In a mere few minutes, over 40,000 villain points had been consumed. He then skillfully devoured all the white-furred apes within the card pool. After a dazzling display of light, the entire interface revealed a new realm. Realm, 4th tier, 1st level. Skills, golden body transformation, active. Unity with heaven, passive. Blade of metal, active. Enchantment, active. Racial talent, devouring, weapon mastery. Combat techniques, demonic suppression technique, dragon roar. Insight into the way, forces momentum. Overall evaluation, the player's training has achieved initial success. Villain points, 47,200. Treasure chests available for drawing. Ding. The player has just broken through. It is time to solidify your foundation. Seeing this, Liu Bei let out a sigh of relief. A full 40,000 villain points had elevated him to the 4th tier. Based on previous experience, breaking through significant barriers typically required a bit more than usual. Therefore, the enhancement of a minor realm after reaching the 4th tier should not exceed 40,000, estimating it to be between 20 to 30,000. He realized that the current villain points would only assist him in reaching the 3rd level of the 4th tier. The pressure is immense. Liu Bei frowned, wishing to leave school soon, as the inability to slay enemies was rather disheartening. Chapter 67, New Combat Techniques. After breaking through to the 4th tier, Liu Bei sensed a distinct change in his cultivation state. As he operated his techniques, his body's acupoints opened and closed rhythmically, imparting a sensation as if his meridians were alive, autonomously circulating energy. This sensation was entirely different from before. This was the manifestation of the 4th tier. His physical organs had begun to activate fully, with qi nourishing and returning to its innate state. Liu Bei murmured to himself, simultaneously sensing the enhancement of his physical prowess. Within the secret chamber of the Huahua Tower, a peculiar energy continuously surged through his meridians and acupoints. Although this did not signify a qualitative transformation for Liu Bei at present, it was indeed a rare occurrence. It is noteworthy that prior to the upgrade of the Golden Body Altar, he had already ensured the ongoing evolution of his physique. After the subsequent enhancement, the strength of his body became even more extraordinary. The effects were palpable, making this a coveted training ground for an ordinary qi master. Upon the conclusion of his advancement, Liu Bei rose and exited the secret chamber. He found that this place did not hold significant value for him, though he might return occasionally, especially during breakthroughs, as the energy here could provide some assistance. Descending the stairs, he discovered Lin Xiaoxiao waiting for him on the 1st floor. Upon seeing him emerge, she immediately scrutinized him from head to toe. "How are you feeling? What was the effect on the 5th floor?" Liu Bei reflected briefly. It was satisfactory. "Oh, I envy you," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, her expression tinged with admiration. Liu Bei was at a loss for words. After all, he had merely ascended. "You don't understand. The hierarchy of the Huahua Tower is quite distinct." Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. "The 5th floor is exclusively for core disciples and the most elite inner disciples. The core disciples are self-explanatory, while the elite inner disciples are those who can hold their own against certain core disciples." Liu Bei found himself somewhat perplexed. If they can rival core disciples, why are they still categorized as inner disciples? Because of their age, Lin Xiaoxiao elaborated. Is there a comparison between a junior and a senior? If a freshman can defeat a core disciple, they become a core disciple themselves. Conversely, if a junior can only best the weakest core disciple, they remain a top-tier inner disciple. So, someone like me, who is relatively competent as an inner disciple, can only cultivate on the 4th floor. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxiao guided Liu Bei out of the Huahua Tower. The two made their way back towards the villa district where Liu Bei resided. "Senior Liu, I'll leave you with this for now. It's been a long journey, so you should rest early." "All right, that sounds good. By the way, there's one more thing. My instructor just messaged me, instructing you to focus on your cultivation for the next few days. In a few days, 2 core disciples under Instructor Lin will be undertaking a mission, and you'll accompany them. It will be your first experience executing a campus task." Liu Bei furrowed his brow in confusion. "Instructor Lin's disciples?" "Yes. Instructor Lin Jinhai and our own instructor Zhong Huang are siblings under the same master and have a close relationship. Having students of Instructor Lin accompany you means you need not worry about being overly oppressed," Lin Xiaoxiao explained, glancing towards the entrance of the villa district not far away. "Well then, Senior Liu, I shall take my leave." Liu Bei nodded and turned to enter his residence. Inside the villa, the lights were bright. It must be said that living alone in such a large villa was rather dull. It felt less comfortable than his previous rented room. With nothing to occupy his time, Liu Bei decided to bask in the sun in the courtyard, reclining on a lounge chair for a brief nap. It was not until the waist token at his side began to vibrate that he stirred awake. The waist token of Huahua Academy also served as a unique communication device, allowing all students to automatically connect to the network. If one ventured outside the city, they could choose to enable their waist token signal, facilitating encounters with fellow students. Upon checking the waist token, Liu Bei discovered a message from the campus authorities. Congratulations to core student Liu Bei for joining the campus network. After review, you have been granted instructor privileges. S-Rank Combat Technique 1. S-Rank Secret Method 1. 100 academic credits. Please accept them promptly. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. It was evident that his instructor had his best interests at heart. Upon his arrival, he was already bestowed with 2 S-Rank treasures. It begged the question, how many would have to fight tooth and nail to obtain just one? If it hadn't been for the Shao family's generosity, he feared he might not possess a single advanced combat technique by now. With this thought in mind, Liu Bei hastily clicked to accept, and soon the combat technique and secret method were transmitted to his waist token. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but smile. S-Rank Combat Technique, Heavenly Transformation. S-Rank Secret Method, Bloodthirsty Killing Intent. Heavenly Transformation allows the practitioner to vaporize a portion of their body into gas, thereby mitigating 30 of incoming attack force and damage. Simultaneously, the practitioner experiences a surge in short-distance speed and gains a temporary ability to hover for short durations. Reading the description of the combat technique, Liu Bei felt a surge of excitement. The ability to vaporize and reduce damage, combined with his physical strength, made him wonder how many peers could breach his defenses in the future. Furthermore, the hover ability, typically possessed only by 5th-tier warriors, delighted him even more. Mastery of this technique could eventually evolve into flight. When Peng Nantian pursued him, he had utilized this ability, but regrettably, he had not yet mastered it, resulting in a lack of agility amidst the forest's many obstacles. Otherwise, Liu Bei would have been in grave danger. Now, with the combat technique's unique properties, he too could hover for brief moments. What male wouldn't dream of soaring through the skies on the strength of their own prowess? It is a pursuit ingrained in our very genes, from ancient times to the present. Liu Bei committed this to memory, preparing to leverage his accumulated points to upgrade it later. His gaze then shifted to the other secret method. S-Rank Secret Method, Bloodthirsty Killing Intent. When the practitioner's body suffers damage, their combat power is enhanced. Liu Bei quickly grasped the hidden mechanics. This was essentially a desperate method of combat. To put it simply, one would intentionally weaken themselves before a fight, thus unlocking unparalleled strength. Frankly, this secret method was of limited utility to him. Its functionality was not particularly outstanding and could be regarded as one of the last resort measures. Currently, apart from the merciless Peng Nantian, no one else had the capacity to force him into such a predicament. Liu Bei stored it away and then activated the gray-black interface. As he noticed 2 new training options appearing under the combat technique section, an unexpected presence suddenly enveloped the villa. Liu Bei froze, then quickly sprang to his feet. Focusing his attention on a corner, he activated his chi mechanism, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. The ability to approach him silently suggested that this presence far exceeded his current level. Thus, his goal was to attract the attention of any campus experts nearby. Just then, a feminine voice interrupted his tension. "Don't be alarmed. It's me." Liu Bei recognized the voice and felt a wave of exasperation as he turned to see a figure emerging from the corner. "Greetings, instructor." You could have simply knocked on the door. Zhong Huang's expression stiffened as she glanced at the door and then at Liu Bei, appearing somewhat awkward. "I'm used to flying in, so I just came in directly." With that, Zhong Huang approached Liu Bei, scrutinizing her hard-won disciple. "I don't have much time this afternoon, so I couldn't elaborate earlier. Now that we have a moment, please explain to me why you almost missed the registration deadline." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei quickly understood Zhong Huang's implication. She was astute enough to realize that under normal circumstances, he would not have been delayed unless an unexpected strong opponent had intervened. Chapter 68. The Unreasonable Top-Tier Assassin Organization. Liu Bei refrained from further embellishments and proceeded to recount the events that transpired on the road. Regarding the incident of the 3 students jointly attacking him, Zhong Huang did not inquire further. After all, this was in accordance with the rules. Furthermore, if Liu Bei could not handle these 3 individuals, perhaps he was unworthy of being a core disciple. However, upon hearing that Peng Nantian, the old servant of the Jizizi cave, had recklessly acted against her established plan, Zhong Huang's expression darkened considerably. This was an affront to her dignity, an affront not only to her, a peak 7th-tier half-step master, but also to the prestigious Huahua Academy. A mere guest of a third-rate sect dares to disregard the rules of Huahua Academy. It seems I must find an opportunity to venture out and broaden my horizons. Zhong Huang's face was filled with murderous intent, completely dismissing the so-called hidden sect of the Jizizi cave. Liu Bei hesitated, saying, "Is it really wise for the teacher to intervene? After all, Huahua Academy represents a significant aspect of the Xia Kingdom. Zhong Huang, however, was utterly unconcerned, let alone a third-rate sect. What of a top-tier sect like Taisu Mountain? This is ultimately the territory of the Xia Kingdom. In light of recent upheavals, to prevent internal strife and considering the instability along the borders, we afford these so-called hidden sects some leeway to guard certain secret realms. Otherwise, with a mere command from the Xia Kingdom, it would take only 3 of the 6 academies to annihilate them all. Liu Bei was somewhat astonished. Initially, he had thought it was a delicate balance of power, but now he realized that the Xia Kingdom possessed ample capability to deal with these provocateurs. At that moment, Zhong Huang continued speaking to Liu Bei, whether before or after the cataclysm, never underestimate the might of a nation's machinery when it is set in motion. Remember, our 6 premier academies represent the future pillars of the Xia Kingdom. Should these hidden sects dare to behave foolishly, they shall be dealt with swiftly. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's eyes lit up. He relished having such a decisive and resolute teacher. The constant considerations and hesitations were exhausting. Thus, his ambitions expanded from merely confronting exotic beasts to addressing the representatives of these obstinate sections. Noticing Liu Bei's excitement, Zhong Huang nodded in satisfaction. She appreciated a disciple who was decisive in his actions. She found the indecisiveness of her senior brother Lin Junhai utterly tedious. Later, Liu Bei recounted how he had orchestrated the situation to lure and ultimately counterattack Peng Nantian with the aid of a 5th-tier exotic beast. This outcome genuinely surprised Zhong Huang. For a 3rd-tier individual to resolve a 5th-tier pursuit was no small feat, regardless of the external forces leveraged. Zhong Huang nodded in approval. Very well done. Knowing when to advance and retreat is not solely about brute force. However, even if Peng Nantian is dead, I will remember this debt. Liu Bei nodded, then seemed to recall something, continuing, actually, aside from the 5th-tier powerhouse Peng Nantian, there was another assailant. The Liu family? Zhong Huang instinctively interjected. Liu Bei shook his head uncertainly, not sure. I found a token on his corpse, inscribed with words. He then produced the token from his spatial pouch. Zhong Huang took it, and, upon examining it closely, her pupils dilated in shock. Tian Yijian. Yes, Tian Yijian. Is there a problem? Zhong Huang's expression darkened considerably, and after contemplating for several seconds, she solemnly stated, Tian Yijian is the foremost assassin organization within the Xia Kingdom, also among the top-tier hidden sects. Liu Bei, taken aback, hadn't anticipated that this so-called Tian Yijian was a dedicated assassin organization. This implied that someone had put out a contract on him. Hiring assassins from Tian Yijian to eliminate him? There was no need for speculation. It had to be the Liu family. Liu Bei surmised the most plausible scenario. The Liu family and he were locked in a deadly feud. Yet they had to be cautious of his identity as a core disciple of a premier academy and Zhong Huang's direct protege, which made them wary of violating the rule against targeting individuals over 22. Unlike the arrogantly defiant hidden sects, the Liu family was a legitimate urban family that could not afford to offend Zhong Huang. Thus, they were left with only one option, to hire professional assassins. Even if the plot unraveled, it would not implicate the Liu family. From now on, you must remain vigilant once you leave the academy. Vigilant? You mean the task has already failed, and you think the Liu family will continue to issue contracts? Zhong Huang shook her head. It's not merely that. The rules of Tian Yijian are exceedingly arrogant. Every assassination attempt is undertaken with absolute confidence. If they fail, they may reassess whether the mission is worth pursuing. However, if the target manages to retaliate and eliminate one of their assassins, they will become like rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing that target. In their perspective, as long as the target remains alive, they ought to be grateful. Attempting to fight back and kill one of their trained assassins is seen as provocation against Tian Yijian. Every day the target survives is a humiliation to the organization. Thus, not only have you survived, but you have also killed one of their assassins. Even if the Liu family does not issue another contract, they will not let you off the hook. Liu Bei, upon hearing this, was incensed. How outrageous. So, when you fail in an assassination, you blame the target for not cooperating? You can kill, but retaliation is unacceptable? What a classic case of being unable to handle the game. Liu Bei had the utmost disdain for such petulant individuals. This time, it was a failure involving a 4th-tier assassin. It seemed the next would be an even higher-tier assassin. Zhong Huang nodded. However, it is highly likely they will still send a 4th-tier assassin. It would be embarrassing for them to dispatch a 5th-tier assassin to eliminate a 3rd-tier chi master. A 4th-tier late stage? Humph, let them come. I shall deal with them. Liu Bei scoffed. Faced with such shameless organizations, he was determined to eradicate them completely. Zhong Huang, observing Liu Bei's abdomen, scrutinized him for a moment before displaying a look of astonishment. Your acupoints are autonomously breathing, your precious body has activated, and you have manifested a trace of innate energy. You have reached the 4th tier. She was not only astonished by Liu Bei's rapid advancement, but also by the fact that she had nearly missed it. What was her own realm? A peak 7th tier half-step master, on the brink of breaking through to true master status. Moreover, she was still young, scarcely approaching 30. She was considered an extraordinary talent throughout the Xia kingdom. In less than a decade, she could aspire to become a 9th-tier grandmaster. Yet now, she had almost failed to notice her disciple's breakthrough. How was this even possible? Cough, cough, I just broke through not long ago. You know, under the pressure of life and death, it is easier to break through one's bottleneck. Liu Bei, realizing his concealment technique had been seen through by his teacher, awkwardly rubbed his nose. It was evident that the disparity in realms was too vast. Even this secret technique could not completely hide his progress. However, had it not been for her close inspection, he could have managed to deceive her. This effect was already satisfactory. Zhong Huang felt a twinge of envy upon hearing this. Look at what you were saying. Breaking through under life and death pressure? What kind of prodigious statement is that? After a moment of thought, Zhong Huang could only resign herself to the fact that her disciple was indeed a genius. All right, I understand the situation now. For the time being, you should focus on familiarizing yourself with your cultivation. I will keep track of the matters concerning Jizizi Xian Cave and Tianya Jian. In a few days, someone will take you on a mission. Consider it practice. Liu Bei smiled and nodded. Understood, teacher. Chapter 69, The Liu Family of Jinghai. After concluding his conversation with teacher Zhong Huang, Liu Bei decided to rest in the courtyard. He had initially contemplated hastily upgrading the 2 newly acquired S-rank combat techniques and secret arts, but now he felt no urgency. This place is no longer the private rental it once was. Although I reside in a grand villa, it lacks any formations or defenses, rendering it insufficiently secure for my cultivation. It would be far better to find a moment to train in the secluded chambers of the Firehua Tower, where I can practice in safety and seclusion. Yet, before long, the tranquility was interrupted by another knock at the villa's door. With a keen sense, Liu Bei discerned that 2 individuals were at the entrance. Intrigued, he approached and opened the door to reveal 2 young men, approximately his age. One exuded an air of noble superiority, while the other was clearly his subordinate. Upon seeing Liu Bei, the aristocratic youth donned a professionally polished smile. Liu Bei, I am Liu Xiao, and this is my companion Liu Kuei. Might it be convenient for us to have a detailed discussion? Liu Xiao? Liu Kuei? At this, Liu Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Of course, come in and let us converse. The 2 entered the courtyard as Liu Bei waved the door shut behind them. He then took a seat on the solitary chair, casting a disdainful gaze upon the pair. Their expressions soured at his demeanor, and Liu Xiao, suppressing his displeasure, managed a smile. Liu Bei, you've certainly risen to prominence, unexpectedly securing a core position at the Firehua Academy. My uncle specifically sent me to extend his congratulations. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point, Liu Bei replied directly, stifling any rehearsed remarks Liu Xiao had prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xiao continued with a forced smile. Actually, I am here to remind you of our previous agreement, as instructed by my uncle. Liu Bei recalled their earlier encounter. After the citywide examination, Liu Qingyang from the Liu family had approached him. Believing Liu Bei had a chance to secure a coveted spot in a prestigious academy under the mentorship of mentor Zhong Huang. He was advised to perform well and strive to learn the unique secret techniques associated with Zhong Huang to rectify Liu Nin's deficiencies. However, the circumstances had evidently exceeded the Liu family's expectations. He had not only gained admission to the Firehua Academy, but also attained the status of a core disciple. The urgency in sending someone to him indicated a desire to reinforce their connection and ensure cooperation. After pondering for a moment, Liu Bei smiled and replied, I certainly recall. But the Liu family has yet to demonstrate their sincerity. Hearing this, Liu Xiao felt a sense of relief. He had feared that Liu Bei might turn hostile. But his current stance at least allowed for negotiation. Following his uncle's guidance, he was prepared to make concessions to satisfy Liu Bei. As long as they acquired the secret techniques, Liu Nin's potential would overshadow Liu Bei's core disciple status. After all, there were disparities even among core disciples. With this in mind, Liu Xiao gestured grandly. Here are 10 4th-tier crystal nuclei and 1 5th-tier crystal nucleus. Whether in the external market or within the academy, this constitutes a fortune equivalent to at least 20 credits. He watched Liu Bei intently, eager to gauge his reaction, only to find his expression utterly unmoved. If this were earlier, I might have relished such offerings, but given my current status, do you truly believe this is sufficient? At this remark, Liu Kuei could no longer contain himself. Liu Bei, that's enough. The Liu family owes you nothing. However, before he could continue, Liu Xiao shot him a warning glance, silencing him instantly. My apologies for his lack of decorum. May I inquire what it is you desire? Feigning deep thought, Liu Bei stated after a few seconds. I have heard that the Liu family possesses a signature combat technique. I have developed a keen interest in it. Liu Xiao's expression shifted. He anticipated Liu Bei's audacity in requesting one of the Liu family's core techniques. Even he had only obtained the upper portion. Surely you jest? I am not trying to impose. I only require the upper portion, as I have heard from Liu Nin that this technique is classified as SS grade, split into 2 parts. I only need the first part. Inwardly, Liu Bei plotted meticulously, knowing that acquiring the upper portion would bring him closer to the lower part. He had his advantages. After all, The thought of confronting Lu Nan with the Lu family's ultimate secret technique was exhilarating. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xiao recalled Lu Qingyang's instructions and begrudgingly nodded. Very well, I will provide you with the upper portion, though I do not possess the lower portion. Rest assured. I only wish to observe the upper portion, Liu Bei replied. Agreed. With that, Lu Xiao retrieved a tome from his spatial waste token and handed it to Liu Bei. This transaction did not seem overly disadvantageous. After all, the essence of the technique lay within the lower portion, rendering the upper portion somewhat incomplete. As long as he successfully delivered what Lu Qingyang had requested, he could claim credit. Once Lu Nan rose to prominence, he would share in the glory. Liu Bei accepted the tome with a smile, tossing it into his waist token without a glance before gesturing for the two to leave. This nonchalance visibly eased their tension. When shall I collect the goods? Goods? What goods? Liu Bei feigned confusion, leaving the two momentarily speechless. Liu Bei, what do you mean? That's right, Liu Bei. Are you attempting to go back on your word? Innocently, Liu Bei replied, I don't understand what you're implying. Initially, Lu Qingyang informed me that my admission to the Firehua Academy would signify a reward from the family, with no mention of any trade. At this point, the realization dawned upon them that Liu Bei had outmaneuvered them. The mockery on Liu Bei's face was unmistakable. Very well, Liu Bei. You are challenging the authority of the Liu family in Jinghai. Furious, Liu Kuei pointed an accusing finger at Liu Bei. Do you think that just because you are now a core disciple, no one can discipline you? The Liu family's influence far exceeds your imagination. Furthermore, you will incur Lu Nan's wrath. How many lives do you believe you possess to survive his vengeance? His talent is beyond your comprehension. As the tension escalated, Liu Bei's demeanor grew cold, his voice devoid of emotion. So, you believe Lu Nan can kill me? Assuming Liu Bei was faltering, Liu Kuei pressed on. Lu Nan has already reached the 4th tier in his 2nd year of high school. Do you consider yourself his equal? Before long, you will deeply regret your current choices at the Inter-Academy tournament. You should return the combat technique and agree to hand over the secret technique. And perhaps you may be spared. Otherwise, prepare for your downfall. As his words hung in the air, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Liu Bei surged from his seated position to confront the two, and as their astonished expressions registered, he struck with both fists, resembling mighty dragons, directly impacting their chests. The resounding thud of flesh against wall was a most pleasing sound. Amidst the swirling dust, Liu Bei gazed at the two. Embedded in the wall and spewing blood, his tone darkening. Do you think you are worthy of challenging me? I will acquire the secret techniques. Let Lu Nan come to demand them from me personally. I wish to see if he is worthy.